Kisses Are Distracting by Chilly Kitty. Rarity's eyes focused on the soft, silky fabric in front of her, carefully pinning it into place over the mare's chest, making sure to not nick the yellow coat underneath. She stayed perfectly still in her concentration and was grateful that her model was doing the same. Rarity? The quiet Pegasus asked stiffly, not wanting to mess with the work the unicorn was doing. Rarity hummed in response, her mind too distracted by the slippery fabric in her magic gasp to form actual words. Rarity, love, when you have a moment, Fluttershy said. Rarity carefully pressed another pin into the dress. Yes, dear. Her words were hollow as her mind was clearly elsewhere. There's no rush, but, you do need to sit up at some point. Rarity had been hunched over to reach the mare's chest, her face only a few inches away from it, for Celestia knows how long. Just as the other had said, she became incredibly aware of the stiffness in her back. She failed to suppress a sigh and straightened out her position, bringing herself eye level with Fluttershy. Before she could complain, there were soft lips pressed against her. She melted in an instant, leaning into the touch. It took longer than it should have for her to come to her senses, but when she did, she pulled away. What was that for, darling? We've been at this for hours. I think we need a break, the quiet mare explained. Ah! Rarity glanced at the clock on the wall, looking just above her glasses. I do suppose it's a bit late. Are you hungry? Fluttershy shook her head. I ate last time you needed to take the dress off to use the sewing machine. Rarity's eyebrow furrowed. Are you tired then? Do you need anything? I'm almost done with this bit, dear, but we can stop if you need. Her voice dripped with concern. Fluttershy smiled at her, eyes wide as if Rarity had just said something foolish. Rarity, you haven't eaten dinner, she stated, and your lunch was half a leftover cupcake. Oh, Rarity mumbled. Well, I just have... Her words were taken by another kiss, cursing the fact that she was standing so close to her mare friend, though she didn't really have any intention to move away yet. Fluttershy broke this kiss after a warm moment. You said that earlier. You didn't let me finish. How would you know what I would say? Rarity pointed out. Fluttershy just rolled her eyes fondly. Because not only did you say it earlier, but yesterday and the day before, and every time you've been engrossed in a project for as long as I've known you. I just have to finish this bit and then I'll take a break, she said with an attempt at Rarity's usual almost Canterlottian accent. Darling, she added after a moment. Rarity huffed and tried to look annoyed, but she couldn't help but smile. I do not sound like that. But you do, Fluttershy said right back, and you sound lovely, even when you're overworking yourself. But if you continue with this much longer... An uncharacteristically sly grin made its way onto Fluttershy's lips. I am going to have to silence you. Oh, and Rarity laughed. She wasn't sure if she ever saw the kind mare so bold. And how do you plan to... She was cut off by another kiss. This one lasted longer and involved Fluttershy humming into Rarity's mouth before pulling away. Rarity was dazed by the taste of the other's lips. I see. Yes, that makes sense. Fluttershy giggled at that, and Rarity all but swooned at the sound. She took a step back to look at her love in the unfinished dress. It was coming along nicely, a pink base with green accents. A few bits of golden shimmering fabric that somewhat matched the yellow mare's coat. That's lovely and all, but I do... She took another step back to dodge the other's incoming kiss. I do need to finish this bit and then I'll take a break, she promised, seeing the doubtful expression on Fluttershy's face. She scoffed. I really mean it, darling. Fine, Fluttershy hummed, allowing Rarity to step closer again without the threat of distracting affection. But don't make me use the stare. I won't, my dear, I promise, Rarity hummed, returning to the matter at hoof. There was another few minutes of silent work, a pin lifted from its place in the pincushion, raised to the green fabric and then delicately pressed into place, attaching it to the pink fabric underneath, and then another and another. She found herself soon fixing and adjusting the other pins into a proper place, zoning out from the world and only thinking of the task in front of her once again. "Rarity?" "Yes, darling, I'm almost done." She'd leaned back to look at Fluttershy, which she should have realised sooner would be a mistake. Not that she could really call the kiss a mistake in any meaningful sense of the word. "I think you're done now." Fluttershy barely leaned back, her breath on Rarity's lips as she spoke. Rarity felt her coat heat up, flushing pink instead of its usual white. Yes, I think you're correct," she barely whispered, closing the distance between their lips once again. They stayed like that for a long moment, wanting to deepen the kiss, but instead pulling away begrudgingly. "Let's get you out of this dress," Rarity mumbled, beginning to carefully undo the pin-filled fabric, careful not to knock out any so she could stitch the green into place later. "And get you some dinner," Fluttershy stated. If she heard Rarity's disappointed grumble, she said nothing. "Yes, love," Rarity eventually said with a sigh, helping Fluttershy slip out of the attire. She laid it out near the sewing machine and turned, once again finding a muzzle against her own. Rarity smiled, kissing the mare in front of her. Fluttershy stepped closer, pressing their chests to each other now that there was no delicate art project restricting her movement. She brought a yellow hoof to push Rarity's red glasses to sit behind her horn. She then lowered the hoof to the unicorn's cheek, holding her in place and kissing her like she was the only thing that mattered. But then she pulled away and Rarity couldn't stop the desperate whine that left her. Fluttershy giggled at that, and really, how could Rarity be mad after hearing that wonderful sound? Fluttershy hummed, releasing her hold of the other's cheek. "I'm going to make you a daisy sandwich, come on." Rarity would have complained and pulled Fluttershy into an embrace, holding her and kissing her until they both were out of breath, but she could feel her own hunger eating away at her, so she instead followed her mare friend into the kitchen. "A daisy sandwich sounds lovely, darling," she conceded.
Sprout Scout by Miles Prower 06. "Something on your mind, Deputy? You seem distracted," Sheriff Hitch told his underling as they walked together out of the Maritime Bay Sheriff's Department. "Huh? Oh yeah, it's been an interesting couple of weeks, that's for sure," Sprout replied as they stepped into the evening air. "Yup, I'm guessing Maritime Bay is going through quite a few changes, not to mention quite a few traffic jams as Cantor Logic pulls up all those unicorn capture pads. Then we'll have to patch over all these holes," Hitch said as he turned to put the key in the door and gave it one whole turn, locking the dimmed office up for the evening. "Hey Hitch, I need some advice," Sprout said as Hitch removed the key and turned back to the street intersection. "Oh, about what?" Hitch asked as he deposited the front door key into his saddlebag. "Well, how do you start talking to a mare? Like, one that you're interested in," Sprout said, his cheeks turning red, getting a bit of a pink tint to them as his gaze fell to the ground. "Oh, so you need dating advice, eh? Not sure how much help I can be there, Sprout. Haven't really been making much of an effort in that department myself," Maritime Bay's sheriff replied. Sprout deadpanned at that response, as if Hitch even needed to put in an effort with that calendar that he had put out at the end of last year. Did he seriously not see all the mares practically tripping over their hooves as they stared longingly at him on the walk to work each morning? "So who is she? Do I know her?" Hitch asked. "Who doesn't know you in this town, boss? A nice try, but I don't want you to try to get to her first," Sprout told him. "Come on now, I wouldn't do that to you, Sprout, even after everything that's happened. But fine, if you don't want to let me know, I'll go ahead and respect that. It's not like I've got my eye on any pony anyways. So, the most important part is to be yourself. If you like this girl and you want her to like you, You shouldn't put on any kind of mask or facade. Show her who you really are, the suave stallion told him. Honestly, Hitch, I'm not sure how good of an idea that is. I mean, most of Maritime Bay is currently changing who they really are. Myself most of all, Sprout countered. The memories of being the ringleader in their 15-minute warpath was already unpleasant to him, and he figured that was a good thing. It showed he was already changing mentally and getting rid of years' worth of racial bias. Well, in that case, without specifics, which I'm okay with, just tell her how you really feel and mentally embrace the pony that you want to change into. And in these changing times, I'll say to be confident, but be ready to accept rejection. Regardless of how you feel, if she doesn't feel the same way, that's where it has to end. Stalking isn't attractive to any pony, Hitch told him matter-of-factly. Sprout resisted deadpanning again. You might want to tell that to half of the mares that oogle you on their patrol routes every single day there, boss, he thought to himself. Heck, some of the fan mail that he received at the station every week almost certainly qualified as stalking. So, you gonna go home and practice in front of a mirror or something? Hitch told him as he glanced around the street in the direction of his house. Nah, if I did that, I don't think I'd stop until it was perfect. I'm just gonna make it from the heart and see what happens, Sprout told him. Well, alright then, best of luck. I'll see you at work in the morning, deputy, Hitch said, giving him a curt nod before trotting off down the street. Sprout took a deep breath before heading in the opposite direction, towards the coast. The night air was cool and crisp, and the brightest part of town this time of night was still the Cantor Logic factory, even with half of the lights dimmed or turned off for the reduced third shift that went through the night. It was undergoing heavy restructuring as they had suddenly stopped production of virtually all of their anti-unicorn and Pegasus products. Maritime Bay didn't have much of a nightlife, and almost all of the businesses in town closed at the same time as the precinct closed up for the evening. A few ponies still mingled on the walks and streets, either on their way home or finishing up a late dinner. He made his way to the southwest outskirts of town, to where Maritime Bay's lighthouse was currently undergoing repairs. The residence of one Sunny Star Scout, activist and catalyst of Equestria's current reunification. Taking another deep breath, he trotted up the hill towards the structure and saw dim lighting coming from the ground floor windows. He steadied his breathing and stepped up to the front door, which had been repaired. Taking one last breath, he raised his hoof and knocked on the front door and waited. He heard muffled hoof steps come towards him. A moment before, the front door opened, revealing Sunny Star Scout. Oh, hey Sprout. Awfully late for a house call, isn't it? Is everything alright? What can I do for you? Sunny Star Scout asked as she looked at the stone as he ran his hoof over his blonde, slicked back mane. Hey there, Sunny. I just wanted to apologize again for what I did to your home. I wanted you to know that I've volunteered to help the construction team help out with the repairs, Sprout told her as he began to tap at the ground with his left foot. Thanks, Sprout. It'll be nice to have this place completely livable again. I've been sleeping on the couch because I can't really go upstairs. But it should go faster with unicorn help. In fact, everything but the third floor is just about done. All they have to do is seal the ceiling up before working on the top of the tower. Sprout smiled, then took a deep breath. And listen, I was wondering if you wanted to go to a movie sometime, maybe this weekend. We could go see Harry Trotter, Tickets are on me. What do you say? Sprout asked her with a smile. Sunny gave the red stone a gentle smile. Oh, Sprout. No. What? But I thought... No. Must You? By Twinkletale. Must you, darling? Pinkie Pie looked up from a bowl of cereal. She wasn't quite sure what she'd done to elicit such a reaction from her breakfast partner. But the great thing about the question posed to her was that it didn't necessarily mean something negative. Maybe Rarity was just curious. Must I what? Pinkie asked through a mouthful of ultra-frosted Frosty-O's. She didn't even have to look at Rarity's face to know what expression she wore, although she did anyway, since Rarity's face was very nice to look at, and quickly covered her mouth, swallowing its contents. Sorry, I know you don't like it when I talk with food in my mouth, but I didn't want to be rude and not answer your question, so I guess I was rude in a different way instead. Whoopsie! Rarity's expression softened, and she reached across the table to pat her partner's hoof. It was hard to stay annoyed at Pinkie. It's okay, dear, Rarity said. I'm certain I could have been patient enough to wait until you were done, but I appreciate the desire to not leave me in the lurch. Lurch is a funny word, Pinkie offered, grinning a tiny little grin as she perked back up. I guess it is, Rarity responded, almost unconsciously mirroring Pinkie's grin. We'll add it to the list then. Pinkie clapped her hooves eagerly as Rarity unrolled her scroll of funny words, sliding out of her chair so she could peer over Rarity's shoulder as she wrote this newest one down. Funny words were even funnier when written in Rarity's flawless penmanship. Something about the word tizzy displayed in such a flowery font tickled her in one of her favourite ways. Not her most favourite way though. Only Rarity was allowed to tickle her like that. And there we are, Rarity stated as she rolled the scroll up once more. Lurch, a lovely addition. Totally, Pinkie replied, holding one foreleg in the air. She beamed as Rarity immediately picked up her cue and gave her an enthusiastic high hoof. Then it was straight back to her chair, and she had left her breakfast unattended and undevoured for far too long. And as it would turn out, the devouring would have to wait even longer as a familiar thought swirled up in her little pink head. So, what must I? Pinkie asked. Pardon? Rarity asked before shaking her head quickly. Oh, I'd completely forgotten. Gosh, Rares, I'm usually the one that forgets things so quickly, Pinkie teased. Maybe I'm rubbing off on you more than I thought. Oh, more than you know, Rarity responded. I was distracted thinking about something you'd done the other day, while I was heading to the spa, and it wasn't until I noticed the little stares from the ponies on the street that I realised I'd been pronking just like you do. Pinkie Pie burst into laughter, to the surprise of no pony. The visual was so entertaining that she didn't even have time to comment on how pronking was also a funny word. Not that it would have mattered if she had. It was already on the list. I wish I could have seen that, Pinkie said between giggles, her mirth only amplified by the combination of blush and an embarrassed smile on Rarity's face. Well, I suppose I could demonstrate if it would please the lady, Rarity mused. She didn't even wait for a response. Waiting was entirely unnecessary when one knew the other well enough to know how she would respond. Her breakfast temporarily forgotten, Rarity rose to her hooves, perfectly primped and polished, almost in spite of what she was about to do, and began to bounce around the room. I believe it looks something like this, Rarity shouted as she rocketed past Pinkie, who was now in hysterics on the floor. Am I doing it right, darling? Is this a proper pronk? Pinkie made a feeble attempt at an answer, but it wasn't meant to be. Her usual loquaciousness caused words to flow like water from her muzzle, but this laughter was simply impermeable. A quartet of alabaster hooves landed at her side, and Rarity soon joined in the laughter as she hugged her silly pink partner. Thank you for the approval, darling, Rarity said, giving Pinkie a kiss on the cheek. It was salty, but tears of laughter often did that to a cheek. It means the world to me. The happy little sigh from Pinky tugged at Rarity's heart, and the organ deftly fought off attacks from her brain, which was frantically trying to remind her that she was currently laying on a dirty floor. "You know I approve of just about everything you do," Pinky said, the earlier uproarious laughter calming into a gentle giggle as she nuzzled her recently kissed cheek against Rarity's. "Just about everything?" Rarity asked, a coy grin crossing her face. "What might I have done that you disapprove of then?" "You made vanilla cupcakes the other day when I really wanted chocolate," Pinky replied matter-of-factly. Rarity raised a brow, giving her partner a bemused smirk. "Oh, really?" Rarity replied. "And you didn't like the 7 of them that you ate?" "I liked them," Pinky responded quickly. "I was just hoping for chocolate." "Well, it's good to know that my largest indiscretion against you was a mixing up of cupcake flavours," Rarity said. "You also snore," Pinky told her. What? Rarity stammered, quickly rising to her hooves. "Pinky, you snore as well." "I know," Pinky said, opting to roll over onto her back rather than stand. "But I snore at a C, and yours is more of an E flat. And I guess that would be fine if we also had another pony snoring at a G, because that would make a good minor chord. But I didn't really think you'd be okay with inviting a third pony too." "You're annoyed that our snores don't harmonise," Rarity exclaimed. "I never said annoyed, silly," Pinky insisted, crossing her forelegs over her chest. "You asked me what I didn't approve of, but it's way too small of a thing for me to get annoyed about." "I suppose that makes sense," Rarity responded. "It sure does," Pinky said, launching herself up to a standing position in a matter that probably shouldn't have been physically possible for any pony that wasn't Pinkie Pie. "I love you too much to get annoyed by something really small that doesn't really mean anything in the long run." With that, the pink pony planted her rump on her chair and munched down another spoonful of cereal, stopping midway to look back at the love of her life. "So, what must I?" Rarity stared back at Pinky. She was crunching her cereal so loudly yet again, the exact thing that caused her to pause earlier. For the briefest of moments, she considered bringing it back up. As she stared back into those baby blue eyes and thought about their conversation though, you know what? It doesn't mean anything in the long run. The Thunder Rolls by Jade Ring. Sugar Belle winced at the flash outside the window, then started counting the way her grandmother had taught her back when she was just a filly. 1 1,000, 2 1,000, 3 1,000. The dull rumble shook the aged wood of the farmhouse, and she sighed with worry, the storm getting closer, building in strength. Big Mac should have been home hours ago. She stared hard out the window towards the dark path that led from Sweet Apple Acres to Ponyville proper, very nearly willing the form of the great red stallion to materialise from the growing gloom. They'd known about this storm for weeks, hadn't they? Hadn't they, with the rest of the farming community, voted to approve one last big storm before the end of growing season? Maybe he just got held up running his errands, she told herself. If that was the case, then she knew she'd seek shelter. He knew it would be safer to ride out the storm in the home of a friend. She racked her brain for the names of ponies he might hide out with until the storm lessened to a drizzle. The Cakes? Burnt Oak? Perhaps even the Castle of Friendship itself. A stray doubtful thought flitted across her mind before she could stop it. Maybe he's with Fluttershy. She shook her head to chase away the irritating thought. She had no reason to be suspicious of Fluttershy. The wildlife warden had never been anything but decent to her, kind from the moment they'd met. She'd heard the rumours, that was all. Rumours that the buddy yellow Pegasus had pined for years after the stone she now called her husband. But, as far as she'd been able to glean, there'd been no actual action taken from either party of the crush, and all the interactions she'd had with Fluttershy since the wedding mostly animal-based emergencies on the farm, she'd shown no signs of lingering jealousy or envy. No, she had nothing to fear from Fluttershy. But what about the others? Sugarbelle stomped her hoof irritably. She hated herself for feeling this way. She'd heard the stories, of course. How could she not? Yes, Mac had been one of the most pursued stones in Ponyville from the moment he came of age. But wasn't that to be expected? Setting aside the whole disparity of mare to stone in the backwoods village, Mac was still what any pony with a functioning brain would call a catch. He was gentle, kind, strong, and heir to Equestria's greatest exporter of apples, the total package, all things considered. And yes, she heard how Mac had pursued the proverbial available stock, but she could hardly blame him for that. He was a stone, and stones had needs. Wasn't it better that he had sowed those oats long before she'd first set eyes on him, and fallen so hard? The past was the past. But then, there was one. The mare with the flowers on her flank. Goddesses! She even smelled like flowers any time she came near. That one gave her a feeling. She couldn't quite put it into words. Apparently, everything between them had sprung up from some incident involving a love poison, whatever that was. They'd been on again, off again for years after that, or so she'd heard, but she hadn't come to the wedding. She'd claimed illness and sent flowers the next day. Sugarbelle wasn't blind. She'd seen the pointed looks, the lingering touches. She had little doubt that one would leap at the chance to snatch her husband away from her if the social contract of her position in Ponyville didn't expressly forbid such an action. Yes, that one she did worry about, more than she cared to. Not that she didn't trust Mac, of course, but a mare with a desirable mate always had to be careful. Certain things had to be done to ensure a rival didn't try to get too cozy. That's why now things were going to be different. She'd been to the hospital, she'd seen the results, and that was why she was here, lost in her thoughts and staring out the window, so she could run out and tell him the good news. Another flash, and she started counting on instinct. 1,000. First drops of rain spattered against the glass, and she saw the distant trees beginning to sway in the growing wind. It was nearly on top of them. She swallowed hard, her heart racing. Where was he? Was he hurt? Did she have time to run out and find him? A particularly strong gust hit the house, and she shuddered. What she wouldn't give to have him here, beside her, holding her as the heavens poured down. There he was! The great red stone was ambling down the path at a slow and thoughtful pace, in no hurry despite the tempest that loomed overhead. She raced to the front door. As she turned the handle, the wind caught it and blew it hard against the wall with a crack. But she paid it no mind. She bounded down the stairs and galloped towards him. She could hold it no longer. She had to tell him now. Then, laughing together, they could run inside before they were drenched to the bone. The wind buffeted her from all sides as she drew close. "Big Mac!" she cried, her smile threatening to cut her head in half. But he didn't smile back. His eyes were clouded. She could see, but with what she did not know. An expression of sorrow covered his face like a veil. What was wrong? What did it matter? He'd be smiling soon enough. She slid to a halt just ahead of him and opened her mouth to tell him the good news. "Big Mac, I'm preg..." A stray gust of wind blew past him. It carried the good smell of his coat to her nostrils. Apples and hay and something else. Something familiar. Flowers. The wind carried the smell of flowers to her, and she knew. The good news died in her throat, and she just stared at him. She knew the scent of those flowers, and her stallion reeked of them. She looked into his eyes, confused and scared, and silently begged him to tell her it wasn't true. He looked away, and it was all the answer she needed. In the dark clouds above, the thunder rolled, and then the rain began to fall. The Sweet Sounds of Spring by Rambling Writer. Fluttershy threw open her front door and breathed in deeply. The magnificent scents of spring swirled around her, creating an intoxicating bouquet. The sun shone down, warming the earth with its rays. It was the loveliest season of them all for a reason, but spring meant duties, and so she was soon off to the bird feeding tray, a bulging bag slung over her withers. Her ears twitched this way and that, taking in all of that wonderful, melodious bird song from every direction as those birds relished in the warm weather. In fact, just above her, a chickadee was singing in the hopes of attracting a mate. Oh, those chickadees! Smiling to herself, Fluttershy kept walking, still keeping an ear turned upwards to listen to the song.
Do me! Do me! Do! Hey, hey! Shake that tail my way, baby!
Fluttershy looked up. A female had landed right next to the male, apparently interested, satisfied with his progress. The male propositioned her with the classic phrase of chickadees everywhere.
Hey, sugar beak, wanna doink?
The female examined him, cocking her head back and forth in that hyperactive manner of chickadees everywhere. Emboldened, the male puffed out his chest feathers.
Come on, sweetie patootie.
He chirped.
Check out my feathers, I'm the comfort shit. We can make so many babies. So many that one or two might even make it to winter. Come on, let's build a nest and get right to smashing.
For a second, the female looked like his eloquent, heartfelt soliloquy might sway her. But then across the field came another song.
Do me! Yeah, no.
Tweeted the female.
I like that guy's song better. Becky's chest, super shiny.
And she flew off.
Babe!
Chirped the male in surprise.
Babe! Babe, wait! Wait, babe! Wait, babe! Wait! Babe! No, babe! Wait! Babe! Wait! Wait! No, babe! Babe!
Shaking her head at the plaintive cries of the mournful virgin, Fluttershy continued onward. The tray wasn't far. Once Fluttershy reached it, she upended the bag, dumping the seeds and peanuts all across the tabletop. "Hello!" she called out. "I'm here, my feathered friends. I've brought you food." Tossing the bag across her back, she stepped away from the table. She was only a few yards away when birds descended in a melodious cacophony, each making for a different foodstuff. In particular, a downy woodpecker gave a peanut a close examination, but before it could start pecking, a blue jay landed nearby, snatched up the peanut, and hopped away. In response, the cute woodpecker chirped angrily.
Hey! You punk-ass shithead! Get your own fucking peanut! She gave that one to me! My peanut!
Called the jay.
Mine! Oh, piss off! I saw it first and you know it, douche nozzle! It's mine!
Squawking angrily, the woodpecker dove at the jay. They tussled for a moment, chirping angrily at each other. as their wings beat and their claws swished. But the woodpecker emerged victorious, flying away with the peanut in his beak. He landed on a branch and started pecking at it. The jay landed a foot away, but the woodpecker squawked,
I can punch holes in trees with my goddamn nose! You feather-headed son of a bitch! You want to see what I can do to your face? Didn't think so. Fly on home, you freaky excuse for a crow. Rude!
trilled the jay. Fluttershy walked away, hissing. Some birds have no manners. She sidled back to her cottage, adding her own whistles to the birds. She was almost home when down the path she spotted Rarity! Hello! Why, Fluttershy, I was just looking for you, said Rarity, trotting up. I was hoping... And with that shriek, an almighty juggernaut fell on Rarity with all the force it could muster. Rarity raved a hoot at the robin attacking her coif. Darling, she said in a record-settingly flat tone, could you be a dear and tell this bird that I'm... Fluttershy quickly nudged Rarity aside. The robin retreated, squawking inquisitorial invectives at them. You're standing under his nest, she said, pointing. Robins are very protective of their young. That's very nice, Rarity half growled, still messing with her mane. But can you tell him to back off? I'd like to avoid a repeat on my way back. On it. Up she went. The second she rose to nest level, the robin was squeaking at her.
Stay back, vile miscreant.
I'm not vile or a miscreant, said Fluttershy. I just want to talk.
No talk. I've said it before and I'll say it again. If you look sideways at my eggs again, I swear to the sun, I'll peck your eyes out myself.
Treated the robin.
Blood will flow like a river before I'm through with you, like an entire watershed.
But, Mr. Robin, it's me, said Fluttershy. You know I'd never hurt you or your babies.
That's why I'm being nice.
That's no way to treat ponies who are just passing by. Can you please give them a chance to leave first? There's not a pony for miles who wants to hurt you. The robin fluffed his feathers and eyed Fluttershy beadily.
Only because it's you. But I'm watching you.
And I'm watching you. Please be on your best behaviour.
The second you touch my eggs, you're dead.
Fluttershy lowered herself to the ground, where Rarity was still fretting over her mane. I am so sorry, Rarity, she said. I hope your mane's okay. Rarity twitched, but held her head high. I'd have to redo it after our spa day anyway. It's fine. Her ears twitched and she looked around them. Robin attacks aside, isn't the bird song wonderful? Fluttershy cocked an ear, listening to birds trying to get in bed with each other, listening to foes fight to the death over food, listening to mothers colourfully wish a painful demise upon those who get too close to their eggs. Yes, she said, smiling. Yes, it is. Vanilla Cream Cake by Omegathist. Outside Applejack's barn were several tables with various cakes, cupcakes, and a moderately sized stack of gifts. Surrounding the tables were orange and pink balloons everywhere Applejack looked. Such an odd colour pairing, although Pinky ain't exactly a normal Earth pony. Applejack smirked at the thought, and watched as a much taller Twilight Sparkle was feeling her hoof around Sugarbell's belly, with Big Mac watching the two mares interact. Applejack felt her heart brightening with a glowing light inside of her as she took it all in. It had been almost 2 years since Equestria united against and defeated the Legion of Doom, and about 5 months since Sugarbell announced that she was expecting Big Mac's foal. Applejack glanced over at Rainbow Dash, who had her wing wrapped around Fluttershy and expected that her new roommate was going to move out before long. Applejack smiled at the two Pegasus mares, and for her brother and his wife, knowing that even without a partner, Applejack knew that all of these ponies were here for her and her birthday. As she walked over to the fold-in table closest to her, Applejack looked at the biggest cake that Pinkie had brought, a simple vanilla cream cake with vanilla frosting, and a 2 and 5 candled together. Applejack heard some pony bounce up to her side and knew who it was from the smell of strawberries and cream. "Hey, Pinkie," Applejack stammered. Is this my birthday cake?" "It sure is." Pinkie hopped up and down. "Isn't it perfect?" "Yeah, I guess I just thought it'd be something more like an apple pie or cake." Applejack shrugged. "Well, I did bring apple empanadas, apple fritters, caramel apples." Pinkie drifted off, and Applejack looked over and flinched at how wide Pinkie's pupils were, like Applejack was all that existed in that very moment. "But this cake is one of my favourite cakes. It's a bestseller at the Sugar Cube Corner." "Huh, I'd have thought you'd like something with 50 different candies on it." Applejack laughed a little, like an explosion of sugar enough to get you bouncing off the walls. "Oh, don't get me wrong, those are pretty good too," Pinkie explained. "And you'll try this cake soon enough, and I Pinkie promise that you'll love it. Walk with me?" "Oh, sure, why not, Sugar Cube?" Applejack walked up the hill with Pinkie bouncing beside her and felt the sun shining brighter on the trees as her eyes went up and down with each time Pinkie jumped towards the sky and landed back down on the grass. "So, I heard Cheese Sandwich was back in town." Yeah, he is." Pinkie stopped bouncing up and down and gave a strange smile. "We've been hanging out a bit." "And do you see yourself with him?" Applejack spoke again as soon as she saw Pinkie's smile fading. I figured as much." "Don't get me wrong, he's really fun to hang out with," Pinkie insisted. "But do you remember how we treated each other when we first met, competing to the point where I felt worthless as a party pony?" "Wait a second. He ain't going out of his way to make you feel worthless, is he?" Applejack growled. "No, not at all," Pinkie gasped. "But I don't want to feel like I'm competing with my special sun pony in the talent that I cherish most. You saw what that did to me." Understand," Applejack nodded. "What about Princess Skystar? You got along with her pretty well." "She is really cute," Pinkie agreed, "but she lives on Mount Aris. Plus, I have been thinking of some pony more different than me." "Some pony more down to earth?" Applejack suggested, and flinched when Pinkie jumped in the air and grinned from ear to ear. "Yes, exactly!" Pinkie exclaimed. "Some pony that can show me that there's more to life than my parties, that sometimes beauty is in the simple parts of life." "That does make sense," Applejack nodded. "I swore that Rainbow Dash moved in to make a move, but I've been seeing her hanging out with Fluttershy more and more, which is fine, but would have been nice to have a mare friend to be part of my family." "Family?" Pinkie nodded, staring deep into Applejack's eyes as she clarified. "Family is very important to me too." "How have they been, by the way?" Applejack asked. "Your other sisters find their special sun ponies?" "No, they've been taking care of the farm still," Pinkie replied. "Although I've wanted to move down there, there's so many more ponies to meet and talk to here, and I just don't want to see them just waste away," Applejack suggested, and noticed various strands of Pinkie's mane straightening as she slowly nodded her head. The farm pony felt her head come up blank with what to do in this situation, and so she came closer and wrapped her foreleg around Pinkie. "It's okay, Pinkie. I'm not sure how to help them without taking them away from the rock farm, but we can visit them and figure something out." "You mean that?" Pinkie looked at Applejack, and their muzzles were centimetres apart as Applejack continued to hold Pinkie in an embrace. "I do," Applejack whispered, and barely had time to gasp as Pinkie leaned forward, sealing the distance with a kiss that wasn't anything like Applejack had experienced before. All her life, it was just taking care of apples by doing this or that. Eat apple this or that. Everything was about apples. But Pinky's words became crystal clear as Applejack tasted an entirely new flavour on her lips. A bright and sweet flavour, yet tame and simple at the same time. Applejack couldn't put her hoop on the exact kind of flavour until she had returned to the party. Her and Pinky walking with their pelts pressed against one another as their friends rejoiced over the two mares getting together. Applejack then tried the cake and tasted the exact same taste. Sweet and simple.
I need you when you need me. What else more could someone need? You got a key and I've got a lock. Let's build a house upon a rock. Let's build a house upon a rock. And if that well runs dry, that'll never cross our minds. So bring on the aftershock. Let's build a house upon a rock. Let's build a house upon a
Perpendicular Curves by Monochromatic. Rarity made her way downtown, trotting fast, Golden Oaks bound. A saddlebag bounced at her side, reminding her with every thump of the heavy book inside it. She knew she would have said, "No, thank you," when Twilight insisted she took it home to read. She knew she would hate it. Really, who would like a risque romance book titled Calculust except for Twilight? But she'd been too polite to say no, and so now there she was, returning it that same day. The word tangenitals seared into the depths of her mind, ready to haunt her every waking hour until she was dead, and then probably beyond that. Tangenitals, she whispered, still horrified. My stars! If Twilight asked her what was wrong with it, she would simply say that the prose wasn't really captivating her. Simple as that. Hopefully she wouldn't needle Rarity on what specifically it was, because Twilight really loved the book, and who was Rarity to eviscerate her apparently abominable taste in novels? The pace of her step increased when she saw Golden Oaks in the distance. She would soon be rid of the weight of romance writing so mediocre it might have put her off the genre a little bit. Alright, maybe she was being a tad uncharitable. It wasn't that awful. It had helped her appreciate her good books all the more. A sign hung from the library's doorknob, stating that the library was closed at the moment. Of course, this only applied to regular Ponyvillians, and not Twilight's friends. With that in mind, Rarity opened the door and barged in, initially singing out Twilight's name, only for her to stop mid-sentence and choke on her words at the sight before her. There was no sugarcoating it, no trying to hide it or pretend she hadn't seen it, or frankly going back to normal life. What she saw, she could not unsee. It being Rainbow Dash and Twilight Sparkle, who were not dating, standing in the middle of the lobby, making out. Obviously they stopped as soon as Rarity barged in, the unicorn and Pegasus practically jumping away from each other in flustered horror. "Rarity!" they yelped. Rarity had many a thought racing in her mind, so she grabbed the simplest one and voiced it. "Why were you two making out in the foyer?" "We weren't. You're dreaming," Rainbow Dash replied immediately, which earned a groan from Twilight. "Rarity," she said, as harrowed as she was red, which was as a lobster. "I can explain, Why the foyer?" Rarity interrupted. Bear in mind, this was not her only question, but it was the easiest one to get to without needing a glass of wine. Who picks the foyer of their house to make out? Rainbow snorted. I mean, why not? Any place is a hot place to make out, right? She said, turning to Twilight in search of confirmation, but instead Twilight was intently studying the floor. She did, however, slap a hoof against her forehead when Rainbow gasped and exclaimed, "Not that we, were making out or anything." "Rarity," Twilight managed, directing her frustration towards the innocent unicorn. "The library is closed. Did you not see the sign?" Rarity scoffed. "Twilight, what are you talking about? That's for normal ponies, not your friends." Twilight slammed a hoof on the ground. "It's for every pony!" "Wait, really?" Rainbow asked. "Sweet Celestia!" Twilight exclaimed, doubtless examining her life choices. Rarity thought, "Holy..." "Stop!" Rarity interrupted again. "Every pony stop! I need to process this!" While Twilight and Rainbow stood there, awkwardly waiting for Rarity to do something, the unicorn closed her eyes, rubbed her forehead, and processed. "How long has this been going on?" she finally asked, eyes still closed. "A month," they replied. "A month?" That wasn't too horrific. Any longer than that, and Rarity would have been appalled they'd kept her in the dark. "A month?" she repeated, finally looking up at her friends and then asking, "And why, pray tell, has this been a secret?" It wasn't like she or the other girls would have disapproved. Certainly Rarity had thoughts on the dynamics of such a pair, but she would have never been anything but supportive. So then, why? There was a moment of pause, followed by both mares hanging their head and saying, perfectly in unison, "Because it's embarrassing." This was promptly followed by both of them going wide-eyed in shock, turning to each other and indignantly exclaiming, "What? You're embarrassed to be dating me?" "You're an egghead!" Rainbow exclaimed, as if this was an obvious justification. "You're a nerd! You do smart stuff that's, not cool, Twilight!" Twilight arched an eyebrow, cold. "Oh, so the things I like aren't cool?" That's not what I meant," Rainbow stammered, backtracking. "I think you're cool, it's just other cool people don't think you're cool." "Oh, well, same for you," Twilight protested. "You're a jock. My peers in the academic world don't think you can even..." "Well," Rarity interrupted before things got worse. "Clearly there are some unresolved matters here which I would love to help with once I fetch my wine. But first..." Finally, she fished the book out of her saddlebag and levitated it over to Twilight. "Here, what I actually came for." Before Twilight could even react, it was Rainbow Dash who spoke. "Wait, is that Calculust?" Rainbow exclaimed. "I love that book." "You what?" asked the two unicorns, saying the same thing while sporting expressions from complete opposite sides of this spectrum of emotions. Twilight looked surprised, enchanted, delighted, and quite flustered too. But Rarity? Horror, disappointment, shame. Horror again. Yeah, Rainbow continued, grabbing the book and leafing through it, ignoring her two friends, re-examining so many things in very different ways. She then snorted and said with a mischievous grin, "Man, it even has my favourite word ever." Rarity tried to stop Twilight from asking. She knew the answer from the moment she saw Rainbow's infantile grin. She tried to stop it, but Twilight was faster. "What word?" she asked, forcing Rarity to sit there and hear it again. "Tangenitals, haha." But that wasn't the worst part. Oh no. No, what truly made the moment one that would curse Rarity forever was Twilight sparkle blinking and then giggling affectionately. Endeared. Charmed. "It is really funny," she admitted. Again, many a thought shot through Rarity's brain, but the first and foremost was a sudden clarity, an understanding, if you will, of why these two mares were compatible as they both giggled together lovingly. They were both idiots. Far from the Tree by Sonic Sons. I'd spent nearly half a day trying to get my head on straight, and while Dash might have laughed at that particular turn of phrase, circumstances being what they were, the fact remained that I couldn't make heads or tails of it. I hadn't expected there'd be a fuss. Honest, we're family, ain't we? Apples to the core? And it's not as if Rarity was some no-good gold digger or some such. Granny knew her. Why, she'd been over the homestead dozens of times. Granny knew she was getting a good sort, didn't she? Then why would she? I sighed. Walking in circles like this, I was bound to wear a groove in the floor. Or in my own head at least. The kitchen was empty. Rarity had gone home, of course, and Big Mac had gotten it into his head to take Apple Bloom out for ice cream with her friends. She didn't say it in so many words, but I think we knew that Granny and I needed a chance to talk, and if it came to yelling, well, there was no need for a filly to hear all that. Maybe it was just a shock, I thought to myself again. That's all. Granny's just getting older and she's not fit for surprises no more. I stopped walking, but she wasn't so shocked when Mac told her she was dating Sugar Belle, so I sighed. So maybe it was what I'd been expecting from the first. Maybe Granny wasn't too keen on, well, certain things not found in the scriptures. It hurt my heart to think that. More than that, it hurt me to think of Rarity. I could see it with my mind's eye. I'd told every pony that Rarity was coming by for brunch. Granny hadn't had no problem with it. She served up apple cobbler and pie and some nice juicy corn with butter. The whole works. Rarity kept smiling at me all along, 'cause she knew I was gonna announce it. But I was waiting till the right time was all. I thought they'd be pleased as peach to learn I'd finally found some pony. Oh, I knew I might get a ribbon. Oh, Rarity, did they run out of fancy ponies? Well, that's just a crying shame. But it'd be all in good fun, wouldn't it? Truth is, they'd be happy for me, because I was happy. But when the moment came, when I'd taken Rarity's hoof in mine and told them all that we were dating, Granny Smith got really quiet like. Mac had smiled and said that's what he'd been expecting, while Apple Bloom started talking up a storm about how Sweetie Belle was gonna be her cousin soon enough. Hold on, Sugar Cube, we hadn't exactly picked a ring yet. But as time went on, I couldn't help but notice Granny Smith just sitting there, real quiet like. She tried to smile once or twice, but it didn't look none too convincing. And after a bit, every pony else got quiet too. In a moment, we were all looking at her, waiting for her to say something. Rarity spoke up. It's, good news, don't you think? I mean, honestly, I don't know what she sees in me sometimes, but we're really quite happy. I need to go, Granny said, and then she slowly walked up the stairs to her room. So here I was, half a day later, thinking to myself that I just couldn't stall any longer. I walked up the stairs. I knocked on her door. Granny Smith? I called. I expect this'll be a mite difficult for you, but we need to talk. Her voice was clipped and hoarse, as if she'd been crying. Come in. I found her sitting on the bed, holding a picture frame in her hooves. Granny? I started out. I wasn't sure how I felt about it even now. Granny, you made my mare friend right upset today at brunch. She didn't do nothing to deserve that from you. She's the loveliest mare I've ever laid my eyes on, and you treated her like a field full of weeds. She flinched at that remark, and I took a moment to breathe. Granny, I don't want to be mad at you, but you have to understand what this means to me, don't you? When Big Mac brought Sugar Belle home, you were crowing like a rooster all over town about it. But when I bring home a mare, She slammed the picture onto the bedside table face down and turned her head to the table. Her breaths were coming in quick and it looked like she was fixing to cry. I lowered my voice again. Granny, do you think that Rarity is a bad sort? She shook her head, still not looking at me. Granny, is it the fact that she's a mare? Is that it? She paused. She nodded. I felt my blood slowly starting to boil. Of all the things on this green earth, I never thought my own kin would be so... No shouting. Not yet, at least. Maybe you just don't understand. I feel the same way about Rarity that you felt about Grandpa Crisp. I don't think so, she whispered. I staggered. Yes, I do, Granny Smith. And if you think... She turned. That's not what I meant. That I'm gonna stand for. Applejack, please. I didn't mean... This kind of... I'm like you! The room turned deathly quiet. My eyes went wide. Granny was looking away again, crying. She tapped the face-down picture with one hoo. Look at it, she sobbed. I took the picture in my hooves and slowly turned it over. It was a mare I'd never seen before. See, she mumbled, I know you don't feel the way about Rarity that I felt about your grandma. 'Cause if you did... She looked at me. If you did, you wouldn't be dating her. Granny, you don't mean to tell me that... Your grandpa was a good stallion, you hear? He did everything he could for me. There were just certain things he couldn't do. I didn't tell him for near 30 years, and by then she was long gone. Went off to Manhattan. One day my letters started coming back unopened. And what could I do? Start over? At my age? She looked me right in the eyes. I wasn't brave like you. I didn't say a word. I just held her close while she cried. I'm sorry, she whispered. I'll apologize to you, mare friend. Just that when I heard you was dating a mare, It's okay, Granny. I just kept thinking about God and Dawn and all she'd meant to me. I'm here now. We kissed in the orchard. She begged me not to marry him. It's alright, Granny. It's okay. You don't have to hide. You don't have to hide no more. After a long while of crying, she whispered to me again, her small frame still shaking with sobs. You have a beautiful mare friend, Applejack. I'm happy for you. I truly am. Just promise me you'll give her all the love she deserves. Don't hold back, you hear? Don't hold back. I promise, Granny. I promise. No One Refuses Me Amor Cadenza by Zamariak. No one refuses me amor cadenza. It was a little after sunrise, and in a conveniently abandoned room, a room that used to be mine and Shining's before I divorced his anti-snuggling behind, there was a very stubborn, yet undeniably attractive human tied up on a bed. An undeniably attractive, naked human tied up on a bed. He was so stubborn, but now his time is up. He's mine. It had been a little over a year since we first met, and a little under 4 months since I'd divorced Shining Armor. Turns out that my dream of a perfect prince had been just that, a dream, It was fantastic when we had married a few years ago, but as time went on, I had quickly realised that Shining was not the perfect stallion I'd fallen in love with. For not a mere 2 years after we married, he actually stopped accepting my snuggles. And when he stopped accepting them, my love for him quickly began to wane. I am the princess of love. Snuggles are as necessary to me as breathing. But then I met Adam, a brave man that had survived outside of the Crystal Kingdom for a fortnight, in the cold without any warmth and barely any sustenance. Shining had left me long before the time I met him, so after meeting and taking him into my castle, it was with no shame that I began to nurse him back to health. We became good friends quickly, as did he and both my aunts, though Twilight has yet to show any emotion towards him but disdain. Then again, she's yet to look at me with anything but disdain too, so maybe it's just what her face looks like nowadays. Adam said it looked like a smacked ass, which, while funny, deserves some punishment. So I smacked his ass like he was a naughty colt. He enjoyed it, whether he wanted to admit it or not. Celestia's teats. Even I enjoy a bit of spanking every now and then. Perhaps going so long without any snuggles wasn't the best of ideas. Sure, I didn't want to snuggle a stranger, but times can get pretty desperate when I go into withdrawal. So after a few failed attempts, I asked Adam if we could snuggle. But he refused, firmly. Shining had refused. That cross-dresser in bar 69 had refused. And even Dusty, my close and personal servant, had refused. But oh no, there was no way in Tartarus I was going to let my best friend refuse. He had not accepted a single snuggle from any pony, not a one. So after a few hours of intense thought, I came to a very clear conclusion. Adam needed to be snuggled, whether he liked it or not. Thus why my dear friend was currently tied up stark naked to a bed, and by the looks of things he was just about to awaken. It was time. I watched with savage glee as Adam opened his eyes, blearily blinking in an attempt to rid them of sleep. Where am I? He croaked, looking around the room. I let out a very light cough to draw his attention, and draw it I did, as his eyes, filled with fear, quickly snapped onto me. Hello, my sweet Adam, I crooned lovingly. How was your nap? Cadence? He stammered. What's going on? Why am I tied up to this bed? Naked. I ignored his cute little questions and instead began to make my way over, running my hooves along his left leg as I did so. Do you want to know something, Adam? I asked sultrily. He looked at me warily, but nodded, and thus I cleared my throat and began to explain away. I've recently come to a very startling conclusion. My scrumptious-looking friend, you have been without any personal contact since the moment you arrived, and I have been without any personal contact since well before that. And upon realizing this, I came to a very cuddly solution. Without any warning, I fluttered off the ground and on top of my delightfully smooth friend. Friend, not for much longer. I continued, am going to snuggle you like you have never been snuggled before. And you, my beautiful friend, are going to lie back, relax, and enjoy every snuggly moment of it. What? He sputtered. Cadence, no! I don't want to be snuggled. And if you were my friend, then you'd accept my decision. I grinned. I giggled. But that's where your argument falters, for I am not your friend. Not anymore. Now, I am more than that. And by more than that, I mean your snuggling buddy. And by your snuggling buddy, I mean the one and only mare you are ever going to give every ounce of your love and tenderness to for the rest of our lives, understand? He blinked, slowly. I need an adult, he whimpered. I am one, I countered. Now, let the snuggling begin. I wrapped my hooves around the back of his neck, pressed our lips together, and began to snuggle him senseless. No! Actually, this feels quite pleasant. 5 hours of snuggly goodness later. Adam, now untied, was breathing heavily as he looked up at the ceiling, his body tired, bruised, and thoroughly snuggled. As for myself, I too was completely satisfied. My wanton craving for snuggles was finally quenched, thus saving the very spirit of what could have been an innocent soul. Of course, Adam was innocent too, but the snuggles cried out for him, and so snuggle him I did. I am both really aroused and utterly confused, he spoke up suddenly, turning to face me. I thought we were going to have sex, not snuggle the breath out of each other for 5 odd hours. Sex? I asked curiously, putting a hoof to my muzzle in contemplation. Oh, so that's why you were so stubborn. Well, yeah, he chuckled, brushing his forehead lightly as he breathed a sigh of relief. Guess I had nothing to be worried about after all. The snuggling was quite nice, and I'm glad you stripped me for it. Fur on skin is a nice sensation. Though the kissing was unexpected. I guess you like me, huh? Quite so, I giggled. Perhaps we could go out and watch a movie later. Are you asking me on a date? Me a more cadenza? Maybe, I drawled slyly. Then sure thing, I'd like that. The next few minutes were spent in comfortable silence, broken only by the occasional nuzzle and kiss I gave him. Adam? Yeah? Have you ever heard of a struggle snuggle?
Holding your breath still, you join the fire. We'll just sit and wait till you see me fly. You know they'll never catch me for it. See me fly, the way I put my finger on it. See me fly, you got it, then try to tell me you got the wrong guy. See me fly, you know they'll never catch me for it. See me fly, the way I put my finger on it. See me fly.
Her Promises by Omega Thist. It had been several months since Sunny had brought magic back to Equestria with the help of her friends, and if some pony long ago had told her that she'd wind up in Alicorn with a castle and a unicorn mare friend, she'd laugh in their face while lamenting that such a future would never be possible for her. Now, she stood on a balcony of a castle built by countless ponies of all races, many of them earth ponies profusely apologising for siding with Sprout. She would wave them off, insisting that they weren't at fault for believing some pony manipulated them in their time of fear. The castle was orange with red rooftops, with the interior being different shades of purple and blue. The only real request that Sunny made for the castle that she never quite asked for. At the time, she said that the interior was a tribute to the first unicorn friend she ever made. Their friendship growing as Izzy moved in and helped Sunny unpack in her new home. Hitch wasn't upset by this development. Most of his time was spent with Pip Petals anyway. Sunny smiled as she stared at the sunset, knowing that her very first friendship would always have a place in her heart, even if they had mares in their lives now. With Sunny and Izzy being the only residents in the castle, the rest of the countless rooms were soon empty, and the two mares would sleep in the same bed. It was Sunny, much to her own surprise, that confessed her feelings for the unicorn. Izzy, for all of her shenanigans, told Sunny that she was terrified of saying anything and losing their friendship. Sunny rolled her eyes, her heart skipping a beat as she kissed Izzy. Now, Sunny felt her heart thumping away in her chest for an entirely different reason. knowing that now was the time to take Izzy somewhere that she'd always walked to by herself. Even Hitch wasn't allowed to join her to the place that tore at her insides, the blood boiling in her chest as she knew damn well that her father was robbed of her way too soon. He would never get to meet Pip Petals, the mare with a voice that made every pony swoon, or Zip Storm, the mare that defended the pony she cared about with a ferocity Sunny had never seen before. And then Sunny gritted her teeth. Her father would never get to meet Izzy Moonbow, the moon to her sun. She didn't even move as she felt her hoof gently press against her shoulder, the smell of berries flooding her nostrils as Izzy spoke. "Sunny, are you ready?" Sunny nodded, feeling Izzy climb onto her back and wrapping her forehooves around her neck, spreading her wings. Sunny jumped off the balcony and flapped with all the strength she had, flying past the houses of Maritime Bay. It was weeks of practice to fly without a mare taller than her on her back, and months till she mastered flying with Izzy on board. The bruises on her mare friend's legs could attest to that, but now Sunny could feel the weight on her back less than ever before. Tears barely held back as memories of the doctors knocking on her door flashed in her head, but she could not let the thoughts rampage. She had to keep flying. After several minutes, she landed at the Maritime Bay Cemetery, the grassy green field filled with tombstones and some trees. There was also a center view of the ocean that could be seen from the entrance they landed at, and Sunny breathed in the ocean air as Izzy lowered herself off her mare friend's back. She didn't notice that she was shaking until she felt Izzy's body pressed against her own, causing her quivering to cease. Sunny walked onward, past the entrance and down a pathway, only Izzy's hoofsteps reminding her that she was taking some pony to this sacred place. It was a tombstone, underneath a tall tree that gave it shade, where it was written, "Here lies Argyle Starshine. Together we'll do our part, hoof to heart." Sunny pressed her head against the tombstone, the walls breaking as she shook and sobbed, holding the tombstone with her forelegs as she cried out. "I'm sorry, Daddy!" Sunny shouted, "I wish I was there! I wish I didn't let you go by yourself!" Izzy rested her hoof on Sunny's back, feeling some of her mare friend's pain transferred to her. But if it helped even a little, Izzy was more than okay with taking on that suffering. "And I'm so sorry that it took me so long to visit you again," Sunny hiccuped, letting go of the tombstone and sitting upright. "But look, Daddy, I'm an alicorn, and this is Izzy Moonbow, my mare friend." For the first time since they arrived at the cemetery, Sunny acknowledged Izzy's presence as she smiled at her and spoke. "If there's anything I'm glad I told him before the incident, it's that I never saw myself falling in love with a stallion." Sunny beamed despite the tears rolling down her cheeks. "He hugged me and told me that if he didn't mind me dating a unicorn or Pegasus, then why would it matter if I dated a mare or a stallion? So I know he would have loved you. I just wish he would have been here to see all of this. Sunny, I'm sure somewhere he is watching us." Izzy leaned against Sunny. "But despite everything you've told me about him, you've never told me what happened." Sunny closed her eyes and inhaled deeply, and exhaled before she looked deep into Izzy's eyes. "Heart attack," Sunny explained. "He went out to get groceries, and I chose to stay home and wait for him to come back. The doctors came to my door and told me that by the time they had arrived it was too late." "Oh." Izzy's eyes widened as she realized what Sunny had said. "Sunny, you couldn't have known that was going to happen. It isn't your fault." "I know I couldn't have known, but how easy would it have been to say yes, to have gone with him and be there for when it happened?" Sunny looked at the tombstone. "Mum abandoned us when I was a young filly, and he was all I had left, and now he's gone, all because I chose to stay home." "Sunny, you don't even know if that would have made a difference," Izzy told her.
There's no changing what has already happened, and if you keep scolding yourself for what you should have done, you're never going to be able to move forward. You have the memories, the pictures of your dad, and you have us. And I know it would have been wonderful to have him and us, but you don't. And I'm sorry, Sonny. It's not fair. It sucks. Sonny had her face pressed into Izzy's chest now, shaking as tears matted Izzy's fur. Izzy ran a hoof down Sonny's mane, and she breathed in her scent of sweet mangoes and strawberries. She kissed Sonny's forehead and broke the silence. But I promised to show you every day that your dad made Equestria a better place through you, Izzy whispered, and then she glanced at the tombstone. I promise to protect your daughter for you. And Sonny, I promise that I will help you with whatever Equestria throws at you. After all, they might start calling you Princess Sonny Star Scout. Sonny pulled away, wiping her tears as she managed to smile at Izzy. Only if I can have my Princess Izzy Moonbow by my side, Sonny remarked. Izzy smiled, a smile gentler than a quiet river stream as she replied, I promise. Author's note. I write this in memory of my mum's biological father, my grandfather, as I'll never get to meet him on this earth. In addition, there is a lot of different experiences of my own written into this story. Most of all, the anger towards myself for making the wrong choices that hurt people. What if I did this? What if I didn't do this? But staying in that place isn't healthy, especially when what has happened is done. And past all the grief, anger, and what ifs that can tear you apart, there is hope and love. Thank you for reading.
Luna Snuggles by Jamin P. Rose.
If everything I dreamt of it was true, I take your blessings with your heartaches too.
Your eyes blink open to the gentle light of the setting sun, its last rays gently shimmering against the dark walls of the room. Little specks of silver shimmer in the fading light as the numerous constellations painted onto the walls shine like miniature suns. It's perhaps the most beautiful part of the room's design and something you've always loved. However, there is something much more beautiful beside you. Turning your head, you can't help but to smile at the pony sleeping next to you. Her dark coat, as smooth as silk, shines with just the right amount of luster. Her wings are fluffy and soft. Her mane and tail shimmer with countless stars and galaxies. She is the princess of the night, and she is yours. Gently you slip under her soft wing and wrap your hooves around her. Her coat is as soft as clouds look, and as warm as a fire on a cold winter night. As you nuzzle against her, you feel her still gently and wrap a hoof around you as well. The gentle and warm embrace lulls you into a state of euphoria as you cuddle with the goddess of the night, with your goddess of the night. You swear that hours pass like this, just you and her together.
Come on, let's make this blue moon shine all day. Let's make this world do everything you say. It's so easy and so wonderful to feel this way, to feel this way.
Soon she begins to stir more, and her grip on you tightens a little as she lets out a big, adorable yawn. As her eyes flutter open, you lean in and give her a gentle kiss, which she returns as she rolls onto her back, pulling you with her. Soon she breaks the kiss and gently nuzzles you. "Good evening, my love," she says in her silken voice as she wraps both her wings around you. "Good evening to you too, my beautiful angel of night," you reply as you wrap your hooves around her neck and go in for another kiss. This time the kiss lasts a lot longer. your tongues dancing together in a passionate duet. All too soon though, you have to break off the kiss to breathe. The both of you are a little flushed from that kiss. Not that I'm complaining, but you're rather passionate this morning, she says as she strokes your back with a wing. It's hard not to be with a lover like you, you reply, smiling down at her as you use a hoop to gently scratch behind her ear. Her pleased groans are music to your ears. She continues to stroke your back, gently sending wonderful shivers along your spine. After maybe a minute, you pull your hoop back from her ear and gently nuzzle her cheek.
I miss you. I miss you. I miss you.
And I want to feel just how much I love you. You're too good to me, she says with a sad smile. You silence her with a hoop as you shake your head. You deserve every ounce of love I have to give. Don't ever say that I'm too good for you. You pull your hoop from her lips and wrap both of your forelegs around her, holding her as best as you can despite the difference in size. Tonight you'll be doing nothing but getting snuggles from me. No court, no petitioners, no meetings, nothing. But nope, the kingdom can hold itself together without you for a day, you say, cutting her off again. Now I'm going to snuggle the fluff out of you and you're going to love it. You give her a gentle squeeze with your hooves as you nuzzle against her chest. Despite her protests just a moment ago, she relaxes into your snuggles and eventually wraps her wings around you again. You hadn't even noticed that her wings had left you in your passionate command that she be loved and snugged. The two of you stay like that, snuggled up together for what feels like an eternity. Before there is a knock at the door. With a groan, you loudly let go of your goddess of the night, pausing only to push her back down when she tries to get up. I will handle this, you tell her as you climb off of her and off of the bed. Approaching the door, you gently push it open to find the royal attendant standing there with a scroll and her magic. Is Her Majesty up yet? She asks, her eyes respectfully looking down towards the ground. She will be taking the day off. We are not to be disturbed unless it's an emergency, or breakfast. Yes, my lord, she says with a bow. You shut the door again and walk back to your lover. Climbing onto the bed and back onto her, you give her a nuzzle and a kiss on the cheek. I'm going to snuggle you until breakfast is ready. She doesn't reply with words as she wraps her wings around you and holds you close. The gentle warmth of her body soothes you as you snuggle against her neck. Time drifts slowly like a feather, falling through the air as you hold each other. Yet it still feels too soon, as there is another knock at the door. Your Majesty, my lord, breakfast is ready for you, a voice calls through the door. I guess we have to get up after all, she says as her wings unwrap and let you move again. We do, but that doesn't mean that you're going to do anything but having a wonderful breakfast with me, you say as you climb off of her and off of the bed. What will we do after breakfast? Go back to bed? She asks as she climbs off the bed. No, I have a better idea, but it's a surprise, you answer coyly, walking towards the door. Now, come on, or breakfast will be cold. I look forward to seeing this surprise, honey, she says as she follows you. The promise of breakfast and a surprise puts a spring in her step that makes you smile. I promise you, Luna, today will be a day that you won't forget, you say as you pause at the door and give her a kiss.
Now let's go eat. Together, the two of you head off to enjoy a wonderful breakfast.
From the highest mountain to the deepest well, I never thought I'd be the one to tell. It's so easy and so wonderful beneath your spell. Bright is the shadow that my true love casts. Dark is the light he shares. If I could only have one more night, I'd forgive him, I swear. I swear. I swear.
Our Only Comfort by Saddle Soap Opera. While summer cicadas filled the late afternoon air with trilling white noise, Fluttershy sipped watered down fruit cordial on ice to a straw, and looked out at the rolling hills on the outskirts of Ponyville. Even diluted and cold, the golden orange drink was sickly sweet. A stray wasp hovered nearby, patiently waiting for a fallen droplet to purloin. Fluttershy set the sweating glass down on a white painted wrought iron table, and shifted in her matching chair to face the Draconicus across the table from her.
Always just one, she mused.
Discord's coils flexed. He sat like a serpent, making a chair of himself. Just one glass? I know it's a little sweet for you, so I made sure to put in plenty of... Fluttershy shook her head.
Just one wasp?
That's not bad, is it? Discord replied, squinting down at the striped insect floating on the warm breeze. Better than a whole swarm. That's no fun at all. You've dealt with that before. She nodded.
More than once.
Discord heaved a sigh. He glanced to and fro, and the motion of his eyes made his whole horned and antlered head sway. It's not like anyone else was using them. He folded his mismatched arms. There's no harm in it. Quite the opposite if you think about it. Most folks would be grateful to have another go. The ice cubes clinked as Fluttershy took another sip before replying.
They're starting to notice. In town, Grocer Greengrass asked if I'm opening a bakery because I bought the same fruit 3 days in a row.
Roll the dice enough and sometimes you hit a run. Nothing more than that, he offered with an encouraging smile. There's no harm, he repeated. He looked away at the hills. I'm being nice. You taught me that yourself. Fluttershy let the straw drop from her mouth and slide back down into the cordial. She licked her lips.
Princess Twilight asked about you this morning. Up to service for Pinky?
Ah, that fussy bookworm. Discord wiggled a scaly finger. Worried I would make trouble, I'm sure. That's why I didn't go, you know that, right? I'm no good at stuffy affairs. It would have been like that gala. I'd have been no help to anyone at the service.
Maybe not, Fluttershy said with a shrug. Maybe you could try showing up anyway, next time.
Discord's eyes turned to the horizon again. How long have you known? The Pegasus's sharp, short laugh echoed in the sun-soaked air.
How can I even answer that?
Fair enough, Discord offered, an impish little chuckle in return. Fluttershy watched the wasp find the courage to land on the rim of her glass.
Is it...
You don't have to get this way. Discord straightened until his long body and neck cast a shadow over Fluttershy. They were good before, all of them. I made sure. Why aren't they good now? The ice cubes settled in the glass. The wasp took off again.
We were all so surprised. She had more life in her than any of us. We never thought she'd be the first. It felt like the sun went out.
A long flight feather brushed the condensation off the side of the glass. Fluttershy drew back her wing and watched the drop dangle and fall.
Rainbow and Applejack, Rarity and Twilight, we all came. And her whole family was there too. She had 4 great-grandfathers. 4!
Discord frowned. Exactly my point. Not many times when you all get together these days. What a treat.
You still don't know.
Fluttershy lowered her head. Her well-brushed, flower-accented mane shaded her face.
All this time and you still don't see the difference. You just mix them around like fruit salad. Did you seriously think that I'd want to do it over and over? Watch those little foals sobbing? You want me to thank you for that?
Her face reddened and her wings shook, but no tears came. It was a mistake. I can take it out. Like sour cherries. You don't like those either. Once we get the right blend, this will all be... Fluttershy bent to one side until her cheek rested on the tabletop next to her glass.
You didn't learn anything from it. It happened twice and you still didn't learn.
From what?
Being turned to stone.
Discord uncoiled like a falling chain leaping from its container. He scooped her up in his arms and took to the air. Oh, come on now. It's nothing like that. You're free. Just say the word, pick the day, and you can have it. He whirled around and swooped in a wide circle above the meadow. You can have anything you want. She hung limp in his grasp like a doll. Not anything? A cherry red flash heated Discord's features. Make up your mind. He let her drop, and she slowed her fall with her wings. He folded his arms and huffed. You see, right there, if you wanted a day like Pinky's so bad, you wouldn't have done that. Fluttershy landed in the lush grass without a sound. She rolled onto her back and stared up at his sun-baked silhouette.
I'm not that brave.
I know that. Discord came down with a wide ring around her and peered into her eyes. Isn't this how friends act? I know you're afraid, so I'm helping you.
You're not helping me because I'm afraid. You're helping me because you are...
Discord reflexively shrank tighter around her until his hide touched the top of her head and the ends of her hind hooves. This is all I can do. I know I can't make things tidier. I can't make something that works the way it's meant to. All I can do is add some spice to the world, mix things up. I did my best. It could have been so much worse, couldn't it? Remember when I tried to fix that one-eyed kitten you adopted after Angel? That was a bad call, I admit it. You were so upset, remember? He squeezed tighter, and his body pushed under her until she sat draped on top of him.
I'd almost forgotten, she said softly. I'll pay more attention next time.
He brushed a lock off her face with his lined paw with anxious care, like he was handling thin glassware. There's no going back from it. I can't bring order. I can't undo it. If you change your mind, what then?
I don't know. We're not supposed to know. That's the point.
She looked away. I thought you liked surprises. Discord rippled beneath her. You're being really selfish about this. What about me? You need to take responsibility. You taught me about friendship. You can't just skip out on me now. It's rude. She turned to her side on top of him.
So why don't you mix me up? If this is such a nuisance, like you did in the maze, barely took you any effort at all.
You know why. It doesn't work like that. I can't reduce chaos. I can't.
You can't make me happy?
He rippled again and squeezed his eyes and fists and jaws closed so tightly they creaked. Please, he forced a word out between his jagged teeth. Please, please, please.
It's hot out today. I feel like a nap. Carry me home? She offered a small, thin smile. We'll talk about this some more tomorrow.
Discord picked her up more gently this time, cradling her like a baby bird. All right, Tomorrow. On the table, the wasp slowly sank down into the cordial. Its legs stirred and quivered and was still. The end. When Dawn Sparkles by Night Sparkle Production. Pray do tell me what reason you have to return to Canterlot, Celestia. I am not certain, Luna. I just want to pay Twilight a visit, that's all. The last moments of her conversation with her sister was what kept playing through Celestia's head as she stepped off the train at the Canterlot station, ignoring the stares and murmurs from every pony around her at the sight of one of the former rulers of Equestria, and instead lifting off into the air once she was outside, flying straight towards the castle and swooping down to land at the front doors as the guards stiffened to attention. The former ruler passing them a nod as she walked inside, sighing as the memories of her time within these halls rushed back to her. But there was plenty of time to dwell on the past another day. Right now, she was here to visit Twilight and maybe get her former students' advice on why she felt like her life was incomplete. For recently, Celestia had been feeling more and more like she was missing something, a part of her that when she found it would make her life complete. And despite all her years of knowledge, she couldn't put a hoof to what it might possibly be, which was why she had decided to make the journey to Canterlot, and why she was now knocking on the doors to the throne room, feeling a strange fluttering in her chest when she heard Twilight's familiar voice calling out, "Come in!" Sure enough, the reward of keeping her visit a surprise was evident as soon as Celestia walked through the doors. Twilight's face lit up with excitement, and she hurriedly stood from her throne and made her way to greet Celestia, the two mares meeting at a midway point between doors and throne, with Twilight embracing Celestia in a hug that the former ruler returned, feeling a warmth in her chest as she smiled warmly. "Celestia, I didn't know you were coming, or else I would have prepared something," Twilight exclaimed, and Celestia chuckled as the two eventually pulled out of the hug. "I wanted to keep my visit a surprise. You seem well, Twilight," the white alicorn remarked, and the lavender alicorn smiled widely. "I'm doing perfectly fine. It's been a while since we last saw each other," she said, and Celestia nodded. "It most certainly has. You've definitely grown since I last saw you," Celestia remarked, since Twilight now stood almost eye level with her former mentor. "And you don't seem to have changed at all," Twilight said with a warm smile, and Celestia wondered briefly whether that was a good or a bad thing, but she quickly waved that aside as Twilight continued. "So, to what do I owe this surprise visit, Celestia? To be honest, I was hoping you could possibly help me with an issue I have been pursuing an answer to for quite some time now," Celestia answered, and then Twilight motioned for her to continue. Celestia hesitated before saying, "For quite some time now, I've felt as if there's something missing from my life, something that for the life of me I cannot discover any fragment of what it might be." "Interesting. How long ago did this start?" Twilight asked, as she and Celestia began to walk together out of the throne room and down the hallways of the castle. "Several months, if memory serves me correctly," Celestia answered, sighing as she hung her head slightly. "Other than that, I know almost nothing about what this may be. All I know is that whatever it is, it's like nothing I've ever experienced before." "I see. I may have an idea as to what it is, but for now, why don't we just walk together for a while?" Twilight offered, and Celestia nodded in agreement. The two alicorns making their way through the halls of the castle
with Celestia not really paying that much attention to where they were heading until they stepped outside and the white alicorn glanced around to find them standing in one of the gardens of the castle. "Twilight, why are we here? What does this have to do with anything?" Celestia started, turning her gaze towards her former student, only for the words to die on the tip of her tongue as she beheld Twilight, the midday sun shining down and illuminating her former student's mane, causing it to shine in a vibrant brilliance, perfectly framing Twilight's face as she smiled slightly at Celestia. "I'm testing a theory," Twilight said as she trotted up to her former mentor. Celestia opened her mouth to ask a question, but was cut off as Twilight leaned in and suddenly kissed her. The white alicorn's eyes widened in shock before she felt the same strange warmth in her chest spread through her entire body as she returned the kiss. When Twilight pulled away, Celestia was left to catch her breath slightly as Twilight smirked down at her, the lavender alicorn giggling to herself at the look on Celestia's face, before eventually saying, "I think I may know what you're suffering from, Celestia." "And what is it?" the white alicorn asked once she had caught her breath, and Twilight smiled as she leaned in and whispered in her ear, "You're missing someone in your life to love and cherish you, more than like a sister or a friend would." Celestia blinked, opening her mouth to say something to negate what Twilight spoke, before pausing and thinking it over as she closed her mouth. Sure, she had made plenty of friends in her lifetime, but even in her retirement she spent most of her time with her sister, but never once had she thought that the reason for her feeling of incompleteness was that of love. "So, you're saying that I need to find some pony to be with?" Celestia eventually asked, and Twilight shook her head as she leaned down and kissed her former mentor's cheek, eliciting a surge of warmth from Celestia's chest through her entire body as the white unicorn blushed and lowered her head. "No, what I'm saying is that you need to find the pony you love, and that loves you back," Twilight said, before adding, "And based on your actions here, I know who that is. It's you." Twilight fell silent as she and Celestia stared silently at each other, one with the look of shock, the other with one of revelation. While it was true that Celestia had viewed Twilight as a student for most of her life, she couldn't deny that Twilight had grown up into a fine alicorn and ruler, and it was no lie that she was extremely beautiful. It only made sense that Celestia might be inevitably drawn to that which she was familiar with the most. "So, what now?" Celestia asked, already knowing in her heart what she wanted to do the most. "Now we just see how much we love each other," Twilight said, and the two met each other in the middle as they embraced and engaged in another passionate kiss.
So this time, kiss me slow. So this time, kiss me slow. Kiss me slow before I go.
Luna would later receive a letter that read the following. Luna, while I intended for my trip to Canterlot to be a short one, I have come upon a realization and the solution to what has been plaguing my thoughts these past several months. Please do not worry about me. I am fine and well. I am just spending some time with my new special sun pony here in Canterlot. I will be back by the end of the week. I promise. Sincerely,
Celestia. Liar, Liar, Apples on Fire by Monochromatic. It was a summer afternoon when Rarity decided to ask Applejack her question. They'd been back from Rainbow Falls for about 5 days now, and while at first she decided the matter wasn't worth pursuing, the fact that she was still caught up in it 5 days later meant she was better off just addressing it. It being the fact that Applejack somehow knew that Rarity had 5 identical jeweled barrettes sitting in her private jewellery box that wasn't to be touched by any pony save for Rarity, period. Because of the delicacy of the matter, she decided it should happen naturally, nonchalantly if you will, as though it wasn't a big deal, which it wasn't because they were friends. So there had to be a decent explanation for why Applejack of all ponies had gone snooping through Rarity's things without consent. Luckily for her, they were all having a lovely picnic that day, so she simply had to pull Applejack to the side when every pony was busy. The opportunity arrived halfway through the picnic. Fluttershy, Pinky and Spike were by the nearby river, entertained by looking at the fish. Rainbow and Twilight were sitting ways away, reading a Daring Do book under the shade of a tree. From what Rarity could hear, they were fervently discussing something they kept calling headcanons, which made Rarity hesitate on approving of Sweetie reading said books. Cannons being shot at ponies' heads did not sound like appropriate reading for a gentle, sweet filly like her sister. Regardless, "Applejack, darling," Rarity said nonchalantly, treating herself to one of the apple fritters her friends had brought, "I have a question for you." "A question?" Applejack sat up straight, fixing her whole attention on Rarity. This was one of the little things Rarity appreciated about her. She always made Rarity feel heard. "Shoot, Sugar Cube." "It's about something you said during the traders' exchange." She ate another fritter despite herself. This was one of the little things Rarity didn't appreciate about Applejack. She made sinful treats so damn good. "I was a bit unclear on it." Applejack frowned. "What'd I say?" Rarity took one last fritter. She swore it was a good excuse to think over her next few words, but they were as delicate as she was. "Applejack," she said, "did you break into my house and snoop in private things?" Sometimes delicate things required sledgehammers. Applejack nearly choked on the drink she'd started. "What? Did I do what now?" She was flabbergasted, yes, which could mean she was innocent, but it could also mean she was guilty. And she certainly looked the part, still sputtering in shock, eyes wide in shock. Well, it seemed Rarity was skilled at these headcanons too. "What in the crest did I say at the exchange that made you think that?" she asked, so completely guilty she didn't even react with anger. "Haha, the barrette you gave me." Rarity crossed her hooves together, which might imply she was being serious, but really she was trying to stop herself to another fritter. "You said you gave it to me because you know I have 5 identical ones, but I keep these secured in my locked jewelry box. So," she grabbed a fritter and pointed it towards her friend accusingly, for the dramatic effect of it. Eating it too was for effect. "How did you know I had 5 identical ones, pray tell?" Applejack did not reply verbally. No, she did something far worse. She laughed in the face of her crimes. The gall! "Sweet Celestia, you actually had me worried there. Thought I'd somehow done something criminal without even knowing," she said, visibly relaxing, amused even. "I didn't go snooping through your things, Rarity. I've just seen you wearing them at fancy royal events Twilight's been having." "Oh!" Rarity exclaimed. That made sense. "Wait, no it didn't. Now hold on a minute. Wait," she continued. "That doesn't explain how you knew I have 5 of them. They're identical." Applejack remained unperturbed. "No they ain't." She grabbed one of her fritters and ate it up before continuing. "One of them has a little nick on the other side. Another has a loose fastener because it hangs a bit. Other has a slight different shade of purple than the rest. The 4th has the gem a little crooked. And the 5th is perfect." She winked.
Just like you, Sugar Cube. Rarity giggled, charmed. Well, I concede. I didn't realize you were so observant, she said. She grinned, teasing. Too observant, one might say. What, do you spend all the galas staring at me? Course not, Applejack said, which Rarity would have otherwise believed if it wasn't for the unusual stammer and the even more unusual blush her friend suddenly had. Oh? Oh ho ho? Are you sure, darling? Rarity purred, leaning in ever so slightly. It's perfectly all right if you are, she offered a dazzling grin. I'm quite nice to look at, I think. I'm not staring at you all day, darn it, Applejack protested, her fluster betraying her. My. Granted, she could stop what was clearly teasing, but why? It was harmless fun, no? Especially when she hadn't even said anything yet, and already Applejack was saying, I wasn't. So you're just very observant then, are you? Rarity asked with the same innocence with which she grabbed another fritter. She then inched closer, her smile gentle, innocent, and not at all teasing. You just simply happened to notice little minute details that you couldn't really notice unless you were looking at me a lot, I do, Applejack protested. And my, her ears flicking down, her eyes flittering back and forth. A liar she was not. Do you? I do. Just, I'm interested in jewelry and them things. I don't like wearing them often, but I can appreciate them just like any other mare, she said with a firm nod. Rarity personally thought she should be awarded some sort of prize for not immediately bowling over, choking with laughter. Really, she asked instead. Polite. Again, the firm nod. Yup. Rarity looked at Applejack, teaser to teasee. She could offer mercy, she could, but it was not a core aspect of their relationship that neither wanted to receive or give mercy to the other. Rainbow Dash? Rarity said. Applejack frowned. Rainbow Dash? What's she got to do with any of this? She was wearing her element of loyalty the other day at Pinky's party because she insists on being a braggart about it. Rarity elaborated. She paused. Just a second. The jewel on it. She leaned another inch. What is it shaped like? Applejack snorted. That's easy, and you know it. Rarity tilted her head. Is it? She purred. What is it then? Illuminate me, Applejack dearest. Applejack gave her the hardest stare she'd ever given her, then broke into a smile. Fine by me. It's a cloud. There. Rarity stared at her. Applejack stared back. Rarity grinned, and it was so sinful that 10 generations of apple family ancestors were probably redder than their famous apples. Oh, Applejack dull. Lightning bolt! Applejack blurted out, desperate. Rarity leaned back, giggling. Too late, my dear. Applejack's shoulders slumped. Oh, horse feathers. I had a 50-50 shot, and I blew it. Defeated, she swallowed her pride and confessed. I just think you have a nice complexion, that's it. She looked like she was dying, and Rarity was never happier to be a murderer. You're nice to look at, there's nothing more to it. Finally, Rarity smiled genuinely. I am, she bowed her head. I'm glad you think so too, dear. If I may say, I feel the same. She reached out and booped her friend's nose. Your freckles are exceedingly charming. Oh, wow, shucks, thanks, Applejack replied, a little pleased though still embarrassed. Rarity fluttered her eyelashes. I hope you also know I will be holding this over your head for the rest of our lives. Applejack laughed and did. Well, Rarity, you wouldn't be you if you didn't.
Let's build a house upon a rock. Let's build a house upon a rock. And if that well runs dry, that'll never cross our minds. So bring on the aftershock. Let's build a house upon a rock. Let's build a house upon a
Having a Rainbow Hearts Warming by and what I see is me. Applejack sat back on her haunches and admired her work, having just completed hammering in the last new shingle on her barn's roof. There wasn't as much farm work to be done during the winter, but that didn't mean there wasn't still plenty to be done to keep a mare busy. Nothing fought the winter chill better than working hard and getting your chores done. This here roof had needed some fixing for a while now, and it was about time some pony got around to doing it. Her being up here had nothing to do with being able to keep a better eye out on the skies above Ponyville. No siree. She certainly wasn't up there fixing up this roof just as an excuse to better see when her mare friend would be returning home. That was a ridiculous accusation. She insisted to herself as her eyes scanned the horizon for the 100th time today. Where was that rainbow dash anyway? Surely she ought to have been back by now. Not that AJ was counting the minutes or anything foolish like that. She stood up in excitement when she suddenly caught her first sight of Rainbow flying towards her. She squinted in concern as she watched the Pegasus coming closer toward her. Was she flying slower than usual? Was she gliding? Applejack scrambled down the ladder and rushed toward an open area of field, awaiting Dash's landing. Something was wrong. It had to be. She'd never seen Rainbow looking so glum while flying. The way she was flying up there, she was pretty sure Fluttershy could have outraced her to the farm. No offense meant to Flutters, of course. Applejack scrambled down off the roof and hurried to where Dash was landing out in the fields. She hoped the Pegasus hadn't hurt herself during training. She didn't know too much about Pegasi wings, though Dash had certainly been providing her an education on her dexterity since they'd gotten more serious in their relationship. But she had no doubt that all those fancy tricks and stunts she did in the Wonderbolts came with some risk. She galloped full speed to her mare friend, anxious to hear what was wrong. "Oh, hey AJ," Dash glumly greeted her when she'd arrived to meet Rainbow. Dash's voice sounded flat and lifeless, without a hint of the usual exuberance she usually greeted Applejack with when returning from a training week. "Rainbow, is everything alright? You look as wilted as a dried out apple. What happened?" Applejack asked with concern. "Oh, nothing," Rainbow replied, idly kicking at the ground with a hoof. "Spitfire asked me to take over as captain when she retires next year." "What?" Applejack hollered in excitement. "Well, shoot, that's great news, Dash. You've been eyeing that spot up for yourself for years now, you dang prankster. You really had me fooled with your whole sad sack act. I turned it down, AJ," Dash cut her off. Applejack could see that the Pegasus was fighting back tears. "What? Why in Equestria would you turn that down, Dash?" AJ asked. "You'll have been eyeing that title up for years now." Rainbow shrugged. "Captain's a full-time job, AJ," she answered. "It would mean I'd have to move back to Cloudsdale and live there full-time." "Well, what the hey does that have to do with..." "Oh." Applejack realized the reason before she finished asking. "Of course. Can't have an Earth Pony girlfriend living with you up there in the clouds." She suddenly felt as rotten as an unpicked apple lying in the dirt. "Yeah," was all Rainbow could respond with. "Well, maybe Trial Starlight could magic up a way to make that cloud walking spell of theirs permanent, Dash. Then I'd be fine living up there with you," Applejack suggested hopefully. Dash shook her head. "Even if they could, it would just mean you'd be stuck at home all the time. Not many places you can go in Cloudsdale if you can't fly between clouds," Dash explained. "Besides, I could never ask you to leave this farm, AJ. This is more your home than anywhere up in Cloudsdale will ever be mine." Applejack felt terrible. Frustration and regret welling up inside her as she understood the sacrifice Rainbow was making for her. She racked her brain to think up some solution that would work for both of them without forcing them apart from one another. "Hey, it's alright, AJ."
Dash reassured her, trying to put some cheer into her voice. Soren will make a way better captain than me anyway. He's way better at all that boring administrative stuff. This just means I'll have more time to focus on my awesome flying moves instead of lame paperwork. Dang it, Dash. You don't have to put on a brave face just to cheer me up, you know, Applejack said, bopping her mere friend affectionately on the snout with a hoop. I just wish there was some way I could make this right for us. Well, there is one thing, Rainbow offered cryptically. On my way home, I thought of the perfect housewarming gift I could get from you. Though, it's a bit of a big ask. Now hold on there, Missy. If it's the thing we did in the barn last Hearts and Hooves Day, with all those whips and ropes, I already told you I just ain't comfortable doing that stuff to you, Applejack stated. She knew Rainbow had enjoyed all that stuff they'd done. Heck, half of Ponyville probably knew after all the racket Dash had made expressing that enjoyment. But AJ just couldn't bring herself to do that stuff to some pony she loved again. No, Dash replied, rapidly shaking her head back and forth. Nothing like that. It's something much simpler. Oh? Well, out with it then. What do you want? AJ asked. Just say yes, Dash answered with a nervous smile on her face. Say yes to what? Applejack gasped, eyes bulging wide, as Rainbow pulled a gorgeous ring looped through a golden chain, which she delicately clasped around the Earth Pony's neck. You know I'm no good at this sappy stuff, AJ, but I realised when I turned down Spitfire's offer that what I really want to do is spend the rest of my life with you, Rainbow explained as she stepped back and admired the ring hanging around Applejack's neck. So, how about it? Will you take me as your mare? Applejack was struck speechless as her brain tried to process what Rainbow was asking her. Unable to form the words she wanted to say, she did the only thing her body could manage. Wrapping her hooves around the Pegasus, she pulled her in for a particularly emotional and passionate kiss.
Kiss you and make no sound. Come hell high water, I'll catch you before you fall.
Rainbow was more than happy to match Applejack's passion as their kiss intensified. They continued to make out until the need for air forced them apart, both bears gasping in lungfuls of air as their eyes locked. Can I take that as a yes? Rainbow asked once she had caught her breath, her usual cockiness finally returning to her voice. Does a Backwell red apple make a fine sharp cider? Applejack eagerly responded. Does it? Rainbow asked, confused. Yes! Applejack explained before pulling her soon-to-be wife in for another kiss, albeit a shorter one this time. Shucks, I guess we ought to tell every pony the good news. No doubt Pinkie Pie will want to throw a big party to celebrate, she mused. I'm sure she will, Rainbow agreed. But before all that, I can think of a few ways to celebrate our engagement just between the two of us, she teased. Race you to the barn? Applejack asked. Last one there has to wear the wedding dress, Rainbow shouted before darting away. Dagnammit, Rainbow, that's cheating, Applejack shouted after her before galloping to catch up. In a few days, they would be celebrating their first heartwarming of the rest of their lives. They'd have to tell their families and friends, plan for a wedding, and plan out their whole future together. But for now, neither mare was concerned about what the future might hold for them. Tonight, all they cared about was showing each other how much love they held for one another. Over and over and over again, all through the night.
Gonna make you love me. Come hell or high water, I'm gonna make you love me. Love me. Love me.
Author's note. Happy holidays, everyone. Hope you received all the ponies from Santa that you asked for. Pip's Snuggle Session by Andrew's Archive.
It was another tiring day for you in Maritime Bay as the sun was slowly setting in the horizon. You've just finished your shift at your job, and you now currently head back home to the Crystal Bright House, which was also home to the friends who first met you when you came to this world to finally enjoy the weekend. Those friends in particular being Sunny Star Scout, Izzy Moonbow, Zip Storm, Pip Petals, and Misty Bright Dawn. And while Hitch Trailblazer doesn't live here, he's still one of your good friends. It was honestly shocking that every pony in Maritime Bay didn't seem alarmed by your presence when you first ended up in Equestria. You half expected them to either run away from you or shun you, but that didn't even happen. Even ponies like Posy didn't seem to hate you. From what Sunny says, humans were considered myths in this world, believed to have once lived alongside ponies at one point before going extinct. Even you had to admit, that seemed pretty hard to believe, but you decided not to worry about it. You were able to get a job in this world, but just like any job, it was incredibly stressful. But it did pay well, leaving you with no choice but to bite the bullet. As you headed inside, you took notice that no pony was in the Bright House yet. You could only assume that they were probably off doing whatever ponies do in their spare time. You then walked on over to the nearby couch and took a seat. You let out a big sigh from all the stress of the work today. While not enough to cure your current exhaustion, you decided you could use some rest. You then turned over and closed your eyes, trying to take a nap. You groaned in annoyance as you couldn't fall asleep. You opened your eyes as you glared at the ceiling. You felt like a young child on Christmas Eve night who was too excited to go to bed. But the difference was that you obviously weren't excited. No matter what you tried, you couldn't take a nap. Heck, even trying to listen to Pip's ASMR video wasn't working.
Welcome. Welcome. Welcome.
Speaking of the devil, you suddenly hear the Bright House's doors swing open as it made a loud noise from hitting the walls. You opened your eyes to see none other than your mare friend, Pip Petals herself, in the flesh, flying into the Bright House. She seemed to be happy about something. Ever since she laid her eyes on you that day, she instantly fell for you, and you had to admit how cute she was. "Oh, hi there, love," she greeted you. "Hey Pip," you replied to her, still exhausted. "How was your day?" "Oh, it was totally great," she replied. "Business at Main Melody was more incredible than I pictured it today. Me, Jazz, and Rocky definitely had a field day today." You smiled softly at her. If only you could say the same today, or any other day. While she gets to enjoy her work, you pretty much suffer a lot every day since you got here. You sighed as your smile faltered. Pip took notice of this as she slowly descended until she made it to the floor. "Oh, what's wrong?" she asks. "Long work day?"
"Yeah," you confirmed. "I just want to get some good relaxation. Sorry if you wanted me for any live streams for the rest of the day. I'm just not feeling it today."
"Oh, don't worry. I'm not here because of that, silly," she said, looking a bit nervous for shaking her head. "I was planning on doing that tonight, but judging by how tired you look, I think the Pip Squeaks can wait another hour or two." You didn't expect something like that to come out of her mouth, but you were happy to see that Pip was focusing more on her life outside of social media. "Come on upstairs," she gestured as she started flying up to the second floor. You got up from the couch and started walking upwards to meet Pip there. As you made it up there, you see her sitting on the edge of her bed. She looks over at you as you walk to her.
I can tell you're having trouble falling asleep recently, love. She spoke, her expression turning into pity. I would know.
How so, you ask?
Well, let's just say that when me and Zip were young, we had trouble falling asleep from time to time. But when Mum got a hold of our sleeping problems, she would always let us cuddle with her at night, whenever that would occur. She giggled. But I wonder if I might have gotten her golden touch, if you get what I mean. You blushed hearing this. While you didn't mind cuddling with her, you felt a tad bit awkward doing so. After all, she's a pony and you're a human. But then again, you were desperate for a nap.
I don't see why not, you reply afterwards.
Oh, this is going to be so exciting. The pink Pegasus beamed before, pointing at the other side of her bed. Now you get yourself comfortable and I'll lay on top of you. Then we'll go from there. You did as you were instructed by the pink Pegasus and walked over to the side of her bed and laid against the soft pillows she had. You had to give it to her. She had a great taste in pillows and mattresses. It was the coziest bed you've ever laid on. Before you could admire the soft bed, Pip then crawled up to you until her head was inches above your chest. You feel yourself start to sink into the bed, a bit due to her added weight onto you. Pip then made eye contact with you. She's even more adorable up close.
Alright, now what? You ask.
Now, we cuddle one another until our eyelids get heavy, Pip replied, her voice now down to a more mellow and soft tone as she continued to lay on you. She then reached up to her tiara and removed it from her head before setting it gently on the dresser next to her bed with her phone as well. It really felt weird seeing her without it, but she was still adorable to you no matter what she looked like. Pip then turned her attention back to you and lowered her head slowly onto your chest. She then wrapped her front hooves around your waist and let out a softer yawn. You also did too, since they were more contagious than any disease in the world. You then started rubbing and scratching her back, up to her neck and a few inches away from her tail. You also felt and preened Pip's soft wings too. Pip cooed. That feels nice, love. Keep doing it. You obliged your royal mare friend's request and continued. Her smile was honestly your favourite thing to see while you cuddled her at this moment. You didn't want it to end, and you could tell she didn't either. Hey, she spoke up softly again. Do you think you can pet my mane too?
Are you sure?
You ask. I can always fix it, she replied as she gave you the puppy eyes. Please. You knew she always would do this to you like she has done in the past, but you just couldn't resist her cute face. You lifted up your hand and spread your fingers into that soft, silky purple mane of hers and started using your fingers as a comb. Pip was basically biting her lower lip as you continued to pet her mane. Those hands of yours are a real blessing, love, Pip said. After a while of petting her mane, Pip then spread her glorious wings and rested them across you as if she were trying to use herself as a blanket. She then looked up towards you and suddenly got closer to you and gave you a small kiss on the cheek. Sleep tight, Pip said before she moved her head back to your chest and slowly drifted off. You then felt your eyelids growing heavier and heavier as you felt all the stress within you release. She had actually done it. She was able to relieve you of your constant stress. Perhaps, just perhaps, you and Pip could make this a constant thing.
Tell me you see me just as I see you. I want to grow up with you. Cliché to say, but it's true. Tell me you see me just as I see you. Do I have what it takes to make you fall in love with me? Am I the real deal? can.
And you now...
Business at Main Melody was business at Main Mel... To meet Pep there.
Pretty and Pink by Silk Rose. Rarity was trotting towards Sugar Cube Corner on her way to ask Pinky to model for her. She decided she was going to make a dress for Pinky as a surprise. Her plan was to make the dress under the guise that it was for someone else, and then ask Pinky out afterward. She would give her the dress they made together. She's had feelings for Pinky for a little while now, so she was looking forward to this. She already had plans and ideas for the gown. It would, of course, be pink. She would make sure it brought out the beauty that she saw in the mare. After a short walk, Rarity arrived at Sugar Cube Corner. She was somewhat hesitant to knock. After this, there was no turning back. She gathered some confidence and decided to knock on the bakery's door. Not at all to Rarity's surprise, Mrs. Cake answered the door. "Hello? Is Pinkie Pie in?" Rarity asked. "Yes, dearie. Do you want to go see her?" "Certainly, darling." Mrs. Cake let Rarity inside and closed the door behind her. Rarity walked up the stairs to the upper part of the establishment, while Mrs. Cake went back into the kitchen. Once Rarity had ascended the stairs, she knocked on Pinkie's door. "Here goes nothing." Pinkie Pie answered the door a moment later and said, "Hey Rarity, what's up?" "Hello, darling. I was wondering if you could be my model for a particular dress?" Rarity asked. Pinkie smiled at her friend. "Sure, when?" "Right now, if it wouldn't be a bother." "Okay," Pinkie replied happily. Pinkie jumped out the door and closed it behind her. They walked down the steps. Once they reached the bottom, Pinkie called out, "Mrs. Cake, I'm going out." Mrs. Cake replied from the other room, "Okay, have fun." Rarity opened the front door with her magic. They walked through it and Rarity closed it behind them. They started walking to Carousel Boutique. "So, who's the client?" Pinkie asked. "You wouldn't know them. They're from Manhattan. Their coat is pink, so you would be the perfect model," Rarity said, looking nervous. "Are you sure?" Pinkie asked. "I know a lot of ponies." "Yes," Rarity said, hoping Pinkie would drop it. Rarity took a moment to admire Pinkie as she hopped beside her, none the aware of the feelings she had towards her. She looked at her bouncing pink curls, so adorable, her pink fluffy ears, so cute, her blue eyes, so beautiful. Her thoughts were interrupted when Pinkie asked, "How's your day going, Rarity?" "Good. And yours, darling?" "It's going great." "That's good," Rarity smiled. "Do you have any ideas of how the dress will look?" Pinkie asked cheerfully. "I have a few. We shall see how it goes. Thank you for doing this for me, Pinkie. It means a lot to me," Rarity replied. "No problem, Rarity. I'm glad to help," Pinkie said. Shortly after the conversation had ended, they arrived at Carousel Boutique. Rarity opened the front door with her magic and motioned for Pinkie to go first. "After you." Pinkie Pie walked through the door. Rarity soon followed after and shut the door behind them. "Would you like to eat or drink anything before we get started?" Rarity asked. "Do you have any cupcakes?" Pinkie inquired. "No. How about cake? I've got some left over from a party Sweetie Belle had the other day." "Sure, I love cake," Pinkie chirped. "Let's go to the kitchen and I'll get it out for us," Rarity said, trotting to the kitchen, Pinkie soon following her. Once they were there, Pinkie sat down at the kitchen table while Rarity got the food out. "Would you like some milk with that?" Rarity asked. Pinkie nodded. "Yes." Rarity levitated the cake over the table and cut 2 pieces and put them on their plates.
She put the cake back and got the milk from the fridge and poured them each a glass. "Here you are, darling," Rarity said as she laid the plate of cake and glass of milk in front of her crush, then laying hers in front of herself. "Thank you, Rarity," Pinky said as she started munching on her cake. "It's no problem," Rarity replied. Rarity looked over at Pinky and couldn't believe her eyes. How on earth does that mare look so cute doing something as simple as eating? Rarity thought. Then started eating to hide her blush. They sat quietly eating their cake and drinking their milk. Once they were done, Rarity cleaned up the dishes. "Are you ready, darling?" Rarity asked. "Yes," Pinky said. Rarity led Pinky to a work area and said, "Get on the stand and we can begin." Pinky got up on the stand so Rarity could do her work. Rarity floated over her red work glasses and placed them on her snout. "Why do you have to wear those while you work? You are too cute already," Pinky thought and turned her head to hide her blush. "Pinky, I need you to look at me so I can make this dress," Rarity said. "Oh, shoot, hopefully she doesn't notice," Pinky thought, reluctantly turning her head to face Rarity. "That's better, thank you, darling," Rarity said. "Good, she doesn't seem to have noticed." Pinky looked at Rarity. She was levitating different shades of pink fabric above Pinky's coat. "You can do this, Pinky. All you have to do is stand here while the mare you have a crush on is a mere foot away, unknowingly being cute," Pinky thought, gulping. Rarity had chosen the main fabric for the dress while Pinky was thinking and was cutting it in the shape of the main dress layer. Once Rarity had finished cutting it, she laid it on Pinky's back and started staring at Pinky. "Why is she staring at me like that? That doesn't look like a I'm making a dress kind of look," Pinky thought. Rarity stopped staring and floated a sizable piece of fabric in front of her face for a few seconds. When she moved it away, Pinky could notice the barest hint of a blush on Rarity's cheeks. "Why is she hiding her face? What's going on?" Pinky wondered. Rarity moved the fabric around Pinky's back as to level it out. Pinky stopped paying attention to what Rarity was doing, lost in her thoughts. "How long will this take? I don't know how long I can last. I need to tell her. Yeah, I'll do it after we're done making the dress. I can't hide my feelings any longer." "There," Rarity said. "It looks absolutely beautiful." "And so do you," she thought. The dress was pink with 2 layers, one going to within an inch of the floor and 2 going halfway down the dress. It had light blue stitching about an inch from the bottom of each layer that ran along the dress. Going from one side to the other on her chest was a darker pink ribbon with a light blue bow in the centre. Rarity led Pinky over to a mirror so she could see her work. "Rarity, it looks amazing. I'm sure whoever gets it will love it," Pinky said happily. "Well, there is something I wanted to ask you," Rarity said, fidgeting a bit. "Oh, there's something I want to ask you too. Can I go first?" Pinky asked. "Sure," Rarity replied. What else could she want to ask me at a time like this? Rarity thought. "Would you like to go out with me?" Pinky asked, looking nervous. Rarity stood for half a second. Did she just ask me out? Yes, Rarity answered, leaning forward to hug Pinky in a tight hug. Pinky returned the hug. "I was actually about to ask you the same thing, believe it or not," Rarity said, pulling away from the hug with a slight blush on her face. "Wow, that's amazing," Pinky said with a giant smile on her face. "The dress is yours.
There never was a client. I made them up. I'm sorry I lied. I just wanted to surprise you with a dress," Rarity said. Pinky's mouth hung open for a second. Then she closed it and started tearing up. "Oh, thank you, Rarity. You're the best." She wrapped Rarity in a tight hug. They pulled away from the hug and stared into each other's eyes, not speaking. They slowly moved their heads closer until their lips met. They held the kiss for a long while, both parties releasing weeks of pent-up lust and passion into the kiss. Once they were done, they leaned back and just stared at each other for a moment. "Hey, you know what this calls for?" Pinky asked with a big smile on her face. Rarity gulped and said, "A party?"
When the Day Became the Night by Shipfic. She did it. Sunny Star Scout ended racism after centuries of fights and wars and downright alienation between the three races. She and her friends managed to save all that was lost, and by bringing back friendship, magic soon returned.
Don't wait for me, honey. Don't wait, 'cause I'm always heading your way.
It was a busy afternoon. A lot of explanations were due. Earth ponies learning that Pegasi and unicorns weren't, in fact, out to get them. All of them had a lot to unlearn. But Sunny and her friends were patient and diligent, and they were together all afternoon long. With their newly returned magic, all ponies pitched in to help rebuild Sunny's lighthouse. The Pegasi had flown straight to Zephyr Heights as soon as they could to share the good news. But the sisters remained. By dinner time, the lighthouse was good as new, and the unicorns started walking back to Bridlewood, all but one. "I don't want to leave you just yet," Izzy admitted, as Sunny carefully hanged the repaired picture frame on its usual spot. "I know we're done, but what if you need help with something else?" Sunny chuckled softly. She was exhausted. It had been the longest 3 days of her life, but she knew exactly what Izzy was talking about. She turned to see Hitch in her kitchen making dinner. Zip was moving some furniture to try and leave the house as before, but mainly to try out her now functional wings. Pip was taking pictures of the rest, saving those glorious memories for the future. "How do you all feel about a sleepover today?" Sunny finally said, earning a thankful smile from Izzy. Hitch looked up from the pot he'd been stirring and smiled and nodded. Zip finally let the furniture in peace and joined her sister and Hitch in the kitchen, without actually answering anything. The group of friends agreed to stay together one night more. Izzy helped Hitch serve the soup, and they all ate. They tried to recount the events of the previous days, their adventures, their feelings, and ultimately their hopes for the future. That last thing made them all unsure, for even if they had done the impossible and achieved peace and friendship between the three races, they still lived cities apart. When this whole thing was done, Izzy would have to return to Bridlewood and the sisters to Zephyr Heights. Another silent agreement not to talk about the future. Not yet. When dinner was done, they arranged pillows and blankets all over the living room, and one by one, first Izzy, then Sunny, then Zip, they fell asleep. Pip laid her fluffy pink body over the pillow concoction, thankful for the well-deserved rest. But despite how tired she felt, she shifted over and over, unable to fall asleep.
She slowly opened her eyes again, taking in the familiarity of her surroundings. It was the same living room she spent the afternoon repairing. Her sister and friends were lying beside her, snuggled with each other. She watched them dream peacefully, maybe expecting to share said dreams. For a moment her eyes locked with Hitch's. He was awake as well, also scanning his surroundings. He smiled apologetically at her, and she returned his smile. "You can't sleep either?" he whispered, careful not to wake up any pony else. She shook her head. Hitch slowly stood up, without a sound, and gestured for Pip to follow him. They went up the wooden platform with pulley system and up to the top of the lighthouse. Neither said anything for a while. They sat together against the railing and looked at the houses and stores in the dark, lighted by the starry sky and a pale moon. Pip was amazed by how quiet Maritime Bay was. The only noise she could hear was the distant waves in the shore and Hitch's breathing. The reminder that, after all, even in her restless nights, she was no longer alone. "So," Hitch finally said after a few minutes, "what keeps a princess up at night?" Pip sighed. She knew that question was lingering in the air, waiting to be asked, but truly she had no answer for it. "I don't really know," she shrugged, avoiding the stone's look. "I guess I just don't want to go back to my old life, not after all of this." He nodded. "If it makes you feel better, I don't think anything will ever be the same." That somehow made her feel even worse. She said so. "Oh," Hitch said, "sorry." She smiled and met his gaze. "No, I'm sorry," she said. "It's not your fault, or any pony's for that matter. I've been thinking. Before you all, I didn't have any friends, at all. I barely talked to Zip. Most of the times I doubt she even likes me. I guess the future scares me because I don't want it to be like the past." He listened carefully, trying to think of something to make the beautiful Pegasus feel better. Under the light of the moon, she looked radiant. Not that she didn't look radiant before, she always did. But after the first time he saw her, this was the only other occasion he got to look at her long and slow, to really take in her beauty. Her curled purple hair was messy, her fluffy wings sparkled as if they had glitter, and her eyes, so tired, so pretty. His heart skipped a beat every time she looked at him. How could such a graceful, talented and gorgeous pony not have any friends? "As long as I exist, you will never be truly alone," he said, without realizing how deep that was. "Sorry, you must think I'm pretty corny." She giggled. Even her laughter was adorable. He wished he could listen to that laugh 1,000 times more. "Thanks, Hitch. You too," she said. "I guess neither of us will ever have to be alone now." He smiled as the two slowly leaned close to each other, side by side. Pip leaned against Hitch's muscular shoulder, an electric feeling flooding her entire body. He felt so good to be around. "At least, now that the secret's out, I won't have to keep up appearances," she said after a short silence. "I don't even know if I'll be a princess after today." "Why not?" "Our entire royalty was built on a lie," she explained. "Maybe it's for the best. A new government, a new ruler, and a new identity for Pip. No longer Princess Petals, the perfect pop star. I can finally be the real Pip." He smiled for what seemed to be the millionth time. His hoof slowly went against her back as she shuddered. The beachy breeze was turning cold as the night got older. Pip noticed this as well, and she unfolded one of her wings to surround his body under it.
What is the real Pip like? He asked. She's passionate a lot, she said, a genuine smile leaking from her mouth. She's curious and bubbly, and she makes 1,000 mistakes, but she keeps trying. She loves and is loved by her friends, and she doesn't have to share every second of every hour on the internet. That sounds exactly like some pony I know, Hitch said. I like her. She likes you too, Pip replied, then yawned. And Hitch? What's the real Hitch like?
He is calm and cheerful, and he loves to dance.
This made Pip sit upright again as she incredulously looked at the pony beside her. What? You dance?
I mean, I'm terrible, but I like it, he said, laughing a little. Maybe the real Pip should teach the real Hitch how to dance.
She smiled, leaning on him again. Deal?
Deal,
he replied, and slowly they fell asleep against each other. There was no way to know what the future held, but after that night, the 5 friends understood that as long as they existed, none of them would ever truly be alone, and that was enough for them.
You'll always be the one I wanna midnight. You'll always steal my breath away. Yeah. You'll always be my heart, my love. Every second, every day.
Twilight's New Year Resolution by Try-Fanatic. It was New Year's Eve, and nearly all of Ponyville had gathered in the centre of town for a celebration at Pinkie Pie's insistence. Everything had been planned by her, from the coming fireworks all the way down to the streamers, which Mayor had been a little opposed to. Every pony had been invited, and all but the most reclusive and isolated in Ponyville had shown up expecting a signature Pinkie Pie party. As usual, the element of laughter had outdone herself, bringing Ponyville together for as much excitement and cheer as they could muster. While most of those in abundance traded stories from the year and hopes for the one ahead, one purple alicorn was content to simply stare across the party at a certain cyan Pegasus. Though she stood next to her friends Rarity and Fluttershy in order to conceal her actions, her eyes restlessly scanned the Pegasus while her mind ran on overdrive. The young mare was unsure when she had developed feelings for her brash friend, but she was even more unsure of how to confess them. It just doesn't make sense, Twilight thought to herself. I'm nothing like her. I can't fly fast, or do tricks, or hold a conversation of flying, the Wonderbolts, or anything else she likes. Why am I so drawn to her? Twilight's eyes drifted from the object of her affections and torment to her nearby friend Rarity. She recalled her unicorn friend's obsession with romance, as well as all the cliches Rarity had such love for. Maybe opposites really do attract. Twilight had promised herself she would wait a while to tell Rainbow how she felt until she was completely sure she wouldn't make a fool of herself by doing so. But, entranced by the wonderful atmosphere Pinkie had set and feeling lonely from another year gone without a special sun pony, the Princess of Friendship found herself plotting to confess tonight. She was just growing desperate for a clever way to do so when a pink blur suddenly appeared by her side. Rarity! Fluttershy! Twilight! Pinkie exclaimed. 10 minutes to midnight, so spill! What are your New Year's resolutions? Personally, I want to bake a cake so big that it could be sold as a whole bake sale by itself. Of course, I'd have to make sure it could be sold outside without melting. and it would need to be able to last a few days without getting stale. Otherwise, no pony would buy more than a couple slices. Oh, maybe Discord would help me with his chaosy magic to make a super stale-free, weatherproof ultra cake of ultimate flavour. She finished her speech proudly with an ear-to-ear smile and patiently waited for her friends to respond. First to recover from the unanticipated verbal assault, Rarity tossed her hair and met Pinky's smile with one of her own. That sounds wonderful, darling, but perhaps you could let me know in advance when you plan to invite Discord over for baking. Upon Pinky's questioning look, she quickly backpedaled. So I can attend the sale, of course. Nothing more. As for my resolution, I want to finally expand my customer base past Ponyville and occasionally Canterlot. All of Equestria would benefit from wearing my line. And I want my dresses to be seen everywhere. She turned to her shy Pegasus friend. That's me. What about you, Fluttershy? The mare in question could scarcely be heard above the constant drone the party created, forcing her friends to lean in to make out what she was saying. I really want next year to be a little quieter, maybe with fewer dangerous adventures. I mean, only if that would make you girls happy too. She quickly trailed off, hiding behind her long hair once her confidence had petered out. Careless as ever, Pinky threw her front legs around Rarity and Fluttershy. I think those both sound great. What's your resolution, Twilight? Despite knowing her turn to share was approaching, Twilight had no idea what her resolution could be. The only thing she could think about was halfway across the centre of town, chatting with an orange earth pony. I wonder what her New Year's resolution is. Suddenly, an idea took form in Twilight's mind. Instead of answering her pink friend, the alicorn offered a sly smile. Ask me again after midnight, if you'll excuse me. She began to leave, finishing her sentence as she passed her friend. I have one more thing to do this year. A short walk away, Rainbow Dash and Applejack were locked in their own conversation about the approaching year. Right in the middle of telling her daring friend what she had planned, the apple farmer noticed Twilight moving towards her. Following Applejack's gaze, Rainbow tensed almost imperceptibly upon seeing the alicorn. Only Applejack noticed, who knew exactly why her daredevil of a friend would grow nervous around Twilight. Smiling happy for her smart, organised friend, and knowingly for her athletic restless one, Applejack greeted Twilight as she was in hearing range. Howdy, Sugar Cube. Some party, huh? Once comfortably close to her friends, Twilight answered with equal cheer. It's fantastic! Pinky always does such a great job. Turning to Rainbow Dash and calming her nerves, Twilight continued. I'm not interrupting anything, am I? Caught off guard, Rainbow scrambled to form a response. No. AJ and I were just discussing, the winter and the, fun we had on Hearth's Warming and stuff. Applejack resisted the urge to laugh at Rainbow's flustered change in emotion, sensing that she would be of more use to both her friends somewhere else. She waved at Rarity and behind Twilight. I think Rarity needs to see me right quick. You two keep talking. I'm sure she'll keep me there for a good while. Receiving a happy nod from the princess and a grateful look from Rainbow, Applejack left to join her other friends. Once she was sure Twilight couldn't see, her face morphed into the telling expression that she had just lied. Left alone with Rainbow, Twilight clumsily set her plan in motion. It really is a nice party. I can't wait for the new year. All Rainbow responded with was a strange smile, immediately killing any confidence Twilight had built up. Come on, Sparkle, you can do better than that, she thought to herself. Do you have a resolution, Rainbow? What? Rainbow asked, clearly confused, before Twilight could respond. Her mind made the connection. Oh, for the new year, right. Well, I guess She frantically looked around the party, almost as if she had an answer she wasn't willing to give. I think this is the year I finally joined the Wonderbolts. It's been my dream for so long, you know. Twilight nodded in recognition. She was well aware of Rainbow's life goal, and the familiarity of conversation made her think of her relationship with the blue Pegasus in front of her. She had known Rainbow for several years now, but she was largely the same mare Twilight had met before the Summer Sun celebration. Headstrong, quick to assume and quicker to act, but always there when she was needed most. Skillful and determined, if a little cocky, Twilight could never tire of watching her friend fly her stunt routines. Well, I told you mine, Rainbow interrupted the Alicorn's line of thought. What's your New Year resolution, Twilight? Okay, play this right, just like you planned, Twilight told herself. It's... well... She giggled shyly, turning away from Rainbow's gaze. It's sort of embarrassing. There's some pony I know who I really like and I want to have a relationship with. I'm not sure if they have any idea how I feel, but I've admired them for a long time. I haven't had the courage to tell them how I feel, but next year I will. Having cast the bait of her trap, Twilight proudly looked up at Rainbow. To her surprise, she didn't find any embarrassment or confusion on Rainbow's face. Instead, she saw a flicker of pain. Oh, cool. That's great, Rainbow offered, suddenly more somber in tone. I'm happy for you, and I hope it works out. She then turned to look out at the party, leaving Twilight in painful silence. Unfortunately, just as the confused princess was about to press the issue, Pinkie commanded the attention of every pony at the party. Hey, every pony! She yelled from the edge of the crowd. 1 minute to midnight! Get ready for the fireworks! Followed by cheers, the party mare quickly ran out of sight. The fireworks should be great this year, Rainbow said, her voice still lacking emotion. Pinkie told me she saved up for 3 months just to buy everything the party still had to offer. She made a pathetic attempt at a laugh. Happy New Year, Twilight. Twilight certainly didn't feel happy. She was busy wondering what she had said to make Rainbow so sad. All I wanted was for her to start wondering who I was going to ask out. Unless, she gasped. Does Rainbow like me too? Oh, Celestia! And I just told her I like some pony. She must be heartbroken. Twilight was prepared to drop her charade entirely when another of Rarity's cliches crossed her mind. Confident that she could fix her mistake and win Rainbow over at the same time, she patiently awaited Pinkie's fireworks. 10, 9, 8, 7. All around Twilight and Rainbow, ponies began counting down to the beginning of another year, with more adventures and challenges to be had, as well as more friends to be made. To Twilight, the new year suddenly couldn't come fast enough. When the fireworks finally started, they were colourful, bright and loud, every bit as much as Ponyville itself. In a moment of bravery, Twilight grabbed Rainbow's face with both hooves and turned her friend's head to face her. Somewhat roughly, she pressed their lips together and closed her eyes. Both ponies were tense and awkward, yet neither wanted to pull away. Their kiss was sloppy, dry, more perfect than anything either could have wished for. The festive fireworks went on well after the kiss had ended and lasted even longer in the minds of the bewildered mares after they had faded away. Breaking the silence between them, Twilight smiled and laughed at Rainbow's expression of pure shock. Happy New Year, Rainbow! Will you go on a date with me? Confused, blushing, and more happy than she could ever remember feeling, Rainbow responded in the most sophisticated way she could. Sure.
Happy New
Falling in Love Again by A Fanatic Rabbit. Twilight obsessed over the reflection in the mirror. She reared herself up on the sink, staring at the myriad of imperfections apparent to her. She never felt most of them, but that didn't make them any less real. The wider jaw, the broader shoulders. She pressed an ankle to her neck and chin, feeling the roughness of her fur from puberty slamming into her like a train. It was a little much to hope that her becoming an alicorn would fix all those problems, she supposed. At the very least, the work she could put in, the solutions she could find, all worked much the same. Rather than staring at each little imperfection any longer, Twilight pushed herself back and took in her entire self. Up close, she could easily spot every little detail that might paint her as something other than a mare. Further out, she could see a more complete picture, and the myriad of problems almost disappeared. She could still see them, of course. She knew where to look. If her face were a map, she could give coordinates on every hated geographic point from memory. But further away, she didn't see an atlas of disgust and shame. It had taken her years and plenty of love from friends, as well as learning to love herself again. She was a painting, with new coats of paint being applied over and over, altering and improving the original work, but never replacing it. She'd grown her mane out in the years since she came to Ponyville. She had let Rarity do her makeup to hide some of the things she disliked, and to emphasize what she did. Her eyes, for one, and the shape of her mouth. Twilight grinned, and the feelings of discomfort and surety in who she was intensified. Rarity called from the other side of the door, gently knocking as she did. It startled Twilight out of her thoughts, but she quickly turned and unlocked it, opening up the door to the rest of the boutique, to Rarity standing there before her. "You were in there for a while, darling," said Rarity. "Is everything all right?" She tilted her head just a little, an eyebrow raised a fraction. Her voice took on a familiar tone as she asked the question, and Twilight knew what she was really asking. She felt glad she didn't have to lie for once in a long while. "Never better," said Twilight. "Thanks for doing my makeup. You know I'm hopeless with this stuff." She leaned in and down, pecking Rarity's nose, and the seamstress flushed and chuckled. "Oh, it's nothing, dear. Besides, you're still getting used to this stuff. I had several decades to put it all together and become the professional I am." Rarity made a small gesture with her head, and the two mares walked back down the stairs and toward the main floor of the boutique. Most of the others are about ready, by the way. Applejack's just helping the little ones get some face paint done. She pulled a face, a stuck-out tongue and played-up grimace. There was still a smile mixed into it. "Face paint is always so tacky." "And makeup isn't?" Twilight asked teasingly. Rarity growled lightly, then tossed her mane back and held up her nose. "That's different. You know that." Twilight giggled and nodded. "Yeah, I know. Still, they're both about making yourself look different, and can be about hiding yourself and celebrating something. What sort of face paintings have they gone for?" Rarity opened her mouth, then cringed as she heard a crash, and a little orange filly fell out of a swinging door. The door smacked against the wall, and Rarity frowned. "Scootaloo?" The little Pegasus blinked, then scrambled onto her hooves. She had 2 little squares of paint on her cheeks, one pink, blue, and white, and the other in shades of orange and purple. "Sorry, Rarity. I hope I didn't break anything." The door was pulled away from the wall, and Rarity ducked around it. There was a slight tensing in Rarity's shoulders, and Scootaloo shuffled back against Twilight's legs. A moment later, Rarity relaxed as she stepped back. "I broke something, didn't I?" Scootaloo asked. Twilight placed her hoof onto the filly's shoulder, and she tensed up for a moment. Rarity shook her head. "Nothing Sweetie Belle hasn't already done herself," she said. "Think nothing of it. Today is meant to be fun. That said, Rarity's expression turned a little more serious, though her grin remained. Please try to keep the rambunctiousness out of my house for now, Scootaloo nodded and buzzed her wings. I promise I'll behave until we leave, she said, and she went through the motions of a pinky promise. She took a few steps back to the door, then paused before whirling around to look back at Twilight. Hey, want to get some flags painted too? Like yours? Twilight asked the Pegasus. Rarity glanced up and down between Twilight and Scootaloo, and as the alicorn grinned and answered, yes, the seamstress let out a small groan. Ponyville was full of noise, since Twilight's castle had sprouted from the ground, making the once small and sleepy little town a centre of tourism and the home of friendship and harmony. Now it saw far more celebrations. Twilight had seen parades like this in Canterlot once in a while. She never paid that much attention to them, having refused to accept who she was. Now she felt her heart swell up like a balloon and try to lift her off the ground. She understood a little of what it must have been like to be Pinky on an average day. The market was much busier than usual. On top of the usual food stalls, there were booths for games and activities. The space that was usually reserved for just the Apple family's little cart was now a marquise, and several booths selling apple-flavoured treats and a few more rural-styled activities that could be safely practiced in the town centre. Twilight recognised only a hooful of the extended family, and only one by name. Twilight insisted on paying Apple Fritter the bits for the pair of candied apples she picked, and then gave Rarity one of them. Apples, there's something new, Rarity said flatly, though she chuckled a moment later regardless, and tried to delicately bite into it. It was, unfortunately, just a little too large and glossy for her to simply nibble, forcing her to take a larger bite and get some caramel stuck to her cheek. It left a silly orange streak right beneath the purple and pink heart painted below Rarity's eye. Twilight chuckled and took a braver bite herself. It didn't help keep her face clean. She hadn't even swallowed her first bite before she felt a napkin prodding at the side of her face and wiping the melted sugar off. Honestly, Twilight, you can be so messy sometimes. She made sure Twilight's face was clean, then tended to her own sticky fur. A lady doesn't take big bites out of her food. Well, it's a good thing I'm not a lady then, said Twilight, taking on a slightly more serious tone. Rarity paused, then frowned. Twilight, don't... I'm not a lady. I'm a princess, Twilight smirked, then Rarity rolled her eyes before giving her mere friend a small shove. You are insufferable sometimes, you know that? Twilight shuffled back beside Rarity, their bodies touching, and she flicked her tail around to fall into Rarity's tightly spun coil. You love it, really. No, I do not, Rarity protested, and Twilight kept smirking, using her height to loom down onto Rarity. Okay, maybe a little. A lot. Stop smirking at me like that. Twilight giggled and kissed Rarity on the forehead. I can't help it. You're cute when you pout. Rarity pouted harder, opened her mouth to say something, then took a large, unladylike bite out of her candied apple. This just made Twilight laugh again and grin. She watched Rarity eat as they walked, remembering to take a bite from her treat every once in a while. Somewhere ahead, Fluttershy was chaperoning the Crusaders, helping them out of too much trouble, though they did get a few stern words thrown at them from the odd stall owner, and even Rarity herself. The girls tossed back apologies, and frowns turned to smiles as they let off their energy elsewhere, and slowly bankrupted Fluttershy as they collected balloons and trinkets and snacks aplenty. Despite that, and despite the noise, the volume of the ponies around them, Twilight couldn't take her focus off of Rarity, and off of herself.
She chewed on another mouthful of her apple and reflected on what her life was like before, how dark and bleak it was. Despite how good and capable she was, maybe it was only such compared to the bright, gleaming hope and love she saw in Rarity and her other friends, but it was definitely much better now. Rarity caught Twilight's stare, and another errant smear of caramel. She floated up another tissue. "What's on your mind, Twilight?" Twilight made a small noise. "You've got that look about you, like you're thinking too hard." Rarity chuckled. "Reminds me of the times I caught myself snagged by my muse." "Maybe not quite the same." She ensured Twilight's cheek was sparkling clean once more. "Do you want to share?" Twilight hummed, then shrugged. "I'm just thinking how much I love everything right now." She gently bumped Rarity, making her drop her appleless stick, though Twilight caught it before it hit the floor. "You especially, of course. But just in general too. The girls, all the other friends we have, everything seems so sunny." She bit her lip. "That sounds sappy, doesn't it?" Rarity gently bumped her cheek against Twilight's, and the little electric shock of love and acknowledgement made the hair on Twilight's back stand up. "Not at all, love." Rarity stopped and turned to face Twilight head on. Twilight did the same and took another bite from the remains of her apple. "Loving being alive isn't sappy. It's wonderful and delightful. It reminds me that the mare I fell in love with is worth all my effort and attention." Twilight gently ran a hoof in circles on the floor. "You think so?" "I know so. I know you have a unique experience with life." She then leaned up, kissing Twilight's lips. They held together for a few moments, and then the sticky sugar pulled apart as they separated. "It's good to know that despite that, you've taken to life like you've taken to every dress I give you. It fits you perfectly and brings me an endless amount of joy to see." Twilight's heart almost burst, and they kissed again.
Unicorns Do Not Eat Earth Ponies by Winterstormed. Sprout sighed in relief as he plopped back into his chair. The air conditioning unit was heavy, but he managed to install it all on his own and even managed to do it before breakfast. Now he had the whole police station for the day. Hitch was busy with some errands outside Maritime Bay. Something to do with a missing cat. Sprout huffed at the thought. Sheriff Hitch, Maritime Bay's hero. The sheriff, along with his friends, vanquished Emperor Sprout. He winced at the memories surfacing when he heard the foals playing the other day. Those 3 days after his reign as emperor were horrible. Every pony looking at him like a mouldy hay sandwich. It slowly died though, when Hitch vouched for him to hold onto his position as deputy sheriff, albeit without 3 months' pay for the damage he caused during his short reign. For that he was grateful. Not that Hitch needed to know. Not to his face anyway. Sprout looked at the small pile before him. It was the last bit he had to do. After that he could just relax. But where can he relax? He cannot go home. It got taken away from him, since he could not afford to pay his rent. He's been staying with his mummy since then. Obviously his mummy's house was out of the options. He definitely could not go out to eat or be seen in public. He still gets a few glances from ponies. Sprout yawned. Oh well, sleeping in the police station it is. Again. The sound of the door opening awoke the irritated Sprout. Sorry, Civvy, Sprout said, not bothering to open his eyes. The station is closed until Sheriff Hitch returns. Oh! Sonny said Hitch would be here. Sprout inwardly groaned. Great, some pony who is a friend of Sunny. Wait a minute, where did I hear that voice before? Sprout slowly raised an eyelid. A purple mare was looking around the office, searching for something as she looked around Hitch's desk and files. Meh, not my desk, not my problem. Hitch, are you in here? Said the mare as she looked into a wastebasket. Maybe I should do something before this gets out of hoof. Sprout sighed as he awoke from his seat. I am sorry, ma'am, but the sheriff is working on a case at the moment. If you want, you can make an appointment for tomorrow. Or you can... Oh no, this cannot be happening. Sprout looked in horror as the purple mare turned around. She was a unicorn, and not just any unicorn, it was the unicorn, the one that came to Maritime Bay and ruined everything. The purple mare tilted her head as she gave a soft giggle. Does your face always look like a frowny face? Or are you just having a bad day? Sprout clenched his teeth. You have no idea. I might have, Sprout. Sprout blinked. Did she just read my mind? Nah, I'm sorry, Lizzie. Izzy. Whatever, I don't care what your name is. As for Sheriff, he is suddenly gallivanting in the grasslands looking for an elusive cat. This was getting on his nerves. Hitch always got everything. He was sheriff, got his own calendars, and all the mares swooned around him whenever he walked, and now even the unicorn mares were at him. Probably to eat him. Unicorns were known to eat earth ponies. Hello? Equestria to Sprout. Sprout shook his head, dispelling his thoughts of his very lucky friend. What? Why are you still here? Izzy giggled as she magically closed the door behind her, locking it. Obviously, Sprout did not notice. Well, you see, the reason why I came here to talk to Hitch was about what he and Sunny experienced a week ago in here. Sprout was confused. He knew Sunny had to spend a night in jail for all the bylaws she broke. He wished he was there to see it, but was unable to as he was cleaning the mess he made during his reign as Emperor. What did they experience? If you want to spend some time in jail, I would happily. Izzy smiled, trying not to giggle as she approached the deputy sheriff. No, silly. Because of the cold, Hitch and Sunny had to share a bed in one of the cells and ended up cuddling up with one another. Sunny said it was the most amazing experience. Sprout was not surprised. From foalhood, he figured those two would become a couple, and he would become the third wheel. Well, that was a wrong guess. He was more of a sixth wheel now, and Sunny probably despises him for destroying her home. Sprout sighed as he went back to his chair. Let me guess, you wanted to cuddle with Hitch to experience what Sunny experienced. Yes, but since he is not here, my plan has changed. I have decided I would cuddle with you. Sprout stopped in his tracks. What did she just say? Nope, hell no, I am not cuddling with a unicorn, especially her. Sprout immediately felt something wash over him. Magic? Let go of me! I am not cuddling with you! Help! Some pony help me! Izzy giggled. I already enchanted the whole police station, so we have all the privacy. Sprout tried to squirm as Izzy levitated him into the cell, closing the gate behind her, locking it and throwing the key far away. Calm down, Sprout. A cuddle will help relieve your stress and tiredness. I am not stressed, nor am I tired. Sprout backed away from Izzy slowly. She might try to eat him. Izzy gave him a toothy grin. Aw, I do not bite, said the purple mare as she walked closer to Sprout. Sprout felt the wall against his back, trapped. Yes, you do. Unicorns are known for their carnivorous appetite. Izzy frowned. That is not true. We are ponies just like you. Sprout scoffed at that. Yeah, right. Sprout's eyes were shut. She was inches away from him. He could tell by the feeling of warm breath hitting on his face. It smelt nice. Snap out of it. Any moment now. She is going to eat you. Sprout immediately felt something on his ear. She was eating him from the top. Sprout opened his eyes, confused. Was she nibbling his ears? What are you doing? Izzy looked at him, confused as well. Hitch said Sunny nibbled his ear, and it was the most blissful moment of his life. That was too much information. Look here, Unicorn. If you want to eat me, then eat me. Just get it over and done with. Sprout was shivering with fear. Do unicorns play with their food before eating it? Izzy looked offended. She was offended. Izzy looked offended. She was offended. We do not eat ponies! Sprout looked at her as she raised her voice, terrified as ever as he tried to make a run for it, only for Izzy to pounce on him. Sprout looked at the unicorn on top of him. He could see the determination in her eyes. I will prove to you unicorns do not eat ponies, and you will have no choice but to agree with me, she declared. Immediately, Izzy started to nibble his ears again, and then his cheek. Is she proving to me unicorns do not eat ponies by biting me? Or, where is your sensitive spot? Sensitive spot? Sprout began to moan. What the hey? Izzy smiled victoriously as she puffed her cheeks. Found it! She was nibbling his neck. Sprout tried his best not to moan, but he could not help himself. He was in bliss. Stop it! Izzy giggled. Then first admit unicorns do not eat ponies. Never! Izzy began to nibble his neck even more, ignoring his cries for mercy until eventually, Fine, unicorns do not eat ponies. Please stop! Sprout gasped. Izzy came off him. See, was that hard? Sprout sighed as he stood up. I'm just glad that this horrifying experience is over. Did you not at least enjoy it? Hitch said. Sprout lost it. I don't care what Hitch said. If you love him so much, go be with him. I despised every moment of this, every moment with you. I told you I did not want to cuddle. Sprout immediately regretted what he had said. Izzy's ears and shoulders were drooping, and the tears were freely falling down her cheeks as she turned around, walking away. I'm so sorry, Sprout. I will leave now. You will forgive me for what I did. I just could not stand seeing you unhappy. Izzy tried to reach for the keys with her magic, but it sputtered out. She tried to reach with her hoof, but could not reach it. Izzy felt a hoof around her stomach as it pulled her into a tight embrace. I'm sorry for shouting at you, Izzy, Sprout said softly. Whatever Hitch has is what I dreamt of as a foal. He has everything while I have nothing. You could even say that I'm jealous, even though I am his friend. I appreciate you care about how I feel. Really, I do. So please do not cry. It does not suit you. Sprout wiped the tears from his face as she turned around to look at him with a small smile adorned on her face. Does that mean you do want to cuddle? Sprout frowned. You've got to be kidding me. Don't you think that is too intimate? No, it's not. Let me show you. Izzy levitated Sprout onto the prison bed. Brand new jail beds, mind you. And wrapped her hooves around him, burying her face into his chest. This is cuddling, she said, as she was breathing his fur. You smell like cookies. Sprout felt his cheeks heat up. She does not need to know he is fond of baking. Your horn is rather dangerously close to my eye. You worry too much. Is this not relaxing and comfortable? Sprout yawned as he wrapped his hooves around her. Yeah, it is. Eventually the two ponies fell asleep in each other's embrace. Sprout! Wake, bro! Who the hey is that? Mummy, I'm up! Shouted Sprout as he jumped off the prison bed. Hitch rolled his eyes. Seriously? Sprout looked around for Izzy, but there was no trace of the mare. Was it a dream? Hey, bro, why so glum? Sprout sighed. It's nothing. Hitch raised an eyebrow but left it. Well, we better get going. Sunny invited us for dinner at her place. The whole gang is gonna be there. Don't you mean your gang? Oh, and you have mail on your desk, by the way. Sprout wore a puzzled expression as he went to retrieve the letter from his desk and opened it as Hitch disappeared into the bathroom, probably to gel that mane of his. Dear Sprout, sorry for leaving you hanging, but I promised Sunny to help her prepare everything for dinner at her place. She said she invited you as well. I'm so excited. I finally now know what it is like to be cuddled, and I'm happy it was with you, your bestest friend, Izzy Moonbow. Sprout felt something in his chest flutter. Izzy Moonbow? The biggest smile was plastered on his face. Yep, Deputy Sprout has fallen in love. Not wasting time, Sprout ran into the bathroom, grabbing a surprised Hitch in tow. Come on, Hitch, we're getting late. The sun is already going down. Let's go, let's go. Hitch yelped as they raced out of the office. But Sprout, I forgot to brush my teeth. The Great Ponyville Book Fort by Runic Treetops. The sound of your footsteps echo through the grand halls of the Castle of Friendship. It was only a few short weeks ago that this place came to be, and a lot has happened in that time. Twilight wasn't too keen on living here at first, but with the help of her friends, like you, she was able to slowly become a bit more comfortable. That being said, you still get the impression that she would rather have her library. This castle is huge and downright gaudy, so you don't really blame her. Still, it's only fitting that the Princess of Friendship has a castle, right? You walk through the twists and turns of the castle's large hallways, doing your best to mentally map out where everything is. You've been here more than a couple of times by now, but that doesn't make the darn place any easier to navigate. It could take months before you remember where everything is. How does Spike do it? Finally, you come to a stop in front of a grand set of double doors that hang open. Peering inside with a smile, you see Twilight using telekinesis to sort through about a dozen books. Taking a couple of steps inside, you look around at the grand library before you. Rows upon rows of books are stacked high, reaching all the way to the ceiling. There are a few tables and chairs for reading and working, as well as several more bookshelves not attached to the walls, cutting off your line of sight in several places. It's hard to tell if there are more books here than there were at the Golden Oak Library, but this room alone is probably bigger than that whole tree. Twilight mumbles something to herself as she checks the covers of a few books before sorting them on the shelf and removing about a dozen more. With her back turned to you, she hasn't noticed you yet. Seeing this as an opportunity, you tiptoe towards her, being as careful as possible to make as little noise as you can. Sure enough, you manage to make it within arm's reach. Just a little more. Twilight goes stiff as you start to scratch behind her ears, moving only to look back at who her assailant is. When she realizes it's just you, she breathes a sigh of relief before having to catch her breath. You and Twilight have been together for some time, and you know that her weak spot is right there. She whimpers as she practically melts into your hand. After a couple of moments, she composes herself just enough to take a step away with a giggle before turning to look at you properly. Hi, Nonny. What are you doing here? You shrug.
I had some free time and figured I'd check in on my favourite princess. How's the castle treating you?
It isn't without its problems, but I probably shouldn't complain, considering that it came from the Tree of Harmony. I figure I shouldn't look a gift horse in the mouth.
Well, I guess every princess needs a castle. Probably could have used a better location though.
How so? Ponyville is where I met all of my friends, including you. Doesn't that make it ideal?
Don't get me wrong, I'm glad you didn't have to move away after we lost the library. I'm just saying that the castle sticks out like a sore thumb. Makes the town feel less I don't know, quaint, I guess?
I see what you mean, but there isn't much to be done about it now. I choose to believe that the tree of harmony planted it right here for a reason.
If you say so, Try. What are you up to?
Oh, just trying to sort the new library. I've been having a lot of books shipped in to replace the ones that were destroyed, so I think I've been having to do a lot of organising and reorganising.
Wouldn't it be easy to just wait until all of the books are in? Then you could sort them all at once?
Then I'd just have a big mess until they're all here. As if on cue, Spike enters the room, pushing a comically large cart, upon which sits what must be over 100 books. He looks up at the two of you, clearly worn out from getting the cart here, and he pants as he speaks. There's a couple more loads of these downstairs. He takes a moment to wipe the sweat from his brow. I'll go get them. He quickly unloads the cart's contents haphazardly onto the floor. With the cart in tow, he turns around and slowly makes his way back towards what is presumably the front door of the castle. You look at the new pile of books on the ground before glancing at Twilight with a cocky grin. She looks unamused.
See what I mean, Try?
Fine. I can at least wait until all of today's books have arrived.
Atta girl, you've been pushing yourself too hard lately. Relax.
Heh, easy for you to say. The list of things I need to take care of seems to grow with every passing day. I'm not complaining or anything, but right now I just don't have the time to sit still for too long.
Not even to, I don't know, actually read one of these books?
I can multitask. A blush reaches her face as you call her out. You know full well that she spends a great deal of time reading and is probably overstating how much work she has. You figure that her dramatics aren't intentional though. She tends to get stuck in her own head, and this prevents her from seeing the forest for the trees.
You do have a lot of them in here. It's crazy that a castle like this can house such a huge library.
I'm certainly not complaining, that's for sure.
You know, a castle is partially defined by its defensive capabilities, yes?
Well, I suppose castles are more difficult to penetrate than a regular building. Why?
Would that mean you could also refer to this castle as a fort?
Where are you going with this?
Is this room then not a book fort?
She looks at you with half-lidded eyes. She's trying to show that she isn't amused by your antics, but you don't really care. No, Anon, my new library is not a book fort.
Kinda looks like one to me, Try.
She elbows you in the side of the leg. It doesn't hurt, but you can't help but laugh as she does so. Her cheeks go pink once more. Don't tease me, Nonny. I'm still trying to get used to the castle in the first place. There's no need to make fun of it. You innocently hold your hands in the air.
I'm not making fun of it. I'm just trying to make it seem a bit more homely.
Well, the Golden Oaks Library certainly wasn't a book fort either. It was a place of learning. The same will be true for this place. You look around at the library. It already looks complete, but with a few hundred more books coming in, the shelves are going to be stuffed. Well, either way, I'm sorry to cut our conversation short, but I have a meeting with Mayor in about 15 minutes. I probably won't have time to talk again today, but feel free to stick around in here for as long as you like. She gently grabs you by the shoulders with telekinesis, a motion that you're very used to. Understanding her request, you bend down to give your mare friend a parting hug, and she kisses you on the cheek as you pull away.
Good luck, Try.
With a wave and a smile, she trots out of the room. You don't fail to notice the smile disappear as soon as she looks away from you. The poor mare has a lot on her mind right now. Maybe there's something you can do to help with that. The next day rolls around and Twilight, with bags under her eyes and a drink levitating in the air by her side, yawns as she walks into the library. What she sees immediately snaps her awake and nearly makes her drop her cup. Anon, what is this? You smirk at her through the makeshift window. Over the night, you had come up with and executed a plan that was downright silly. With the help of Spike, who currently sits on top of your glorious creation, you made a massive book fort out of the books in the library. Thanks to the massive size of the room and the thousands of books ready to be used there, the fort stands at about 2 stories tall, featuring glorious medieval-style towers on each corner. It has 2 main floors, as well as a roof that has 1 more tower on top of it, with a flag bearing Twilight's cutie mark proudly displayed above the whole thing. The inside, meanwhile, is about as comfortable and lavish as you could make it, with pillows and blankets galore. The whole thing is really comfortable, with closable windows and everything. You don't get the chance to make things like this all that often, but Equestria has a way of bringing out your inner creativity. It helps that the books were surprisingly easy to work with, and allowed your vision to become a reality. Hey Twilight, check it out! We call it the Great Ponyville Book Fort! Spike's voice rings throughout the now very echoey room. Why did you make this? What did you do to the library?
Because it was fun, duh. Come on, Twi, join us.
Your offer makes her face palm. Face hoop? Whatever. Anon, this was your idea?
Yup.
Do you realise how much work it's going to be to put all of these back?
Sure I do, and I have every intention of helping you do so when the time comes. But for now, just get in here. It's super comfy.
I have more important things to...
Twilight!
Your sudden increase in volume makes her jump a bit and lock eyes with you once more.
You've already learned this lesson, Twi. It's not good to overwork yourself, and I can tell that this castle is only contributing to your stress. Come on, let yourself have fun. Let yourself actually enjoy your new home for a change.
With a sigh and a growing blush, she slowly makes her way to the fort, stopping just outside as she looks at your excited face through the window that your head is sticking out of. How do I get inside?
Haha, funny story that I probably should have worked from the outside rather than the inside out.
Which means...
I accidentally barricaded myself in the first floor. Spike's fine though.
Spike gives her a wave from up above.
You should be able to teleport in there no problem.
Seriously, Nonny, do you ever think these things through?
I think them through right up until the part where I know I'll have made you happy. After that, I kind of stop paying attention.
She sighs once more and shrugs in disbelief as she places her cup on a table outside the fort. Suddenly, she disappears, and a quick flash of purple light next to you tells you exactly where she went. She lands softly on the floor inside of the fort, which is covered in about 3 layers of blankets. The room is lit by what little light is pouring through the windows and a magical lantern that you have hanging from the low ceiling. She looks around at the veritable mountain of softness and comfort you have prepared before noticing a few of the new books that came in yesterday piled in the corner.
Spike confirmed for me that you haven't read those ones yet. I figured you might want to do so in here, where it's nice and cozy.
Twilight's face goes from annoyed to shocked as the stress that was visible in her expression slowly melts away. Her features soften, and she looks at you, who has to crouch to get around in here, with a warm smile. This is all very silly, Nonny, but I'm touched that you did all of this for me.
Only the best for my favourite mare.
She closes her eyes and leans forward. Thanks to your crouched stature, she easily reaches your face, giving you a quick, loving kiss. After a moment, she backs off, both of your faces a beet red, as she sheepishly takes a few steps back towards the books. Well, would you care to read some of these with me?
Absolutely, Twi.
The two of you find a nice, soft corner of the Great Ponyville Book Fort, snuggling up against each other. The hours seem to fly by as you read together. Perhaps this castle can be a home, after all.
I'm gonna make you mine, I'm gonna make you mine. I'm gonna make you mine, I'm gonna make you mine. I'm gonna make you mine, I'm gonna make you mine. I'm gonna make you mine, I'm gonna make you mine.
First Date with Twilight by Geodesic Dragon. You always told yourself that Ponyville at night is always something special. This feeling is only heightened as you walk slowly through the quiet streets, enjoying the feeling of cooling breeze on your face and the sounds of a town which is about to shut down for the night. The market vendors are packing up their goods. Most of the tourists are heading back to their hotels after seeing the sights, and the locals are heading home to their comfy beds. Your own bed, however, will have to wait for now, as you are currently on your way to the castle to take Twilight out on your first date together. You have a plan, and with Celestia, Luna and Discord as your witnesses, it is going to work, damn it! When you first arrived in Equestria, Twilight was the first pony you met. The friendly Alicorn took you into her home and gave you a room to sleep in while she tried to figure out a way to send you home. Naturally, that didn't work, and you both came to realise that your stay in Equestria was going to be permanent. So, being the good friend that she is, she helped you to adjust to your new life in Ponyville, culminating in you getting a job at the local bakery alongside Pinky, who thinks very highly of your kneading abilities. Over time, you met the rest of her friends and soon became a part of everyday life in Ponyville, but a few months later, when Tourette came along, you found yourself hiding in a basement along with some other towns-ponies. Twilight had told you she was actually going to fight him, and you were worried sick. The next few hours were the worst of your life, as you heard nothing but explosions, crashing, banging, and Tourette's incessant gloating. A particularly loud explosion close to your hiding spot had made a little bit of pee come out, but other than that, you couldn't do anything but remain hidden and hope for the best. That came after a while, when Rainbow Dash opened the door to the basement and told every pony it was safe to come out. When you did, the first thing you did was head back to the library, which was now a pile of blackened and splintered wood. You feared the worst, but soon caught sight of Twilight, who smiled as she laid eyes on you. All at once you were overwhelmed by your feelings and sprinted towards her, tackling her in the biggest and most bone-crushing hug you have ever delivered. And then, just for good measure, you planted a big wet one on her lips. It was as much a surprise to you as it was to her, but the main thing was that she eventually reciprocated. The two of you separated and gazed into each other's eyes, a gaze which was only broken when you finally noticed the giant castle which had definitely not been there a few hours ago when the fighting started. And that brings you to now, nearly 2 weeks later. Twilight needed some time to recover from the events of the battle, particularly when it came to the loss of the library. You and the rest of her friends salvaged what you could, but the damage was done. You are hoping that the date you are about to take her on will go some way to taking her mind off things and help her take the first steps along this new road in her life. In other words, doing for her what she did for you all those months ago. You pass Town Hall, casting your eyes briefly over the notice board outside the entrance. Besides the usual adverts about items for sale and services such as the local tour guide, there is also a faded bounty poster depicting a pony whose name begins with S, seemingly wanted for being two-faced. You're not sure why that is worthy of a bounty poster, but they've clearly annoyed someone with the money and time to go to this much trouble. Pressing on, you soon had the castle in your sights, the ornate crystalline structure looking seriously out of place amongst the simple wood of the nearby homes and businesses. You almost feel as though you are part of a child's playset and their youngest sibling has come along, plonking their own toy down in an attempt to join in the fun games. You stroll up to the door and knock on it a few times, then smooth your hair and wait patiently for it to be opened. It takes a while. Twilight is not used to the layout of the place yet, and often finds herself in a cupboard instead of where she wants to be. She eventually throws the door open, her smile broadening and her cheeks turning pink as she lays eyes on you. You smile back and lean in for a kiss. She is all too happy to return the gesture, breaking away from you with a contented sigh. 3 minutes, you say. A lot quicker than last time. Twilight giggles. I'm still in the process of making a map, she replies. At least this time I only ended up in one cupboard. You laugh, and she looks you up and down. Pardon me for saying, but you don't look as though you're dressed for a date. Her horn flares up and a book, titled First Dates for Dum-Dums, is soon floating in front of her face. It says here that the stallion, or man in your case, should be wearing a suit and tie. She closes the book and puts it on a table near the door. So either the one Rarity made for you is in the wash, or that book is out of date. You roll your eyes.
Trust me, Try, I don't need a suit.
You point at the dress she's wearing.
Technically, even you don't need to be dolled up. At least not for the place we're going to. Speaking of which,
you hold out your hand.
Shall we depart, my beloved?
Twilight nods, discards her dress, and takes your hand and follows you down the stairs. Ponyville has pretty much shut down by now, though a few businesses remain open to cater to the tourists who aren't quite finished doing tourist stuff yet. A throng of ponies lingers outside the only bar in town, licking their lips in anticipation of the delightful booze that awaits them inside. So, Twilight says, where are we going?
All in good time, babe, you reply. All in good time. Follow me and I promise you it will be worthwhile. At least, I hope it will.
Can I at least guess? Twilight asks, to which you nod. Alright, let me see if I can deduce where we're going before we get there.
You shrug. You can try, but I'm fairly certain you won't.
Twilight sticks out her tongue at you. Challenge accepted, Mr. Smarty Britches. She looks around. This is Hoofton Avenue, where the burger place is. Her eyes light up. Are you taking me to try the new Triple Hayshot Deluxe? I heard it's really good.
Nice try, but nope.
You laugh as she lets out a small whine.
To be perfectly honest, Try, this is our first date. I wouldn't take you to a dang burger place on such a special occasion.
You think for a moment.
I'll save it for our fourth date, which is when I expect to have run out of ideas of where to take you.
My book says that the fifth date is a special milestone, because after that is when it's best to... She blushes. To, you know. You get what she's saying, and blush along with her. The two of you walk in silence for a moment, ignoring the stares of tourists wondering why the Princess of Friendship has suddenly become a walking light bulb, and soon approaches the train station. Oh, the station! Twilight says, snapping out of her stupor. Are we going up to Canterlot? There's a sale at the big bookshop up there, and I'm eager to see what they've got.
Really, Twilight? You've got so many books already. You could start selling them yourself, you reply. At least find some space for those first. Heck, Spike was telling me he was able to build a makeshift bed using some of the many hardbacks you've got.
Twilight turns to face you so fast, you hear her neck cracking. He did what? She shouts. I was wondering why I was missing a few. I honestly thought I was losing my mind.
Crap, you mutter. I wasn't meant to tell you that. It was only a temporary measure. One I'm sure he's addressed by now.
Twilight pouts. He better have, she says. Speaking from experience, I can say that books make better pillows than beds.
Noted, you say. And now, steering the subject back on track, I'm sorry to tell you that we are not going to Canterlot.
Twilight thinks for a moment. It's not the burger place, and it's not Canterlot. She taps her chin with a forehoof. What about Sugar Cube Corner? They're still open for another hour or so. You do your best impression of a buzzer.
Bzz. Oh, sorry, that's the wrong answer, you say. You've missed out on the grand prize, but would you like to try for a consolation prize instead?
Haha, very funny. Twilight rolls her eyes. Alright, keep your secrets as much as you want, but I'll figure it out eventually.
You shake your head. I bet you won't, but I'm not going to stop you from trying. You smile at her. You're cute when you try to figure stuff out, you know that.
You're cute too, Twilight replies. I love you.
I love you too, Try.
You glance at your watch and smirk to yourself.
Right then, I think we've dawdled around town for long enough. Let's head back to the castle.
Twilight cocks her head at you.
The castle? She parrots. Why?
You'll see when we get there.
You tap your nose.
Trust me.
Twilight nods, and the two of you begin to walk back to the castle in contented silence. It doesn't take long for you to reach the front door, arriving just as it opens to reveal the rest of the girls leaving.
Hi girls,
Twilight says.
what brings you here?
You'll see, darling.
Rarity replies.
You'll see.
She turns to you and winks.
Everything is ready, dear, just as you asked.
Thanks, girls.
You give them a thumbs up.
I appreciate it.
The five of them smile and nod before bidding farewell to the two of you and taking their leave. Once they're gone, you head inside with a curious Twilight in tow.
What's going on here? She asks. What was Rarity on about?
She was referring to...
You head upstairs and open the door to the balcony, motioning for Twilight to go in ahead of you.
This!
Twilight walks onto the balcony. After a moment, you hear her let out a small gasp. You follow her inside and survey the scene to see that the girls have done their job impeccably. In the corner, a telescope points towards the starry sky. In another corner stands a large pile of books next to two large beanbags, and in the middle is a rug with a basket on top of it. A multitude of candles give off both a soothing light and the smell of lavender. A record player stands ready with a selection of songs for both relaxing and dancing. And there, amongst it all, stands the mare you love, her eyes shimmering as she takes in the sight.
I wanted to do something special, you tell her. So here we have stargazing, combined with reading books and enough food to keep us bloated for a week. I asked the girls if they could help, and they were more than happy to. It was actually their idea to distract you by taking you for a walk around town.
You take her forehooves in your hands and look into her eyes.
So, do you like it?
Twilight responds by kissing you.
It's great,
she says as she pulls away from you. She then walks over to the rug and opens the basket, her eyes widening as she looks in.
Are those...
The new triple haste shot deluxe?
You nod. Sure is. Twilight grins at you, delivering another kiss as she goes over to the telescope. You let out a massive sigh of relief and go to join her, confident that this is the start of something amazing. And funnily enough, it's all thanks to Tirek.
A Cold and Stormy Night by Winterstormed. Sunny Star Scout could not believe she agreed to spend a night in jail. Maybe she was distracted because she was so happy at the time. Star Scout, along with her new friends, brought friendship and harmony once more to the three pony races. Or it could have also been because she was not paying attention to Hitch while he was talking to her. Honestly, you could not blame her. She was having so much fun with her spectral horns and wings. She just simply nodded, her head and took off, with Pip and Zip. She only realised her mistake after every pony was starting to leave. Zip and Pip went back to their mother Queen Haven to Zephyr Heights, though they promised they will be coming back soon to visit. Izzy did the same, but reminded her of what she unwittingly agreed to. "Goodbye, Izzy. I will be waiting for your visit," Sunny said as she hugged the purple unicorn. "You can count on that," giggled Izzy. "Just as Pip and Zip said, we will be back soon." "Yeah, I know." Sunny was already missing her friends. "You should be going, Sunny. The sun is down. You promised Hitch that you would be there before the moon rises." Izzy broke from the hug confused. "What promise?" Izzy giggled. "You do not remember? Hitch was talking about your prison sentence." Sunny's eyes widened. "What? He said you broke a lot of bylaws on the day of our escape and some other stuff I could not understand. Originally your prison sentence was 2 years. Sunny's jaw dropped. "But he managed to make it only 1 night in prison." Sunny sighed in relief, but only to realise she will still have to spend a night in jail. Eventually Sunny and Izzy hugged one more time and parted ways. Ugh! Sunny kicked a stone in her path as she headed to the sheriff's office. "Hitch and his dumb laws!" Eventually, she made it to Sheriff Hitch's office. "Sunny," said Hitch cheerfully, "I was about to get some..." "Sunny?" Sunny was not in the mood for his donut cravings. "Can we just get this over and done with?" she said irritably as she headed towards the cell. Hitch looked at Sunny with a puzzled expression.
Why are you upset?
Sunny scowled. "No, Hitch," she said sarcastically. "I'm peachy. Going to spend my night in jail is what I've dreamed my whole life." Hitch frowned.
You were okay with it when I told earlier on with the rest of the gang.
"That's because I was not paying attention." The sheriff shrugged.
Oh well, either way, you were going to spend some time in jail for all those bylaws you broke.
"For good reason," interjected Sunny. "How were I and Izzy to..." Hitch waved her off.
That is not the point. The law is the law. I know you brought the 3 races together and all of that, but the fact still stands that you broke the numerous bylaws. Your sentence was 2 years, but because you did it for a noble cause and you are my friend, I reduced it to 1 day. You have to be punished. No pony is above the law, and I will not be able to sleep at night, guilty for not upholding the law.
There were tears in Hitch's eyes as his hoof was placed to his heart. Sunny was not amused. "Gee, I hope my time in jail will give peace of mind to sleep, Hitch." Hitch, of course, did not pick up the tone of her voice.
Thank you for understanding, Sunny.
As he wiped his tears.
Now, I will be right back. It's donut time,
said Hitch gleefully.
Do not worry, Sunny. I will bring you one,
he said as he left. Sunny sighed in frustration in her cell as he left. She looked at her cell. It was bare, an empty room, a stark contrast to the one Izzy and she was in back in Zephyr Heights. Her ears pricked at the sound of thunder and the patter of rain. She muttered in irritation. She forgot what the weather forecast was tonight. Sunny shivered as the wind blew through the tiny window in her cell. It was getting cold. Where am I going to sleep? Thought Sunny. Is this part of my punishment? Sunny's thoughts were broken as the doors swung open, revealing a slightly wet Hitch.
I cannot believe I forgot about the weather,
muttered Hitch.
And the donut shop was closed too.
Hitch?
Yes, Sunny?
Where am I going to sleep? Hitch snorted.
On a bed, of course.
This cell is empty, Hitch.
No, it is... What the hey?
Said Hitch in surprise, looking at the cell and the scowling bear in it. Is this my punishment?
No,
said Hitch quickly.
I forgot that the cell's furniture was removed for repairs. I am sorry.
Sunny took a deep breath. He was being sincere. Can I just go home? It may be partially destroyed, but the bottom part is still intact and...
No, Sunny. It is raining pretty hard and the winds are howling. It is too dangerous to go outside,
said Hitch as he dug behind his table looking for something.
Here you go,
revealing a thin mattress, pillow and blanket.
I'm sorry, Sunny,
Hitch said once again. It's fine, yawned Sunny. as she laid down on the mattress with Hitch covering her. That was when Sunny realised something as Hitch was leaving. Hitch, where are you going to sleep?
I will be sleeping at my desk,
said Hitch, chuckling.
Do not worry, I am used to it. Sometimes I review cases into the night, and I eventually fall asleep on my desk.
Sunny looked at the bottom of the blanket, revealing Hitch's initials. Liar! He gave me his bed. Sunny looked guilty at Hitch as he was about to leave the cell. Hitch? The sheriff turned around.
Yes, Sunny?
Sunny's cheeks turned red. Do you want to share the bed with me? It was Hitch's turn for his cheeks to turn red.
No, it's fine, Sunny. I can totally...
This is your bed, said Sunny. Please, I insist. Hitch did not know what to do, his brain malfunctioning. Eventually he formulated a response.
Okay,
said Hitch as he slowly walked towards the makeshift bed, laying down next to Sunny, their muzzles inches away from each other. Hitch stayed at the edge of the bed as Sunny turned around, feeling tired. Hitch turned around as well. He did not sleep. The sound of thunder and the patter of the rain was too much for him, coupled with the fact that his best friend was in the same bed as him. He felt something poke in his back. Hitch? He turned around. Sunny was shivering badly. He was used to the cold nights since the office was badly insulated, but Sunny's house, in fact, every pony in Maritime Bay had insulated houses. Do you have an extra blanket? Chattered Sunny. Hitch shook his head.
Sorry, Sunny, this is the only one.
Sunny's cheeks became red once more. Can I hold you?
Pardon me?
The blushing Hitch said.
I mean,
can I come closer to you? You know, for body heat?
Okay,
said Hitch as he turned around once more. Hitch felt Sunny as she scooted closer to him, touching his fur. He could feel her breathing on his neck. For the next hour, Hitch stared at the floor. He definitely could not sleep now. His best friend was sleeping with him. His chest was feeling warm and fuzzy too for some reason. It was a nice feeling though. Whoa! Hitch felt two whoos wrap around his stomach, pulling him towards Sunny, her muzzle buried in his neck.
Sunny?
No answer. She is asleep. For the next 2 hours, Hitch tried to get out of Sunny's grip. Without much luck, she held him even tighter and entwined her back legs with his. Hitch gave up. Boy, does he have a lot to explain in the morning. As he was falling asleep in Sunny's embrace, he felt a slight pain in his right ear. He yelped as it pained a little harder. Sunny was nibbling his ear. Hitch tried to escape. No pony knows that Hitch's most sensitive part of his body is his ears. Hitch tried to stop the moans coming from his mouth. This night is a nightmare. Eventually, the sleeping Sunny stopped. My teddy bear, giggled the sleeping Sunny. Hitch blushed when she said that, the warm feeling in his chest growing. Eventually, he fell off to sleep.
I'm holding on to somebody like you. You're here in every melody that I sing. I'm returning the table. I refuse to let you in. Unfold from my mind, I don't want you near. If you killed me with kindness, I no longer feel you here. You fall into someone new. A feathered heart forgets everything that's true. It's like I've ran into 1,000 shades of blue. Why am I holding on to somebody like you?
Sunny yawned as she lazily opened her eyes. What a wonderful sleep. Hey, Hitch? The words died in Sunny's throat as she realized she was holding something. Some pony. Arg! yelped Sunny as she fell off the bed. She stared at the still sleeping Hitch. Would he? No, I was holding him, not the other way around. Sunny sighed a breath of relief. He probably did not notice. Thank God no pony was. Hi, Sunny! Ah! Sunny jumped in fright. Izzy, her cheeks turning red. What are you doing here? Izzy giggled as she hopped around Sunny. I told you I'll be visiting soon. When did you arrive? Asked Sunny nervously. Izzy tilted her head. When I arrived here in Maritime Bay? Or when I came inside Hitch's office? Sunny gulped. When did you come here, in Hitch's office? Oh, about 10 minutes ago. Does that mean... Izzy grinned. Yup, you were literally embracing him like he's your... Sunny quickly stopped Izzy from speaking. Shh! Hitch must not find out. Any pony for that matter. Izzy looked at Sunny, puzzled. Why? I thought you two were having some alone time. No, I was feeling cold and... So you don't have feelings for him? No, I mean... The two mares stopped talking as they hear a yawn coming from the bed.
What a night,
Yawned Hitch as he turned around, raising an eyebrow at Izzy.
Are you not supposed to be in Bridlewood?
I came for visiting. Sorry for disturbing you guys. I will meet you all at Sunny's place. And with that she hopped away. Sunny and Hitch looked at each other, blushing. They immediately began to speak at the same time. About last night. They chuckled nervously.
You go first,
said Hitch. I just wanted to say thank you for keeping me warm last night and showing kindness to me, Sunny said, blushing.
No problem, Sunny. I will always be there for you,
smiled Hitch. Sunny's heart was beating faster. Always be there for you?
Hey, Sunny?
Sunny shook her head as she saw Hitch already moving towards the door.
Let us go and get some breakfast. I'm starving.
Sunny smiled. Right behind you, as she walked towards him. Hitch?
Yes, Sunny?
You wanted to say something earlier about last night? Hitch blushed.
I'll tell you later. Let us get breakfast.
Fine by me.
You falling with someone new. A feathered heart forgets everything that's true. Feels like I ran into 1,000 shades of blue. Why am I holding on to somebody like you? You falling, you falling, you falling. Why am I holding on to somebody like you?
The Strawberry in the Apple Tree by Art Inspired. The wind shuffles a few orange leaves by Applejack's hooves. She looks at her red barn and sighs while walking in. The memories of her visit to town are still too fresh in her mind and she scowls. She nearly loses her temper towards a heap of innocent haystacks, but Applejack calms herself down to the best of her ability and remarks, I don't see why I've got to be the one to apologise to her, when she was the one that behaved way more toxic than I did. She huffs briefly for a few times and then says, Okay, calm down. Okay, calm down now. What are you gonna do about this to make it up to her? The air around Applejack is fresh, and thanks to what little rainfall her farm has gotten, it also smells slightly moist. She considers the many different directions that she could take, but ultimately Applejack knows that all she really has to do, and all that she truthfully wants to do at the time, is to simply apologise to Strawberry Sunrise. She turns around vigorously and gasps with shock. This is because Strawberry just so happens to be walking into the barn just then and there. The sun's rays shine lightly on her red mane and tail, and she stops a few trots away from Applejack to say, Hello, Applejack.
The earth pony just gulps at her winged visitor and looks all around hesitantly. What are you even doing here? Strawberry merely chuckles before saying, "Oh, sheesh, Applejack." With a roll of her eyes, she reveals, "This is going to be just a tiny bit difficult, but I came here because I felt like we shouldn't, Huh? Applejack asked. "Could you speak up? I can hardly hear you." Strawberry Sunrise then speaks up rather forwardly. "I just wanted to say, sorry." She rolls her eyes, although there's a hint of reluctance in the way she does it. "You see, Applejack, I realised earlier that I might have been a little bit too harsh. I mean, don't get me wrong, I really don't like apples at all." She even goes so far as to wave a hoof, and to that, Applejack just frowns. "Oh, don't look at me like that." Strawberry then stares with a hopeful grin. "What I mean to say is, I've never had one that I've ever necessarily liked before. I've heard how big you are on honesty and all that, so truthfully, I'd be willing to share an apple with you since..." She scratched the back of her neck. "I've, never actually had one from Sweet Apple Acres." Applejack asks, "You haven't? Well, why not?" "Because," Strawberry says as she hoofs towards Applejack in order to calm her down, "even as a foal growing up, I just never really liked them. Well, I'm sure that by now you know how much I absolutely detest them." Applejack nods, but wears an annoyed expression. "You painted the picture mighty clear the other day." She looks down and clears her throat. "I was having an awful week when you showed up, and I confess, I sort of took it out mostly on you," she scoffs. "Also, this isn't exactly easy for me to say, but the second you left, I wandered into the kitchen to find my father eating one of your Sweet Apple Acres apples." Applejack just gasps, but she also tries hard not to laugh too much. The farm pony asks in between her snickers, "Then what happened?" Strawberry asks rhetorically, "What do you think happened?" I asked him on a scale of 1 to 10 just how disgusting it is. He said that it was, she gulps nervously before finishing, delicious, and that I should really try one sometime. Standing there attentively, Applejack allows that to sink in. "You're really willing to do that?" She then shakes her head and says, "Nah, you know what, Straw, you really don't have to. I'll accept your apology if you'll accept mine. I'm sorry, Strawberry, for trying to shove the idea that apples are awesome down your throat." "That's no good though," Strawberry says. "I think that I really should just have an apple anyways. Again, I actually have never really had your apples yet." She motions some of her mane away to then state regally, "No pressure, right?" Applejack can't help but to feel intimidated by this lone remark. She can see where this could turn out badly for the two of them if she ends up accidentally giving the mare anything unsavoury. She smiles calmly, however, and invites Strawberry. "Follow me. I think I know just the right kind that'll change your mind. Just you wait." They go by tree after tall apple tree until Applejack at long last brings Strawberry Sunrise to quite possibly the largest of them all. It towers, and as they slowly come up to it, Applejack begins to climb the nearby ladder. She also says as she goes along, "This here is what we've always called the forgiveness tree. We hardly ever have to use it, but any time we do end up using it, the ponies that have tried the apples that grow off the forgiveness tree have always at least somewhat enjoyed the crisp flavour." Strawberry replies, "Is that so?" There's silence, so she keeps talking. "Well, we'll see." As they reach the summit, Applejack lends the Pegasus a hoof and helps pull her the rest of the way up. "There we go, whew," Applejack huffs while she wipes away from sweat from her forehead. "Alright, let's see. Which apple's just right for us?" Strawberry pants as well, but just waits for Applejack to pick out the best one. "Here we are," the farm mare joyfully voices, and she then picks the fruit with just one hoof after it's detached and yanked away from the thick stem it once hung from, and makes an audibly beautiful popping sound. Not even Strawberry Sunrise dares to deny its ripeness. It has a smooth surface and a perfectly red and shiny colouring to it. "Just to be on the safe side, you want me to take the first bite, right?" Strawberry just breathes for a few seconds, and then she nods. She watches closely while Applejack firmly sinks her teeth into the very edges, and all that's heard afterwards are Applejack's moans and giddy laughs of enjoyment. "Is it that good?" Strawberry asks. Applejack neglects to answer the mare sitting closely next to her. She instead keeps on chewing contentedly, and starts cutting into the apple with a small butter knife. "Here you go," she tells Strawberry Sunrise, while she generously hoofs her a yummy looking slice. "You tell me." The clueless earth pony then averts her attention back to the apple and begins cutting away once more. Upon returning her attention to her companion, Applejack receives a thorough surprise. "It's not all that bad now, is it, Strawberry?" A sweet and succulent end of Strawberry Sunrise's very own slice of the apple is gracefully inserted into Applejack's opened maw, and at the other end, Applejack initially expects to see Strawberry's hoof. However, that's not what's there at all. Instead, it's her cute, light yellow muzzle, and she's smiling blithely and lightly blushing. Strawberry's harlequin green eyes stare angelically back into Applejack's too, and for a moment Applejack is paralysed by her understandably modest though unexpected urges. Strawberry forwardly takes more of the apple into her cheeks and allows their lips to meet quite casually, but it's also very, very brief. Applejack clamps down softly and nervously breaks off her half, and begins to nibble rather timidly. Strawberry is still directly in front of her, and she's smiling back at Applejack passionately, and is watching the whole time. She begins breathing steadily, and looks down at Applejack's nose for only a second. She then swiftly looks up, and back into Applejack's dilated eyes, only to tell her, "You're right. This apple really does taste incredible." Since she's still a little bit shaken by the way Strawberry has decided to forgive her, Applejack fails to respond right away, so Strawberry just keeps on openly flirting with her. "Can I have some more?" She finally coughs and holds a hoof up to her mouth, and looks away while trying to speak coherently. "You just... with me. I've never... but I thought you... on the lips?" Strawberry just laughs, but she then calmly asks Applejack, "You didn't like it then?" Applejack goes silent, and her hoof lowers itself back down as well. Save for the birds, nothing else can be heard from where they are. So she says more calmly, "Well, I didn't say that. You're actually, a good, that is to say..." Giggling even more, Strawberry says innocently, "If you'd like to keep going, Applejack." She flutters her eyes alluringly before saying, "I sure wouldn't mind kissing you again. You've got to admit, that sure was fun. And if it makes you feel any better, I wasn't lying in the slightest when I said that your apples actually really tasted great. It wasn't anything like the ones I've ever had as a filly." Again, there's a calming silence in the air, but Strawberry simply waits patiently. "I suppose." "You suppose?" Applejack glances at the Pegasus. "I suppose I wouldn't mind one bit, making out with you just a few more times." Her face turns red as a tomato while she speaks, but Strawberry doesn't mind this at all. To her, this only helps in making the farm pony appear that much more attractive and adorable. At first, for a second, Applejack attempts to hide her face with her hat, but Strawberry stops her with a hoof. She brings her face closer towards Applejack's and tells her, "I'm glad, because I was worried that I had overstepped my bounds, you know." This time, while Strawberry's eyes are closed, it's Applejack's turn to sneak in a kiss of her own. Nah, but I gotta say, I've never met some pony that's quite so boldly assertive. That's why, she just starts blushing again and then says, I'm just not used to all this marshy stuff. Strawberry just laughs some more and then holds onto Applejack tightly to say, you might want to get used to it then, because I have a feeling there's plenty more mushy stuff on the way. Applejack asks, yeah? Like what, Straw? The amorous Pegasus isn't shy with her advancements. Another kiss meets Applejack's quivering lips, and she's gently laid down on her back atop the wide and thick, though soft bark. Strawberry leans down carefully, and while their bellies touch every so often, so do their lips, and Applejack is taken to cloud 9. Everything becomes a romantic blur the more and more Applejack feels Strawberry's muzzle against her own, and eventually their tongues force open the blocked passageways simultaneously to get at each other too. Thanks to those two ponies, there aren't just sounds of birds frequently chirping high up within the sky anymore. Applejack and Strawberry create sharp and luxurious commotions of their own. They giggle together for a spell before hastily getting back into the action. Another smooch occurs following their laughs, and Strawberry then relaxes a little more to say, I've never, been with another mare either, so I'm just really happy to find out that you enjoyed making out with me today too. She swoons. I've never really felt like this before. Applejack lightly presses her left hoof against Strawberry's small chest and compliments. You're so beautiful, and I don't think I've ever felt this way before either. She kisses Strawberry once more before asking, if it's alright with you, do you want to keep going? Chuckling and then glancing away with embarrassment of her own, Strawberry Sunrise says merrily, Of course I do, Applejack. The two of them stay in the tree like that for a few minutes longer, and even as they start to climb down the ladder, Strawberry begs Applejack to bring her back to the forgiveness tree again sometime soon. I'm really ecstatic too that you chose to bring me here, she says while trotting along side by side with Applejack. These apples that you grow on this farm, they really are something else. And Applejack? Yeah, Straw? She kisses Applejack one last time, and she then states lovingly, and so are you. Reinstalling Your Mare Friend by Short Skirts and Explosions. The front doorbell to Derpy Hooves' shop jingled again, then settled. A beat of silence followed. Curious, the owner in question looked up from an antique popcorn maker that she was rewiring at the back counter, blinking in opposite directions. Derpy furrowed her brow and squinted to get a better view of the entrance. Once more the door shook, jostled, and rattled on its hinges. Something, or some pony, was fussing with the weight of it from the other side. The mysterious struggle went on for half a minute before. The bell jingled, this time smoothly, grunting and groaning. Octavia Melody trotted backwards into the shop, using the full shape of her velvet flank to push the door open. Sweat squeezed beneath her bow tie, and the musician's name was frayed in random places from extensive labour. The question for all of this strain became apparent as Octavia further threaded the shop entrance. From afar, Derpy watched as the earth pony pulled a red wagon by the handle. The vehicle rattled on 4 squeaky wheels, its crimson chassis offset by the weight of a stiff-bodied pale unicorn, resting awkwardly upside down like a folded umbrella inside the bed of the wagon. Derpy blinked, quietly, patiently. She stowed away the popcorn maker, brushed the counter clean, and folded her forelimbs with a friendly grin aimed at both the floor and ceiling. Huffing and puffing through clenched teeth, Octavia came to a wobbling stop. She released her grip of the wagon handle, licked her lips, and wheezed. Phew! Composing herself, Octavia reached into the wagon, clenched her muscles, grunted, and finally deposited Vinyl Scratch like an alabaster sack of bricks onto the countertop. The unicorn's legs were frozen in a cockroach-curled stance above her inert frame. A smug grin gazed into infinity. Her ruby lens goggles were dull and dim. I think, Octavia inhaled. She exhaled, an update. She leaned against the counter with one front hoof and swiped her forehead clear of sweat with the other. The sooner, the better. Bricked on ya? Derpy asked. Octavia gulped, nodding warily. Just this morning. She straightened her mane and stood up neatly. I have a warranty. Ah, I see. Derpy calmly pulled out a laptop, booted it up, and began plinking away at the keyboard. Do you have a receipt? She chimed. Absolutely. Octavia reached into the wagon, grabbed her bit bag, and produced a neatly folded sheet of paper. She hoofed this to Derpy. Derpy closed one eye so she could use the other one to neatly scan the slightly faded contents of the printed ribbon. 5 years! You think well ahead, as every cautious pony should. Octavia cleared her throat, finally composed from the extensive labour it took to wheel the blue-maned paperweight all the way there. I heard ahead of time that the early models were prone to falling apart. You know what all that dubstep was capable of doing. Derpy nodded as she typed away at her computer. I remember very well. The first batch kept losing their horns from all the rattles. Yes, well, thankfully, I kept this one limited to trance and vaporwave, Octavia said with a proud smile. I'm obligated by company policy to ask a few questions, Derpy said. By all means, miss. Did you keep her well ventilated? Octavia nodded. Were you able to avoid bringing magnets and microwaves within close proximity? As far as I can recall. Did you drop her in the pool at any point? Octavia opened her mouth, paused to think, then ultimately shook her head. That's a negative. You hesitated. Does it count against me if I scrubbed her with a lemon dust cleanser? Nah, you're in the clear. Oh, smashing. Derpy leaned away from the laptop to yank at Vinyl's jaw. She stared into the catatonic unicorn's throat. No signs of infestation? She leaned to the other side and briefly lifted Vinyl's tail. She spent a few minutes squinting. No roach eggs either. That's good. I used a compressed air canister on her regularly, Octavia said, especially during pollen season. You know what spring can do to a mere friend's cooling fans? Oh boy, do I! Smirky smug slightly as she returned to the laptop, plinking. Octavia Melody. That's me. It says here that you ordered both a full replacement and repair package. We should have you covered, but the choice of service is up to you, depending on the nature of your DJ Pon 3 model's defective issue. In what way? Well, I can determine the problem on my own, Derpy grunted as she turned Vinyl Scratch over. She cranked the tail multiple times, and the unicorn's midsection gradually bent at 45 degrees, raising the flank up to the shop owner's face. But it would help if I knew a bit more about what led up to the crash. She whipped out a flashlight, traced her fetlocks along Vinyl's cutie mark, and opened a panel neatly. Shining the light inside, she murmured as she studied the interior of Vinyl's hind chassis. Did it happen spontaneously, or was it the result of excessive cuddles? I wish I could say the latter, Octavia sighed,
but I'm afraid to say it happened completely without warning. What was your mare friend doing at the time? Well, she was up all night for one. Aha! The bathroom was dry when I woke up, so seemingly she skipped showering. Octavia frowned. Again, a bug they're still trying to fix. Licking her lips, Derpy grabbed a screwdriver and began poking around the inside of Vinyl's butt. The stuff for more models aren't exactly self-lubricating. And as I was making breakfast, I asked Arnold to take the trash out. Octavia gestured. Then she keeled over like a harpooned dolphin. Ah, I think I see the problem. Derpy smirked, tapping something cold and metallic within the abdomen. There appears to be an oversaturation of sonic dissonance within the rumpular matrix. Octavia cocked her head aside. Meaning? Derpy cocked an eyebrow. Have you been exposing your unit to non-stop classical music? Mrs. Melody adjusted her bow tie, wincing guiltily. Does that void the warranty? Pfft, hardly. Derpy waved with a friendly chuckle. These things happen to unicorn girlfriends all the time. You should see how many times Bonbon comes in to replace hers. How problematic a fix is this? Octavia gulped, her sad eyes reflecting the pale slab of mare lying on the counter between them. I hear these units are no longer in production. As delightful as a full replacement sounds, I'm not entirely certain I can afford to pay the difference and upgrade to full Izzy Moonbow. Fear not, I think a repair job is all that's required. Really? You set it up on arrival, Derpy remarked. An update should do it. You mean a reinstall? Yes, I can patch your girlfriend for a discount. Derpy waggled a hoof at the Earth Pony, but you need to pre-patch her from here on out. Oh, for certain. Octavia crossed a hoof over her velvety chest. I've learned my lesson. I just gotta make sure the software I have matches the driver, or else we're talking a full Philly Fuller reboot. Oh, stars! Octavia winced. Is that going to take long? The system will let us know. Derpy fished around behind the counter, then pulled out a lengthy USB cable. Thankfully, I've got everything preloaded on this here laptop. All thanks to Worldwide Winnie. Now, let's see if I can remember how this goes. Ah, right. Derpy lifted Vinyl's tail again. She stuck the USB plug in. It resisted. She turned around and pressed. It resisted again. Celestia, dang it! She turned it around one last time, and... Ah! Presto! Not to be a bother, but... Octavia examined a watch on her fair hoof. I've got rehearsals to attend this afternoon. Don't you worry, Miss Melody, Derpy hummed. I'll have your mare friend up and running in a jiffy. Vinyl Scratcher's ruby goggles lit up, casting a crimson glow over half the store. Oh! Octavia jumped in place. Is that a good thing? It just means that I got through to the operating system. Derpy typed on a laptop, glancing occasionally at a string of binary rolling across Vinyl's glossy lenses. Now, if I can just switch on debug mode. Vinyl vibrated from head to tail, her muzzle opened with a doll-like smile.
You've got mare!
Excelsior! Derpy cheered. Oh, now that brings back memories, Octavia chimed. And good news, the driver is up to date. Now, Derpy's hooves plinker-plinked at the laptop.
Let's see if DJ Pond 3.72221 will do. Good heavens! Octavia blinked. I didn't realise they'd gone that advanced. You really need to run system BIOS on your girlfriend more often. Is it my fault she's so distractingly adorable? I wouldn't know, Derpy shrugged. I never moved beyond movable shower faucets. After all, they never talk about celebrity gossip to me when I'm trying to floss.
What language would you prefer?
Vinyl Scratch droned. By gum! Octavia perked up. You can customise that? Oh, certainly! Derpy beamed. I'll throw a new tongue in for free. What would you prefer? Something fancier. Ah, I know just the thing. Derpy performed a keystroke on the laptop. Vinyl's eyes flickered blue, white, and red. Her muzzle moved mechanically. Marie de Dieu, c'est la palette du diable. He. Octavia fanned herself, blushing noticeably. This has potential. Octavia rubbed her chin. Can you make her appreciate jam on toast? That's easy. Anything else? Well, a willingness to take out the garbage is one. Octavia adjusted her bow tie, avoiding Derpy's eyes. A love for puppies, an aversion to mud wrestling. Derpy slowly raised an eyebrow. Anything else? Octavia bit her lip, fidgeting slightly. At last she leaned in and whispered into Derpy's ear. Derpy listened, nodded, and wordlessly typed a few things into the laptop. At last she hit enter. Vinyl's horn vibrated in a pale blur. Octavia cooed. Oh, lovely. This will most certainly solve our termite problem back home. She coughed daintily. Derpy shrugged. Hey, I don't give a hoot. She began the installation process. Vinyl's goggles displayed rotating hourglasses.
Estimated download in 15 minutes.
Derpy leaned back and sipped on a can of soda. So long as you keep your receipts. Vinyl's goggles suddenly flickered with yellow on red handsy. Nang bao hong ting nang chow. Derpy spat out her soda, wiped her muzzle clean, and yanked profusely at the USB attached to Vinyl's rump. For the love of Luna, not again! Movie Night, Judgment Nay by Miles Prower 06. Hitch stood in front of his bathroom mirror, wondering if his aqua green mane was acceptable as it was, or if he should apply a little styling gel. If he was perfectly honest, he even felt a little strange going out without his sash and badge, instead opting for a simple small saddlebag much akin to Sunny's, save for all the cutie bark buttons she had on her strap. Looking himself up and down one more time, Maritime Bay's off-duty sheriff deemed himself presentable and turned to leave the bathroom, shutting off the light behind him. Normally his days off were spent relaxing at a nice secluded spot on the beach, where he didn't risk spotting litter on the street and instantly kicking himself into sheriff mode. But that was a risk he would have to take today, because Sunny Starscout had invited him to go see a movie. It had only been a couple weeks since they had played their part in bringing magic back to Equestria and reuniting the nation, and Hitch had begun to take inventory, as it were. His friendship with Sunny had been considerably strained because of her activism, and he was feeling increasingly guilty over that because she and her father had turned out to be right all along. So when he had gotten a text from her a couple days ago asking him to the movies this evening, he immediately said yes, seeing it as an opportunity to continue healing their strained friendship, making sure he had enough bits to cover 2 tickets, popcorn and a soda. He was out his front door and into the cool Maritime Bay evening.
I gotta be honest, I'm feeling tired tonight. But the look in your eyes got me feeling alive inside. Every moment, here and now with you. No, nothing is better with you, I feel brand new. You and I can run away till we take flight. Nothing in our sight can take away what we can do tonight.
The most common sight by far for the past 2 weeks were orange construction pylons, as crews worked to remove all of Cantor Logic's unicorn entrapment devices from the street, and then resurface the affected areas. The biggest factory in town was also undergoing a major rebranding, cancelling all of his anti-unicorn and Pegasus devices, and beginning to design products that were beneficial to all races and their settlements. Regardless of city-wide street repairs, Maritime Bay's nightlife was as lively as ever, with venues all over seeing increased revenue from the new unicorn and Pegasus visitors. The Maritime Bay Cineplex was near the centre of town and was currently showing 4 films: Horns, Harry Trotter, Dirty Prancing, and the main attraction for the past few weeks was Judgment Day, a highly anticipated sequel to a hit sci-fi film that had come out before Sonny's time. Construction crews hadn't yet gotten to the 10 unicorn entrapment devices on the walk-in street, so the lions had to make do in making their way around them, as pylons and caution tape had been put up around each one. It made them a bit longer and curvier, but ponies didn't seem to mind. They were doing a good job of staying clear of the tram tracks, something else Hitch frequently had to remind younger ponies of when he was on duty. Off to the side of the line, over by 2 of the movie posters, he noticed a familiar apricot earth pony wave at him, and he gave a smile and trotted over. "Good evening, Sonny, and here I thought I'd beat you here. You haven't been waiting long, have you?" "Don't be silly. You'd have to be late for me to be waiting. I've just been taking in the sights tonight. It's amazing seeing every pony enjoying our city together," Sonny replied. She did have a point. The line to the theatre's ticket booth was 30 ponies long, and it was filled with a mix of earth ponies, unicorns, and Pegasi.
So, ready to get in line?
Hitch asked, and his friend nodded, and they began walking past the posters to get around to the end of the line around the corner.
You think movies like this will stop with the reunification?
Hitch asked as he glanced at the theatrical poster for Horns. I wouldn't be so sure. In fact, I think it might get better as filmmakers from different races come together and discuss what they've been doing, Sonny replied.
Really?
Hitch asked. Well, you don't think we're the only ones who let our biases influence our movies, do you? Zip was telling me of a Zephyr Heights movie called Friday the 15th, about a mass-murdering unicorn named Jason Voorhoofs who used his horn to stab ponies who camped near Crystal Lagoon. And Bridalwood isn't immune either. One of Izzy's favourite movies is called Blazing Saddles, Sonny explained.
Blazing Saddles?
Yeah, it's a Horner Brothers comedy about an earth pony sheriff that comes to protect a town full of racist Pegasi.
Should I be offended at that?
Hitch asked, and got a giggle out of Sonny for his trouble as they got in line, with 2 earth ponies and a unicorn filling in behind them a few moments later.
Driving through our memories, hand in hand, you and me, we were making plans to be forever, babe. I know you don't need me, but I see you and me, we can make it happen. Be my forever, babe.
In all seriousness, in response to your first question, I think some of the most blatant biases will fade, but not disappear completely. Self-deprecation is a form of art after all, Sonny told him.
So what'll it be? Judgment Day?
Hitch asked. Yep, I've actually heard nothing but good things. Even Zip and Izzy liked it. They popped in to see it the day after everyone's magic had been restored, Sonny answered. Nothing official had been decided, but a lot of ponies around town had come to call it Reunification Day.
That's the sequel to the one that was before we were born, right? The one about Unicorn and Pegasus robots from the future?
Yep, that's the one. I remember how they closed off a section of Cantor Logic to film part of the sequel, Sonny answered.
Yup, I remember having to escort you off the premises that day,
Hitch said, another pang of guilt hitting him in the chest as he recalled how she had attempted to protest the making of the film. It must have showed in his expression, because Sonny noticed. Hey, don't worry about it, water under the bridge as far as I'm concerned, Sonny reassured him with a smile. He returned the smile and shrugged the feeling off as they stepped up to the ticket booth.
2 for Judgment Day, please,
Hitch told the ticket agent on the other side of the glass. Together or separate? The older mare asked.
Together,
came the simultaneous reply from both ponies. They both did double takes, glancing at each other and giving a nervous chuckle.
I can take care of it, Sonny,
Hitch told her as he began to reach into his saddlebag. Nonsense! I invited you, remember? Sonny countered, also reaching into his saddlebag. Hitch paused and realised she did have a point. That'll be 4 bits, ma'am, the ticket agent told her. Sonny came out with the correct change, and she was handed 2 tickets, and they made their way over to the doors.
Popcorn is on me though, you hear?
Hitch said with a smile. The pair of ponies passed through the double doors and quickly picked up their snacks, extra large popcorn and 2 sodas, which Sonny let Hitch hand over the bits for. Now they were fully ready. They went over to the usher who took their tickets.
Theatre 1 on your left.
Thank you and enjoy your movie. Their popcorn smelled so good that they started munching on it on their walk down the hall to their theatre.
Where do you want to sit?
Hitch asked. I've always loved it right up front. Come on, she told him excitedly, walking down the outer aisle of the theatre, going right down to the front row, where luckily the 2 centremost seats were still empty. They hadn't realised how close they had cut it, because not even 2 minutes after they had sat down, the lights dimmed and the various filmmaking factoids faded out to the Lighthouse Entertainment intro slate.
3 billion equine lives ended on August 29, 3997. The survivors of the nuclear fire called the war Judgment Day. They lived only to face a new nightmare, the war against the machines.
When Sonny and Hitch came out of the front doors of the Cineplex 2.5 hours later, their hearts were racing, and the dusk sky from when they had gone in was now a clear starry night.
Whew, what a ride!
Hitch exclaimed, glancing up at the review quotes that were posted up on the main marquee of the building.
How is very good only 3 stars?
Ugh, critics, he said, rolling his eyes.
Come on, I'll walk you home.
You sure?
It's a nice enough night, why not?
Together they walked towards the coast. Well, I can't say this too often, but that was better than the original in every single conceivable way, Sonny said.
You got that right. Wonder if they'll make any more,
Hitch added. I'd say leave it as it is. How many movies about robots travelling back in time to change the future by killing John Trotter do you think they can make? Sonny asked. Hitch laughed.
Those special effects were really something. A Pegasus robot made of liquid. And those shots in Cantor Logic. Wow!
You'd really think they'd have a section of that place filled with molten steel? Hitch commented as they cleared Maritime Bay's main square and headed to the outskirts, the streets turning to dirt paths and grassy hills. So where do you want to go next time? Nice dinner perhaps? Plenty of places offer a great view of the coast, or plenty of atmospheric places downtown, Hitch told her. Wow, you make it sound like we might be dating, Sonny teased. Hitch nearly stumbled in his gait, but saved it for the last moment as they made their way up the final hill to Sonny's lighthouse, which was still undergoing repairs, having scaffolding all around the damaged tower, but had enough work done now to be considered livable, at least on the first 2 floors. The off-duty sheriff swallowed a nervous lump in his throat. Are we? He asked, his cheeks flushing pink. Well, isn't that forward of you? Sonny said, smiling at him. I'm sorry, Sonny, I shouldn't have said that, and Hitch got tangled up in his words, and got another giggle out of Sonny. Hitch, I'm teasing you, Sonny said, playfully elbowing him, as they came up to a front door. Besides, I said it first, we've known each other our whole lives, so I don't think it would be that surprising to too many ponies in town if we did get that far. Hitch smiled at her as she dug the key out to unlock the front door, and she opened it before turning back to him. I had a great time tonight, Hitch. To answer your last question, you can take me anywhere. I'm not picky. I just know you'll pick somewhere amazing. With that, she held up her front right hoof, and Hitch immediately knew what to do, bringing his right hoof up as well. Up high, down low, hitch it to a post, flip it sunny side up and on a piece of toast. Instead of letting go at the end, Sonny held on and took a step forward and kissed him on the cheek as she stepped back towards her door. Now her cheeks were a delightful shade of pink as well. And that, she began, was the answer to your second to last question. I'll let you think about it while you plan our second date. She turned and stepped into her house and turned to give him one more smile as she began to close the door. Good night, Hitch. It was all Hitch could do to return the smile, as his cheeks positively burned and his mind went a mile a minute. The door latch closed, leaving Maritime Bay Sheriff to slowly turn and walk back towards town, wondering what kind of step he had just taken.
Better together, you and me, we will be. Leave the light on for me, oh honey, let me down slowly. I've never been a dreamer till I met you. I know I don't deserve it, but honey, I need it. I've never been a dreamer till I met you.
Finn. A Cold Heart in a Warm Bed by B25. The rain was cold, and it poured from the darkness above. It pelted the grass as winds froze the area. The boutique toweringly loomed, something impersonal that scared Applejack's very psyche. There was no reason she should be here, outside in the storm, all alone before her friend's door. But, try as she might, she couldn't go home, couldn't wait around in a room, unable to sleep, forced to deal with the feelings and thoughts that kept her awake. They haunted the farmhouse, lurked in the walls and loomed in the ceiling, a pervasive sense that pressed all around it. Nothing good could come from staying there. She had to leave.
It was better the storm than absolute silence. Applejack knocked on the door, and then she did so in a slow, odd rhythm, like a tiled traveller searching for lodgings. The knocks provided different sounds from the winds and rain. Shuffling came from a couch, a flopping of hooves, the sliding of a lock, the squeaking of hinges on wood. Now, whoever could it? Rarity's form appeared behind the door, at first blocking the way, but as recognition lit on the sapphire eyes, the mare opened the door, fully exposed. Applejack! Whatever are you doing out there? Applejack's mouth opened, but Rarity shook her head. No, no. Rarity cleared the way and nudged into the darkness of the boutique. Inside, I'll put on some tea. A few orange candles warmed the interior of the boutique. Rarity had floated over a towel and set another on the couch, leaving to put the kettle on, wanting to warm her friend up, who dried herself off. Applejack nervously sat on the cushion afterward while leaning back. A book and a glass of wine had been set on the table before the couch, another way of surviving the night. The cover was a mare, reaching out to a stallion half submerged into a shadow. Applejack rolled her eyes, scoffing, but something inside couldn't be as harsh. The clicking of cups on plates rattled into the room. Applejack looked afar to see Rarity walking over, a smile with 2 drinks floating beside her, each set on the table, before Rarity took a seat as well. She gave a smile that held back the confusion behind it. "A delight to see you, my dear," Rarity said with an awkward air. "Though you are fortunate that I was awake. Don't you know the time?" Applejack nodded with a swallow. A little mouth kept open, unsure of itself. Reckon it's past the sensible hours you'd expect any knocking?" She rubbed her head and looked around. "Nearly worried myself that you wouldn't be awake." Applejack looked back. "Though I can leave if need be. Wouldn't hurt me now." "Applejack!" Rarity stretched out the name in a sing-song voice. "Sensible hours are for sensible ponies. I'm sure that you and I have shown ourselves to be quite the opposite of that from time to time." A giggle, something self-amused but lightened the air. "I would have rolled out of bed for you. Stay awake the whole night should you need it." Rarity's forelegs crossed over the middle of the couch as she leaned over, sinking into the cushion, lowering beneath Applejack's muzzle. The alabaster unicorn grinned with a glint in her eyes. "I am yours after all." She rose like a white, determined snake, an adorable predator-like expression. "Just like how you are mine." Applejack stiffened but didn't fight it, the delicate lips ascending and tapping, and then sealing against her own, a merging softness that rolled her eyes up before sealing them tight. She immersed herself in the kiss, drowned in its delights. Rarity's lips pulled back. Applejack's eyes opened to see her mare friend's annoyed, concerned expression. "Something's bothering you, something critical." She leaned back, licking her lips, wincing. "I can taste it in your kiss." Applejack shivered and turned. Sorry." Hooves touched her shoulders and turned Applejack back around. White forelegs curved around her neck as the fashionista held her close. Rarity's face was an inch away, narrowed in love. "Don't be. That which is troubling you will be the thing that is truly sorry." That had been the reason why Applejack had fallen in love, why she had confessed in a daze and found herself delighted when she came awake. It was the dramatics of the other mare that gave her life, that made things feel like more than what they really were. How the smallest things could be ballooned, how Applejack could be allowed her own dramatics, her own right to fill things to whatever extents her feelings demanded. "But I can understand if you have no idea to talk." Rarity fell into her friend with a hug, nuzzling the back of Applejack's neck. "We can just sit here and rest in each other's company," she hummed.
or any number of other activities that appeal to you. That's not what Applejack wanted, not in the slightest. Something else gripped her, a matter that she'd been too afraid to confess to another. Applejack sounded the word but could not feel the rest supported to go with it. The syllables deprived of oxygen sinking into her love's neck. She laid all of her weight on the other mare, Rarity held without shudder or complaint. I'm afraid. You afraid? The comment had hurt. Rarity felt the shiver that rocked against her. White forelegs clutched Applejack's frame tighter. Sorry, don't you mind that comment. There is nothing wrong with being afraid. It's just something unexpected from one usually so strong. The side of Applejack's face fell into the cushioning of Rarity's frame. I ain't all that strong, not underneath it all. Lies! Rarity's hooves massaged across her back, alighting the nerves beneath the muscle, the softness beneath the firmness. But tell yourself what you must. You are strong to me, no matter what. Though, in the end, we cannot stop ourselves from feeling that which we'd rather not feel. Rarity sank into her a moment. What has you afraid, Applejack? How does one answer a question like that? How does one explain everything in their existence to this very second? Everything that influenced Applejack and the world around her, the seconds in a day that dictate the coming years. How could Applejack say all of that in a single conversation? Or even hope to explain all of that well? Everything, Applejack collapsed into herself. Everything's always got me. Always at the back of my head, just waiting to come out. Her head shook. Some days I don't mind it much. Other times it eats me alive. None of the family are back home. Even when they are there, This wasn't making sense. It wasn't a problem with an answer that could be given, a symptom that selected the correct remedy. It was just a piece of existence that troubled one's soul, a state of affairs that, if it could be changed, would have already done so. I'm just worried this is it, Applejack finally confessed. Getting up, going out there, working in sun and snow, seeing the land beyond change day by day. Ponyville's changed. Granny's gone, Bloom too, Mac's always out. It's just me there. I don't mind, but... Rarity pulled back into Applejack's view. She was smiling. It's not just the loneliness, Rarity softly mused, is it? Applejack's head shook with eyes that never left her love. No, it ain't. Rarity turned without leaving the embrace. A blue glow surrounded her horn, as it did her cups. Both floated to their mouths and, touching their lips, allowed themselves to be sipped. Applejack smiled at the little pampering. She hadn't let herself be consoled like this before, not made to feel the things underneath her inner shield. I just worry this is it. Applejack's muzzle pulled from the cup, which levitated back to the table. That everything great has come and gone. Can't tell you the last time I saw Twilight outside the castle, or when Rainbow ain't knocking out a nap in her office. She used to lounge by the farm every dang day. Now she's always away, and it's just... Yourself? Applejack shuddered. Not that you... A white hoof sealed against her lips. Shh, I'm not accusing you. Rarity's hoof retracted. Just trying to learn more. Applejack nodded, but missed the touch. I just worry for myself. Never used to do that. I was pretty alright with my lot in life. Applejack turned down at the orange fluffiness in her chest. Seeing white forelegs wrapped around it made Applejack smile. Could be strong because everyone needed me to be. But now everyone's gone, and I've got none to be strong for. She looked at Rarity. Except you. I thought you were the one I'd be strong for. She chuckled with a shaking head. But then you cracked me open, and everything came pouring out. Now, I'm just a deflated mess. Something that don't even know itself. The hooves continued to stroke her coat regardless of her words. There ain't much excitement in life anymore. Applejack went on, looking at the cup. It magically raised again, keeping its distance, waiting to be summoned. The farm is all I have left. I'll work it the same way till I die, and then that'll be it. Her throat croaked. But I'm not okay with that. Wetness stung the corners of Applejack's eyes. I don't want that to be me anymore. I don't want every day to be the same, to have to go through the same torment day in and day out. I'm getting tired, and I had no pony to be strong for. The cup floated over, and Applejack took a drink, struggling to do so, a pain in her throat. The finished tea was pulled away seconds later. Applejack sat in the silence. The troubled mare turned to her love, held by the pony she once declared overly dramatic and sentimental, who felt and whined too much, who now had lived life more fully than Applejack, faced her fully without hiding the tears. You're the only worth I have anymore, Applejack admitted. Her hooves slipped out of Rarity's hug and wrapped around the mare, sealing around the white pudge. The only thing that has any development, that might lead to something better than this. But you could leave me, go on to do better. Rarity shook her head and finally spoke. But how could I do better than perfection? Applejack's mouth wordlessly opened. But I understand your terror. Applejack nearly scoffed. How can you? Because of all the little times you've shared them with me throughout the years. It wasn't preaching or admittance that she knew everything, but it was confidence, meant to reassure. A wisdom Rarity had acquired over the years. What you've told me after work over a bottle of wine, or in the time you spent in my room after the funeral, or our nights on the farm after we waved apple bloom from the train. Rarity wiped Applejack's tears. She then kissed where they had been. It was the action, the gesture, that could cure the pain. Her lips remained inches from the orange fur. The breathing behind her words washed across Applejack's cheek. One cannot explain the terror of their existence in a single conversation, but another can come to understand it, to assuage it, in little moments throughout the years. Another set of tears came, already rubbed away from the one always there. Applejack chuckled in defeat. I suppose I felt better about life with you around. For which part of me? Silence passed before Rarity embraced her love again. The two hugged tightly and cared not for the seconds, content to be in another's embrace. The warmth of the other, the brushing of furs, the caressing of skin, the merging of consciousness allowed them to experience the state of another's life. I cannot tell you that life will get better, Rarity confessed from the side of Applejack's neck, but there are things we can do to improve it. She nodded into Applejack's coat. All I can attest is that I will be there for you, in every terrifying little second that passes, and that no matter what happens, I'll ensure everything will be okay. Applejack smiled. Rarity? Yes, my dear. Could I stay here tonight? I wouldn't dare cast you into the storm. Could we? Yes. The two went upstairs after that, into the bedroom, and shuffling beneath the sheets, coming to embrace the other, a tight hold softening the darkness, a promise that, no matter what came tomorrow, they would awake to it together.
Let's be lazy, baby, no troubles on our minds. Tell me, maybe we can leave it all behind. The two of us, we're here in no rush. Let's be lazy, baby. Let's be lazy,
Peppermint Winter by Meteor Mirage. The front door to the School of Friendship swung open, releasing a burst of cold air into the toasty, fire-warmed lobby. The flame flickered and threatened to go out, but remained strong as the two entering creatures shut the door behind them. The two intruders did their best to shake off their snow-covered bodies as they huddled together for increased warmth. Gallus, the smaller blue griffin, basically clung to his larger earth pony boyfriend as he shivered intensely. The only wintertime coverings on him being a short, scraggly scarf that he wrapped tightly around his neck. Sandbar, dressed more appropriately with a thick floor-length scarf and dark grey beanie, wrapped a hoof around his boyfriend to draw him closer. As uncomfortable with public affection as he was, he understood he had to make some adjustments to comfort his freezing carburb. The two had just gotten back from a fairly nice breakfast, and despite the hot and lovingly prepared meal they had just eaten, its warmth was absolutely snuffed out by the record cold they were still recovering from. Still, with a frosty bird clinging to him, Sandbar gestured to the large fireplace off to the side of the lobby. "Here, let's warm up a bit," he said softly, nuzzling Gallus for continued warm sharing. In response, Gallus rolled his eyes. "We'd still be warm if we didn't go out for breakfast," he grumbled gently, blaming Sandbar for the weather he had obviously caused. Even still, he didn't complain as they walked in tandem towards the warmth. The fireplace was already well populated. A group of 4 ponies were already seated on the provided couch, leaving the remaining few gathered around to curl up on the ground, either solo or with a loved one to snuggle with. Even with the small group crowded around the fireplace, Sandbar managed to find a smallish spot a little away from the fire, though it was small enough that the two boys would have to huddle together if they both wanted to stay warm. As they both settled down to sit, both realized that neither really minded the closeness. Both boys sighed lovingly as they leaned against each other and embraced the warmth. Sandbar leaned down to nuzzle Gallus's head feathers, to which the griffin just grinned and wiggled deeper into his boyfriend's embrace. "Better?" Sandbar asked simply as he wrapped his hoof tighter around the cold bird. "Much better," Gallus said as he immediately went to work in warming up his claws, which were doing their best to not cramp up from the cold. As the two continued to settle, both found that every time the front door opened to let everyone in, for even the smallest moment, the flickering fire bred seeds of chill among all the creatures just trying to stay warm. The unicorns in the crowd quickly got to work trying to maintain the fire, but it was of little help. Gallus was the first to feel the effects of the cold, curling to maintain warmth as he scratched his claw under his tiny, itchy little scarf. Sandbar, both sturdier and gifted with more heat retention due to excessive fluff and coverage, could feel it as well, but certainly not as much to the griffin, who was yet again shivering against him. He looked down at Gallus, slightly concerned, then nuzzled yet again. "Still cold, huh?" he asked. Gallus nodded in response as he wiggled closer to Sandbar, grumbling as he did so. Saying nothing, he instead ripped the scarf he was wearing from his neck and attempted to place it on in a more warming way. Rip seemed to be more literal than he wanted, as the old garment tore as he did so, joining multiple other small blemishes in the material. This one, however, built off of a few former tears to form a much larger one that stretched a quarter of the way down. It threatened to turn the one thin scarf into 2 very thin scarves, were he to fiddle with it any further. So he just frustratedly, though also gingerly, returned it from whence it came. Seeing this, Sandbar shot an even more concerned look as he thought deeply for a moment. With a very uncharacteristic frown, He nuzzled Gallus one last time and smoothed his forehead tenderly.
Hey, I know this sucks, but I need to run back to the room and grab something.
With an overly dramatic sigh and a lot of grumbling, Gallus gently wrapped his arms around his boyfriend's neck. "No! Stay with me," he whined. "I'll be cold if you go." As he continued to complain, he tried his hardest to prevent his boyfriend from absconding with his cherished horsey warmth. As his frown gave way to a small loving smirk, Sandbar gave a very dramatic sigh as he pulled away from Gallus briefly. It wasn't hard to break the hold he held as, while he wasn't trying very hard to hold him down in the first place, the griffin couldn't do much against true earth pony strength. Now, slightly separated from Gallus, though not far enough to stop radiating warmth to him, Sandbar began to quickly unwrap his more substantial scarf from around his neck. Before Gallus could even think to respond, he was interrupted by his boyfriend using this newly freed garment to dress him instead. Gallus couldn't exactly explain, as he was warmed immediately by the scarf's presence, sighing happily as the soft, thick fabric greeted his neck around his own itchy and uncomfortable scarf. Now that his boyfriend was distracted, Sandbar was perfectly happy to stand up from his spot, but of course not before pressing his lips against the griffin's forehead and ruffling his head feathers.
There,
Sandbar said with a sly grin as he looked down at Gallus.
that's hopefully enough for until I get back. Although,
He gave a small pause, tapping a hoof against his chin until he gave an even bigger grin.
ha, I've got it.
He said, and with a bit of a flourish, he removed his beanie and plopped it onto Gallus's head.
There, that should keep you nice and warm for a little longer now. And you look super cute too.
Leaning down, Sandbar placed a loving kiss onto Gallus's beak.
I'll be quick, so don't go anywhere. I love you, Gully.
Gallus grumbled in response, smiling wildly as he couldn't resist pressing back against Sandbar's lips slightly. Sandbar hesitated slightly before making his leave, but still rushed off as swiftly as possible afterwards, as fast as his horsey legs could carry him. Now alone in the group of ponies around him, Gallus sighed and laid his head down for a minute. As much as he wanted to whine about Sandbar leaving him, he couldn't manage much of a complaint, as his chin rested against the soft, plush scarf he now had wrapped around him, and he gave a soft, loving smirk as he gently smelled the fabric and then gave a second, more investigatory sniff. Unsurprisingly, he gave off a very familiar scent. To be more specific, it was a very hearth-warming themed mixture of peppermint-scented body wash and just a light dusting of pine cologne. It was a softer version of the very loud fragrance that his and Sandbar's shared bathroom was coated in after one of his boyfriend's daily 30-minute showers. Not that Gallus minded one bit. With more than a slight curiosity, he removed the beanie he was rented as well, not caring how strange he looked as he tested the smell of that as well. Green apple, just like Sandbar's mane and tail shampoo, and the mane that he'd spent every night for the past year with his beak buried into. The combination of warmth and a lovingly familiar combination of scents forced Gallus into a soft yawn as he stretched out along the hard floor. Still more used to sleeping on floors than beds, he gave a small shrug and settled his head down yet again onto the scarf. If Sandbar was going to be long, he figured, he might as well take a short nap to wait for whatever that pony had planned. He held the beanie close to his chest, involuntarily letting out a soft and sweet trill. Gallus shut his eyes to let the comforting sensations consume him. Even the light, hushed chattering from the ponies around him, especially the group cuddling on the couch, wasn't enough to deter him. What was enough, however, was seemingly moments later when Gallus was jostled awake by returning Sandbar. Raising his head, Gallus gave a few tired and unintelligible grumbles as he gave his boyfriend a bleary glare. Sandbar offered up an awkward grin as he sidled up against Gallus yet again, chuckling softly as he remembered how cranky he could get after being awoken from even the shortest of naps.
Oops, sorry. I was trying not to wake you, he said as he nuzzled up against Gallus's cheek. Despite the rude awakening, Gallus found himself yet again smiling due to his boyfriend's antics, though rolling his eyes as he let out a small sigh.
I barely closed my eyes, he croaked, then cleared his throat with a blush.
It was like 20 minutes, dude, Sandbar chuckled, maybe a bit louder than he intended, as he garnered the attention of some of the ponies surrounding the two. No, because it took me a while to grab what I needed.
It was then that Gallus noticed that the scenery around him had changed a little bit. A few ponies that were there seemingly moments ago had left, and finally the couch had been freed up by the group of ponies, though it left the Griffin to wonder why no one had replaced them. After noticing that, he noticed a more peculiar sight of Sandbar's hoop hovering above the floor by a few inches. It took him a few more seconds to spot the box that was very poorly hiding at his side. With a raised eyebrow, Gallus leaned over. "Hey, what you got there?" he asked as he swiped to grab for it. Sandbar chuckled warmly as he pulled it away, hiding it closer to his side and pulling away to protect it.
Not yet. Can I at least get my stuff back? I'm freezing over here.
As a display, he very dramatically began to rub his hooves together and blow against them, using the last of the warmth in him to soothe their ache. Feeling that, despite the absolute lack of dressage, Sandbar was still radiating more warmth than him. Gallus rolled his eyes. Heh, good luck with that. He placed a claw against the scarf around his neck. You should have known when you gave it to me. If it smells like you, there's no way I'm giving it back. Sandbar sighed and leaned against Gallus, leaving his box unguarded as he wrapped a hoof around him.
Yeah, I'm surprised my socks and hoodies survived for this long.
Well, I mean, Gallus started, but left a sentence alone as he bared his talons and gave his free wing a gentle flap. In response, Sandbar nudged his boyfriend's hind paw with his own hind leg.
Oh, come on, you look cute.
He grinned lovingly as he looked down at the blue griffin. With a large blush, Gallus gave a soft huff and refused to respond to that comment. Seeing an opening, Sandbar reached to his side with a hoof.
Anyway, it's going to be a little awkward if you don't, disrobe, cause...
He paused to pull the box from his side, offering it over to Gallus with a massive grin.
I got something for you.
What Sandbar offered over was a box much taller than it was wide, wrapped poorly enough in vaguely holiday-themed wrapping paper that Gallus could clearly see the plain cardboard box inside. Obviously, he had wrapped it himself. Gallus started, but was more confused than anything. It was close to heartwarming, but he had always assumed that ponies only gave gifts on that specific day, like the Blue Moon Festival. He looked up to Sandbar with a questioning glance, silently asking if Sandbar was sure. Sandbar gestured towards Gallus with a hoot, eagerly grinning.
Come on, open it!
While there was a little more hesitation, Gallus managed to put aside the strangeness of this and absolutely tear into the packaging. The cardboard box wasn't taped in the slightest, so Gallus had no problem opening it up and fishing out what lay within. The first thing he noticed was how soft this gift was, making even the posh scarf he was renting from Sandbar feel like sandpaper in comparison. Immediately intrigued, Gallus rushed a bit to see what it was. What he pulled out was a scarf, a bright red scarf that was absurdly long, reminding Gallus of the one timekeeper he saw running about Ponyville from time to time, and warmed his claws pleasantly as he held it.
It's, enchanted, Sandbar explained as he saw his boyfriend's face shift to further confusion. Rarity did me a solid and cut the cost for it, but it was still pretty, a lot.
He sighed and, being reminded by the absurd emptiness in his bag of bits, laid his head on the floor for a moment. Then he popped back up, his dramatics over, and nudged Gallus. "So come on, try it on." Gallus didn't need to be told twice. As nice as Sandbar's scarf was, he delicately removed it and tossed it onto its owner without much of a care. He was much less careful with the scarf that lay under it, tearing it off his neck quite literally as he rushed to remove it. He wasn't concerned by that in the slightest. Upon donning the lovely gift, Gallus grumbled with absolute delight as he was finally blessed with a comfortable amount of warmth, even with his warm boyfriend leaning up against him. "Dear Grover, this is amazing! I love it! I love you." He hesitated on the last word, most of the sentence forcing itself out in his excitement and leaving him to finish the job for the first time. "Hey, that's..." Sandbar began, but trailed off moments later. The sentiment was clear between the two of them, however, as Gallus leaned up to brush his beak against Sandbar's cheek, a blush very clear on his own. "I love you too, Gully," Sandbar said as he returned the favour in kind, pressing his lips against the birdie boyfriend's beak and pulling him closer with a hoof around him. "Happy hearths warming." Gallus started before shaking his head, correcting himself with a small grin to his boyfriend. "Happy hearths warming, Sandy." As they yet again rested, enjoying the warmth of the fire before them and the quiet company of the loved one beside them, Gallus felt another nap coming on.
Watch the flakes start to come down across the road under the street light. And I think about heaven, how it must be just like this, with everybody in love and everybody you miss. My little daughter came running up and sat on my knee. She said, "Dad, I got a question for you." I said, "What's on your mind?" She said, "I am not sure if Christmas dreams come true." Thought about it for a minute, turned to Tony Bennett, said, "Love, I think I know that they do." She was asking me how, as I twirled around, I said, "Christmas brought me you." She's smiling at me. She says, "Dad, I gotta tell you something." Then tears fill her eyes as she tells me surprise and shows me her wedding ring.
Rainbow Dash, your fanfiction is weird. By Errant. The sun shone brightly on a clear summer day, while Princess Twilight Sparkle flapped her way through the sky with all the fluidity of a brick that's temporarily forgotten how gravity is supposed to work. "Come on, Rainbow!" she called to her flying companion, who soared behind her and to her right, kept aloft by easy strokes of her wings. "You're falling behind!" Rainbow Dash just snorted in disdain. "Philly, please, I could outfly you with one wing tied behind my back." "That's not how aerodynamics work," Twilight snapped back. "Who needs aerodynamics when you're awesome?" Rainbow retorted. "Who needs friendship when you're a total show-off?" Twilight countered, before she gave a loud, triumphant whoop of joy and dove down into a steep dive. "Last one to your house is a..." She never finished the sentence because at that moment a cerulean blur rocketed past her. Outracing the crack of thunder, she broke the sound barrier with the same effort most ponies use to trot down the street. Twilight glared after her as she pulled up out of the dive and flapped her way to a graceful landing on the sculpted cloud that formed the structure of Rainbow's home, floating gracefully just outside Ponyville and conveniently outside the borders in which Ponyville could extract taxes from her. As her hooves touched down, she had to remind herself that there was no need to cast the cloud-waking spell. Her Pegasus anatomy charged the bottom of her hooves with a magical field that repelled the molecules of water in the clouds with even greater intensity than they normally did towards solid matter, courtesy of the Poulain exclusion principle. "What's the matter, Twilight? Not as aerodynamic as you thought you'd be?" Rainbow Dash stood in front of the cloud house's open front door, smirking as she leaned against the wall. Twilight rolled her eyes and levitated a saddlebag and books off her back. "I was perfectly aerodynamic," she said, trotting through the cloudy doorway into Rainbow's home. "I was just a little slower than you." "It's okay, Twilight. So's every pony," Rainbow quipped. Twilight sighed as she entered the foyer. The cloud house's interior made from solidified, magically shaped clouds, polished by Pegasus magic until they resembled marble. It was very pretty, and Twilight knew that it was also very comfortable for ponies who preferred to take wing thanks to Rainbow Dash's insistence on having as much flying space as possible, and the way she'd magically woven the cloud structure to mimic the look and feel of ancient Rome. Graceful sculpted columns and sweeping arched windows included. Yeah, how about something to drink after our trip?" she suggested, walking through the cloudy foyer and into the living room. "We had to fly all day after all." "Sure," Rainbow agreed, trotting through the living room and into the kitchen. "How about some nice, cool apple cider?" Twilight gave a non-committal grunt. "I'd rather just have some water if you don't mind." "Fine by me," Rainbow replied from inside the minor disaster area formerly known as her kitchen. "Go ahead and make yourself comfortable." "Thanks," Twilight said, trotting over to the lone couch and plopping herself down onto it with a level of grace and decorum that would certainly fail to impress any pony who assumed princesses came equipped with poise and grace as standard features. She placed her saddlebags down on the floor beside her and then levitated out her prize, the book she and Rainbow had flown all the way to Canterlot to purchase, the newest adventure of a certain courageous Pegasus hero, Daring Do in the Kingdom of Umbra. Rainbow Dash popped back into the living room, 2 cups balanced on her outstretched wings. "Here you go," she said, passing one of the cups to Twilight. Twilight accepted it gratefully and took a sip. "Thank you," she said, as Twilight turned to sit down herself. Twilight spied a pile of papers sitting on the couch next to her, picking them up to relocate them lest she accidentally spill some water on them. She glanced briefly at the words they bore. First, her eyebrow arched, then a deep blush fled across her face and her wings sprang to extension in surprise. "Rainbow, are you still writing these?" she cried. "What are you talking about?" Rainbow asked, settling onto the couch with casual ease that belied the fact that she was balancing a cup of water on one wing and just grabbed her novel from Twilight's book in her front hooves. "Of course I'm still writing them." But, Twilight sputtered, "But they're about you and Daring Do." Yeah," Rainbow replied with a confused look on her face. "Isn't that the point of fanfiction? It's about the characters you like, and you write what you'd like them to do." "But this is different," Twilight shouted, waving the papers in Rainbow's face. "This is about you and Daring doing things together. Very intimate things." "You mean having sex?" Rainbow replied, smirking. "Yes!" Twilight yelped. "Sex scenes with you and a pony who really exists and who you know personally. It's fucking weird." "Well, what about your fanfiction then?" Rainbow demanded, glaring at Twilight. "You write about ponies doing things too. Why is it weird that I write about me doing things?" Twilight flushed an even deeper red. "Because I write about fictional ponies. That's normal." So, you still write about ponies doing it? Rainbow protested. Well, Twilight said, pausing for a moment to consider what Rainbow had just said. But they're not about me or some pony I actually know. So, Rainbow demanded again, setting her novel aside and folding her forelimbs across her chest. How's that make it any different? The characters are still yours and they're just doing what you want them to. But it's... Twilight paused again, still uncertain as to how to respond. It just seems perverted. Look, Rainbow said, sighing and rolling her eyes in exasperation. It's just a bit of fun, and you're just being a prude. I am not, Twilight cried. I'm just not comfortable with this whole thing. What? Are you really going to let a little thing like sex make you feel uncomfortable? Rainbow asked with a disbelieving snort. It's not about sex, Twilight retorted, her voice rising in pitch and volume. It's about how you're writing about Daring Do having sex with you. She's a real pony, one that you know personally, and it's rude of you to write things like that about her. It's not like she's going to know, Rainbow shot back. It's just a fanfiction. She'll never find out. It's just for fun. How do you know that? Twilight demanded. I just do, Rainbow replied with a shrug. It's not like I'm going to tell her. I still don't think you should do it, Twilight said, pausing as she took another sip of her drink. It's weird. And wrong. Okay, you know what? Rainbow said, throwing her hooves up in the air before being interrupted by the sound of a faint shout. Oh, hey, that must be Quibble Pants. Twilight sighed, setting her drink down on the coffee table as she stood up. I'd better go help him get up here then. He'll need the cloud walking spell. No need, Rainbow said, waving a wing at Twilight. Just use your magic to levitate him. And have him fall through the floor as soon as I set him down? Twilight asked, rolling her eyes as she trotted towards the door. Oh, I didn't think about that. Rainbow chuckled awkwardly. Twilight rolled her eyes again. I'll be right back, she said, and then flew out the door to go fetch her fellow Daring Do fan from the ground below. Okay, maybe I got a little carried away with the smut scenes, Rainbow muttered to herself as soon as Twilight had left, the words leaving her muzzle with all the grace and eloquence of a herd of stampeding buffalo. But so what? Twilight's just being a prude, and I'm not going to let her make me feel bad about it. Quibble Pants stumbled through the front door and into the foyer of Rainbow Dash's house, Twilight fluttering behind him. And that's why Daring Do and the Cursed Amulet is totally non-canonical to Daring Do and the Lost Empire. Now, this new book, Daring Do and the Kingdom of Umbra on the other hoof. Quibble? Rainbow interrupted with a flat look as he and Twilight took seats on her furniture. Quibble had the grace to blush and bite his tongue. Oops, sorry. Old habits, you know. Yeah, Rainbow grumbled. Look, I need an opinion from a fellow Daring Do fan, a real aficionado, and some pony who knows Daring's a real pony. Okay, what's the question? Quibble asked. Twilight thinks it's weird that I've written a couple of fanfics where Daring and I kinda, have sex, Rainbow finished. Twilight here thinks it's weird, and I think it's fine. What do you think? Quibble blinked. Rainbow, that's weird as hay. Yes, Twilight crowed. She's old enough to be your mum, Quibble added before Rainbow could respond. Rainbow scowled. So what? Older mares can't be sexy? Hey, she's the same age as Try's mum and she's a hot piece of flank. Excuse me? Twilight yelped, wings flaring back wide in shock. Okay, maybe hot piece of flank was kinda rude, Rainbow admitted. Oh, you think? Twilight demanded. But you know what I mean, Rainbow continued, ignoring Twilight's protests. So what if she's old enough to be my mum? That doesn't mean she isn't attractive. Wait, are you talking about Daring or Twilight's mum now? Quibble asked. Hello, I'm right here, Twilight said, waving a forelimb in the air. It doesn't matter. Rainbow said, continuing a conversation with Quibble as if Twilight hadn't spoken. That's not the point. What matters is, do you think it's weird that I'm writing fanfics about Daring and me? Quibble scratched his chin thoughtfully.
Well, yeah, it is kind of weird, especially given how much older she is. But I don't see what the big deal is. It's just fanfiction after all. It's just a fantasy at the end of the day.
It's not about how old she is, Quibble, Twilight insisted. It's about how she's writing about a real pony. You know, one that we actually know. And she's writing about her doing sexual things. It's just rude.
Have you ever thought about a pony you found attractive? You know, fantasized about being with them? Quibble asked, shrugging. Is that rude? So long as you keep it to yourself?
No, Twilight admitted, because it's private and it stays in your head and... She trailed off.
And what? Quibble pressed on. Go on, finish your sentence.
I don't think that's something to talk about in front of ponies, Twilight finished with a blush.
It's fine, Quibble replied. We're all grown mares and stallions here. We're allowed to have dirty thoughts.
I don't have dirty thoughts, Twilight insisted. None that I'd want to share anyway. They're just fine staying in my head where they belong.
I do, Rainbow admitted, smirking. My dirty thoughts about Daring Do are really dirty. In fact, I can't wait to write more of them tonight. Hey, maybe Daring Do and a loyal companion will hook up with a certain older unicorn mare from Canterlot as part of their adventure. Twilight sputtered for a few moments before she managed to find her voice.
Please don't do that, she said,
her voice dropping to a pained whisper.
It's wrong.
Look, Rainbow said, rolling her eyes, I was just joking about writing about your mum. Besides, you're the one who keeps bugging me about my fanfiction.
But,
Twilight said, trailing off,
it's just weird to think about, that's all.
Maybe you're both just weird, Quibble suggested with a smirk.
What? Rainbow demanded.
You're both equally weird, Quibble said again. You're both writing about ponies bucking.
Rainbow opened her mouth to respond, but before she could say anything, Quibble interrupted her.
And that's okay. You both have your own ways of enjoying writing, and you both still enjoy it, right?
Well, Twilight said, trailing off.
And Twilight's not going to stop writing because you don't like what she writes,
Quibble added, glancing at Rainbow pointedly.
Of course not,
Twilight replied, shaking her head vigorously.
And Rainbow's not going to stop either, just because you don't really like what kinds of fanfics she writes, Quibble said.
Hey no, Rainbow agreed.
Well, you should just let each other enjoy things your own ways, Quibble said. You're both just trying to have fun.
He stopped, frowning in thought.
Now, why does that sound familiar?
He's right, Rainbow said, smirking and poking Twilight in the shoulder. It's just a bit of fun, and you're just being a prude.
I am not,
Twilight protested, gently flicking Rainbow on the nose with her wing. Sure you aren't, Rainbow said, grinning as she poked Twilight back.
Look,
Twilight said, rolling her eyes as she leaned back and playfully batted Rainbow's wing away.
I still think it's really, really weird that you're writing these fanfics, but that doesn't mean you should stop. You're not really hurting any pony, and I guess I shouldn't complain about anything that broadens your literary horizons.
Yeah, whatever, Rainbow said, rolling her eyes. It's just a bit of fun, right? Just for fun.
Just for fun,
Twilight said, nodding in agreement.
Now, how about we get back to reading these new books so we can talk about them without spoiling each other?
New, non-canonical books, you mean?
Quibble interjected.
We know,
Rainbow and Twilight chorused, rolling their eyes in unison.
But we'll still read them anyway,
Twilight added, smiling as she levitated her book into the air and began to flip through the pages.
Yeah,
Rainbow said, opening her own book.
Even if the first 3 books were better, I still like talking about them with you two,
Quibble Pants said, cracking open his copy.
Oh, and Rainbow?
Twilight asked, attention already being sucked into the newest adventure story. Remind me to teach you about the difference between how to use commas and how you mutilated them in that fic of yours.
Huh?
Oh, sure, Rainbow said, a sheepish blush spreading across her face.
I'll do that later, totally.
2 disbelieving chuckles answered her,
And with that, three friends turned their attention to their respective books, content to simply enjoy each other's company, now with the promise of lively conversation later.
Love enough to go around. In space, breathe it in and slowly breathe it out. There's a place just for us here in the gold dust.
Dating Simps by 21km to Nerdiness. Friday night, the day every pony unwinded for the upcoming weekend looming upon them. However, this particular night was what many were looking forward to. Earlier in the week, the residents of Ponyville were graced with the sudden presence of a wide, fancy new restaurant, Mugs, Hugs and Cuddlebugs. Now completed on the outskirts of town, no expensive catches, enough space to make reservations obsolete, and lots of lonely hearts willing to kill for such an opportunity. Coco Pommel, on the other hoof, came against her will. Yes, what was meant to just be a friendly little visit with a certain fabulous fashionista soon became a forceful night of fun. That night, the shy mare struggled to make an approach towards the love-themed establishment. Ponies strolled past her with no issue, leaving her alone in an aura of overwhelming shyness. The Earth Pony flinched, catching herself as she noticed a pale lime green mare with a tan brown mane waving her over from behind a wooden podium. "Hey, you! You've been quivering in fear in that same spot for almost half an hour. You okay there?" Taking a heavy gulp. "Welcome to MH&C, girl. What can I do you for?" Coco kept her head down, frantically searching through her turquoise purse to pull out a red ticket with glistening gold trimming. I have a coupon," she uttered. "For a free mug?" "Wonderful!" The mayor collected the slip of paper. "Head right in. Pick a table, any table. Enjoy yourself." The shy gal gave a quick and silent nod, shuffling onward past the large, dark doors. Inside, the bustling building was in full swing. Couples had taken in its romantic decor. Exquisite and flavourful meals were being prepared and sizzled before the amazed customers, and the staff were quick and efficient, moving in perfect sync with one another. While still nervous of her unfamiliar surroundings, Coco was equally astounded by the aesthetic and excellent service being displayed. Her state of awe was then cut short as a bubbly filly zipped circles around her on roller skates.
"Hi there!
She yipped, squeaking to a halt.
Everything going well for you, ma'am?"
Yes," Coco mumbled. "I was about to find a table."
"Of course! Let me take you to a real good one."
The young one escorted her guests further into the restaurant. "Meeting a special sun pony?" "Me? No, I'm not that interesting."
"Not with that attitude. No worries, I'm sure some pony wouldn't mind mingling with you."
"I just had a coupon for a free mug. A friend of mine insisted I come here."
"Oh, do you know what a free mug comes with, right?"
"I don't think so."
"Comes with a free snuggle sesh with additional features."
Huh?
"Tell me, what do you like in a partner?"
I don't know."
"Come on, girl to girl, spill."
"I guess I like a tall stallion, one who'd like me for me and..."
"Here we are."
The filly guided the stunned mare into a curved booth with blood-red seats surrounding a sleek oak table.
You'll love it, trust me. Your waiter will be with you in a bit.
Within a few seconds, the rushing child was already gone before Coco could question further. Clearing her throat, she sheepishly scooted onto the centre seat. Thoughts of a potential boo thing had plagued her mind, putting up vigorous fight with her crippling insecurities. It wasn't long going into her thought process when a peach-coloured earthstone with a golden mane popped up. "Hey there," he greeted, giving a confident wink.
So, it's one free mug for the lady?
Coco pressed her back against the seat in surprise. Yes, that's me. But does it come only in mugs? Of course not, cutie. We have regular cups, sippy cups,
Wine glasses?
wine glass would be nice. With wine too, if that's available.
Coming right up, Miss
Coco Pommel.
Xander.
He scooped a hoof to smooch it kindly, chuckling as the flustered mare tried to hide a smile.
Pleasure to meet you. Be right back.
Left alone again, Coco let out a heavy sigh, letting her giddy emotions flood freely. Never had she been in the company of someone as caring or as handsome. She stared longingly at a hoof where he had smooched, smiling wide as a faint blush grew brighter. Eventually, Xander returned carrying a single glass of cherry wine on a silver tray atop his head, kneeling to swiftly slide it in between her hooves.
For the lovely girl?
He hummed. Thank you so much. As she took a sip of her drink, she held her breath, noticing the stone in the corner of her eye sliding up beside her in the booth. Heart racing, she kept her eyes forward, watching other couples in the restaurant in each other's embrace.
Nervous? Xander chuckled.
About what?
If you don't feel comfortable about free hug sessions, that's perfectly understandable. It's a unique concept we offer, but it's our motto. We all need love.
No, it's just I never had a guy want to do anything like that with me before. I don't know what to do or say.
Let me help you. Tell me what you want.
I want to be snuggled.
Could you repeat that?
I want to be snuggled. Xander held his arms out wide.
Of course.
A bead of sweat came down Coco's forehead. Taking a big swig of her wine, she placed it down and hesitantly inched toward the open stone. A minute or two went by before Xander carefully guided her chin atop his shoulder, wrapping his toned hooves around her back. Shocked and breathless, Coco practically melted like butter into his warm hug.
I find that hard to believe,
the cheeky stallion uttered, rubbing down her fuzzy back.
Any stallion would be lucky to have you.
I'm just an average, Coco managed to huff out, getting lost in the sensations. An average mare.
Nonsense. I'm sure you're very fascinating. Tell me about yourself, Miss Pommel.
Face hotter than ever, the flattered mare rested her head against her hugging buddy's chest, raising her hooves to caress his sturdy back. I'm a dressmaker. I make special costumes for plays. Sometimes I sell dresses across some big cities.
Well, that's wonderful. I myself enjoy a lavish production.
Xander looked down at the small creature, now staring back at him with glistening eyes, leaning in to plant steady, delicate kisses upon her off-white coated cheek.
Very impressive.
Coco bit her lower lip, reaching to the moist contact. You're just saying, ah! The stallion's sweet kisses then trailed off down her slender neck, her grateful grip on him growing tighter. Is that the additional features I've heard about? The mare giggled, closing her eyes in delight.
That it is indeed. I can stop if you want.
No, I love it.
Please, tell me about you.
Before working here, I babysat a lot of foals. A lot.
Wow, sounds like a hooful.
They may be gremlins, but at least they listen to me. The adults, not so much.
Oh, you poor thing. Hey, I'm listening, always.
The stone's ears perked up wholeheartedly.
Thank you. That's a first for me. It really means a great deal.
Of course. So,
What is it, Miss Pummel?
can you keep going?
Oh, yes, ma'am.
Xander's playful pecks transitioned into light nibbles, occasionally tugging her skin between his lips and earning sweet moans from the customer. Coco's grip grew even tighter as she instinctively leaned up to return a kiss to the stone's neck.
Eep!
She blushed.
I'm sorry.
Suddenly, a low but hearty belch escaped the stone.
Pardon me, he snickered. It's okay. We consider that our own personal tips. You got quite a strong grip, I must say.
Thank you. I just never felt this way before with any pony. It feels so good.
You deserve to feel good, Miss Pummel.
Call me Coco if you want.
Well,
Xander lifted a hoop to boop her nose.
do you feel special, Coco?
Very much.
The mare nuzzled into him with a pleased pout.
Anything special I could do for a special gal?
Coco popped her lavender sailor collar, puffing her fluffy chest out with an adorable smirk.
I've always wanted a stone to play with my floof.
What an amazing flute!
Xander licked his lips, placing his hooves deep within her fluff-filled forest.
Am I doing it right?
Yes.
Every strand of fuzz on the worker's neck stood on end as Coco's happy coos sent a wave of ecstasy up his spine. The two struggled to keep their hums of reflection low under the sounds of chatter and clatter. The sensual strawberry aroma of the candles circled around them. Their cuddle upgraded to a passionate snuggle. All throughout the session, a restless but simultaneously pleasing sensation gradually built up within the stallion's gut as he and his cuddle bug explored each other. Everything came knocking up every corner of his being. Coco's vigorous snuggling squeezed it up. There was no return. It was coming. The vibrations of his throaty roar shook the restaurant, reducing the clatter to a deafening silence. Soon, the staff erupted into supportive cheers as every pony continued on with their cuddling dates.
Sweet Celestia!
Coco laughed, poking her recovering buds back against his seat.
You're just a gassy type, aren't you?
He muttered, had a big lunch.
That ought to do it.
As the mare rested with her cup of wine, Xander reached for the small, fancy vase on the table beside the candle, plucking a rose and placing it behind her ear.
Beautiful,
He sighed, locking eyes with hers. Coco rubbed a hoof on his cheek.
Handsome.
much appreciated. So, how was my service to you?
It was magical. I felt special, more than I've ever felt in my life. No pony's ever looked at me this highly before, but I have to tell my friend Rarity it was decent enough or she'd never let me hear the end of it.
Well, your secret's safe with me.
Coco flipped her two-toned blue mane to the side, giving the stone a grateful boop.
For that, here's your tip.
Xander's hair spiked as if he'd been struck by lightning. He fell petrified, helplessly watching the sneaky mare plant a generous peck on the lips. Eyes half-lidded.
I should probably get going,
she whispered in his ear.
All that cuddling took the energy right out of me.
Understandable,
The stunned pony fumbled to say, composing himself.
we close in less than an hour anyways.
Lovely. She finished her drink, being politely guided out from the booth.
We should do this again, soon, at least?
I would love that. Coco's face scrunched into a cute pout as her hoof smooched one last time. Her gentle colt stood there curiously while she rummaged through her purse before setting a ladybug pin against his beige patterned shirt.
To remember me?
You're my first legit client. Ish. Of course I'll remember you.
The two briefly exchanged smiles before the mare turned heel and headed for the exit. Once she was out of sight, Xander pocketed the precious gift and let out a light sigh, swishing his tail in gleeful satisfaction.
Enough gawking, Casanova.
A gruff stallion waiter gave him a friendly slug in the arm.
Let's get to it. Yeah, coming. Dang, I haven't eaten this well in months.
Closing time. Mugs, Hugs and Cuddlebugs was a rousing success with Ponyville. Tables cleaned and customers satisfied, and long gone, the vast staff waited idly by the centre of the establishment. Xander, however, sat alone, fiddling dreamily with the ladybug pin. Eventually, a huge booming thud from the front doors grabbed every pony's attention. Landing before them was the green mare, a mischievously twisted grin across her face.
So,
she hummed, popping her neck, how was everyone's dinner? All but Xander erupted into triumphant celebration and or belches. I'll take that as an absolutely. With a heavy stomp of her hoop, the mare's cheekbones twisted and morphed to appear harder and less rounded. A glowing green wall of blinding fire surrounded her. Her appealing skin faded into a coal black coat as features from the entire staff followed suit. Reveling in her deceit under the proud authority of their queen, Chrysalis. Soon Xander changed into his dark, bug-like form last, begrudgingly, not breaking his golden-eyed gaze on the pin.
Why didn't we think of this sooner? Chrysalis cackled, strolling through her subjects. Creating a lovey-dovey dump like this, and those pathetic simpletons just come flocking in. We will no longer starve, no longer scavenge. We have a love farm on our hooves. Chaotic applause shook the roof. So savour every last drop remaining on your vile tongues, the Queen continued. A gold mine has blessed us tenfold, and we must exploit every sad, sour single sap that walks through our doors. Their hopeless love is their only ounce of significance, and what could be more valuable than love? Under all the cheering commotion, Xander closed his eyes. The thought of the dressmaker's presence elicited a dreamy yet dopey grin as he chuckled to himself. Couldn't agree more. And next time, my subjects, please just remove your bucking uniforms instead of tearing them up. These things are very, very expensive.
Disaster Rarity by Haphazard.
I have made a mess of myself so habitually that even despite the crushing emotional damage that ravaged my soul that, quite frankly, there's a not inconsiderable section of my consciousness that recognises this as supremely normal. With precise regularity it mutters, "Ah yes, this tracks completely. Deploy the ice cream." Which is a statement I will echo out loud. This tracks completely. Deploy the ice cream. Excuse me, please do not be alarmed by the streaking mess that is my tears, ruining my elaborately applied makeup. It's normal, perfectly according to plan. Yes, just don't look at me, please. I'm quite serious. My makeup is important business. I'm a mayor of immense self-reliance and therefore always keep a fully stocked freezer packed with ice cream for all occasions. Because this is what I do. I am me, and this is how, as a me, I deal with my inability to form any kind of us. Trust me, I have this under control. No, I'm not choking. This is normal. My eyes are just leaking and there is a small blockage in my throat. Just a minor case of phlegm. Unattractive but harmless. I'm fine. Let's talk about ice cream, please. My favourite is cherry flavoured. I like how it tasted like a sort of swirl. Even though my understanding of the mechanics of taste buds indicates that tastes do not in fact swirl, but it feels like it does. And I was an artiste. I'm all about feelings and self-destructive tendencies in the name of art, with an E. Again, and forgive me for my belabouring at this point. I apologise that you have to be here for this, but this is my routine. If you insist on being here for this, please just sit down and please don't hold this against me. I'm about to swear. Fuck me. Celestia fucking damn it. I'm such a fucking idiot. Fuck. It's habitual that I interrupt these tirades with a mouthful of cherry-flavoured ice cream. Do stand by, darling. Oh, fuck! I realised I have forgotten to include my aperitif with the dessert. Yet another mistake for the landfill that is my romantic existence. What a dumpster fire. Excuse me, I need a bigger bowl for the ice cream. Actually, let's do away with the bowl. It is complex indeed to swear whilst eating ice cream. So I suppose the more I shovel into my stupid face, the less I'll do it. Profanity is decidedly unladylike, and moreover ice cream dribbling down one's chin is not attractive. A lesson learned many years ago, several times so. My heart has been, after all, habitually broken. Oh, the experiences I have had. Let me recount them to you in excruciating detail. Suffering demands company, and you seem to be set on joining me along this miserable meltdown. Let me begin with the very first love of my life. When I was a young mare just having gotten my cutie mark, my first romantic escapade was with a young mare I'm sure you're familiar with. She's a natural heroine these days, Applejack. We were young, adventurous, exploring an affection we felt towards other mares, and thoroughly, completely, utterly unsuited towards one another. We wanted different things. We wanted different types of ponies. I wanted, at the time, some pony to fawn over me and spend time with me. Applejack wanted some pony who knew how to tie a knot. That's not a metaphor either. She explicitly listed it as a requirement for a long-term relationship. She said it indicated reliability. I'm not sure that, at the time, we could have found a less suitable partner for the other. As Rainbow would say, oopsie fucking whoopsie. It was hot though. The breakup was nuclear and we didn't talk for about 2 years afterwards. Imagine my horror when we accidentally became element bearers. If the cosmos doesn't have a sense of humour, then it certainly has a penchant for malice. Applejack got over it. I didn't. In fact, she got over it so well she ended up marrying another friend of mine. Oh, don't mind me. I'll get to Rainbow Dash soon. I'm not bitter. And that's called foreshadowing, darling. My eyes may be leaking, but not even a broken heart will quell my storytelling talents anyway. It's not like I regret letting Applejack and her amazing shoulders get away from me, because she was the best thing that ever happened to me. Moving on from Applejack. You know, I experimented with what I thought Rarity needed. I had, after all, had an explosive and self-destructive foray into mare-only relationships. And whilst Applejack might not have much interest in the rougher sex, I certainly did. I thought that maybe that was the solution for me. A handsome stallion, fashionable and elegant, some pony to match the up-and-coming fashionista rarity. A perfect match, the kind of delightful romantic fantasy that honestly would have only been enthralled by a young filly about half my age, at the time reading some silly romance novel. That dip into the realm of fairy tale romance ended with a face full of cake and a ruined dress. Lesson learned. I liked that dress. I elevated my standards beyond princes and superficially to actual class. Fancy pants. The most desirable stone in Canterlot, charming and witty, not to mention well connected within the realm of fashion and the elites of unicorn society. I was convinced that maybe he was the one for me. Gay, of course. He thought I knew. He also thought I was a stallion. Don't ask me how, but goodness, it was awkward. Possibly one of the worst conversations I've ever had in my entire life, barring that one time with Applejack, that other time with Rainbow Dash, and I suppose this one as well, which really has been a blow to my self-esteem in general. It was then that I found myself crushing hard on Rainbow Dash. I mean, realistically, could you blame me? She saved my life back when I was too busy making a fool of myself with those silly butterfly wings. And come on, let's be honest with ourselves. She may act the tomcolt, but she takes care of herself. The way she carefully engineers that mane to look unkempt in a strangely attractive and windswept way. The diligence she displays when tending to those feathers, those stomach muscles. What mare could resist that was even moderately bent? I certainly couldn't. For months I fawned over her, got her to wear an outrageous wig once. I took her measurements. They were all exemplary. The wingspan, the narrowness of that waistline, without being starved of calories. I could ramble for days about the various ways in which Rainbow Dash displays subtle beauty and an odd subversive feminine grace, but I was enthralled. But it wasn't just her appearance, darling. I figured the mare who saved my life would be the one for me. She saved my life so I could give her mine. I prepared a delightful speech for her, a confession of sorts. I spun my magic for weeks, no, months, trying to craft the perfect way to demonstrate my love for her. How silly it seems now. Oh, the ice cream I needed when, upon finally managing to corner her on a little date at the Sugar Cube corner, she revealed that she had been dating Applejack secretly for only a week at the time. I nearly choked on my cake. It was delicious cake too, black Everfree chocolate, a thorough waste of cake, and half a year's worth of waiting for Rainbow to notice me more than just that friend who does fashion. Oh, and she made it worse for me. All unintentionally, at no stage had she even come close to picking up my hints and feelings. Not only that, but she had the nerve to ask me for tips on how to date Applejack. The sheer fucking temerity. Yes, I'm aware she didn't know about my feelings for her at the time, but still. I didn't want to spoil her anything, but let's just say Applejack has a habit of stealing things I want. Well, stealing is a strong word. I obviously respect Applejack to a degree that cannot be described adequately within the boundaries of equestrian vocabulary, but fuck me! Could she just stop being so fucking attractive? Seriously, leave some for the rest of us. You were there for Thunderhoof, right?
Anyway, refer to my previous statements. I won't delve too deep into that rabbit hole of nonsense. But by Celestia's 5th century yoke, fuck Applejack in her bizarrely sexy ways. What is it with those hips? Those shoulders? How are shoulders appealing? They don't even do anything on the romantic front. They just sort of serve as an attachment for forelegs, which definitely do things. But the way shoulders work, oh my, I'm getting sweaty thinking about it. I know Rainbow does. She told me in explicit detail. You mean you've never stared at Applejack's shoulders? You're in for an experience, believe me. It's like watching tectonic plates move mountains much faster, and also you don't have to be into geology to enjoy it. What do you mean, how do I feel about Spike? He's delightful, I guess. Anyway, I was talking about my romantic problems, and you were listening. Please don't interrupt. I'm in the middle of a deluge of personal grievances here. I took some time to calm down. I stepped back, focused on my work. I was professional for about 5 minutes. It was in that context that maybe I became a little too attracted to Fluttershy. She modelled for me. She is a mare with a particularly unique figure. I can't help myself for being an appreciator of art. Can I, darling? I described Rainbow Dash's unconventional attractiveness, but do I really need to go over Fluttershy? Anyway, she's straight. Funny how the chips fall. Or is it fries? I'll be honest with you, darling, I never did understand that saying. My point is, what a reversal from fancy pants. I sure can pick 'em. As Applejack would probably say whilst banging Rainbow Dash, which I should note, Rainbow Dash also described. I'm not bitter, I'm just livid. Anyway, I'm not expecting you to understand why, after all this, after this endless habit of falling for mares and stones that I can't have, I managed to engineer my way into falling for Pinkie Pie. It took effort, I'll admit, a great deal of planning and mental gymnastics. I didn't even get along with Pinkie that well, frankly. I think she's high maintenance. And yes, I know that's rich coming from me. There was just something infectious about that enthusiasm, about the way she moved and talked several tempos too fast, about the way she put several spoonfuls worth of too much sugar into everything, including how she behaved with other ponies. Yes, it irritated me. Yes, I wish she'd just calm down. Be quiet for the sun's sake. But whenever we were together, as friends with benefits, whatever it was we had, well, it was like having love injected directly into my veins. It's over now, of course. Excuse me, I need more ice cream. Of course, I'm happy she's married to Cheese now. I don't know what I want. Anything, I suppose. I thought that maybe she was the one, that the sort of energy she had would undo my curse. Oh, you look at me like I'm insane. I'm a unicorn. We're all about magic. You know this. Why wouldn't it make sense that I have some kind of anti-relationship curse on me? A sort of no-sex field. It feels that way. Let me put it to you straight. I have this magic trick I can pull off whenever I come close to being in a relationship. Any us I can make disappear, poof, as if it never existed. Applejack and me, gone. The possibility of a stable relationship with a stallion? Either I get caked or they're gay. Either way, it doesn't work out. Rarity is a lone wolf, a lonely soul, a whisper on the wind, a solitary note in a song of duplets. I'm a me. I'm just me. Rarity stands alone, forever quite possibly. Pass me the wine, will you, Twilight? Thank you. Oh, you'll probably want some too, I assume. Naturally. Hang on, let me get you a glass. Anyway, where was I? Yes, it's like an actual curse. You'd think out of all my closest friends and several other ponies with like-minded interests, I have found at least one that was willing to maybe do more than enjoy a little slap and tickle between friends. No, I've never had a real relationship since Applejack, and yes, I'm aware she's probably going to be proposing to Rainbow soon. Rainbow told me. Don't ask me how she knew, she did. I'm as confused as you, trust me. And I'm happy for them, I really am. Her and Rainbow are made for each other, beyond any and all doubt. No matter what I might say drunk, they're made for each other more than I belonged with either of them. I just wish some pony was happy for me, that's all. For me to be with any pony. I mean, after all this, I don't think there's any pony left for me to fall for. Except you, I suppose. I'm being silly again. I just can't imagine being with some pony and it not exploding in my face, or it being engineered from the start to make me feel miserable. I just get the ice cream ready and prepare for another salvo of heartbreak. It's a routine. It's just a thing Rarity does, I suppose. Whatever curse I have, I don't see it being broken anytime soon. What do you mean you know a thing or two about magic? Don't be cheeky with me. I'm in the middle of bearing my broken, battered soul to you and... Excuse me, is this a clever ploy to get me to stop rambling? I'll have you know I'm not so easily... Alright. Well, that definitely... Well, you've made your point. But honestly, surely you could pick any pony. You're a princess. There's not a pony in Equestria that wouldn't... I mean, you could pick some pony who has, well, even a 1% viability when it comes to romantic relationships. I think I've displayed my capacity for destroying any potential relationship I could form. You make a valid argument. We'll see what happens. Perhaps this time I won't just be, well, me, on my own forever.
Please go to Straight to the Point Studios YouTube channel for part 1 of this story.
A Bottle of Red by A Fanatic Rabbit. Twilight had expected far more. More arguments, more shouting, calls to order after crowds of ponies all tried to make their cases, to argue for the couple. She wasn't sure if she liked the calm and quiet ceremony more. The judge presiding over the affair had let the couple use a small conference room instead of one of the bigger courtrooms, and Twilight's aide and guards kept the press and public out. She wasn't exactly happy knowing that keeping the world away from this would bite her in the flank later. Twilight sat opposite to Rarity. She stared at her perfect white coat and perfect mane at odds with the tired circles under her eyes. Twilight knew she looked similar, maybe a touch more frazzled. Rarity looked to the judge who sat at the end of the table. The mayor looked similar to an aide Twilight inherited from Celestia, with an off-white coat and thick dark mane tied back into a bun. Twilight wasn't sure if they were related, but the somewhat familiar face smoothed over some of the aches and tension in her chest. They didn't go away completely. She still found it difficult to breathe. "Everything looks to be in order," said the judge, her voice clipped and professional. "Both parties have agreed to a fair level of financial recompense. Rarity, Seek, will regain a percentage of the former couple's collective funds in line with her earnings from the businesses." Twilight barely paid attention. She knew everything in the forms and declarations by heart, even if she wasn't so obsessive, a trait she had actually taken pride in over the years. She would have remembered most of it. Rarity would keep her properties. Any finances they pulled would be split to reflect her earnings. Any other possessions they owned were already divided between them, aside from any furniture. Technically, half of that wasn't either of theirs, being part of the palace's decor for generations. Rarity's face gradually turned to a frown, and she turned away from the judge as she spoke. Down to the desk in front of her, Twilight continued staring, longing to reach out, to brush her mane aside and touch her cheek. Citing lack of trust between both parties and unfulfilled promises, the imagined reconciliation was broken by Rarity's glower when she looked up. Twilight, the girl who ruled a nation, stared down gods, who ascended to near divinity herself, shrank back in her seat. Something twitched in Rarity's lips, and her expression softened a moment later. It very much didn't feel fair to Twilight to think a small seed of doubt turned into paranoia and fretting over who she was to the love of her life. But to Rarity, it was all a slap in the face, spitting on all she sacrificed. With both parties officially parting, the judge finished off, then looked up. She glanced between Twilight and Rarity. With a small cough, she asked, "Are there any questions or objections to any of what I've covered?" Twilight inhaled, but Rarity answered first. "None at all, Your Honor." Twilight swallowed down her words and nodded. "None, Your Honor," she answered. "Very well," said the judge. "Then I officially declare you separated. You'll receive the written copies of the declaration soon enough, though I suspect it won't be entirely necessary." She trailed off and smiled thinly at the former spouses. She tucked her paperwork into a binder and hooked that under one of her forelegs. "Your Majesty, Mrs. Rarity," she said, bowing to one and nodding to the other. Then she vacated the room. Twilight continued to stare at Rarity, who now stared back. Her mouth felt like cotton, and her tongue stuck to her lips as she licked them. Her voice caught in her throat as she tried to talk, and all she managed was a quiet and unregally squeaky, "I'm sorry." Rarity sighed and broke the stare. "You don't need to apologize," was all she said before she stood up and left the room, leaving Twilight truly alone. "Announcing the arrival of Her Majesty Princess Twilight," declared the magically enhanced booming voice of the usher. It carried over the guests in the extravagantly decorated ballroom, and many of them turned their heads as Twilight entered through the tall double doors. A pair of royal guards flanked her entrance. She didn't quite fit her dress anymore. Her legs were too long, her barrel too broad, and her wings strained some of the stitching in the sparkling teal outfit. Some of the seams had popped only a few hours before. but she managed to fix it after some panicking. It was patchy, but it was just about hidden and hopefully would go unnoticed. A lot of the heads turned back to each other, and the conspiratorial mutterings of a higher class party began again. They probably noticed the hasty fixes and the age of the dress. Twilight swallowed, put on her best royal smile, and strode through the ballroom with purpose. That purpose was punch, or some of the hors d'oeuvres. Maybe she could find some professors from the city academies to chat up. A well-dressed waiter crossed her path with tall flutes filled with something very bubbly. Without pause, Twilight delicately snatched one of the drinks in her magic and downed it in one swift motion. Now no one would question why her breath smelled of alcohol, though the strong scent of wine might stand out as odd. She deposited the empty glass onto another passing waiter's tray and grabbed a fresh glass, this one managing to survive not being guzzled down in seconds. Instead, she sipped at it and actually registered the sweet, acidic taste. Twilight suppressed a grimace and decided she still hadn't acquired to the taste, but appearances were important. It didn't take her long to find a group of ponies to talk to. Socialites and those with lofty aims all flocked to talk to her, and tonight was no different. She made small talk, commenting on the weather. The Weather Patrol did a wonderful job tonight, didn't they? Foreign politics. I did hear about that skirmish on the Wingardian border. It's a tragedy, really. And taking part in so many other inconsequential topics and discussions. The audience she accrued flowed and changed with the subject of conversation, and she barely noticed the myriad of different faces that went by. When she did, she faintly recognized them all. Some she even recalled the names of, but they all blurred together. The fuzz of the night came to a very sudden halt when a particular set of gleaming blue eyes appeared through the crowd. The clockwork of motions of nodding and sipping, one after the other, clashed, and Twilight dribbled a splash of champagne down her chin and onto the floor as she caught Rarity's gaze. Blinking, Twilight stole a handkerchief from one of the nearby stallions to dab at her chin and the front of her dress. She ignored the delightful squeal she made when she tossed it over her shoulder and pushed her way into another circle of conversation. There was a brief grumble and muttering from her new immediate neighbours, but recognition of who she was stole away their protests. "Rarity?" she asked, interrupting the conversation. Every pony around her went quiet, turning their attention to Twilight. She cleared her throat and straightened herself up, ignoring the warmth growing in her cheeks. Rarity, immaculately dressed, raised her eyebrows and scooted back a step. She tugged on something, and that's when Twilight noticed a hoof was wrapped around a stallion's leg. He blinked from behind a pair of broad lens glasses and glanced back to Rarity. She seemed to loosen her grip and took another half step back before he spoke. "Ah, you two are acquainted?" he asked with a sly smirk. Rarity stopped where she stood and straightened up. A little twitch of her eyes and lips briefly caught Twilight's attention. She was suppressing a pout meant for him, Twilight was sure. "Yes," Twilight answered. "We were, She trailed off, looking back at Rarity. "You know, we used to be married, Mint," Rarity said in Twilight's silence. The stallion chuckled and nodded. Yes, who could forget you were the princess consort?" Rarity stiffened up, then gave her head a little shake. In the process, she replaced the tiny hint of a frown she wore with a tight, perfect smile. It didn't quite reach her eyes. "Twilight, darling," she said, and Twilight's legs tingled. "I wasn't expecting you here. How have you been?" Twilight thought the surprise a little odd, but she didn't push the issue. Her mouth felt like cotton, and she licked her lips while entirely forgetting her drink. "I've been good," she answered, fighting to keep her voice level. "What about you? How have you been? How are your businesses?" Twilight wanted to curse at herself. Rarity licked her lips now, and there was a subtle shift in her jaw, a hint at a remark that she choked back. Twilight now noticed the bags under her eyes, having barely changed since last they met. "I've been good," Rarity said back. "Business has been a little underwhelming this past season or two, but I'm keeping afloat. It is what it is, I suppose." She then looked to the stallion. "Mint, you didn't say Twilight would be here?" Her voice was much flatter, letting the annoyance ring through. "Why wouldn't you know I would be here?" Twilight asked before she could answer. "I thought everyone invited knew I was coming." Mint chuckled again and gestured to Rarity. "Ah, she was my +1, he explained, and Twilight winced as she realised Rarity wasn't invited by the host directly. Speaking of, did you bring anyone with you? Twilight swallowed, glancing back to Rarity. No, she said truthfully. I came alone, or as alone as I can anyway, she added, referencing her guards. She glanced over her shoulder for a brief moment and spotted one set of gleaming gold armour at the edge of the room. What a shame, said Mint. I was hoping to see who you'd bring tonight. It's a pity, but I suppose we can't expect everyone to move on so quickly. Rarity shot him a brief scowl, which he either ignored or didn't notice in the first place. I'll leave you two to catch up and grab my dear Rarity a quick drink, shall I? Twilight clenched her jaw as she smirked at her before turning to chase down a passing waiter. So, Twilight started, shifting her gaze back to Rarity. He's your date? Not after tonight he isn't, Rarity replied snappishly. Sorry. Rarity sighed. You have nothing to apologise for. He's just an ass. The rest of the circle around Rarity and Twilight glanced at each other and began muttering. Rarity smiled with amusement, and this time it did reach her eyes. Twilight relaxed and gestured with her head to one side of the ballroom. Rarity's expression sobered, but she nodded and let Twilight lead the way. They moved through the throng of ponies and eventually exited through a large set of doors to the balcony. Fewer ponies were out here. The frost that built up in the air before Twilight's nose gave her the reason why. It gave the two of them enough privacy, Twilight decided. I can't believe you still have that old thing, Rarity said, her voice pitched lower now that they were away from the bulk of the noise. It barely fits on you, and she glanced over to Twilight's side. It looks like you fixed it yourself. No offence. That's because I did, said Twilight. Some taken. Not that Twilight expected her sewing to compare to Rarity's hoofwork. Rarity nodded. Well, I certainly hope the rest of your wardrobe fits better. The two stood in silence for a few moments. Rarity looked over the edge of the balcony, and Twilight followed her gaze to the glittering streets of Canterlot below. Twilight imagined the vibrant nightlife of other upper-class parties, of the clubs towards the outer edges of the city. She wondered if there was any pony else that felt as awkward as she did right now. How are the others? Twilight asked, breaking the silence. Rarity huffed. You could always ask them yourself. Twilight frowned, and she hoped the night hit it. Rarity, that's not... They all wonder what's happened to you, you know? Rarity continued, talking over Twilight. You used to visit regularly and invite the rest of them over. Now they're half convinced you forgot Ponyville even exists at all. Silence followed, and Twilight shivered as much from the cool night air as the icy fire emanating from the mare beside her. I'm sorry, she said. At least that is actually your fault, Rarity said bitterly, and yet it feels like they're judging me some of the time. Rainbow Dash especially. She thinks I gave up on you because I was being selfish. She harumphed. Selfish, me of all ponies. Twilight couldn't think of anything to say. She swallowed and muttered, I'm sorry. And my businesses? I had to take out a new mortgage on the Carousel Boutique to keep things afloat. Fewer ponies buy from me or commission me since our... Rarity shook her head. The ex-royal consort doesn't really have the same allure to it. I thought it would make me feel more gratified in my work, but this is undue judgment. Twilight looked up at the crescent moon in the sky, on the path she had set for it earlier that evening. I'm sorry, she said again, her voice creaking, and she turned back to Rarity. Oh, will you stop bloody apologising? Rarity snapped. Half of everything out of your mouth has been. Rarity was shut up as Twilight leaned in and kissed her. With her eyes closed tight, she couldn't see the unicorn's reaction. But after a few moments, Rarity shoved at Twilight's shoulder and broke the kiss. Twilight, cheeks flushed and guilt in her heart, leaned back. Rarity stared up at her, and a range of expressions crossed her face. Her brow knitted in anger, her own cheeks red, visible through her pale coat, and her mouth slack and open. Twilight prepared for the lashing she just interrupted to resume with vigour, and was surprised when Rarity spoke. You've been drinking, was all she said. Twilight blinked and glanced inside. She spotted Mint with 2 drinks held aloft in a silvery glow, looking lost. It is a party, she explained flatly. I can taste the wine we were saving for our 10th, Twilight. Rarity settled on an expression that Twilight read as judgmental. That technically wasn't yours to open. Twilight bit her lip and looked back to Rarity. Sorry. Rarity puffed up, then she shut her eyes tight. She brought her hoof to her chest, breathed in deeply, and exhaled deeply. It's nothing to worry about, she said, opening her eyes. If I had it, I'd have drunk it months ago. Twilight smirked for a moment. I still have some left, she said. I can give you the rest. It is both of ours, after all. Rarity snorted. I'm not so sure I want to set hoof in the palace. Twilight shied back. I looked back over Canterlot and beyond it. She squinted, trying to pick out the lights of a small town on the horizon. I should visit to Ponyville again. Between the light pollution and difference in terrain, she couldn't spot the town from where she stood. I'm just scared of what I'll feel when I get there, of how the others might react. Rarity blinked. Oh, Twilight, darling. I don't blame you for that, Twilight said back. It is because of you, sure, but it's not your fault, it's mine. She looked toward Rarity again, her breath caught in her throat as she took in the soft frown on Rarity's face, the lines in her forehead. She kept herself from laughing at a comment Rarity made about worry lines in the past. Can we try again? Try what again? Rarity said. If you mean our marriage, I think we're a little late for that. Twilight shook her head. Just being friends, Twilight responded. I want you back in my life, and the others too. It doesn't need to be more than that. Rarity thought for a few moments, then nodded. I think we can do that, she smiled, and the icy air around Twilight felt a little warmer. By Runic Treetops. You wave goodbye to the final student to exit your classroom.
With a light chuckle, you start to gather your belongings while reflecting on the day. The School of Friendship is a shockingly nice place, and you're thankful that you were given the opportunity to become a teacher here. You may not know as much about friendship as your other teacher friends do, but hey, someone has to teach math. You may not know as much about friendship as your other teacher friends do, but hey, someone has to teach math. You close the door behind you and step out into the hall. There are students going to and fro, though it's quickly starting to clear out. After all, that was the last class of the day, and it's a Friday. They're probably eager to go home or to their dorms, or to wherever it is that teenagers and young adults go nowadays. To be honest, you're pretty eager to go home yourself. Your mare friend just moved in with you about a week ago, and you're eager to see her. Also, you're just really tired. Teaching is harder than it looks. But before you can go home, you need to stop by the teacher's lounge. You're pretty sure you left some of your lesson plans for the next week in there. You carefully begin to make your way towards the lounge, being sure to not get in the way of any of the students. Being the only human in Equestria, you have a bad habit of taking up more space than you realise. Eventually you reach the lounge and quietly step inside. The small, quaint room doesn't have much in it besides a few tables and chairs. There is a fridge too, but you get little use out of it. Now, if you remember correctly... there it is. You retrieve your folder of lesson plans from one of the tables in the far end of the room. You must have forgotten it when you had lunch. With a satisfied nod, you turn back towards the entrance. However, before you can reach it, the door opens. Your friends and co-workers Rarity and Pinkie Pie walk into the lounge, casually conversing about some unknown topic. "Oh, hello Anon." Rarity greets you with her typical politeness and you smile back at her. "Hey Rares, hi Pinkie." "Nonny, you're never going to believe this!" Pinkie zips up to you faster than you can process, the smile on her face so wide she looks like she's about to explode. "Guess who I saw on my way here earlier today?" I don't know. You know, like every pony in Equestria? Was it Octavia?" "What? No! Well, I mean, I did see Octavia this morning, but she lives here." "Sure, I'm happy to see her, but that's not news, Nonny." You chuckle at your pink friend's antics. In the years that you've been friends with her, you've grown quite used to the way she is. Enlighten me then. Who did you see earlier? "I saw..." Pinkie begins to vibrate in place before shooting into the air, an explosion of confetti and glitter appearing from seemingly nowhere as she does so. "My sister!" "I thought you said it isn't news if they live here." "Silly Nonny, I'm not talking about Maud. I'm talking about my baby sister, Marble Pie. She's just the bestest, cutest, most perfectest little sister on the planet." She certainly is a delight. Pinkie's explosion of happiness comes to a sudden stop. Literally, she freezes in midair somehow as she looks down at you with a confused expression. "You don't sound very surprised, Nonny. You do know how far the rock farm is from Ponyville, right?" "Of course I do, but again, you said it isn't news if they live here." Nonny, are you sure you aren't still confusing Marble with Maud? Because believe me, if Marble lived here, I would most definitely know about it. That would be the greatest news I'd ever heard." "Did she not tell you? She moved in a few days ago." Pinkie slowly descends back down to the ground, defying all laws of physics as she does so. Her eyes never veer away from your own, a growing look of confusion and curiosity on her face as she processes your words. "What?" "Yeah, she moved in with me." "What?" Pinkie tackles you to the ground, pinning you beneath her, while also making sure you don't hit the ground hard enough for it to hurt. "Nonny, you'd better not be lying to me." "It's the truth, Pinkie promise." "You know better than to break a Pinkie promise." Pinkie glares at you as she slowly gets off of you,
allowing you to get back on your feet once more. Wait a minute, if that's the truth, then Marble lives in Ponyville now! I assume she told you. I have so many things I need to do right now! Without another word, Pinky darts out of the room, comically leaving a cloud of dust shaped like her in her wake. Rarity has to grab her mane, which is blown back by the whirlwind caused by Pinky's sudden departure. Well, that was something. Rarity turns her attention back towards you. Though I must say, this is news to me as well. I've only met Marble once or twice, but in that time she barely made a peep. And you say she moved in with you? Yeah, I didn't really know it was a secret. But why would she do that? Because she's my mare friend, and she got a job tending to a much smaller rock farm than the one the rest of the family lives on. I guess she did so at Maud's suggestion or something. Let me tell you, Limestone was not happy to lose another sister to Ponyville. Wait, hold on. She's your mare friend? Yeah, is that a problem? I'm just surprised is all. How long has this been going on? Oh, I don't know, a little over 2 years maybe. 2 years? None, darling. You've never spoken a word about her in that time. At least not to me. You never asked. I suppose you have always been a bit lacking in the social cues department, she mumbles. Still, that is information a lady like myself tends to be privy to. You must tell me all about it. Rarity looks at you with a sparkle in her eyes. Are you sure you have time for this conversation? Darling, I will make time if need be. Well, if you're that determined, let's walk and talk. I need to go save Marble from Pinky. What? I didn't know our relationship was a secret, but Marble did ask me to refrain from mentioning that she moved to Pinky. She's not really a big fan of the spotlight, and she figured that as soon as Pinky caught wind that she'd moved into town, she'd throw one of her parties. Absolutely. And Pinky does not hold back when it comes to her sisters, so Marble requested that she tell Pinky on her own terms, though it seems like that idea has gone out the window. You exit the lounge, lesson plans in hand, with Rarity following alongside you. I thought she had told her already, darn it. I just hope they're not in a public space. Marble is terrible with crowds. The middle of town, truly the most private of spaces. You and Rarity look around at the area surrounding the Ponyville Town Hall. Sure enough, tables, streamers, banners and every other party essential are strewn all over the place. It's immediately clear that this is a Pinkie Pie party, and the dozens upon dozens of ponies present seem to be having a blast. At least, all do except for one. With a rushed gait, you make your way over to Marble, who is doing her best to hide behind her mane and blend in as much as possible. She's having a bit of trouble thanks in no part to Pinky proudly showing her off to every random pony that passes by. Have you met Marble? This is my sister Marble Pie, the greatest baby sister in Equestria. In her excitement, she's completely ignorant to how uncomfortable she's making said sister. You and Rarity approach the pair, and immediately upon seeing you, Marble breaks out of Pinky's vice grip and slides up next to you, doing her best, more or less, to use you as a human shield to hide her from the world around her. Hey, Marble? Hi. Did you tell Pinky about me? She saw you this morning, so I assumed you had already told her. I'm really sorry. I should have kept my mouth shut. It's fine. I guess I just really want to go home. I'll get you out of here as soon as possible, don't worry. Rarity glances between the two of you with a look of complete confusion on her face. Anon, what are you... Hiya, guys! Rarity finds herself getting cut off by Pinkie Pie, excitedly jumping into the conversation.
the massive grin on her face making it clear just how enthusiastic she is right now.
Nonny, this is Marble Pie, my baby sister.
Yes, I know, Pinky.
Wait a sec. I know that look.
Pinky leans towards Marble, who isn't necessarily cowering away from her sister, but is staying on the defensive so as not to get separated from you.
You're uncomfortable right now. What's the matter, Marble? Pinky, I told you I didn't want a big party like this. It's really not a big deal. Not a big deal, Marble. You being here is like the biggest of deals. Though I suppose I could have probably thrown the party somewhere less public.
Pinky puts a hoop on her chin and looks around, apparently only having just noticed that this is the worst possible place in town to hold a small party.
I'm thankful for the effort, Pinky, but you know I've always preferred the quiet. I didn't know that. I've never gotten a chance to throw you a party outside of the farm. Oh, right.
Marble tilts her head down, realising that she hasn't done a great job at really conveying her desires to Pinky up until now. Pinky looks at her with concern, but you speak before she can. It's alright, Marble. This is just going to be a one-time thing. Marble looks up at you and gives a gentle smile, her face still half covered by her mane. Meanwhile, Rarity finally gets a chance to say something.
If I may.
I apologise if this sounds rude, but what is happening right now?
What do you mean?
Well, it sounds like the three of you are having a conversation, but Marble here hasn't said a word yet. She just keeps nodding or shaking her head or mumbling, but you're responding as if she's speaking. Is there some sort of secret code here that I'm missing or something? The three of you look at Rarity with confusion for a second, but said confusion quickly fades as you all begin to laugh out loud. The whole display just makes Rarity even more confused. What? Marble isn't a very vocal mare. It takes a bit of getting used to, but once you've been around her enough, you can understand everything she's trying to convey. You look down at Marble and smile, and she smiles back at you with a slight blush on her face. Isn't that right?
Wow, Nonny.
Pinky looks at you up and down, with a prideful expression on her face, all the while.
And here I thought I was the only pony in town who could speak Marble. It would be difficult for us to be in a relationship if we couldn't communicate, don't you think? Whoa, what? You two are dating?
Pinky, I told you she moved in with me earlier.
How? When? Where? Why?
Pinky begins to nearly hyperventilate, but in standard Pinky fashion, it just gets her going more.
Tell me everything! Slow down, Pinky. This isn't an appropriate place for that.
Marble blushes again and looks at the ground with a sheepish smile.
You could at least tell me how you met.
Pinky, you introduced us a few years ago, remember?
Oh, yeah.
We agreed that we felt a sort of kinship then, and we started writing letters to each other for a while after that. It wasn't long before I started going back out to the farm for a visit every now and then, and vice versa. Eventually, Maud discovered a place just outside of town with the perfect conditions for another, smaller rock farm, and the next thing we knew, Marble had a perfect opportunity to move in. That's where we are now, I suppose. Darn it, now you're blushing. You love Marble to pieces, but telling others about it feels a little embarrassing.
That is so cute!
Pinky pulls both of you and Marble into an extremely tight hug.
I'm so happy for you! Pinky, too tight?
Well, Rarity interjects, I must say, though you aren't exactly a conventional couple, you do look awfully cute together. As Pinky finally lets go, you both find yourselves blushing even harder.
Alright, you two,
Pinky says with just as much energy as she had all night.
I'm not going to be mad if you leave the party early, but I would still recommend checking out the snacks before you go. I made Marble's favourites.
Pinky points to a nearby table, which is lined with all sorts of dishes. If you're going to be honest, many of them look completely inedible, but one glance at Marble tells you all you need to know. The poor girl is almost drooling, and her pupils have expanded to take up nearly her entire eyeballs. You chuckle. Don't worry, I'll go with you. Fight off any potential social interactions you aren't ready for, you know? Marble doesn't even say anything in Marble speak. She just nods without ever taking her eyes off the table before practically making a break for it. You can do little but laugh as you and Pinky chase after your mare friend. Rarity stands back and smiles as she watches the chaos unfold. Marble, in what seems at first to be an uncharacteristically bold manner, begins stuffing her face with all of her favourite goodies. Meanwhile, you watch over the poor mare like a hawk, and Pinky ends up helping herself to some of the snacks too, leading to the Pie Sisters practically scrambling to eat what they can before the other beats them to it. Maybe they are alike after all. Well, Rarity mumbles to herself, strange though they may be, I'm happy for them. She begins to trot away from the party, content to leave the lovebirds and Pinky to their own devices, even if I can only hear half of their conversations. A few hours later, the sun has nearly set as you carry your poor, nauseous mare friend in your arms. Her face is as red as can be, and she covers said face with her hooves.
I'm so sorry.
About what?
That was so embarrassing.
Marble, it's not embarrassing to enjoy a party, especially one where you're the guest of honour.
I should have better manners than that, though, and that's not even mentioning how this reflects back on you.
Marble, you don't need to worry about me. First of all, Ponyville isn't as judgmental as you're making it out to be. Second of all, even if it was, I certainly wouldn't care. Getting to see you happy is well worth it. Marble buries her face in your chest, unable to hide herself any more than she already has. Also, you aren't exactly used to parties, dear. I don't think any pony would blame you for indulging yourself a little bit.
To the point where I can't even walk by myself without nearly vomiting?
Have you seen Pinky when she gets hyper?
Fair point.
You finally reach the front door of your shared house. Carefully, you place Marble back down. She has to take a few deep breaths, but she manages to regain her composure without succumbing to her nausea. With her no longer in your arms, you're able to pull your keys out from your pocket and open the door, allowing Marble to enter before you do. The house is dark and quiet, even setting aside the fact that no one has been home all day. It's usually kept this way regardless. Marble prefers it like this, and frankly, you do too. You set your bag down on the kitchen table before looking back at Marble, who seems unsure of what to do with herself. I take it you wouldn't be able to stomach dinner right now, no matter what I made, right? Mm-hmm. You need a nap, don't you? Marble looks away from you, a sheepish expression on her face as she does so.
I never really had time to take naps back at home.
Well, now you do, and I doubt you're going to be getting much else done tonight feeling like you do.
That's probably true.
She starts to walk down the hallway, but she stops and looks at you before she disappears around the corner.
Would you like to join me?
You stare at Marble for a moment. She caught you off guard with that one. You cannot properly express how much you love each other, but you're both a bit shy when it comes to initiating physical intimacy. It's not like you've never done so before or anything. It's just rare for Marble to ask for it outright like that. Frankly, the notion causes you to blush just about as much as she is right now. Mm-hmm. Marble chuckles and continues down the hallway. You waste no time following her, relishing the warm feeling building up in your chest as you climb into bed with her. She carefully gets comfortable before reaching out to you, and you happily embrace the grey mare, doing your best to hold her tight just as she likes it, without upsetting her stomach. Once you're confident that you're both nice and comfortable, you look down at her and smile. She does the same, and you both close your eyes before sharing a quiet, tender kiss. It's true that the two of you make an odd couple in many ways. You couldn't be more different. Plus, most folks wouldn't even be able to tell how you were able to converse in the first place, considering how little is actually said between you. Yet, you can't find it in your heart to care about that. When you love someone this much, there's no need for words. Glimmers of Affection by Fan of Most Everything. The life-size game of Dragon Pit had been fun. Coming back to the castle after seeing off Sunburst and having to clean up after had been less so. And not just because the hairs on the back of Starlight's neck had stood on end until she'd repaired the hole she put in the tertiary library's floor. No pony had been watching her until she told herself, and the walls of the castle settling differently didn't sound like a mare clearing her throat. But cleanup hadn't been the only thing on her mind as Twilight and she shelved books and found somewhere to store a six-sided die that came up to their elbows. It was a prominent thing, especially given the judgmental look on her reflection in the floor definitely wasn't giving her. But not the only thing. Only as they were dissembling the volcano could Starlight get up enough courage to voice her concern. "Twilight, do you have a minute?" Twilight beamed as she rolled up the lengths of orange fabric. "Of course, how can I help?" That hard-won courage faltered as Starlight realised what she would actually say. "Okay, going to preface this by asking that you don't get the wrong idea." That got a lopsided smirk. "You realise that I'm getting a lot of ideas right now, and most of them are wrong. Consider it fair warning." Starlight steadied her stance, took a deep breath, ran out of ways to stall, and blurted out the question before she could think of any more. "How do you know when friendship becomes love?" Maud's grotto was a gorgeous bit of natural splendour, with only the minimum adjustments needed to turn it from a cave to a home. Between the crystals, the mushrooms and the hanging lanterns, it also gave Starlight plenty to focus on other than Maud herself, who hadn't so much as twitched in the minute since Starlight's confession of possible affection. After a few more moments of silence, Starlight's will broke completely. I hope I haven't made things awkward or anything," she blabbed. "It's just, look, I've never had a lot of friends until now, and you've been so helpful, even when I was at my worst and—"
Starlight.
It was like galloping into a stone wall, face first. Starlight had never felt more grateful. "Yes?" She was still learning to read Maud, but she was fairly certain that that was a smile. "It's okay." "Oh, good," hazarded a shaky smile. "So, If there had been a smile on Maud's face before, there definitely wasn't one now. I don't feel the same way. Starlight's ears flopped, followed by the rest of her. Oh, it's nothing personal. Unicorns just don't do it for me. Ah. She didn't look up. The weave of the carpet in Maud's bedroom was fascinating. That was her story and she was sticking to it. Let me know if it doesn't work out with Trixie or Sunburst. I can introduce you to one of my sisters. That got her to perk back up. Really? Maud nodded. The most movement she'd made since Starlight had started this horrible conversation. You and Limestone have a lot in common. Starlight took a moment to try to remember if Pinky had ever said anything about her other sisters. Then she realised she'd given up on 3 ponies after just one rejection. Thanks, but I never mentioned Trixie or... Sunburst talked me into that dragon pit game with the pumice carving. Those two put their hearts into it. Starlight was almost certain Maud grinned. I may not be Pinky, but I still like seeing my friends smile. Starlight's heart soared. She grabbed Maud in the best hug she could with an unwilling earth pony. Thanks a ton! Sure, said Maud, slightly muffled by the awkward position of Starlight's mane. Twilight blinked at the question, moving her mouth soundlessly a few times before shaking her head. I see why you warned me. To be clear, said Starlight, this isn't about you. I assumed as much. Twilight offered a sympathetic smile. Sunburst? Starlight glanced away. Well... A purple wing swept over her withers and gave her a comforting squeeze. I don't think of him as more than a friend if you're worried about that. Thanks, but, well... Starlight pressed her eyes shut and forced out the next sentence. It's not just Sunburst. I've been there. I know it's weird, but... Starlight blinked. Twilight's understanding expression hadn't shifted an inch. Wait, what? Twilight shrugged her free wing. Polyamory is unusual, but it's not completely unheard of. Did you really think I'd disapprove of other ponies making you happy? Starlight cleared her throat and tried not to think about the warmth in her cheeks. That only made the blush worse. It wouldn't be the first time you were shocked by something I thought was perfectly normal. That got Twilight to pull back her wing and give Starlight a flat look. There's a considerable difference between accidentally involving dark magic as a matter of course and feeling affection for more than one pony at a time. She could only shrug. To you, maybe? The resulting face hoof was undercut by Twilight snickering. I'm going to do you a favour and focus on your relationship problem for now. Thanks, but yeah, as Sunburst connected with all my friends more than me, I found myself losing track of who I was jealous of. Starlight sighed as she thought back over the last few days of what she'd been thinking through them. At least, the times when she had been thinking. I never had a real friend between when he left for Canterlot and when you offered me another chance. I think I've always had a crush on him, but maybe that's just friendship. Or I get crushes really easily. Past a certain point, I don't know how to tell the difference. You don't seem to have that problem with me. You and your friends are different. That would be like falling for my parole officer. Starlight looked back to Twilight. You said you just went through something similar? Shortly after I came to Ponyville, Twilight said with a nod. I'd barely had any social interaction before I came to this town. And I wasn't paying attention when I had. I hadn't even realised I'd made friends in Canterlot until years after the fact. Suddenly caring about 5 other mares. She shook her head. It was a massive mental adjustment, one I had no idea how to make on my own. I guess you asked Cadence then? No, this was more than a year before the wedding. And, my brother was only telling me about his wedding through the invitation. Twilight shut her eyes and went through the breathe in tranquility, breathe out strife exercise she'd shown Starlight before she continued. I hadn't talked to Cadence since I was a filly. Again, barely any social interaction. So I asked the best authority I could get on the subject. Princess Celestia? Shock and horror played across Twilight's face. No.
My mother. She cleared her throat. And she wrote back and told me that when she bucked up her courage and asked Dad out, he said the last thing she'd ever expected. Starlight leaned in closer. What? I thought we were already dating. Starlight blinked. What? Trixie cocked an eyebrow and with a deceptively effortless looking flick of her horn, flipped open the stage compartment of her wagon. She vaulted onto the boards, horn still lit, and pulled out a familiar star-speckled and slightly chewed helmet. The great and powerful Trixie attempting suicide by Manticore, and the thought of her true love forsaking her wasn't enough of a hint? That Manticore was a trained professional, said Starlight. How would he would have dropped the curtain and spat you out. Ah, but you didn't know that until after your daring last-second rescue. Trixie pushed on before Starlight could do more than lift a forehoof to object. From there, Trixie has seen ours as an unbreakable bond, the likes of which shall be commemorated for all time. Trixie reared up, horn ablaze. The mechanisms in the wagon's mortar tubes clacked. The tubes themselves weren't loaded, and thus fireworks failed to fill the sky with colour, sound and noise complaints. It was probably for the best, as the kabloom that would have punctuated Trixie's monologue failed to make itself known. She went back on all fours with all the careful dignity of a cat who'd just fallen off a desk. Plus, you know, she added far less theatrically, all the other fun stuff we do together. Starlight couldn't keep the smile off her face. You haven't exactly had a lot of friends either, huh? Trixie pouted and shifted the brim of her hat over her eyes. You didn't have to put it like that. Sorry. Starlight got up on the stage and embraced her Philly friend. I guess we could both stand to communicate better. I admit. I thought you and Sunburst. Hey, if you need a stone involved to be comfortable with taking it to the next level, I won't judge. Perhaps the worst part was Trixie not leering at any point in that sentence. She didn't smirk or sneer or glance away with feigned indifference. She just wore the sincere smile that said the mask was off and the mayor behind the scenes was happy to help her friend. Starlight's train of thought promptly derailed. Trixie gave her a pat on the withers, still with the same smile. We'll work on that, but if we're going to get that communicating better thing going, we should start with Sunburst. That seems safe enough to nod to. You have a point there. Of course I do. There was the smirk. Broad and deep is the wisdom of Trixie. As far as Dad was concerned, Twilight continued, the weekly study sessions they'd been having were dates. That is, honestly exactly what I'd expect from the ponies who raised you. Both shared a laugh at that. So what? Said Starlight. Should I just find whoever already thinks I'm their filly friend? Twilight shook her head. What I mean is that love is different for every pony. There's no clean line between love and friendship. You have to decide that between the two of you. Her smile widened. Or possibly more, if you can all come to a mutually positive arrangement. But you are right about one thing. Starlight sighed. Better than my usual track record? What is it? Twilight took a pointed look around a room free of any other ponies. You have to go talk to them. The view out of the train was a lot more pleasant when Starlight was actually looking forward to seeing Sunburst, and if she was being totally frank, when the mayor sitting next to her wasn't trying to cram alphabetized friendship lessons down her throat. Have you ever been to the Empire? She asked Trixie. Trekking through miles of tundra on hoof for a single venue never seemed like a good idea. Trixie sneered at the tail of a passing conductor. And you don't want to know what the trains charge for loading a wagon full of pyrotechnics. She turned back, her expression thoughtful. Actually, how did you afford those tickets? Trixie gets more regular work than you do.
I'm actually the royal librarian of Name Pending Castle until I get my own place. Trixie scoffed. What? The Princess of Books can't be her own librarian. Starlight gave the answer Twilight had given her. It's the same reason Spike's on the books as Royal Major Domo. Any princess without at least one paid subordinate is considered an evil queen by tax law. Ah, tax fraud! Trixie gave an approving nod. Finally, Sparkle does something I can respect. I'll be sure to let her know, Starlight said with a giggle. The laugh proved contagious, and the pair's high spirits continued until they pulled into the Empire's terminal. Once there, a bit of the familiar dread began to creep back into Starlight's heart. A hoof on her withers got her to turn and see Trixie looking genuinely concerned. You're shaking. Are you going to be okay? Starlight imitated Twilight's breathing exercise. It really did help, just a little, but making the jitters settle down even a little was a welcome result. Yeah, she nodded as she made for the exit. Yeah, I can do this. Good. Trixie pressed against Starlight as they moved down the centre aisle of the train car. Just know that I am absolutely prepared to bail you out like we did back at your weird cult village. I don't think that will be necessary, and if it is, I trust you to know. Trixie stumbled to a halt just outside the train. Say that again! Starlight raised an eyebrow. It won't be necessary? No, after that. After a few moments of thought, Starlight hazarded, I trust you? Trixie darted in for a kiss, just a quick peck on the lips, but it was more than Starlight had expected. Likewise, the watery-eyed look of gratitude, as Trixie said, That's the most romantic thing any pony's ever said to me. You're welcome? Starlight gently tugged Trixie away from the train just before the doors closed on her tail. Also, that's very sad. That got a solemn nod. Such is the tragedy of Trixie. The two of them made for the path off the platform, leading to the city proper. As they approached, 3 crystal ponies, one blue, one pink, one yellowish orange, moved out of the crowd and directly in their way. Trixie raised an eyebrow. Can we help you? Welcome, said the smiling blue mare. Welcome, said the smiling pink stallion.
Welcome,
intoned the leering yellowish orange stallion, leaning forward and not blinking nearly as often as the other two. The unicorns shared an uneasy glance. Trixie leaned in close and whispered, Changelings? Starlight shook her head and answered just as quietly, They're reformed, remember? No, this is unsettlingly familiar. She leaned to one side and checked their cutie marks, failing to spot anything resembling a black equal sign on any of them. Oh, thanks Celestia. We've been expecting you, said Blue. Please come with us. After another wary glance, Trixie said, Where exactly? The palace, said Blue. The princess will explain all, said Pink. We could say no more, gibbered Yellowish Orange, lest the wrath of the Lady of Ice and Darkness fall upon us. After a few thoughtful moments, Starlight said, You mean Flurry? Speak not the lady's name! Blue cleared her throat. You'll have to forgive Anhedral Topaz. He never fully recovered from the royal crystalline. But please, come with us. One more look with Trixie told Starlight much. Trixie was just as wary of the crystal ponies as she was, but trusted her. Starlight also had some idea of what Trixie trusted her to do in case things went wrong, and tried to silently empathise that she'd only do that in a true emergency. Going by how Trixie rolled her eyes, she got the message. In the end, both nodded, and the whole group set out together. Should I ask why you were expecting us? Said Starlight. The princess will explain all, answered Pink. Suspicion began to creep into Starlight's mind. Does this have anything to do with the royal crystalline? The princess will explain all, answered Pink. Starlight blinked. It was hard to look at parts of the Empire on a clear day, but despite today's overcast sky, the central plaza still had a glare coming off of it at certain angles. Is it me, or is it getting brighter? The princess! Yes, cried Trixie. We get it. Cadence is great.
I met her after we were formed the Changeling and sent Chrysalis skittering. She's a real sweetheart, but... She trailed off as they reached the centre of the Empire. Oh. The Crystal Palace was always a breathtaking sight, a monumental triumph of construction methods lost to the ages and Sobra's cruel reign. Likewise, the Crystal Heart, shining with the light of a nation's love and pushing back the hateful winter that sought to consume it. The Crystal Princess, literally shining with that same love as new. Especially with given her grinning like Pinkie Pie and prancing like a filly about to meet her favourite pop star. The occasional crackle of magical discharge coming off her body only made fit to burst seem like an even more apt description.
Hi.
Sunburst stood next to the living beacon of love magic, rubbing the back of his head with a forehoop. The crystal ponies bowed before their ruler. We have brought the crystal as wives, as ordered, your highness, chirped Pink. May you spare us from her wrath, added Anhedral Topaz. Starlight gave Sunburst a look flat enough to level a mountain. The what? He at least had the decency to blush.
I, kind of asked for romantic advice.
Cadence and the others kind of went off from there. Cadence squealed, unable to contain herself, and wrapped both Starlight and Trixie in a rib-bruising hug. Most of the crystal ponies are either married or still coming out of their shells. I've never gotten to officiate a wedding, much less one for 3 ponies. She rocked both mares back and forth in her forearms. Oh, there will be parades and feasts and fireworks. Starlight, head swimming with the sheer density of magic around the princess, managed to shout, Cadence, do we get a say in this? Oh, Cadence dimmed. She didn't go completely dark, but at least Starlight's building hornache dissipated. Right, sorry. Hold on, Trixie said as Cadence let them go. I like where she's going. And we can take her up on it when we're ready. Starlight shook herself and smacked her lips to get the taste of wedding cake out of her mouth. Maybe a week after we get our collective horse apples in order, because goodness knows that's a long way off. True, Trixie gave Sunburst an appraising look, and Trixie has yet to decide if Sunburst is worth her time as a romantic partner. For what it's worth, said Cadence, I can feel the love between you 3, and, okay, yes, it's new and delicate, but it's so sincere and pure, and I wish you could all feel this for yourself. You're such lucky ponies. She took a few steps back, started crackly with power again, then took a few steps away from the heart. Just know that I'm ready whenever you are. Thanks, Bah. Starlight trailed off as she considered the terrifying sight that was an alicord in her element. Big help there, Cadence. Really, we'll be sure to bear that in mind. She knows all, cried Pig, who was still there. I'm still not accepting supplicants, Rhodochrosite, Cadence said, with commendable patience. Starlight turned to Sunburst. You can probably figure out why I came. He offered a sheepish grin.
I can certainly hazard a guess. Why don't we discuss this at my place? Maybe look over that blind buy I got at the Ponyville Antique store while we're at it.
Trixie scoffed. Like there will be anything interesting there.
Twilight Sparkle tries to write a Klopfic by Solace. Twilight Sparkle sat at her desk, hunched forwards with a quill rested gently against her chin. She had her mind set to the task, a blank sheet of paper set out in front of her. She knew exactly what she wanted to say, and yet the words just wouldn't come. She tried so many things to get the block to budge, walking around outside, greeting her friends, going to visit Rainbow Dash despite the mayor's protests, even reading some pony else's words, but nothing seemed to work. So now she sat, with so many words and nothing to write. On her last breath she resorted to her last resort, something she promised herself she'd never do, write a Klopfic. The faint niggle of an idea graced Twilight's mind. Her eyes lit, and the quill set to motion. It scratched loudly against the rough, sketching out the first words of her grand plan. Clover Frost walked out, and she stopped. The quill lifted up from the page, and she read back through what she'd just written, then quickly scribbled an amendment. Clover Frost, the handsome, walked, scratch that, trudged out through the open snow. A smile spread across Twilight's muzzle. She liked that, but it needed more. She wrote another sentence. Clover Frost, the handsome, known such, for he was the most handsome of all stallions, trudged through the open snow with his stallion hood No, Twilight frantically scratched out the last word, her blush intensifying. She didn't want it to start out like that. She tried again. Clover Frost, the handsome, known only as such for being the most handsome of all stallions, trudged through the open flap and into the warm inside of the tent? Twilight shrugged. Might as well be. Of the tent. And then she got stuck. Twilight pressed her quill into the ink pot, thinking to herself as she let it soak to the shaft. There has to be a better way of doing this, she frowned. With the quill freshly filled, Twilight scrunched up the page and tossed it aside, sending it flying across her bedroom and on top of a pile of similar scraps of paper, all her previous attempts. The wad of paper tumbled off the top, rolling all the way down the mountain and sliding to a halt at the base, just beside the still empty wastebasket. Ignoring the mess behind her, Twilight levitated a new page down in front of her and began scribbling anew. Clover Frost, also known as the strongest and most well-hung stallion alive, trudged through the howling wilderness of the frozen north. He shivered, pulling his close clothes to him, and pressed on ahead. He was intent on getting to his destination, a brown tent on the horizon where his lover scratched that sunlight. Once again, Twilight found herself frozen, unable to think of a single word. What the hay rhymes with sparkle? After a brief moment of contemplation, Twilight shrugged and pushed on. His lover, sunlight sparkle. The wind was whipping past his mane, blowing it into a thunderous uproar, but he refused to stop, for his erect. Another pause as Twilight's blush returned in full force. She cast a glance around the empty and darkened bedroom, her eyes settling on Spike's basket at the back, where the tiny drake still snored. She sighed, waving herself with a hoof, and skipped ahead in her tail slightly. Sunlight Sparkle sat on the edge of her bed, playing with her toys, when her beloved came waltzing into the tent. "My lover!" he proclaimed. Twilight pushed on, intent on making something of this. "My lovely lover dover smoopy doopy bear!" She choked, feeling a slight bit of bile itching at the back of her throat. She tossed the page away to begin again. And again Twilight found herself stuck. She sighed, dripping the quill in its ink pot despite it not needing it, and began scribbling her ideas. Sunlight Sparkle sat at the edge of her bed, the sheets draped over her body and staring with a seductive smirk as she awaited her lover. Clover, the clever, scratch that Frost, strode into the tent, letting the flaps swing closed behind him and into the warmth therein. The sounds of hoofsteps reached Twilight's ears and she stopped cold. Her eyes bolted up to the closed door of her bedroom and she held onto her breath. She waited for what felt like ages, watching as a shadow lurked beyond the doorframe. She waited, sweats dripping down her muscle, and watched as the shadow continued clomping down the passage and out of earshot. When she was finally sure she was alone, Twilight let out her held breath and turned back to her page. He removed his hoof-stitched brown cloth cloak, the very same thing that hung exactly 13 millimeters from the ground on a normal pony, but at a more meagre 12mm due to Clover's reduced stature. He levitated it over to the hook, flashing a sultry smirk to the mare stretched out before him, and let the cloak fall short. Twilight felt a slight shiver of guilt run up her spine. Just the thought of a stallion purposefully misplacing his coat and leaving it lying on the ground, of all places, where some pony might stomp on it or even trip. It struck a special type of chord for the princess. Clover skulked slyly over to his mistress. She turning over and presenting her... Ugh! Twilight groaned and scratched that out and began again. Clover skulked over to his mistress, a sly grin upon his muzzle, and draping the leash behind him in his. Twilight stopped again. Am I? She stared with wide eyes at the page. Where did I? She promptly tore it up, burned it to ashes, and sent the remains to a decade-long banishment on the other side of the sun. She wiped her hoof over her mane, straightening out the odd split ends, and then pushed her wings back down to lie smooth against her back. When she was sure she was okay, she pulled out another page and started again. Clover Frost, the handsome, known as such for his perfectly manicured hooves and chiselled visage, strode into the tent to welcome his beloved. He strode with confidence, flashing a sly grin as his eyes set firm on the target of his desire. Sunlight sparkle, he cooed. How unfortunate that we could find each other lost here in the frigid tundra of the frozen north. A brief moment, and then he added, alone. With a wobble of his eyebrows, Clover Frost removed his satin leather cloak and levitated it over to the hook beside him. Sunlight Sparkle simply watched from her seat on the double princess bed as Clover held up his cloak to the hook and let it drop short. A slight bristle rang up Starlight's back, a slight shiver at the sight of the fabric tumbling to the ground before her. Then her eyes, growing wide, followed the curves of the stallion standing beside her. Her mouth hangs agape, wonder befalling her as she beheld his massive... What are you riding? Ah! Twilight screamed, almost falling out of her seat. She threw herself forward, attempting to cover her page from any intruding eyes. Nothing, nothing, she screamed, and looked up to find Spike leaning over the front of her desk and staring at her with a raised eyebrow. The two sat there for a long moment, Twilight's grin growing extra wide and her blush deepening, while Spike's eyebrow simply rose higher and higher. At length Spike spoke. Okay, Twi, sheesh. He shrugged and backed down. I just came to tell you breakfast was ready. Twilight Sparkle is still trying to write a clopfic, by Solace. After a brief break for breakfast, we returned to Twilight Sparkle in the privacy of her own room. She sat crouched in front of her tiny desk, a toothbrush clenched in her teeth, dripping foam into her lap, and a brown and creased page held out between her hooves. Behind her and all around, the piles of crumpled papers and discarded ideas floated aimlessly in Twilight's aura, forgotten after all attention was turned to this one page. She frowned and levitated the toothbrush away from her mouth. This is terrible. It was true, of course. She had barely filled half the scroll, and what she had was rampant with scribbles, crossed out words, and the tears of desperation. If there was any one single truth about Twilight Sparkle, it was that she shouldn't try to write when she was tired. But she'd gotten this far. It only made sense that she finish what she started. Thus, Twilight carefully set the page down at the corner of her desk, pulled out a clean one, then dipped her quill in the pot of ink and set to work. Clover Frost, my beloved, Sunlight Sparkle creamed. She almost rolled out of her bed upon seeing her beloved stallion step into the tent. The heat of the moment, that luscious swagger of his hips, she called, Spike! Starlight's angry voice sounded from up the hall, echoing loudly through the castle and shattering Twilight's concentration. There was the resounding, thundering roll of a million little pieces of paper hitting the ground behind her, The quill jerked aside, snapped in two, and etched a large, deep black ink stain across the page, and Twilight collapsed to the ground, face first, into a sea of crumpled notes. "I'm coming, Starlight!" Spike's voice answered from outside, and as Twilight picked herself up, she heard the silent padding of dragon feet outside. Spike ran past her room at a moderately above walking pace with a grimace on his face, waddling as fast as his legs would carry him in the direction of Starlight's angry yells. Twilight sighed and face hoofed. "Are you serious?" She groaned into her hoof and stood up, clearing a path through the papers with her magic, stormed to the door and slammed it shut, then returned to her desk to continue writing. She crumpled up the ruined page and threw it over her shoulder, adding it to the sea of papers gathering around her hooves, and pulled out another clean sheet and quill from her drawer. "Clover Frost, my beloved!" Sunlight Sparkle was ecstatic. She rolled over onto her back and took her loved between her hooves as he came in for a kiss. "I missed you so much. It feels like you've been gone for eons," she cooed, and then they kissed. Twilight paused to think, making a mental checklist of what she needed. She had the setup, check. She had the character, and the saucy dialogue, double check. All she needed was the... Twilight blushed a deep red. Okay. She took a deep breath, shook herself off, and bought herself some time by dripping her quill in the ink. Whilst ensuring it was thoroughly soaked, Twilight forced herself to remain focused, and ignored her wings as they extended behind her all on their own. She needed the saucy bits. She took another deep breath, pushed back her mane, and leaned into writing the next scene. They kissed long and hard, their breaths panting. "Oh, Twilight," Clover Frost moaned. He pushed her onto the bed, and then he realized something. "We can't do this." Clover pushed away, his chiseled chin sparkling the candlelight of the tent. "Why, my beloved?" Sunlight was disappointed. "It's not perfect." He sat up beside Sunlight, throwing a hoof across the near bare tent. Save for a lone trunk, the coat rack, and Clover's cloak as previously stated, the thundering roar of the ice storm outside filled the room. "This tent is a mess, and I can't love you without the enriching smell of literature to fill my nose." Twilight beamed. It was perfect. Everything she could have wanted from an erotic work of fiction. The strong, loving, sympathetic, yet academically inclined stallion, and the smart and talented unicorn mare, lucky enough to find herself draped between his hooves. She could see the scene playing out, as it were, right now. Clover Frost, his rippling physique, sparkling in the light, holding Sunlight with his hooves around her barrel, and the golden glow of his horn, as he enticed her with melodious and eloquent words of William Shakespeare. His smooth, deep voice would lull her into a sense of relaxation as he recounted the historical prominence of the author's writings and the reflections of the times they embodied. And then, when she least expected it, he would run his hoof down her barrel, over her flank, and onto her. Twilight's head dipped, her horn brushing past the end of her quill on its way to the table. It hit with a resounding smack, and Twilight bolted upright, wide awake. She looked around frantically, her eyes darting to the corners. She turned forwards again and realized she'd been drooling, brought a hoof up to wipe the spittle away from her fetlock, then looked over the page. It was almost 3/4 full, with a few droplets of spittle staining the bottom edge of the page, and a large mark etching off from the last word where Twilight had fallen asleep. She'd gotten off on a horrible tangent, but she was sure she could still save it. Thus, after wiping away the extra ink and ensure her desk wouldn't be permanently damaged, she leaned back to her work. "Oh, Clover, Scratch that. Frost," Sunlight beamed. "Make love to me like Romario did to his beloved." Scratch that. She begged, aching for him. "I will, my bean of sunlight in the twilight, like the millions of stallions who..." Changing her mind, Twilight quickly scratched out the last few words, and pulled in her seat to sit more comfortably. Once she was sure she was close enough to the desk that there were no more papers shuffling at her hooves, the quill's movements resumed. Like a million stallions who could not, and then they kissed again. And in their flurried motions against each other, sunlight lit her horn and summoned a frilled silken cotton saddle to wrap around her barrel, the bark straps flapping freely at her sides against Clover's hooves. He leaned into his beloved and the quill froze, motionless, inches off the page. Twilight's brow furrowed as she fought for the right words. And still nothing. Twilight clicked her tongue and pulled the quill closer to push against her face as she thought. Her mind had suddenly drawn a blank. She knew what she wanted to do, where the story would go, but she couldn't for the life of her find the right words to describe it. It was like the... Oh no! Twilight gasped under her breath and pressed her hooves, came up to press against her forehead. It can't be! She groaned into her hooves and began rubbing her temples. She couldn't have writer's block again, and right when it was getting good too. So she had to write something, anything. The quill trembled as Twilight's magic brought it back down to the page. She began racking her brains, trying not to focus on the page, but rather what she was trying to do. She knew what she had to do, what she wanted, but she just couldn't. And they scratched that. Then there was a loud rap on the door, and Twilight's concentration shattered as she spun around, flipping her page face down with a flash of her horn, and looked directly at its handle as she heard mumblings from outside. Two voices argued, muffled by the thick wood. Outside, "Starlight, wait!" Spike's voice yelped suddenly, and something hard collided with the door, making it shudder. There was another bumping, the thud of something rolling to the ground, and the door burst inwards. "I'm sorry, Spike," Starlight shouted over her shoulder, a stack of papers towering above her head as she trotted into the room. "But this can't wait." She waded her way into the sea of crumpled pieces to Twilight's desk, ignoring the princess's preeminent meltdown. "I don't care how busy Twilight is. If you're not going to help me, then I have no choice but to go to her." Twilight was almost knocked aside as the stack of papers levitated up past her and set themselves down with a loud slam in the middle of the desk, rattling it, knocking Twilight's quill to the ground and thoroughly burying her previous work beneath the mountain. "What?" Twilight did a double take, glancing on Starlight, to Spike as he waddled into the room at the back, panting loudly and rubbing a large bump in the middle of his forehead. She turned then to the pile of papers towering in front of her. "What are these?" She levitated a trio from the top of the stack, reading the titles as they drifted past her face. Equestrian Labour Act of 1405, Mind Control Labour Relations Act of 1309, Equality Inequality Divisions Act of 802? No time to explain. Starlight shook her head, levitated Twilight's quill up from the floor, and shoved it into her face. "I need these documents signed by a princess right away." I told you, Starlight." Spike huffed out of his breath as he ran up beside Starlight, holding up his arms and standing between her and Twilight. "Twilight can't." He wobbled on his feet and leaned against his shins to try to regain his breath. "She doesn't," he huffed. "She doesn't have the authority to." "Then send it to Princess Celestia." "Starlight Glimmer." Twilight shot up from her seat, snatching the quill from her student and staring her down. "I'm not going to do anything until you tell me what's going on." And she motioned to her desk. "What all of this?" "Please, Twilight." Starlight screamed and threw herself at Twilight's hooves, surprising the princess as she grabbed onto her fetlocks and looking up to her with tears in her eyes. "These are legal documents. If I don't get them signed by a princess right now, I might have to go to jail." "But..." Twilight's eyes went wide, and she glanced to where Spike was, standing beside the desk and looking on with concern. She patted Starlight's mane and grabbed her hoof to pull her up. Fine, Twilight relented. She really wasn't in the mood to be dealing with any of this. Not now, not ever. She pointed Spike over to the desk. Spike, send them to Princess Celestia. But... No buts. Okay. Spike sighed and stepped close to the desk. Both Twilight and Starlight moved aside to let him work. Spike stood aside the desk for a short moment, taking deep breaths, until he finally heaved a sigh and blew his flame across the papers. The entire pile immediately went up in flames, a golden magic enveloping them from Spike's side to the far side, and evaporating the pile into golden whips that twisted their way up, out the window, and on their way to Canterlot. With the job done, Starlight relaxed. She squeezed Twilight in a tight hug, thanking her as many times as she could, as soon as they were both gone. Alone and left to her own devices, Twilight took a deep breath as she made her way back to her empty desk, brushing the papers across the floor and pulling them neatly into a corner on her way. In a way, she was actually grateful for the interruption. The block was gone, and she was itching with anticipation to continue her writing. She dropped down in her seat, levitated her quill up from the floor, pulled her chair in, and went pale, frozen, as she set eyes on her desk. The desk was empty. Realization slowly dawned on Twilight, her eyes widening as they refused to tear themselves away, a look of horror taking hold. Empty desk. The words echoed through her mind. Empty desk. Her heart pounding in her ears, her stomach dropping through the floor. Every second her mind went through the same actions and the implications it held. Empty desk. She flipped the desk.
Impermanence by Shakespeare-Eclese. It was early in the morning. Drake walked from the royal chambers to greet the dawn. In the dark western sky, Luna's moon slipped below the edge of the heavens. He turned back to face the east. The sky began to glow a deep red, and then orange. It brightened to a yellow, heralding the coming dawn. He turned and ran back inside the luxurious cave, as luxurious as a cave could be. "Dad! Dad! Come on, Dad! We gotta go! Wake up!" he called out, jumping and bounding over his brothers and sisters sleeping about on the floor. "Dad? Dad!" he said, growing frustrated. "Your son is awake," Ember said without opening her eyes. "Before sunrise, he's your son," Spike said. Drake climbed up onto him and nipped his wing, giving it a yank without effect. Drake tumbled away and ran back, trying to headbutt Spike awake. "Dad, you promised," Drake said. Spike opened his eyes and saw his son filling his field of vision. Okay, I'm up, Spike said with a yawn. He and his queen, Ember, each roused from their sleep and walked outside with Drake. Ember was the reigning Dragon Lord, and she had taken Spike as her suitor. They ruled all the dragons and answered to nobody. "Come on, Dad!" Well, almost nobody. "I don't understand why you don't sleep in like the rest of your brothers and sisters," Ember said. "I thought that I'd finally be able to get a full night's rest once I married royalty," Spike said. "But Drake is always up with the sun and makes sure that we are too." Drake sat at the edge of the plateau watching the sky getting brighter. "He reminds you of your Princess Twilight," Ember said, giving him a nudge with her elbow. "Yeah," Spike watched as a sliver of Celestia's sun poked above the horizon with piercing brightness that made his reptilian pupils become thin slits. It had been years since he'd last seen Twilight, or Celestia. Even longer since he'd seen them outside of a foreign relations meeting. and it had been even longer since he'd seen Equestria or any pony else. "Hey!" Ember waved her claws in front of his face. Spike blinked and shook his head, coming back to the present. "Where'd you go?"
Nothing. Nowhere.
he said. In the distance, he could see an approaching figure. He recognized the silhouette of her messenger dragon, Mina. "Good morning, my lord," the mauve dragon greeted as she gave a curtsy. "My lady?" "Good morning, Mina," Ember replied. "What news from the west?" Spike asked. Mina made regular trips to Philadelphia to exchange international correspondences. She reached into her bag, retrieving a scroll. "Just the one, sire," she said. Ember reached out to take the scroll. Mina pulled away. "Addressed to Lord Spike, my lady." Spike took the scroll. It was sealed with a stylistic R. It had been decades since he had last seen the symbol, but he recognized it right away. He broke the seal and opened it immediately, reading the contents. He crushed it in his claws and incinerated as soon as he finished.
I need to go back to Equestria. Now!
"What is it? Business or pleasure?" Ember asked.
Neither,
Spike said, gritting his teeth.
it's Rarity.
Ember followed him to the edge of the cliff by the sea. He spread his wings wide, preparing to take off. He looked back at Ember, giving her a kiss farewell.
She's dying.
It was a day's trip, non-stop across the sea, as the Pegasus flies. Spike flew into Ponyville the following morning. For the passage of so many years, the town hadn't changed all that much. The last time he was here was for Applejack's funeral, and Pinkie Pie's before that. Rainbow Dashes had been held in Cloudsdale. The ponies about town didn't run in terror in the presence of the imposing dragon. They understood that the citizens of Draconia were allies. All the same, most kept a safe distance. Spike paid them no heed as he made for the front door of the Carousel Boutique. He ducked his head in, just barely able to get inside. In the boutique's parlour, several ponies were gathered. Among them was Princess Twilight Sparkle, just as she looked when he first met Ember, if a bit taller. "Spike!" Twilight greeted enthusiastically. "Twilight, I'm glad you made it," she said. "She's been asking for you." They each looked to the stairs. A yellow Pegasus was helping an elderly white unicorn downstairs. Spike moved to assist Rarity, but saw by her cutie mark that it was instead Sweetie Belle. She was old. Little foals scampered to her.
Granny Sweets! Granny Sweets!
They called out. Spike stood there in shock. The little Sweetie Belle he had known was a grandmare now. Beside her, helping her down, was Fluttershy. She hadn't aged a day. Discord's meddling, Spike assumed. "Spike!" Fluttershy greeted. "It's good to see you again." Spike didn't reply. She's upstairs," she said, stepping aside. Even Twilight took a step back to clear his way. Spike slowly walked upstairs to Rarity's bedroom. The stairs creaked beneath his weight, but held strong. Upstairs, her door was slightly ajar. He gave it a gentle push open, poking his head inside. "Spike!" Rarity whimpered from the bed. Rarity squinted in his direction as he fumbled for her glasses. "How did you know it was me?" he asked. "For someone your size, I don't need to be able to see. I could hear you coming," she said. "Celestia's already visited, and Big Mac's been dead for years. It's a little late for him to haunt me." She affixed her glasses and looked at him standing nervously in the hallway. "Won't she come in?" Spike brushed his crest back a bit and nervously walked in. "Please." Rarity motioned to the floor beside her bed. "So," he tried, trailing off back into silence. "So, here you are," Rarity said. "And here I am. How do I look? I want to be ready for my big day tomorrow."
Rarity was old, but it would be hard to tell at first glance. Her mane was in curling rollers. It was the same crisp indigo it had always been, but Spike's sensitive dragon nose could smell the chemicals of her hair dye. Her grey roots were nearly indistinguishable from her white coat. Her regular trips to the spa had kept her mostly free of wrinkles, except for the crow's feet at the corners of her eyes. She had been a mare that smiled a lot, but he could see it. The age on her, it was in her eyes. They looked tired. "You're beautiful," he said. "Liar, I have mirrors, you know, I'm old." "You don't look it." I do look old. I feel old. I can feel it in my joints." She winced as she adjusted herself in the bed, but then smiled a little. "Not bad for 111. We'll see how you look when you're my age." "Rarity, I'm 93, he said. She looked at him. At 93, he was a young adult dragon. He was in the youthful prime of his life. He looked back at her. "You're beautiful." "Do you really think so?" she asked, brushing a couple stray hairs out of her face. "You still think that I look beautiful?" "I said you are beautiful," he said. "You always taught me that beauty is in the eye of the beholder, and that true beauty is more than fur deep." "You remember that?" she asked. "Of course, how could I forget?" He took her hoof in his hands. "I love you." Rarity quickly looked away, blinking back her tears. She wasn't prepared for him to say it so freely. "Still?" she asked, still facing away. "Always," he answered resolutely. She slowly turned back to him. "Spike, being a hopeless romantic like this, it's not attractive to carry a flame to some pony for so long," she said. "I don't care," he said. "I'm not afraid to say it." "Have you ever considered how it might feel to hear it?" she asked. He didn't know how to respond. She sighed. "I wasn't lying when I wrote to you. I'm dying." No, you're not," Spike said in a patronizing tone. "Twilight could make you some more of those youth tonics, or Discord could..." Ray put her hoof up to stop him. "Spike, I don't want any of that. I'm dying and I've accepted it. I need you to accept it as well." "You want to die?" he asked. "I don't want to live forever, Spike. My husband is dead. I've been a widow for 36 years. I've had to bury almost all of my friends. Do you think that Fluttershy is happy to see her children become senior citizens while she lingers on in her youth? She looks just like she's one of her own grandfoals. She'll have to attend her own foals' funerals. And all because Discord is too selfish to be able to let her go. You need to let me go, Spike. That's why I never told you that I loved you too." "What?" Spike was aghast. "You loved me too?" "Of course I did. How could I not? You were always such a gentleman. You were so kind and sweet. You were perfect. I knew you loved me. Every pony did. But I couldn't be with you." "Why?" Spike cried. "You were all I ever wanted." "Spike, darling, I couldn't do that to you. It would have been selfish of me to keep you for myself. I don't understand." "Spike, I wanted you to be able to have your own life for yourself. I heard that you have a family of your own now. What is it? A litter of hatchlings?" "A clutch." "Oh, learn something new every day. Are you not happy in Draconia with Ember?" "But Rarity, I love you." "I know, Spike, that's not what I asked. Are you happy with Ember? Does she not also have your love?" Yes. I'm happy with Ember. I do love her," he begrudgingly admitted. Rarity smiled. "That's good. I wanted you to have a family because I wanted to have foals of my own. I couldn't have done that with you. We could have adopted, he shouted. We could have made it work. We would have. I loved you. I would have done anything to make it work. You know that. I wanted to spend all this time with you. This isn't fair. Why didn't you tell me? Why would you make me suffer like this? He growled. Rarity's smile faded. Do you think me cruel? She asked. Do you think that adoption had never occurred to me at all? With so many nights I imagined our little foals running about, and you as their father. You, by my side. She trailed off, stretching her hoof to the other side of the bed. This is a big bed. Too big for just one pony. Alone at night. Rarity, I could have. No, you had Ember. But I wanted you, Rare. I love you, Spike. And there have been so many nights when I wished I had done things differently. Giving up a life with you was the most generous thing I've ever done. But how is that at all generous? You were the only thing I ever wanted and you kept me from it. Please, don't be angry with me. I didn't want you to have to watch me get old and die. And then watch our children die, and their children. I didn't want you to not have children of your own. You must understand. But it's not too late. I could have Twilight do a time travel spell, and we could start all over, Spike said, jittery. We could have the life we were meant to have. Spike, would you damn my children to never exist for your own desire? No, I could just not go to Draconia. I could stay here with you, and we could still love each other. Spike, no! I was always faithful to my husband. How could you even think to ask that? Do you really think so little of me? Rarity, Spike, I've had a long, happy life. A full life full of friends and family. But I never forgot about you. That was why I wanted you to be here now. Not Twilight, not Celestia, not my foals. You. But why? He sobbed. Because I knew that you loved me. Because I knew that you would feel great sadness when I was gone. But I didn't want that feeling to be regret. Regret? Spike, I don't want you to regret your life. I don't want you to leave here dwelling on what might have been. I want you to be happy. But I can't lose you. Not again. Spike held her hoof, crying into her bedding. I've only just found out about how you felt. You can't die. Spike, I can. But it's okay. It's going to be okay. Death is a part of life. Death is what makes life worth living. It gives you a deadline to do the things that you want to do. What you really want to do. It focuses your priorities. She ran her hoof along his scales as she sobbed. Shh, shh. I've always been so good with deadlines. I wanted to make sure I did this last thing for you. But could I ask one thing of you? She asked. His head popped up. Of course, Rarity. Anything. Have a good life, Spike. Do good. I think you mean do well? No, Spike. I mean do good. Promise me, won't you? Yes, I promise, he said. He laid back into her pillows. I've had a good life, Spike. I've had a fabulous life. And I always cherished your part in it. Rarity yawned. I'm so tired, Spike. Could you help put my sleep mask on? She asked. Sure. He gently pulled the strap back on the mask and let it rest over her eyes. Thank you, darling. I need my beauty rest. Rarity, you can't die. You said you had a big day tomorrow, right? Oh, yes. I should think every pony will be coming to see me. What are you... He caught himself and got a lump in his throat.
She wouldn't be debuting any new fashion line this time. The ponies would be coming to see her at her funeral. Rare! I love you! Spike could barely get the words out. Spike, Rarity tried to say, hearing him cry. I'm sorry. Spike, I need you to be strong. When I'm gone, I don't want you to cry. I don't want you to say that you love me. I don't want you to say that you're sorry. That's not what I want. What do you want? He asked, wiping his eyes. I want you to kiss me. One last time. When I'm gone, I want you to kiss me goodbye. And then I want you to go home to your family and live. I want you to have a good life. I want you to have a fabulous life for me, she said. Spike sat there in silence. Promise me you'll do that. Rarity! Promise me that you'll do that for me, darling. I promise. Thank you, Spike. It means a lot to me that you do that. Rarity laid still for a bit. Spike sat there by her side. Tears ran down his cheeks. He promised that he wouldn't let her see him cry, but she had her sleep mask on now. He cried as quietly as possible. After several minutes, Rarity spoke again. Spike? Yes, Rarity, he said, quickly wiping his eyes. Sing to me that dragon song of yours. You know which one. What? No, it's stupid. Then sing me that stupid dragon song. Please, my love, for me. Yes, my love, Spike croaked out, trying to clear his throat. A dragon is the finest creature ever. There's more to him than just guarding treasure. Be he for a flying ride, or for fighting by your side. A dragon's a companion for now and forever. How was that, Rare? Spike asked after the verse. Rarity? Rarity! She looked so still, one would have thought her asleep were it not for the absence of her chest rising and falling. The realization hit Spike with the force of a train. She was gone! He clenched his eyes, clutched his chest, and quickly turned away. His mouth gaped in a silent scream. He was unable to cry out the long vowels of a wail. Only a few stifled consonants as his throat closed up. For all the pain he felt in his life, all the fights and challenges, falls and crashes, none came close. Nothing compared to the feeling of his heart ripping in half. He breathed at last, in short stifled breaths, but he promised that he wouldn't cry. He'd cried enough tonight. He promised he would be strong. He waited to regain his composure. He would need to go downstairs and bear the bad news. But first, he leaned over the bed, brought himself down to a beautiful face, and he kissed her cheek.
I wonder if you'd stay, if you knew the things I've kept away. I wonder what you'll do. Would you charge me with your hate? You never really knew just how terribly I needed you. You are nowhere to be found. I was falling fast into the ground. Have I lost? Have I lost you? Have I lost? Have I lost you?
too much, but not enough, you see. I thought that it's okay, dying slowly just today.
You Comfort Fluttershy by Little Owl. 1:21. 1:22. 1:23. As you sit and watch the numbers change on your digital clock, your frustration at your awake and yet paradoxically exhausted brain increase as sleep strays further and further away from you. Damn insomnia. It was something you've had all your life, but recently was becoming a major issue. Initially you think that it won't be a problem as you close your eyes, to take joy from the simple pleasure of having your mind completely shut off from the world, ready to be full of beans and raring to tackle the morning ahead. That's when the minutes start to tick by, about 10 or 15 to be exact, before you realise that you aren't asleep. In fact, you aren't even tired, and you realise that all this time you've been forcing your eyes closed. Some nights you would toss and turn, searching for that sweet spot for your brain to go, "Enough! Sleep now!" But you can never find it until you wake up the next morning realising you only got about 2 hours sleep in said position. But the worst nights are when you just lie there, still, as if in purgatory, eyes wide open as your clock continues to pass the minutes by as you stare at it, deafening you with its monotonous rhythmic ticking that should be enough to put you to sleep if you weren't so wide awake. Not helping matters is the storm outside. The rain could be relaxing if you were in a especially tired mindset, but on sleepless nights like these, it's nothing but a nuisance. You look out towards the window, completely obscured by the dark, though you could see the outlines of little droplets trickling on the windowsill, ending in a small puddle at the bottom. This eventually becomes completely obscured by the vapour misting the window, and you are left once more with nothing to direct your open wide eyes towards. The brain buzz continues to keep your eyes open. Part of you thinks about turning the lights on and reading a book to help relax you. Options included a bevy of ones Twilight gave you, before realising that you have already read all of those during previous occasions of restlessness. However, there was that one book Fluttershy gave you on animals you haven't read yet. Maybe that would be an option. Fluttershy. Just the thought of that name already developed a fog of happy, relaxing thoughts in your brain. There was just something about her, as much of a cliche as it sounds, but not even all the wonderful traits that you could name just off the top of your head. It was just her aura, her presence. Just her being in the same room as her is enough to increase your heartbeat and make you feel a warm sensation inside. As these delightful thoughts caress your brain, you feel your extremities lower themselves against the covers. No conscious instructions necessary. A blink. Another blink. There is still hope. It's only 1:30 in the morning. You can get a half-decent 7.5 hours sleep before you have to get up for work. Such desperation to not spend your working day a sleep-deprived zombie will surely be enough to get you to sleep. You rustle in your covers, pulling your crumpled sheets back over your end of the mattress. You fluff your pillow, making a neatly woven place for your head and the pillow to do the rest as it consumes you with its blissful fluff. Yes, that was a blink. Now is the moment as you lay your head down, getting one last glimpse of the world. But just when you're about to open your eyes, you hear the turning of the knob and the very slow squeak of your door moving inwards towards your room. You feel like swearing every demeaning profanity at this newcomer that has just ruined your final chance at a good sleep. You're about to give them a piece of your mind until a singular yellow hoof is placed on the front of the door, and you can hear a slight tremble as Fluttershy moves her head around the door, the bottom of her teal eyes barely visible as she peers round to reach your gaze as the red mist swelling inside of you fades into an aura of confusion and concern. You smile warmly towards her as she opens her adorable little mouth to speak.
Oh, sorry.
She says quietly, as if to salvage some of the quiet in the room so that you can return to sleep, only to realize just how fully awake you are.
I hope I didn't wake you. I know how difficult and rare it is for you to get a good sleep. I sincerely hope I didn't interrupt one of those.
You can't help smiling at her. Though her timid nature hindered her confidence, it made her a very considerate and sensitive pony. For all her flaws, there were traits that gravitate you towards her. Your smile fades, however, when she starts to speak once more with a slight tremble.
I just came in because
she seems to struggle to get the words out.
I trust you, and I thought the only way I could feel better was if I came to you. Something about you just being there. I thought it would be enough to make me feel better.
Your smile grows broader as her face lights up slightly as she continues.
You probably want to know why I'm here.
She continues sheepishly, turning her face away slightly.
You see, I had a nightmare.
Your face quickly falls to deep concern as your heart twists in your chest as you stare at your dear friend. No wonder she seems so upset. Every part of your human instinct tells you to reach your arms out towards her and hold her close. You even feel droplets forming in your eyes before suddenly realizing that she was the one who was upset. It's not about you anymore. You don't care about falling asleep. Instead, it's about being there for your friend, and not just any friend, but one that's connection with you is firm and true. A friend whose kind personality and natural beauty only make you care for her as equally as you know she cares for you. Here she is, silent and scared, but also the radiant Fluttershy that was so very much worth protecting.
I tried going back to sleep, but I was just too scared.
She then blushes ever so slightly.
Could I possibly, stay with you, at least for a little bit? Then I promise I'll go back to sleep.
You nod. She could stay for the entire night as far as you were concerned. Anything to make her feel better. You motion for her to come towards. Fluttershy climbs in with you, her pink and yellow appearance adding a splash of colour to your boring white covers. You hold an arm up as she scooches closer towards you, and then lower it tentatively before softly making contact with her soft yet delicate touch. You feel her silky pink mane slide down against your sides as she leans her head against it and shyly wraps a hoof around your ribs, before a stifled, nervous sigh leads her breath.
Thank you. I really needed this,
she says quietly, glancing her eyes to the door, almost as if she is checking to see if the nightmares aren't following her. The sadness and worry you feel inside towards your friend is simply palpable. Whatever the dream was, it scared her good. You can confidently say you have never seen Fluttershy, such a timid and fragile soul as she is, in such a state. You feel helpless, as all you can do is hold her in your arms. Your mind tells yourself to ask if talking about the dream will help, but decide against it in fear of bringing up harmful memories of the clearly unpleasant dream. She came to you so you could chase the nightmares away, not bring them up again. However, talking about them and getting a sense of perspective for them would help you be able to comfort her more, telling her that there's no such thing as the monstrous imaginary figment her dream came up with. Plus, it could give her a sense of perspective, a realization that dreams are in no way real, to the point where she would consider herself silly for even thinking that dreams are real. She could never be silly, not to you, except for the fact that she trusts all of you people. You stir at her speaking once more. You are probably the only one I can talk to about this. I trust you. You wonder for a split second if she had just read your thoughts. You conclude that it was just coincidental. However, you wouldn't be so surprised if she did read your mind. Over the time you have known her, you have gained an almost telepathic connection with her. She knows how much you need to hear that she trusts you, and just how much you know that what she needs is someone to listen to her, but also give her a push so she will have the strength to be more confident, especially when it came to talking about emotions. It's moments like these that you realize the true extent of you and hers very strong bond, despite the fact you have known each other for a brief amount of time. You hear Fluttershy inhale deeply as she was able to speak out her biggest and darkest secret. Well, I should probably tell you about the dream. It went like this. I was playing with Angel. You remember my little bunny? At first I thought it was a good dream. Everything was so bright and vibrant and sunny, and we were playing in the springtime flowers. She smiled dully before her face fell to a sure frown once more. But then the dark clouds gathered above us, and Angel started running. I couldn't stop her before she reached the everfree forest. I called out for Angel, but I couldn't find him anywhere. That's when I turned and saw two very big bunnies behind me. Only two at first, but then there were multiple, and they began surrounding me. She starts to shudder as her voice begins to break. They started calling me a murderer as the thunder got louder and louder. And that's when the dream ended. I woke up in a hot sweat, and she begins crying, quietly but with uncontainable despair, burying her face into your chest as you quickly held her in one hand and went to stroke her mane in the other. Looking for any way to comfort her, you have to check that she can breathe properly as you squeeze her close to you, never wanting to let go of the sobbing mare. You cannot stand seeing her like this. You will not stand to see her like this. You will be the knight in shining armor she deserves, chasing away the nightmares so she can sleep and return to a happy, caring self. This mare, it hurts to think about how much you love her. Yes, love her. You care too much about her to not feel this way. She moves her head to over your shoulder and wraps a tight hoof around your neck. Your tears flowing freely as much as Fluttershy's as you start to hear her breathing heavy, stifled breaths, drawn with anxiety and fear. This goes on for a good minute or two. Then her breathing slows, so consumed by the adrenaline of care, you don't fully feel the overwhelming warmth of Fluttershy's fur pressed against you during the embrace. Part of you feels it is necessary to let go and have some space to breathe. You do not want to let go, not until you are sure she is alright, until you feel Fluttershy's mane brush over your shoulder and against your ear as her head recedes and centers itself to meet your gaze. Her eyelashes glistening with the moisture of her tears, but through all of this you can see Faintly, but very clearly, a sweet smile spread across her lips. The more she stares into you, threatens for more tears to emit. No, don't you dare say what you're about to say.
I'm sorry.
You once again press her towards you, your chest cushioning the sheer force of your arms, thrusting her head closer towards you. What could she be sorry for?
I just woke you up in the middle of the night, just so I could come to you for pity, like the scared filly that I feel like I am sometimes.
Fluttershy says once more, breathing steadying. You cannot believe what you are hearing. You have seen the progress she has made from being that scared filly she once was, to a capable and caring friend. Admittedly though, this isn't the first time something like this has happened. In fact, the both of you have had countless nights of consoling, trying to get over horrible nightmare after nightmare. But you don't care. There is nothing, and not just nightmares, but in this world you think that is worth causing Fluttershy harm. No matter how silly the thing she is worrying about might be, you will help her through it. Yes, she has grown more and more capable as time has gone on, to the point where she needs your help less and less. Doesn't mean you won't give it to her when the poor mare does need help. Of course you don't want to coddle her, but you don't need to, because she always gets through it, and out from the debris of whatever obstacle she faces, she always comes out the wonderful Fluttershy she always is and always will be. As the both of you lay there, you subconsciously find yourself forgetting your own problems about falling asleep. Thoughts instead focused on the now, shuddering less and less. Pink and yellow mare in your arms. You don't realize it, but you feel exhausted, though you would do it any day of the week. Feeling sorry for another is draining. All the adrenaline of pity, your own tears developing at the sight of another's. It's enough to knock a person out. Eventually realizing this, you begin to relax as Fluttershy releases herself from you, sniffling quietly.
You really do care, don't you?
She asked softly, before giggling at the sight of your facial expression.
You're doing that cute thinking face you do. What are you thinking about?
But she doesn't get an answer from you, as you just lay there, eyes wide open, for really you aren't thinking. Instead you are feeling the aura of warmth within the room, having just had a heart-to-heart with Fluttershy.
I love you.
A quiet voice is heard beside you. Immediately you blush hot pink. A rush of warmth comes to her cheeks as well.
It's true, and just you and me alone here reminded me of why. Your heart is pure, and I truly believe you care for me. And you want to know the amazing thing? You don't even do anything. From just you being there, I can tell just how much I mean to you, and how badly you want to chase away those horrible nightmares. You are my hero.
You turn away with a modest look on your face. Honestly, to you, caring for another is simply too important to overlook. It's a common courtesy to show one how much they mean to you before your time together runs out. To care for another is something everyone should strive to do each and every day of their existence. What you just did for Fluttershy feels like common sense. Furthermore, you didn't even need to think about said emotions. They just came naturally. Maybe they wouldn't come so easily if you were comforting anyone else. Fluttershy had that effect of evoking empathy from others, but you still needed to feel them. A part of your brain still needed to clock that Fluttershy was upset and she needed someone, anyone to be there for her. You did what you had to do, and in some way it helped you with your problems as well.
Hey,
the cute soft voice spoke, once again chirps up, tugging you gently by the shoulder.
I'm feeling a lot better now, but she yawns and giggles afterwards. I'm a bit too tired to get back to my own bed, so I was wondering if maybe to fix my predicament, I could, well, she shuffles closer to you and wraps her hoof on your midsection. Stay with you tonight? Plus I really don't want to be alone, and you are pretty comfy to snuggle. Your only response is a sweet smile. She lifts herself upwards as you shuffle around in the covers, trying to make yourself comfortable. Lowering your body so it is lying flatly on the bed, the pillow propped downwards, tilted ever so slightly by the rest on the end of your bed. Fluttershy meanwhile lies on her side next to you, propping a hoof up on her head as she stares at you lovingly. You comforted me. I think it's time I return the favour. She then frowns into a pondering expression. I know positive affirmations. If it's for you, then it should be easy. Now, just relax. You exhale a sigh and purposefully close your eyes to relax to Fluttershy's soothing voice as you hear the light get turned off as Fluttershy leans ever so closely to your ear. Words cannot describe how wonderful I think you are, but I figure you would like me to try. Honestly, if you ever think that you are not a nice person or someone worthy of a pony like me, then remember what you just did for me tonight. Your kindness knows no bounds, and your always optimistic persona is enough to keep even the most depressed pony in a mindset that life is worth living. Because without you around, I cannot imagine what life would be like. You are also brave, funny, and so caring. I don't know anybody else like you. You are one of a kind, and you embrace your individuality as someone who just loves being himself. And do not think this goes unrecognized. I've had many conversations about you with the girls and others. Every single one of them agrees that their lives have become so much better since you entered them. I can happily say that I am one of those ponies with an insight to that amazing brain of yours. I feel like I have such a special connection with you, and I would never give that up for anything in the world. We can read each other like books. I feel like I know exactly what you are thinking and vice versa. I don't think I'll share that kind of bond with anyone else except for you. You are special to me and to others, and even if you have to be told it 1,000,000 times over, because let's be honest, you do doubt yourself a lot, I am still more than willing to tell it, because when you love someone as much as I love you, you will do anything to see them smile. You faintly hear her wipe away tears before leaning towards you and brushing her lips against your cheek as you are sent into a blissful shiver as your consciousness starts to fade. I love you, and I will always love you, no matter what happens. I will never forget what you did for me tonight. Good night, my love.
He's Mine by Nova A75. February 13th, it was the eve of Hearts and Hooves Day, and every pony was running around, setting up some last-second arrangements. Sunny hummed softly to herself, sitting directly in front of a closed oven, watching the items inside slowly yet surely come to life as they baked. A metal tray sat in the middle of the oven, housing 12 cupcakes slowly beginning to rise up as the heat from the oven did its work. She was making unicorn cupcakes, a very special recipe passed down from her family for generations. And by generations, specifically only two, her dad and then her. The cupcakes were different colours, some pink, some blue, some brown, but none of the usual accessories for the unicorn cupcakes had been added yet. So, as it stood, they were just regular old cupcakes. Once Sunny could get them out of the oven, she'd get ready to decorate them properly. But for now, she waited, staring intently as she watched the cupcakes baked. It was a little bit weird to see her so intently stare at rising cupcakes, but she was a grown mare. She'd be fine. After around 30 more minutes baking in the oven, the cupcakes were finally ready. Sunny used a mouth guard, which was really just a heat-resistant sheet that she could easily wrap around the small ledge of the tray. Slowly, she carefully pulled out the hot tray and placed it down on the counter. It was the decoration phase. She smiled eagerly, beginning to use some frosting to slowly coat the little cakes in a blue layer. Oh yeah, it's all coming together. Zip was out in Maritime Bay, watching plenty of ponies running around while they attempted to procure some last-minute items before Hearts and Hooves Day. Zip felt like she could laugh at them. Waiting this long before actually doing anything for Hearts and Hooves Day was a pretty bold move, but then again, she was basically doing the same thing. Zip trotted around, being sure to avoid a bunch of ponies as they frantically ran around. But soon enough she came up towards the sunglasses vendor, who seemed to be beaming with joy. Zip looked a bit confused and soon figured out why, seeing that almost every single pair of his sunglasses were sold out. A few left behind, but really there were only about 4 or 5 left out of the maybe dozens to hundreds of them he had. Zip walked up towards them, shooting them a smile. "Hey, you wouldn't happen to be selling any more glasses, would you?" Zip asked the stallion curiously. They beamed with delight. "Of course! We've got a few pairs left, but... who am I kidding? You can just take whichever you want, free of charge. In fact, take all of them if you'd like." They smiled brightly, grabbing the few sunglasses he had left and placing them down on the counter in front of him. Zip seemed baffled at this, almost like she was walking into a trap or something. "A bunch of ponies came in and swept up almost my entire stock. The sunglasses sold like hotcakes. Since I don't even get a new shipment in the next 3 days, it means I get the next 3 days off," he said cheerily. "I insist, take all of them. It just means I can close up shop and go home early to see my wife. Oh boy, she'll be happy to hear it." They spoke with heart-struck eyes, seemingly imagining his wife then and there. "Oh, wow. Thanks. Sure, I'll take them then." Zip responded with a smile of her own. She gently snatched up the 5 pairs of glasses on the counter, which issued a wider smile from the vendor as he quickly threw up a sign almost immediately after reading "Sold Out." In less than a minute, the stallion gathered his belongings, locking up his little stand and skipping away like some fairy tale creature. Zip was holding back laughter. Of course, she could have paid for the sunglasses easily, but hey, free sunglasses never hurt anyone. Besides, one pair in particular caught her eye more than the others. She stared down at the pair and smirked. Perfect! Now, what's next on the list? Zip pulled her phone out, flipping it open right after and staring curiously. Chocolates! That should be easy. Oh shoot, no it won't. Zip seemed to forget that almost every pony in Maritime Bay was trying to get their hooves on last minute items. If she wanted to get those chocolates, she'd have to hurry just like them. She pocketed the sunglasses before dashing away towards her next stop. Pip giggled softly to herself as she looked at her phone. She was in main melody, laying down on one of the couches as their last customer left. She was accompanied by Jazz Hooves, who wiped a bit of sweat off herself and made her way to collect her things. Pip was allowing main melody to close a bit earlier today than normal. Why not, after all? It was the eve of a great holiday coming up tomorrow. Rocky had already left a while ago, leaving the two mares to themselves. Jazz couldn't help but giggle in response to Pip, who scrolled through their phone, oblivious to everything around her. Sheesh, Pip, I haven't seen you this excited since you opened main melody, Jazz responded teasingly, walking up towards the mare. This snapped Pip out of her trance, if just for a moment. Seriously, you've been giggling almost all day. I think some of the customers thought you were losing it, Jazz sighed, sitting down beside her employer. I'm sorry, Jazz. I've just been so excited. My package is going to arrive in a couple of minutes today, and not a day too soon either. If it arrived later, I wouldn't have had it for HAHD. Pip spoke giddily. HAHD? Jazz asked for clarification. It almost sounded like a disease. Hearts and Hooves Day. Duh. I thought that was obvious. Pip responded, holding back laughter. Jazz rolled her eyes. She couldn't believe she didn't get it. It was so obvious. Then again, Jazz wasn't nearly as distracted about Hearts and Hooves Day as other ponies were. She didn't exactly have a special sun pony to come home to, but it did mean she gets a whole day off from main melody. So she was looking forward to relaxing at home and taking a well-deserved break. It should arrive any minute now. The Pega delivery app says the delivery mare is only 3 stops away. Pip squealed in anticipation, eyes lighting up. Jazz gave her a soft, nearly exasperated smile. She understood Pip's excitement, but she wished her friend would tone it down just a bit. Well, alright, I'll leave you to it then. Don't let me get in the way of your frankly explosive excitement. Jazz giggled, picking up her bag and beginning to make her way out of the store. Pip waved the mare goodbye, only for Jazz to be stopped the moment she opened the door. There was a Pegasus standing there, holding a large poly bag in her mouth. Jazz reacted on instinct, ready to tell her that main melody was closed, but soon spotting the hat she wore, as well as the plastic bag she held, she understood immediately. Oh, Pip! Something is here for you! Jazz called back to Pip before politely sidestepping the Pegasus and making her way home. She didn't want her own eardrums ruptured when she heard Pip's loudest squeal yet. While she was interested in what the mare had ordered, it wasn't interesting enough to constitute losing her hearing over it. Unfortunately for the Pegasus delivering the package, they were met with a loud squeal of excitement, thankfully not bursting their own eardrums but leaving them in a daze. Pip rushed over, quickly snatching the package from the mare, and gently grabbing their hoof, placing some bits in them before quickly slamming the door and locking it. The poor Pegasus was a bit bewildered. Everything happened in an instant, but hey, at least she got a few bits, and at the cost of some temporary ringing in her ears anyways. She sighed, flapping off, not wanting to question why the smaller Pegasus was so excited for the package. Surely it wasn't anything too big. It did come in a plastic baggie after all. But Pip? Oh, she knew just what was inside and was happy to have it in her possession. After a few minutes more, she quickly flew out of main melody and back towards the Bright House, bag in tow. Izzy giggled lightly to herself, slathering paint across a wooden object. Izzy was at the Bright House, in her own Izzy chamber working on a Hearts and Hooves gift. The unicorn used her magic to great efficiency, sprinkling on glitter, slathering some glue across the item. It was a rather small item, but that didn't mean making it relatively quiet either. Sunny had pinned her ears against her head, hearing all the racket coming from Izzy's creation station, and she was on the other side of the Bright House. They desperately needed to soundproof the room, and it absolutely didn't help that Izzy was singing loudly, without much care in the world. Izzy had been in there since this morning, but soon enough she came out. Sunny could tell Izzy was finished when she heard absolute silence, the telltale sign that Izzy had finished her latest masterpiece. Izzy walked out of her little room and straight towards the kitchen, where Sunny finished topping off the final bits from her unicorn cupcakes, before finally slipping the tray into the refrigerator to call for tomorrow. Sunny looked back at her dear friend, who held a rather unique object in her hooves. Sunny paused, eyeing Izzy up and down for a moment. Izzy was beaming with joy, though she was silent. By the way she looked, Sunny just knew that Izzy wanted to ask what she was holding in her hooves. Sunny giggled softly, deciding to bite the bullet and ask. "What you got there, Izzy?" asked Sunny, brow raised. "I'm glad you asked," Izzy proclaimed before trotting up to the counter and slamming the item down on top of it. Sunny flinched in response, almost expecting the item to fall apart then and there. "This is the latest and greatest item in my long line of unicycling projects, sure to make any stallion swoon when they lay their eyes on it. I call it... well, I don't know what to call it yet," Izzy responded with a sheepish look. Sunny raised a brow in response, looking over at the item with intrigue, now wondering what it was supposed to be exactly. "It's a music box," Izzy declared, as if reading Sunny's mind. She pressed a small red button on the side of the wooden structure. As it stood right now, it looked just like a wooden box, but upon pressing the button, the box shot open like a chest. Inside was the figurine of an earth pony, a Pegasus and a unicorn. Though they were simple wooden carvings and not meant to resemble any pony in particular, they all stood on one hoof with their bodies standing up. Izzy smirked, motioning towards a wind-up crank on the inside of the box. She quickly began spinning it at speeds Sunny's eyes could hardly process. When she finally stopped, the crank slowly unwound, and the three wooden figures would begin dancing around each other, spinning around slowly, rising and falling, and intertwining with each other before pulling away, all in a synced manner. Sunny watched in awe, her eyes lighting up at the fine display of crafts pony ship that Izzy displayed. Of course, there was also music too. The box played what sounded like a lullaby, except obviously without words, but just lulling music to go along with it. Sunny could feel as if she would fall asleep on the counter listening to it. "So, what do you think?" Izzy asked her friend curiously. "Izzy, wow, that's amazing. Is this for Hearts and Hooves Day too?" asked Sunny curiously. Izzy responded with a quick nod, slowly closing the lid on the box, where the music and dancing ponies stopped automatically. "I'm sure whatever pony you give that to will be super happy to have it," Sunny spoke with bravado. Izzy giggled, trotting around. "Yeah, I'm sure Sprout'll love it." Sunny's eyes shrank back. She seemed frozen to the core at that notion. Whoa, whoa. You're giving it to Sprout?" Sunny asked in shock, a surprised but also slightly worried face. Izzy's eyes widened, with the unicorn nodding quickly. Izzy, don't you think it'd be better to give this gift to, well, someone other than Sprout?" Sunny's voice trailed off as she looked away sheepishly. "Huh? Why do you say that?" Izzy wasn't as dense as she came off to be. She could tell Sunny obviously didn't want her to gift that gift to Sprout, but why? "Don't tell me. You're trying to give Sprout a Hearts and Hooves Day present too," Izzy said with a shocked tone. "Well, no, I'm not. It's just, Sprout isn't exactly that much more comfortable with unicorns and Pegasi yet. He would obviously decline your gift. That is, if he even wants you getting anywhere near him." Sunny rolled her eyes. Izzy seemed a bit dejected at the notion, frowning softly and looking down. Sunny winced, seeing her friend's almost heartbroken expression. She quickly trot over. Hey,
It's okay. I'm sure Sprout will warm up to Pegasus unicorns eventually. Maybe just save that gift for next year? Or his birthday? Yeah, maybe he'll change his tune then. Sunny spoke sincerely, hoping not to dampen her friend's spirit too hard. Izzy's smile slowly returned to her face. Well, alright, thanks Sunny, but if that's the case... Oh, I know! I'll just ask Hitch to take care of Sparky tomorrow so that he can go with his special sun pony and I can hang out with my favourite baby dragon. Izzy spoke cheerfully, as if she was never dejected in the first place. Sunny giggled lightly in response. That sounds like a great idea. You should call him now and let him know. Sunny nodded. Izzy would trot off happily to her room, taking the music box with her. Though Izzy offering to take care of Sparky for a day would help Sunny too. She didn't say it yet though. Zip and Pip came home later that day, and all the mares all went to bed without saying much else. The 4 mares went to sleep, sighing and dreaming about what they'd do for Hearts and Hooves Day come tomorrow. Then tomorrow came. Zip was the first one out of bed, followed by Sunny, Izzy and Pip afterwards. Sunny began making breakfast for the 4, while Izzy patiently awaited the arrival of Hitch. Seems like her offer was a great idea to the Stone, as he was happy to come early in the morning to drop off Sparky. She was going to have so much fun with him, she couldn't wait. Zip was doing her morning routine for the most part before coming back inside to enjoy breakfast, while Pip spent an uncomfortably long amount of time in the bathroom. Some squeaks and grunts could be heard from Pip, which caused the ponies to look away from the bathroom door nervously. Soon enough, Sunny served pancakes to the other 2 mares before sitting down herself. So Zip, Sunny leaned against the counter, do you have a special sun pony this Hearts and Hooves Day? Asked Sunny curiously. Poof, of course I do. I went out to get him gifts yesterday. Zip responded confidently, biting into her pancakes. She chewed and swallowed down a bite before looking back with narrowed eyes. And you have one too, I'm guessing? You know it, Sunny laughed. She wanted to continue before suddenly hearing the door open. Pip walked out of the bathroom with a pouty look and something on her head. Were those bunny ears? Pip trotted up to their table, sitting down next to Izzy. She didn't look like she was in the mood. Sunny cleared her throat. What's up, Pip? Pip sighed, throwing her hooves into the air. The costume I ordered doesn't fit me. It's too big and I already ordered the smallest size they had. I tried putting it on in the bathroom and it keeps sagging down and making me look smaller than I already am. Not to mention making it look just terrible. Next time I'm ordering a custom-made one. Pip huffed. Zip stared at the bunny ears Pip wore. It was just a headband, which would fit any pony easily, really. But then hearing that the outfit didn't fit, Pip couldn't help but hold back laughter. She knew exactly what kind of outfit Pip had gotten. She didn't even need to see it, just knowing full well what Pip would have ordered. Well, don't worry too much, sis. Me and Sunny were just about to tell each other who our special sun pony was. You can tell us yours too, Zip responded smugly. Pip soon cheered up right after. You're absolutely right. Full outfit or not, I'm sure he'll love these ears at least. Pip declared happily before looking over at the 2 others. She leaned over the counter and smirked. Alright, my special sun pony is... Wait! Sunny paused her before her eyes beamed open. All at the same time, okay? She asked the 2. Zip and Pip paused, looking between each other for a moment before they both nodded in response. Hehe. Alright, on the count to 3. 1, Zip started. 2, Pip added. 3! Izzy cheered. It's Hitch! Shouted Zip, Pip and Sunny simultaneously. Almost immediately the 3 fell into silence right after, with Izzy clapping her hooves together.
They all shared looks before the three finally spoke again. What? No way! Zip bolted from her seat, suddenly flying off towards the centre of the room and away from the table. Pip followed behind quickly after, and Sunny after her. Why do you want to go out with Hitch? Asked Zip with narrowed eyes. Because he's my childhood friend. Besides, if any pony deserves to be Hitch's son pony the most, it's me. We've known each other almost 2 decades. Sunny argued, stamping her hoof on the ground. Pip scoffed. Fat chance, Sunny. You've had plenty of years to be Hitch's special son pony, but now it's time to move on. He clearly doesn't want to be with you if he hasn't asked you out yet. Pip responded harshly before puffing her chest out. I should be Hitch's special son pony. Besides, have you seen the way he looks at me? He's basically drooling all over me. Pip responded smugly. Zip rolled her eyes. Yeah, right. A pony your size? Hitch would rather have someone he could talk to without having to strain his neck every time he looks down. Zip smirked. Besides, I'm the only one here who knows what Hitch actually likes. I don't see you ponies going out and buying sunglasses and a whole carton of chocolate chip ice cream. Every pony knows Hitch likes sunglasses and chocolate chip ice cream, but I'm making his favourite treat of all, unicorn cupcakes. Sunny retorted before stepping forward and pressing her hoof against Zip's chest. Now back off! He's going out with me today, Sunny declared adamantly. Over my dead body! Pip squealed in response before suddenly flying into the air and tackling both ponies to the ground. A brawl began to break out between the 3 ponies, hooves being thrown out, tails being pulled and wings being stepped on. Izzy watched from the table before squealing, Oh boy, are we fighting now? Make room for Izzy, girls, 'cause I'm coming through! Izzy shouted before suddenly rushing in, jumping into the cluster of ponies and started to fight too, though obviously not for the same reasons as the others. Minutes later, the door to the Bright House opened, and in through it came Hitch. However, no pony seemed to notice as they all brawled in the centre of the room. Hitch was a bit concerned, hearing a few shouts, grunts and moans coming from outside. He pushed the door and was shocked to say the very least. Zip was standing up, yanking Izzy's tail and pushing her hoof against Pip's face, keeping the smaller pony from being able to reach and strike back at her. Pip had her killer eyes aimed at Zip, using one of her hooves to attempt to get Zip's own hoof out of her face, while the other hoof pulled back on Sunny's own mane. Sunny was on her back, trying to use her hoof to push Zip away while also trying to get back up, though she couldn't with all the chaos ensuing her. Izzy was right on top of Sunny, biting down on the mare's leg while Zip had her backside lifted into the air with a hoop around her tail. He's mine! Shouted Zip. In your dreams? Pip retorted, sputtering a bit. No, he's mine! Sunny followed up right after. Izzy didn't say anything, with her mouth all over Sunny's leg. That much made sense anyways. Hitch watched the madness ensue. He had no idea what they were fighting over, but he wasn't going to let them continue much longer either. Ahem! He cleared his throat. Girls! Hitch shouted. Hitch's sudden outburst seemed to get the girls' attention stripped away from each other and to look at Hitch himself. Well, except for Izzy, who continued to gnaw away before Sunny pushed her head off to face Hitch. The 3 mares blushed a bit as they slowly yet surely pulled themselves away from each other, sitting down neatly in front of the stallion. They were all fairly bruised, and their manes were a total mess, but they didn't hurt each other too badly, thankfully enough. They all shared nervous glances as they looked between themselves and back at Hitch. I'm not going to ask. Hitch looked away before soon enough gently placing down Sparky, who was sitting down on Hitch's back. The baby dragon looked around before spotting Izzy and happily making their way over to the unicorn, albeit slowly. Thanks for offering to take care of Sparky, Izzy. I appreciate your help. Hitch smiled brightly at the unicorn mare. Sparky! Izzy said cheerily before suddenly running over and scooping the baby dragon up.
Of course, Hitch. I can't wait to spend the day with him, she said happily before trotting off with Sparky towards the living room couch. So, Hitch, Pip walked up to him with a sheepish smile. Have any plans for today? She asked the stone curiously. Zip and Sunny looked on in worry as Pip made the first move.
Actually, yes,
Hitch spoke with a soft smile. Pip could feel her heart sink.
Sprout called me today and wanted me to hang out with him for the day. He got really upset when No Pony asked to be his special sun pony yesterday, and he had a really hard time sleeping. So I'm going to hang out with him for the day. No Pony asked me to be their special sun pony either, and since Iffy offered to take Sparky off my hands for the day anyways, I told him I'd be happy to keep him company.
He smiled brightly. How nice of him.
Poor Sprout. He said he'd even date a unicorn or Pegasus if it meant Sun Pony asked him out. I couldn't say no to him, so we're going to chill out at his place all day.
Sunny, Zip and Pip looked like they had just got hit by a freight train of realisation that none of them actually asked Hitch out yesterday. Izzy seemed a bit pouty, turning her attention to Sunny, who discouraged her from asking out Sprout the other day as well. She let out a soft before turning her attention back to Sparky. The girls spent a couple of seconds sputtering and trying to find the correct words, but really there wasn't any she could think of.
Anyways, I just came to drop off Sparky. I hope you mares have a lovely Hearts and Hooves day.
Hitch waved to the mares before trotting out, closing the doors behind him. The three were left in a stupor, not able to process what had just happened to them before the three collapsed to the ground, unmoving.
Stuck in the Middle with You by RobCakeRan53. Author's note. Thanks again to Aora, and I hope and what I see is me, as well as others enjoy this story. So to cover all my bases, Merry Christmas, Happy Hearthwarming, Happy New Year, and Bah Humbug! The road was barren, the two-track covered in a blanket of heavy snow which hadn't seen traffic since before it began falling from the bucks of Pegasi hooves. Not because it was a less travelled route, but because every pony knew better, and they were home in their warm beds or before a roaring hearth. No such luck for three ponies of varying sanity and magical peruse, travelling to visit family on Hearthwarming Eve. Kicking up the fetlock deep snow, an orange unicorn bundled up in blue winter clothes, with stars covering the pattern, pushed through, doing his best to follow the barely visible indents of the trail. He pulled behind him a large cart of purples, blues, yellows and golds, done up in a pattern of magical symbols, fireworks and shooting stars. This was not, however, his wagon, but it was his turn to pull so that between the two current occupants, one could continue to rest while the other warmed herself from the laughably small wood stove. Thankfully, inside, a light purple mare cozied up to her blue friend, nuzzling her and sharing her body's warmth. "You should have traded a half hour ago," said Starlight Glimmer with a slight frown, yet she didn't relent in rubbing against her friend. "Yes, Trixie knows this. But you two have the only clock, so one of you should have stopped me," said the aforementioned Trixie Lulamoon. "I know, and I'm sorry, but Sunburst was curled up beside me, sleeping still, and I just didn't have the heart to wake him yet." "So you let Trixie suffer longer? Because you love her far less than him?" Starlight rolled her eyes, grabbing her friend with a foreleg and pulling her closer. "No, Trix, and you know that. I love you both. But, well, you know what Sunburst is to me." Remaining silent, Trixie simply looked between them and up the slightly large belly of her friend. Yes, the sire to your foal. Not just that, we were childhood friends, and we both had feelings for so long that we kept quiet about that. Well, sighing, Trixie nuzzled up to Starlight, placing a hoof on her friend's belly. Trixie knows, Starlight, she knows. It's just not always easy being the third wheel. Third wheel? Trix, you know you're not that. Us three love each other equally. No pony is lesser than the other in this relationship. Trixie gave Starlight's belly a poke. Clearly. Rolling her eyes, Starlight grabbed Trixie's head, pulling her in close to kiss her forehead just below her horn. You silly magician, you're the one who said you weren't ready for foals. Yes, however Trixie thought you shared the same reservation. Well, yes, I did. But then, after talking with my father and Sunburst's mother, things changed. Trixie's ears went flat, and with a shuffle to the side, she pulled away from Starlight's foreleg, instead pushing her chest against the sill to the forward window, closed to block out the wind. Although a small draft was present, she pressed her right ear against the shutter, feeling the cold soaking through the wood and causing her still numb ear to burn. Trixie was used to this kind of winter abuse out between her shows, but Sunburst? He did live in the Crystal Empire for a number of years and still travelled out there to teach Princess Flurryheart magical lessons, so maybe he was hardened enough for this sort of thing. Ah! The wagon jolted, then stopped, and Trixie with her magic unclasped the locked shutter, opening it just far enough to peer outside. Sunburst was in the process of picking himself up, having clearly fallen belly first into the snow. Trixie sighed, and before she could close the window, Starlight stood over top of her, resting her chin on top of Trixie's head to also peer out. Oh dear, he's not doing so well, is he? Trixie's response was a simple hum. Do you think I should go out and change with him? No, you heard Dr. Stable. After 7 months you need to keep off your hooves as much as possible. Hitching you to a harness is the opposite of that. I know, but, well, look at him. Trixie hadn't stopped, instead listening with one ear on Starlight, while the other, and her eyes, focused on the struggling stallion. He was on his hooves now, brushing as much of his underside off as he could with his hoof and magic. He only had winter gear on his forward half, his rear only sporting the saddle blanket draped to his dock. At least we have a nice view, Trixie commented with a grin. She could feel Starlight's own grin on top of her head. Yeah, he has such a cute set of flanks for a bookworm. Both mares huffed a laugh, but when another large gust of wind and big snowflakes blew in at them, they pulled back. The shutter was closed and latched by Starlight's magic. However, it continued to rattle from the outside winds. They laid there, still, on the one large bed in favour of the two small hammocks of past travels. As they counted down the seconds, and then a full minute, Starlight worked her jaw, preparing to say something, when the wagon lurched forward and the steady rhythm of movement through deep snow picked up again. Well, I'll be, Trixie said, then turned to Starlight. Trixie supposes he is made of sterner stuff. Sunburst has a way of surprising you, that's for sure, Starlight said with a chuckle. Starlight then returned to the bed, laying on her side and patting the thin mattress with a hoof. Now come here and lay down. You need to warm up and rest. Dragging her hooves, Trixie did as told, laying on her opposite side so the two mares faced each other. With her magic, Starlight draped over a blanket, covering them to hold in their heat, while Trixie nuzzled against her friend's chest and neck. Finally, with a deep breath, Trixie truly settled down, and Starlight gave her another gentle kiss before resting her own head atop her friend's. The two then drifted off to slumber, to the rocking of the wagon, allowing Luna to give them pleasant dreams. Both mares were woken by a sudden jolt, and with enough of a lean to cause Trixie to roll out of the bed with a thud. "What happened?" Starlight asked, yawning and rubbing her eyes. "Clearly we crashed," Trixie grumbled from the cold floor. "What? No, that can't be it." There then came a rushed knock from the back door, to which Starlight answered with her magic. Quickly, Sunburst darted inside, his back covered in a thick layer of snow. "At least brush yourself off!" Trixie shouted. Sunburst let out a sigh, then slowly trotted back outside, then mere moments later returned with far less snow covering him. "So, what did you do?" Trixie, still laying on the floor, asked with a defeated tone. "Trix, would you stop being so hard on Sunburst? He didn't crash the wagon or anything. I'm sure he..." Sunburst interrupted with a hoof up. Yes, actually, I did. We're in a ditch." "Oh," Starlight finished. "It wasn't so bad at first. I got it stuck in a rut or something, and I've been out there for I don't know how long trying to get it unstuck. But then I slipped again, and the wagon went with me, and the next thing I knew, we were halfway into a ditch." Trixie grumbled. "And you can't pull it out?" "And I can't pull it out, right." Trixie sighed. "First Starlight, and now the wagon. Trixie shall be carrying protection around you from now on." "Trixie!" "It was a joke. In bad taste, Sunburst was working hard so that you could rest, just because he doesn't have the more toned muscle like you, or stamina like you, or even wagon hauling experience like you." "Is there a point to this?" Sunburst asked. "Yes, come here." Sunburst on shaky hooves did so, and Starlight used her magic to remove his cold, soaked clothes, hung them on a hook beside the door, and then using her forelegs wrapped him up in a hug. "I, and by definition we, both love you, and thank you for trying and doing your best." Sunburst returned the hug. Trixie, finally sitting up, rolled her eyes. "Trixie, if you don't join in on this hug, I swear." At Starlight's words, Trixie wrapped her hooves around the two hugging ponies. "You're so cold," Trixie blurted out. "Yes, because it's cold outside," Sunburst said with a roll of his eyes. "No, you are really cold. Your ears, they're nearly frostbitten. How long were you out there?" Trixie quickly looked to the clock, then gasped. 4 hours? We were supposed to relieve each other every 2. "I know, but when I checked in to do so, you two were so comfortable and sleeping together." Starlight cooed, then pulled Sunburst into another tight hug, giving him a passionate kiss on his frozen lips. "You goof, that's how you hurt yourself." "Yes, and Trixie is all too familiar with that. Come, lay in bed now while Trixie gets some warm water. She needs to check for any lingering damage." With no protest, Sunburst jumped up into the warm bed beside Starlight, who took it upon herself to brush off the last traces of snow before covering him with a large blanket. The stallion was still shivering under the thick blanket, so Starlight joined him under the cover, wrapping her hooves around his barrel. "Oh, that's nice," he said with a sigh. Trixie, meanwhile, had placed a small pot of water on the wood stove, warming it to the point it steamed, and no more. Then taking a clean rag, dipped it in with her magic. She approached her two friends, and then started taking the rag in her hooves. She wrung it out and began massaging Sunburst's ears. "You don't have to do that, Trixie," Sunburst said between chattering teeth. "No, she does not, but she shall anyway," Trixie said, slowly working her hooves around his ears, mixing the warm water with hoof massage to try and restore circulation to the appendages. Silence took over between the three, Starlight resting her head along Sunburst's neck and shoulder, while Trixie stood beside the bed and warmed his ears. Then Starlight cleared her throat. "So, how stuck are we?" Sunburst let out a sigh, and would have flicked an ear had it not been in Trixie's hooves. "Bad, but we might have to wait for some pony to come help us." "That's no good. With it being hearthwarming, that might not be until later in the evening. Do we have enough wood? Sunburst looked to Trixie. If not, Trixie is sure there is plenty around outside if we look. Well, at least I think we're only a couple of hours' trot from Sire's Hollow. Sunburst sighed, then laid his head down onto the bed while Trixie soaked and wrung out the rag again. You think? Trixie asked. It was hard to see much farther than a couple yards. My guess is there are some road clouds that some towns-ponies just let loose, but I did pass the crossroads a bit ago, so we're not too far out. Starlight hummed, rubbing her muzzle against Sunburst's neck. Trixie let out a huff, rubbing Sunburst's ears for another round, then placed the damp rag back into the water. Starlight and Sunburst watched as she walked over to the door, placing on her winter gear. Trixie, you don't have to try to get us out, Starlight said. Or at least wait until I've warmed up some so I can help. Trixie let out another defeated sigh. No, Trixie is going out to assess and then will return momentarily. Instead of her full winter garb, the magician took only a hat, earmuffs and scarf, then trotted out quickly, closing the door behind her. Well, she certainly is in a mood, Sunburst huffed. Yeah, I've noticed that since we invited her to visit with our parents. Really? I've noticed it since you told her you were pregnant. You don't think she... Starlight hummed. No, she's not ready yet, but our parents may be. I know she lost hers when she was young, about the same age Applejack lost hers. Oh, were they connected? Starlight shook her head, then nuzzled Sunburst again. I don't think so. She lived in Manhattan then. Starlight pulled back. What? What are you thinking? Well, we are going to be stuck here for a while, and we did have a plan in mind for introducing her to our parents. So? Sunburst shrugged. Maybe we should ask her. Now? Well, I don't know. When she's back in and settled down, we don't have to pry or anything. I'm not sure. I honestly gave her several openings in the past for her to tell me about them, but she never did bite. Well, for our hearth-warming gift for her to really work out, maybe we should push a little more and ask her. Starlight's ears went flat, the mare looking around the wagon trying to picture where her friend and fellow lover might be. Maybe, but should we... Starlight was cut off by the door opening and closing quickly, Trixie rushing inside. Brr, that wind is getting worse. I know, I could hardly see. My glasses were frosted over, so I took them off. And then the wind was beating up my eyes, so I struggled to keep them open while I walked. Trixie has goggles, you know. Oh. Starlight let slip a giggle, to which Trixie raised a brow at. Sorry, Trix, you know I know this isn't funny, but well, look at us. I fail to see any humour in this situation, Trixie said, removing her snow-covered clothes. We're three close, intimate friends stuck in the snow in a wagon, with minimal heat save for our own bodies. Oh hey, I think I like where this is going, Sunburst said, only to receive a playful slap from Starlight's hoof. Not like that. We're close friends, and this really is our first time together, out in the world. We are truly alone. Silence rang in every pony's ears, until Sunburst let out a, huh? So, instead of seeing this as a problem, let's embrace it. And how, pray tell, shall we do that? Trixie asked. Easy. Turn off all but one lantern and come snuggle up with us and warm up. The storms will hopefully subside by morning and we'll go from there. She huffed, she puffed, but eventually Trixie's shivering body told her this was the preferred option than trying to spend countless hours freeing the wagon during a raging blizzard. Fine, she finally agreed. Trixie went and snuffed 2 of the 3 lanterns' lights, leaving the last on a low flicker so At least she wasn't tripping on anything. While she was up, she also added another log to the wood stove. Sunburst, feeling much warmer, shifted so he was laying on his back, with Starlight laying to his left side and into the crook of his foreleg. Reaching a hoof over, Starlight patted the empty part of the bed on Sunburst's right side. "Come on in, it's nice and warm." There was a brief bout of hesitation in Trixie's eyes, the small flames from the lone lantern dancing in the large orbs, before finally she relented and got into the bed. Laying on Sunburst's right side, Starlight took Trixie's hoof in her own and squeezed, while Sunburst used his magic to drape the blanket over all three of them. Starlight then rested her chin upon Sunburst's chest, while Trixie rested hers on the stallion's right foreleg. "Trixie?" Starlight asked. What were your parents like?" Had it not already been cold outside the blanket, the temperature would have dropped another couple degrees. As it was, Trixie shifted herself so she pulled away from Sunburst, but not totally out of his grasp. "Why ask such a thing now?" "Well, we know you lost your parents when you were young, but you never told us about them. My mother left not long after Sunburst went to Celestia's school." "And I lost my father almost 10 years ago now, not too long after I went to Canterlot," Sunburst added in. Starlight gave Sunburst another nuzzle. "And, well, we've learned to live with just one parent for so long, but you've had neither. I just thought maybe you'd like to share or talk about them. It is heartwarming, after all, a time for family and friends. Trixie has gone so long without family. The blue mare went silent, then with a gulp and a shiver under the blanket. "I don't really remember much. I do recall my father being a magician, much like I am now, performing for little colts and fillies, bringing smiles to their faces and sharing stories of whimsical adventures and terrifying beasts. My mother, she was an astrologist and used lunar stars to predict ponies' futures and give them good advice on how to better themselves." Sunburst shifted his right arm, forcing Trixie to press into his side once more, but the mare didn't fight it. "What happened?" he asked. The winds outside provided the only sound for several long seconds. "My mother was murdered on the streets. My father couldn't handle the loss, and I know not of where he is or if he's even alive." The stallion pulled her in even closer, and Starlight wrapped her own foreleg around the two. "Trix, it is okay. Trixie has cried those tears and moved on with her life, and it would be best that you two gave her the same courtesy and let it be. You wanted the truth? Well, there it is." It was hard to see in the dim light, but Starlight noticed the show mare was instead shedding a few tears. Sunburst sensed it as well, and leaned his head down to nuzzle her. "We're sorry, if it means anything, and we do know the pain as well." A sniffle broke the pending silence, and Sunburst took the opportunity to wrap his forelegs around both mares and push them against his sides for a tight, warm hug, and gave each of them a kiss on the cheek. "I do love you, both of you, and I'll be there for you." Starlight leaned up and gave Sunburst a kiss. "And I'll be there for you both too." Then the two looked to Trixie, expecting something, but instead the mare was looking off in the distance, lost. Starlight and Sunburst lay still. The two then looked to each other, and with a nod from Starlight, Sunburst cleared his throat. "Trixie, there was a special reason we invited you along with us." She wiggled herself away from Sunburst and attempted to lay on her side so her back was to them. "Oh yes, she's sure. so that the miserable and lonesome Trixie wouldn't be alone. The blue mare was then caught off guard by the normally gentle forelegs of the timid stallion wrapping themselves around her tighter and bringing her back up against his barrel and chest. And then Starlight, draping over Sunburst, nuzzled the mare, giving her a kiss on her damp cheek. We were going to wait until tomorrow morning to ask you this, but well, since we're stuck here and all, probably for most of hearth-warming morning, Sunburst added. Exactly, Trix. We didn't get you anything for hearth-warming because we've already given it to you. Trixie was at an awkward angle, unable to look at Sunburst and barely able to see Starlight. She shifted, and Sunburst allowed her to turn around so she was facing the two. She gave them a curious, reserved look, with one brow at the ready to rise if needed. We want you to be part of our family, Starlight said. Trixie blinked. You know, as in us three, a herd, essentially, Starlight continued. Yes, and while we have been busy already between us, Starlight and I wanted to make it official. Sunburst proposed to me. He was going to wait until hearth-warming, but I had some mood swings a couple months ago, and we got yelling at each other, and he blurted it out. I still can't believe I did that. Starlight gave the stallion a small peck on the cheek. I know, but it was sweet and helped the situation. Anyway, Trix, I told him yes, but on one condition. Now both ponies were staring at a perplexed Trixie. She said I had to ask you too, and well, after all we've gone through and what we've done together, I saw no reason not to ask. So, our hearth-warming gift, Trixie, is, would you join us? Be a part of this family? We even thought meeting our parents would help you decide, but since that won't be happening until after this morning, providing we get unstuck, Starlight playfully shoved her stallion. Or some pony finds us and helps, Sunburst gave a shove back with his shoulder. Then maybe, while they're our parents, they'd be in some way also yours. Not that we'd want them to replace your parents or anything, Sunburst quickly added. Oh, no, of course not. Just, well, be there for you, like they were there for us before, you know. My failure at Celestia's school, Sunburst sighed. And my crazy phase, Starlight added with her own sigh. Both ponies had lost focus on the third in their party, and now returned their attention to her to gauge her reaction. She was laying on her back, still snuggled against Sunburst's side, but looking straight up at the ceiling. Trix? Starlight asked. She continued to remain quiet. Starlight and Sunburst shared a glance, and she shoved his chin with her muzzle. Sunburst leaned over, having to pull partly away from Starlight and give Trixie a passionate kiss, causing her eyes to widen. Slowly he drew back and settled down on how he was before, which gave Starlight a chance to lay over his chest and at Trixie and do the same, giving the mare another long kiss on the lips. She pulled back and rested her chin upon her forehooves. Have you been rebooted? Starlight asked. Or do we need to try again? Sunburst asked with a waggle to his brows. Only Starlight saw. No. It's Trixie. That is, I mean... The two had expected some sort of reaction from the mare, but crying was not one of them. Tears welled up and ran down her cheeks as she stared at the space between them, struggling to focus on only one of them. Sunburst didn't hesitate, removing his foreleg from Starlight so he could pull Trixie over himself. Starlight caught on quickly and shifted aside so that her mare friend, hopefully future wife, could be swapped with her future husband. Trixie, throughout all of this, was limp as a noodle, being hoofed about until she was pressed between Starlight and Sunburst, and hugged until she could barely breathe. Starlight placed her head under Trixie's chin, while Sunburst placed his chin atop Trixie's head, and both ponies hugged her for all they were worth. While they wanted her answer, they also knew she was currently emotionally vulnerable, and therefore remained silent as all three laid together under a thick wool blanket, stuck in the snow in a ditch on hearth-warming eve. Before too long, all three's breathing was even and gentle. Trixie let out a shuddered breath, but then gave each of them the best attempt at a nuzzle as she could from her sandwiched position, and placed a hoof on Starlight's bulging belly. Through one eye each, the two watched as Trixie pulled her hoof back, kissed it, and placed it lovingly once again on Starlight's belly. Smiling, she swore she felt something return the touch. She closed her tear-stained eyes and whispered a single word to them. Yes.
Our Voices Matter Too by Princess Cadence. There was that smile again. She hated that smile. It was a smile that said, I know I screwed up. Can you ever forgive me? But it also said, you know you can't get angry with me. Oh, she didn't need to get angry though. No, sir. Instead, she had a much better card up her sleeve, a counter-expression that contained a heaping helping of disappointment with a pinch of sadness mixed in to make the perfect concoction of, don't give me that look, stew. So, you haven't been practicing your arpeggios, have you? Luster Dawn waved her hoof while blowing a raspberry.
Haven't been practicing my arpeggios? Of course I've been practicing my arpeggios. I just, had a cough during that major fifth in the middle.
The white mare raised an eyebrow while Luster doubled down on her embarrassed smile. A cough? You haven't coughed once since you got in here.
I, breathed in from the wrong tube.
Sweetie Belle put her hoof to her face with a sigh, closing her eyes so she wouldn't have to see her student's expression anymore. Okay then, if it was just a cough, then let's try it again from the top.
Oh.
Luster Dawn flinched, making Sweetie Belle's eyebrow rise even higher.
I was just thinking maybe we could move on to some scales and try arpeggios again on Thursday.
We've done scales 5 times today.
I promise I'm really good at them.
The white unicorn gave the pink pony a dull stare and hit the B-flat key on her piano, seeing her gulp as the tone rang throughout the practice room. Arpeggios, now!
Okay, here I go.
Luster Dawn took in a deep breath. La 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 la! Sweetie Belle winced as Luster Dawn somehow managed to turn a perfect octave into a minor fourth, which she didn't even realise existed at that point. Before the sound could rupture her eardrums, however, Luster Dawn put her hoof over her mouth and started coughing loudly.
See? It was a cough.
What are we going to do with you? Sweetie Belle pulled her full board over the piano keys and sat down on the bench with a sigh. Finally, Luster Dawn stopped smiling, her eyebrows now pinching together uneasily. You're not going to kick me out of lessons, are you, sweetie? Don't be silly. Of course I'm not going to kick you out of lessons. Luster Dawn wiped a bead of sweat from her forehead with a breath of relief. But Luster's eyes shot back up. But I'm a little confused why you're even taking voice lessons in the first place. I know how hard you can work when you put your mind to something, so why does it seem like your voice lessons are the only thing you're shirking off? If you don't like singing, then you don't have to do it.
No, I do.
The pink filly rubbed her foreleg.
I have to be well-rounded if I want to make it into Twilight's School of Magic.
If you want, I can just put in a good word for you. I know Princess Twilight pretty well, after all. Luster's eyes went wide, her face pale.
No, I can't ask you to do that.
Sure you can. In fact, I think I have a notepad somewhere around.
Stop!
Just as Sweetie Belle bent over to search through her things, though Luster Dawn pulled her in a golden force field, physically preventing the other unicorn from moving, Sweetie could still see over in the filly's direction. But what she saw was complete panic.
Sorry,
Luster continued.
I didn't mean to,
The force field around Sweetie disappeared, but even though she could move freely now, Sweetie Belle didn't move a muscle. Honestly, she couldn't even consider moving with all the questions swirling around in her brain at the moment. No, I don't know. What's gotten into you, Luster?
It's nothing.
The smaller unicorn ran a hoof through her messy mane. I just want to get into Twilight School based on merit, not because I know one of her friends. There was that smile again, and if she hadn't seen it a million times already, she might have actually believed her. Luster Dawn probably wasn't lying when she said she wanted to get in based on merit alone, but that didn't necessarily mean she was telling the truth either. She was hiding something, and Sweetie was going to find out what it was, to get Luster's attention back onto singing if nothing else. Once the mare regained her composure, she sat up straight, scooched over to the edge of her seat, and patted the cushion of the piano bench beside her. Luster Dawn tilted her head, switching glances between her teacher and the space at her side. Come on, Sweetie said, gently yet sternly. You've still got lots of time left in your lesson, and it sounds like you can't keep singing with that cough of yours. Luster Dawn shrunk into her shoulders with a blush, before quickly taking her seat beside the white mare.
Sorry again, Sweetie. I don't mean to be a problem.
Problem? Is that what you think you are? Well, yeah.
Theoretically speaking, my psychological theory textbook says that when your lips have a perfect horizontal curve with your eyelids halfway closed, that signifies that either you're tired or you have a problem. And judging based on the volume and intonation of your voice, you've had at least 6 hours of sleep, so...
Good grief, she really would fit in a Twilight School. Luster, how old are you?
Almost 11? How come?
Sweetie leaned in closer, hoping that Luster wasn't secretly using something as simple as the angle of her back to make any more inferences about her mood. Because that's the cutoff age for your chance to apply to school, isn't it? If you really want to show off your singing talents, then you need to practice outside of lessons too. Luster Dawn's gaze dropped to her knees.
I know. Sometimes I get so caught up in my textbooks that I lose track of time. I really do want to practice, but I guess I just want to study more. Magic, science, philosophy, all of it is so interesting. And it's not like singing isn't interesting to me too. It's just not my passion.
Finally, the smile was gone, and for the first time all day, Sweetie Belle could actually see the real Luster Dawn, the one she'd been hiding while trying not to disappoint her. You know, singing isn't my passion either. Luster Dawn had to do a double take.
Hang on, singing isn't your passion? Then how come you teach voice lessons?
Because I think I'm good at it. When my students actually practice. Sweetie Belle didn't raise her voice or tone, but clearly communicated her urgency to where Luster Dawn couldn't help but nod her head with a wince. You can't really tell since my cutie mark has a musical note in it, but my real passion is helping other ponies find out what their passion is.
Oh! And this way you can do something you're good at while doing something you're passionate about. Got it. Too bad I've already found my special talent, right?
Luster Dawn motioned towards her own flank, which proudly portrayed the image of the sun rising over the ocean. Sweetie Belle had been giving her lessons for a few months now, and she already had her cutie mark when they very first met, which brought up one question that she'd been wondering for a while. When did you get your cutie mark, Luster? The filly smiled again, this time in a way that wasn't smarmy or fake.
Oh, this? I must have gotten it ages ago. Not to brag, but I basically learned that I love learning before I even learned how to learn.
Sweetie squinted her eyes. Wait, you learned how to what? The reaction made Luster Dawn giggle. but Sweetie Belle couldn't stop scratching her head.
What I'm saying is, I've always known what I loved.
Oh, that makes more sense. Maybe lead with that next time. The filly giggled again.
Got it.
Actually, I didn't get my cutie mark until I was about your age. Luster tilted an eyebrow.
Wait, really? Not that there's anything wrong with that, but it just seems kind of old to figure out what you really love.
Meh, I was a late bloomer. Actually, 2 of my friends got their cutie marks at the same time I did. We must have tried everything before we finally figured it out.
That's kind of funny, actually.
The pink unicorn laughed into a wheeze.
I mean, no offense, of course. I guess I can't really relate since I've just always known what makes me happy. I guess maybe my biggest problem is figuring out what I love more sometimes.
Sweetie Belle cocked her head to the side. But you just said you already know what you love most.
I know, it's just... forget it. Let's go back to arpeggios.
Luster Dawn quickly, yet not hurriedly, pushed herself off of the bench. But Sweetie Belle just as quickly grabbed the filly's hoof and gently led her back to her seat. Oh no, you don't. There's still more you aren't telling me.
I know, but logically speaking, wouldn't it make sense to move on to more productive tasks?
There she went again. She thought she could use logic to get out of something she was obviously trying to avoid. She was a smart girl, and she did have a point. But she wasn't dealing with just any voice teacher, even if Sweetie didn't exactly have any business prying into her personal life. She still had the obligation to ask. Normally, yes, the teacher began, but singing is different from math or science. You can hit all the right notes in a song and still not be singing what's written on the page. The filly scratched her head. That makes no sense. Music isn't about making sense. It's about emotion. It's about bringing the notes to life. Even if your voice oscillates at a specific frequency or whatever, if your heart isn't what you're using to connect the notes together, then you'll never be able to bring to life what the composer had in mind when she wrote the notes down in the first place.
So...
The whole concept must have been so vague to Luster Dawn. She'd always been so quick to quantify things that when it was time to forget about the specifics and feel things out, she was in a completely different sphere, way out of her comfort zone. Now Sweetie was beginning to see why Twilight wanted her students to be well-rounded and quietly thanked her for it.
If I understand what you're telling me,
Luster began,
then I have to tell you what I'm feeling before I'll be able to sing well?
Sweetie Belle shook her head. You don't have to tell me anything. You just need to confront what's bugging you instead of trying to push it to the back of your mind. Trust me, these things always have a way of popping up when you want them to the least. Luster Dawn rolled her eyes and mumbled under her breath.
Great, that still means I have to talk to you about it.
What? As the filly's eyes slowly moved up from the ground to meet her teacher's eyes, Sweetie felt a pinch in her own heart. Her eyes were practically shining from the water in the back of her eyelids. Not crying, but still trembling. The smile from earlier hadn't just disappeared. It had turned into a frown so powerful that Sweetie had to stop herself from hugging the bejesus out of her right then and there. This wasn't like Luster at all. Sweetie could tell that whatever was bugging Luster Dawn, it must have been absolutely killing her on the inside. Luster?
Sweetie, I want to tell you, but I'm so scared.
What's going on? Was she being bullied, harassed? Was some pony going to hurt her? What else could have possibly been so scary that she couldn't even talk about it? Without thinking, Sweetie put her hooves on Luster Dawn's shoulders and looked into the filly's eyes with a look that could kill. Luster, I need you to be honest with me. Are you in danger? Do I need to get any pony else involved? Luster Dawn shook off the mare's hooves with a face of disgust.
What? No. Just, can't we forget about it, please?
Even if Sweetie Belle was still confused, she couldn't help but sigh in relief, knowing that at least Luster was safe. Still though, if that wasn't it, then what was bothering her? Sorry, the mare said. I just needed to know you were okay.
Okay? I'm not okay. Why did this have to happen to me? I thought I knew what I wanted. I've always known what I wanted, but now... I hate this.
Sweetie Belle couldn't help but lift an eyebrow. Hate what? As the filly stomped off of the bench into a spiral of frustration, she lifted her head back with a gulp. And even then, she probably didn't mean to. A single tear fell down the girl's cheek.
I feel so stupid. The decision is so obvious. I should just practice my stupid arpeggios so that I can get into the School of Magic. Why is that so hard?
Because you found other things you love, Sweetie replied with a supportive smile. I know it's hard to concentrate sometimes, when the thing you care about most starts to distract you, but you don't have to beat yourself up over it. I can help you get through it. Sweetie was sure that she'd said all the right things, but for some reason Luster Dawn just shook her head, scowling even harder as she attempted to keep herself from letting the floodgates open up.
Sweetie, you're the problem.
What? Sweetie Belle's head reeled back in shock. What had she done wrong? Was she being too overprotective? Had she said something that hurt Luster's feelings? She thought she was doing a good job, so how was it that she had practically brought her favourite student to tears without even realising it?
I told you that I wanted to practice my arpeggios.
That's fine, the mayor replied, holding her hooves up in a panic. We can work on your arpeggios if that's what you want. We don't need to talk about it.
But I want to talk about it. I'm just scared to talk about it. With you.
The air in Sweetie's lungs froze. With me? Finally, visibly stealing her nerves down, Luster Dawn held her head high and looked Sweetie Belle in the eyes, making the older mare reflexively flinch.
It's not that I found something I love. It's just that I found some pony that I love.
Suddenly, Sweetie Belle could feel her face turning a bright shade of crimson. In all the years she'd taught voice lessons, none of her students had ever confided in her about their crush issues before, and this one seemed to be no short of this filly's first real love. Sweetie silently cursed herself for not taking those junior seminars seriously. Oh, the mayor replied, trying to hide her embarrassment. That's great. Tell me about him.
Her.
Okay. Obviously, I'm kind of bad at this, but let's keep going. What else can you tell me about her?
Well, she's really pretty.
Oh.
She's got a great singing voice.
Perfect. All the more reason to practice your arpeggios.
And her name is Sweetie Belle.
Not what I was expecting. Sweetie Belle had no idea how she was supposed to respond, but the one thing she did know was that she'd done it wrong, as was made evident by Luster's immediate reaction.
See? I feel so stupid.
The filly ruffled her hooves through her already messy mane, giving herself close to an afro by the time she was done. Sweetie Belle wanted to say something, but how could she? What was she even supposed to say? Hey, it's okay, the mayor said with a smile she hoped didn't look too forced. You don't need to feel bad about that.
Are you kidding? I just humiliated myself. Gah! Where's that memory wiping spell when you need it?
Actually, why don't we talk about it some more without erasing my memories? Luster Dawn peeked an eye out of her hooves to see Sweetie's reassuring smile, and with another aggravated groan, she took her seat next to her teacher again. Sweetie Belle couldn't help but mentally celebrate her victory of not having her thoughts recomposed against her will.
So...
The filly began, still too timid to make eye contact with the older pony. Right. We were going to talk about, you know...
Me being in love with you?
I really should have let you practice those scales.
I know, it's stupid. A filly shouldn't fall in love with a grown mare. I just couldn't help it. You're always so supportive and nice and beautiful.
Sweetie Belle had to look away to keep her cheeks from burning up to the temperature of Celestia's noonday sun. After she'd moved her thoughts away from the barrage of compliments though, she realised a more important question that she'd initially overlooked. "I don't understand," Sweetie said. "I mean, even if you have a crush on me, why is that stopping you from practicing outside of lessons?"
Because
Luster's eyes dropped to the floor again.
if I get really good at singing, I'll get accepted into Twilight's School of Magic.
And suddenly everything made sense. "And if you get accepted into the School of Magic, you'll have no reason to see me anymore."
Yeah, pretty much.
Calling this a unique situation would have been an understatement. Sweetie didn't even know what to do with her hooves anymore, let alone how she was supposed to continue this conversation. It was becoming more and more obvious that their practicing was basically done for the day. So should she just send Luster Dawn home? No, that would give her the wrong impression. She didn't want Luster to think she was angry at her for anything.
Sweetie, can I ask you a question?
The white mare shook her head to pull her attention back to her student. Yeah, go ahead and ask me anything. Her voice trailed off.
Is it okay that I like you? I mean, I know it's not okay, but...
Luster, of course it's okay. The filly's face looked up in surprise. I guess I'm just a little frazzled is all.
But we're both girls, and there's such a big age difference between us.
Just as Luster Dawn's face drifted back to the floor, however, Sweetie put a hoof around her shoulder, making the filly look up in shock to see her teacher's beaming smile. That's okay, Luster. You're allowed to love whoever you want, no matter who they are. Finally, a smile showed up on Luster Dawn's face again. Not one that tried to hide her shame, but a genuine, honest-to-goodness smile that put Sweetie Belle's heart at ease.
Thanks, sweetie. I love you. Sorry. I should keep that to myself for now.
Sweetie Belle laughed and shook her head. It's fine. You don't need to worry about it. Think we should do some more practicing? We still have some time left in the lesson after all. Luster Dawn rubbed her foreleg.
Actually, I was hoping we could talk some more.
Just as Sweetie was beginning to open up her fall board again, she quickly closed it back up, swiveling in her seat to face her student. Sure, what else do you want to talk about?
Well, I still don't know what I should do. I really want to get into Princess Twilight's school, but I also really want to stay here with you. I know you're going to say I should still try to get in, but...
I think you should try to get in. Luster Dawn rolled her eyes.
Gee, thanks for analysing both perspectives.
The mare chuckled. I did, Lester. You love magic and science and all that technical mumbo-jumbo. I can't let you give up the opportunity of a lifetime, all because of me.
I guess that answers my second question then.
The filly's smile disappeared again, and yet again Sweetie didn't know what she did wrong. Second question?
I was just wondering how you felt about me, but I guess that answers that question.
Sweetie Belle flinched internally. Yet another question she really didn't know how to answer. What even were her options at this point? No matter what she said, her emphasis needed to be on encouraging Luster Dawn to get into the School of Magic. But if she said the wrong thing, Luster would think that Sweetie didn't care about her, which was the complete opposite of how she felt. Now that she thought about it, how did Sweetie Belle feel about Luster Dawn? Of course, this was her favourite student, and she always loved getting the chance to see her. In fact, it was kind of the highlight of her day. But that was just because Luster Dawn was always so supportive and nice and beautiful. Oh, sweet Celestia! Luster Dawn cocked her head in confusion. Pardon? It's nothing. Sweetie Belle looked away while shaking her hooves and silently hoping that the burning sensation in her cheeks wasn't visible. Crap, right after telling Luster Dawn that it was okay to fall in love with whoever made her happy, Sweetie found herself with her own internal struggle that completely contradicted that theory. Maybe it was okay for Lusterdorn to like whoever she wanted, but not Sweetie Belle. That made sense, right?
It sure doesn't look like nothing, sweetie. Are you feeling alright? Your face looks like a tomato right now.
Oh great, a tomato. A gosh dang tomato. Have you always called me by my first name? Normally my students call me Miss Bell. Lusterdorn shrugged her shoulders.
You were the one who told me to start calling you that.
I did? Great, what other mistakes had Sweetie Belle made? Hang on, she still didn't know if this was necessarily a mistake. Wait, of course this was a mistake. She must have something wrong with her. No respecting full-grown adult would fall in love with a girl who hadn't even reached her 11th birthday yet, right? She had to shake this feeling fast. While Sweetie went to war with her own mind, however, Lusterdorn began to cringe.
Are you sure you're okay? There's steam coming out of your cheeks right now. Maybe I should go get some.
No! Just as Lusterdorn hopped off of the piano bench, Sweetie Belle grabbed her hoof, looking down at her knees, still too nervous to look the filly in the eye.
Sweetie?
No, don't go. Stay here. Stay. With me. For as long as you can. The filly giggled, making Sweetie Belle look up in curiosity.
I'm only going to get some water. I'm not leaving you.
Sweetie Belle breathed a sigh of relief and embarrassment, trying her best to let her heartbeat slow back down to a normal rhythm, although at this point, the secret that she didn't even know she was keeping had probably slipped out unintentionally. The older unicorn looked back at her student to see her reaction, expecting the filly to be confused and concerned, but instead, she saw that Lusterdorn was trying to keep herself from breaking out into a giggle fit.
Is there something else you wanted to say, Miss Bell?
Well, there was no point trying to hide it now. Clearing her throat and lifting her shoulders back up, Sweetie Belle looked down into her student's snarky smirk and calmly said, "Yes, I was having a heat stroke, but I'm all better now."
Oh really? Because one of the symptoms of heat stroke is a lack of perspiration.
Sweetie blinked, continuing to maintain a stoic face despite her student's grin growing wider. "I'm covered in sweat right now, aren't I?"
Drenched.
What's the one right below heat stroke?
Heat exhaustion?
Yeah, I was suffering from that. Lusterdorn's entire body bounced forward as she again tried holding back her laughter, and after a moment to recompose herself, she said, "Oh really? Are you experiencing any dizziness? Rapid pulse? Muscle cramps? Nausea?" "Actually, all of the above. Shoot, am I really suffering from heat exhaustion?" At this point, Lusterdorn could no longer hold in her laughter, and suddenly she was rolling on the floor, kicking her legs wildly as her boisterous guffaws filled the practice room. Sweetie, meanwhile, fell forward with her face in her hooves, trying somehow to hide herself from the embarrassment she was feeling. I'm gonna guess she knew the whole time it wasn't heat exhaustion. Lusterdorn allowed one more chuckle before rising back up to her hooves.
Well, you do have all the symptoms, so it's hard to say for sure. Let me just check one thing really quick.
Sweetie Belle pulled her face away from her hooves, and as she did so, she found her cheeks heating up again. Suddenly, Lusterdorn's forehead was pressed against hers, giving the mare the most personal view of the filly's smile that she'd ever seen. Her heartbeat was accelerating, her breathing caught in a mix between stagnant and uncontrollable. Had Lusterdorn's eyes always been so pretty? Had her smile always made her heart jump like that? Finally, the filly pulled away and said,
No, I think it's heat exhaustion.
Sweetie Belle gulped. Are you sure?
Want me to check again?
The older unicorn froze, but after a few brief moments of silence, she slowly nodded her head, allowing the filly to close the distance between them again, placing their foreheads together and getting another close-up of Lusterdorn's face. The feeling of her mane brushing against Sweetie Belle's cheeks made her back shiver. The way she giggled pulled the breath out of her lungs. If they stayed like this much longer, Sweetie Belle might legitimately pass out, which would definitely be bad news for her 3:30 appointment. The big question though was what now that the problem that Luster Dawn was facing earlier was finally beginning to sink in, and Sweetie Belle finally began to understand exactly what Luster Dawn was going through. Sweetie only realised the expression she was making when she saw the smile disappear from Luster Dawn's face, replaced instead with a look of concern that tore Sweetie Belle's heart apart.
Hey, are you okay?
The filly asked.
You're not really feeling sick, are you?
Luster Dawn pulled away, giving Sweetie the chance to rest her head onto her hoof. No, I mean, I am feeling sick, but it's not anything worth worrying about.
Sweetie, even if you say that, I'm still going to worry.
Of course she would. She was just perfect like that. And it was for exactly that reason that she had to let her go. I think you should apply to the School of Magic. Luster Dawn's mouth scrunched to the side.
Huh? Where's this coming from all of a sudden?
Luster, Sweetie Belle sighed. I know how you feel about me. Trust me, I really do know. But you can't let me stop you from doing what you were born to do. You're so good at everything, and that includes singing too. All of Equestria would be missing out if you didn't become the best version of yourself possible.
But what about you? It's not like I don't love you as much as magic or science or philosophy. It's not like you don't make me a better pony.
Exactly. Could you really say I'd make you a better pony if I didn't tell you to enroll in the School of Magic? Luster Dawn winced, and even though Sweetie Belle could feel the same pain in her own heart, this just reaffirmed that she was making the right choice. You can accomplish so much, Luster, but I can only help you in two ways. One is singing.
And the other is leading me towards my true passions?
Luster Dawn looked up from the ground and into Sweetie Belle's eyes, and even though she could tell Luster was putting on a brave face, Sweetie was the one really trying not to let her emotions show. Luster, you know I care about you.
Then can you tell me just once?
Sweetie Belle opened her mouth, but before she could speak, the filly placed her hoof onto the mare's lips.
I promise I'll go to Twilight School if you tell me, but I need you to be honest here. You said we're free to love whoever we want. If that's true, I need to know for sure right now.
Sweetie Belle couldn't wait another moment. Without thinking, the mare engulfed the young pony into a giant hug, and even though Sweetie Belle's eyes were closed, she could feel how wide Luster had grown. She could feel the filly's heartbeat accelerating, pounding against her own chest, but after the initial shock wore off, Luster's pulse returned to normal as her hooves squeezed against Sweetie Belle's back. I love you, Luster Dawn. The filly squeezed tighter.
I love you too, Sweetie Belle.
And then the hug broke. Both unicorns looked into each other's eyes, but neither one cried, despite the overwhelming emotion swelling up within their chests. Then, with either the best or worst timing in the world, a timer went off on the piano, signalling that the lesson was officially over. Again, the two of them looked into each other's eyes, neither one really wanting to leave the other. But they both knew Sweetie had other students who would be there any minute. Their time was up, at least for now.
So,
Luster began, twirling her mane. My audition is in 3 weeks. Then I'll know if I've been accepted into the School of Magic. Good. Let's practice as hard as we can to make sure you get in.
Right. So, I'll see you Thursday?
Sweetie Belle smiled. Send me a letter.
You mean when I go to the School of Magic?
Nope. Before your next lesson. Luster Dawn tried to raise an eyebrow, but her beaming grin completely ruined the cool image she was going for.
You know it's Tuesday, right?
I know. I feel like I'm going to miss you in the meantime. The filly giggled, and with her smile growing even wider, she nodded her head.
Okay, hopefully you'll be able to keep up, because I have a feeling I'll be writing more than one.
I'm going to need the practice for when you get accepted. Then we'll really see who gets sick of who first. Sweetie Belle threw in a wink, and at that moment they both heard a knock at the door,
pulling their head out of the clouds and grounding them back to reality.
Thanks, sweetie. I'll see you next time.
The minute Lusty Dawn opened the door though, she was met with another filly pushing her way through the entrance with two very tired looking parrots standing behind her.
Hey, hey! Watch out, Equestria, because Flurry Heart's about to show you all how good this princess can sing. La 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 la. That's my range.
Luster and Sweetie turned toward each other with the exact same expression.
Good luck.
I don't need it.
She can look pretty, shine like the city, make him stop and stare. She can cross his path, hope he does the math, that 1 + 1 is 2. But he's gotta be the one to reach out and take her hand, play his part and protect her heart. That's what makes a man. He's gotta woo her. He's gotta woo her. He's gotta woo her into love. She was patient, though it was blatant. They were quite the match. After a while, he made the move, dial 7 keys to get her on the phone. Then he wooed her. Then he wooed her. Then he wooed her into love. He was clear with his intentions, didn't waver with indecision. Knew he just couldn't live without her. To marry her would be the cure. Then he wooed her. Then he wooed her. Then he wooed her as he should.
Seeds of Life by Freggles. Chapter 1. May. It was August when I found out about you. Spent a whole 10 minutes just staring at the thing. 2 lines on a tiny little screen. Positive. It didn't seem real. It didn't feel real. How could it be? I kept waiting for something to happen, for the noise outside to dip, or the edges of my vision to blur and the world fade to nothingness. For me to snap out of whatever stupor I was in and actually focus on what was happening, or what wasn't happening. I felt hollow, frail, cold in the chest and light in the head, exposed and vulnerable, isolated, lost, lonely. Everything and nothing, a numbness that made my teeth chatter and hooves weak and simply made me wish I'd never been born. I was scared. Of course I've been scared before. I was scared when I saw pigs for the first time and thought they'd eat me. When I helped mend the roof and I thought I'd fall in.
When I first used the pitchfork to sort out the straw and I thought I'd stab some pony. When I got turned around in the Everfree and thought I'd never find my way home. When Ma and Pa, when they passed. Even nowadays, when I go on adventures with Twilight and Co., I get scared. I'm scared I'll get hurt, or will lose, or what my family will do without me if I don't come back, heavens forbid. If anything I face somehow manages to threaten you. But you weren't around just yet, not really, and this was a different kind of scared. This was a feeling that ate away at me from the core, like a disease. It paralyzed me. I didn't know what to make of it or what to do, so I kept on staring, hoping something would change, but nothing did. Everything stayed exactly as it was, and the chatter outside wasn't dying down anytime soon. It was only midday after all, and no pony, neither stranger nor clan member, could ever refuse a meal hosted by Granny. I can't imagine what she'd have done if she knew. But for the longest time I was stuck there on the toilet, not even thinking, just existing, wondering what in the world I was supposed to do next. Ma couldn't help me, neither could Pa. And I'm not sure either would have wanted to if they could have, not if they knew the whole truth, because family meant a lot to them, and it means a lot to us too. But some bonds can't weather every storm. This storm, I think, was one of them. I needed help though. I needed some pony to guide me, or at least share the load with, and the only pony I could talk to was downstairs, which meant I had to wake up and actually do something. So I did. Somehow I found the mind and strength to slide up. I stumbled a bit, quite dizzy and still a little weak in the knees, almost knocking my head against the sink. That was a scary thought. I remember, if some pony busted down the door to make sure I'm okay, they'd find me unconscious and the stick on the floor. The whole family would have known then, and they'd be asking all sorts of questions. Questions I had neither the answers for nor the nerves to face. But after I recovered, I steadied myself against the bathroom counter, and while I was there, I spied myself in the mirror. I looked a mess, not entirely, but I saw something in my eyes I ain't never seen before or since. I looked haunted, barely alive, pupils down to pinpricks and everything. Like I'd run 100 miles and found 1,000 more ahead of me. Didn't feel much better either. But I never felt sick. That was the strange part. Not once in that whole doggone ordeal did I feel the urge to lean over either of those bowls or duck behind the homestead and hurl my guts out. In a way, I suppose that disturbed me more than the news itself. But then, I'd always been the resilient type. You kinda have to be, laboring away on a farm like this. I guess that's why the Pies are so stoic. We work with timber, they work with rocks. In that moment though, seeing my reflection, I felt like jelly. I couldn't do this. Who was I kidding? Maybe it'd be better if I just kept my mouth shut and somehow dealt with it myself. But I knew I'd grow distant and quiet if I did that, and ponies would get suspicious if I stopped talking back and avoiding them where I could. I was a horrible liar anyway. Still am. So it'd only be a matter of time before I'd slip up and have to come clean. It wouldn't be pleasant, not in the slightest, but if I wanted to maintain my sanity, I had to get a move on. Granny expected me out in the crowd, mingling, familiarizing myself with the rest of the clan, and then with me. It was the first reunion without Ma and Pa, after all, and they wanted to know what kind of children we were raised to be. I had to smile and nod and say please and thank you, but there was no way I'd be keeping up appearances without some pony knowing the stress I was under. So, I grit my teeth, combed my mane back a little, breathed deeply, then pulled away from the sink and headed for the door. There was no pony in the hallway, thankfully, or they'd have seen me look left and right like I was crossing the street in Manhattan. That made sense though, because outside, was where everything was happening. Food, drink, games, company, everything. I didn't really need right then and there. What I needed was seclusion, preferably with a few mugs of hard cider, even if I wasn't old enough to have it legally at the time. Not that I was in a position to argue with the legality of certain things. What came to mind first was disposing of the evidence. I know that makes me sound like a criminal, but I don't think any pony would really fault me for it either. Trying to keep something hidden from so many prying eyes would have been next to impossible. And I hadn't started wearing my hats at that point, so without wasting time, I trotted down the hallway and ducked into my room, stowing the stick under my pillows for safekeeping. Better than leaving it in the trash for some pony to find, or digging a hole in the yard. With that sorted, I made my way downstairs. I wanted to be quick, to get there faster, but I also wanted to be careful, so I didn't seem like I was in a rush, and so I wouldn't trip up. And going down that staircase, I was afraid I'd do that. Each hoof step was harder and heavier than the last. I swear I was sweating a little too, even though my fur was completely dry when I moved to wipe my forehead. Eventually though, I made it. My nerves were rattled, and the closer I got to the exit, the more my heart pounded. I could smell freshly baked apple pies and fritters and everything else Granny had cooked wafting from the empty kitchen. And I closed my eyes for a moment to savor the scent. Resting on the railing, it made me feel hungry. It wasn't much, but a distraction was better than nothing for some pony in my situation. I don't think any pony would have wanted to be though. No way, no how. But everything has to come to an end. The door opened not long after and in walked Granny, a bit younger than you'd ever remember seeing her. No wiry hair sticking out from her buns and such, and a few less wrinkles. She was carrying an empty platter, heading for the kitchen to restock, but stopped when she saw me. "Something wrong, dearie?" I blinked once or twice, then shook my head. "Nothing, Granny, just more kin than I recall." She paused for a moment, then slowly nodded and lowered her gaze. "And 2 less." I didn't need to hear that. It'd only been, 2 weeks or so? The wounds were still fresh, still hurt, and now I had Granny reminding me of what we lost, and in a way, how you began. "Go on," she said. "Find your brother. Knowing how talkative he is, I'm sure he's doing just fine on his own out there." That was sarcasm. She's always had that dry wit about her, and she still wasn't too happy regarding that stunt we pulled with her and Filthy Rich, and the hospital and whatnot. Couldn't blame her then. Can't now either. All I wanted to do right then and there was get out and make sure she didn't see how hard my tail was clumped against my reel. And I know that's uncouth of me to say, but you have to understand, calling this whole thing an awkward situation puts it mildly. As soon as she started off for the kitchen again, I trotted for the door and peered through the window. There were easily 100 ponies outside, possibly more, the biggest gathering to date. I swear, but that might just have been how it looked to me at the time. Definitely one of the largest reunions, that much I'm certain of. But there wasn't much use in gawking. So, after collecting a few thoughts and nerves I could, I slunk back, put a hoop on the handle, took a deep breath in, then out, then in, then out, and pulled. Tables and blankets stocked with all kinds of food welcomed me, occupied by faces familiar or not, and some I've never even seen. They laughed, they talked, they cheered, they ate, and fillies and colts darted all over the place. I never really noticed up until that point how many children the clan could boast. 20? 30? Heck, maybe even 50. Too many, it seemed, like the world was somehow playing a cruel joke on me. It made me want to run away, slam the door shut, dash back up the stairs, pull the blanket off my bed, and hide in the corner where no pony could see me cry. If they came with questions, I'd have given no answers, and the first chance I got, I'd packed my things and left for Celestia knew where. Anywhere but here. But that wouldn't have solved anything. Instead of my current problems, I'd have faced new ones. And more than that, there was one constant I couldn't simply run away from. You. Practically speaking, I had only one option, and that was to find the one pony I could talk to. The one pony who might have understood. So, that's what I did. Against every fiber of my being, screaming for me to do anything but, I stepped outside, and nothing changed. No pony noticed me. No scornful glares were cast. Maybe some pony did, but were too polite to kick up a fuss about it. But for all intents and purposes, I was just another young mare in the crowd. So long as I kept my head down and my face straight, I could do this. That's what I told myself, at least. Whether I believed it was another matter entirely. I trundled slowly onward, trying as best I could to keep my hoof steady while I cautiously scanned all around me. Any pony whose gaze I met, I forced myself to give them an anxious smile. I hoped showing them some semblance of confidence would get them thinking I was more nervous of the reunion than I was about what they might find out. It seemed like the right move to make at the time, despite myself, and for the most part, it worked. Uncle Mosley had other ideas.
Applejack, he hollered from his family's table. Long time no see.
Indeed it was. I hadn't seen the oranges since I left them for Ponyville again. I'd always meant to check in with them, see how things were going, and if I'd upset them after changing my mind so suddenly. But right then wasn't the time, so I pretended I hadn't heard them.
Applejack,
he called again, then slid out from his bench and trotted towards me and hugged me from behind.
It's been so long, baby girl. How have you been?
Okay, I was wrong. That part made me feel a little sick. But I couldn't pull myself out of the hug to get some breathing space, so I faked a fluttered chuckle and continued glancing about. Great. Mosley, just great. He must have been a bit tipsy, because no pony can hear a lie of mine and keep a straight face. He only squeezed me tighter.
That's wonderful, Sweet Pea, and please accept my apologies for not being there at the funeral.
That was on his mind too, I guess, but saying that only made his embrace feel hollow. I was sure he meant well, and I still think so, but ain't like any pony could have turned back the clock, and in that moment I definitely would have. So long as it meant getting away from him. Heck, if it meant bringing back Ma and Pa. But that's not something you need to hear. Not long after he said that, I caught sight of Big Mac holding 2 open crates of bottled cranberry cider on his back. A gift from the family down in Appaloosa who couldn't make it. He was making rounds, offering them to any pony who wanted. Right then, I needed him. Thanks, Mosley, I said, somehow yanking myself free of his grip. Really, thanks, but I have to do something real quick. Oh, sure, he replied, as if I hadn't brushed him off, or it wasn't that big a deal.
We'll talk more later, okay?
I didn't give him an answer. Either I didn't plan to, or I didn't have one. I can't remember. All I remember doing after that was marching at a brisk pace for Mac, avoiding ponies left, right, and center. Somehow worried if they'd know what I knew if they touched me. More likely they'd have wanted to strike up a conversation, and I think I heard my name tossed around a few more times. But I wasn't having any of it. I couldn't afford to. I was already at wit's end. My breathing was stuttered and my body felt naked and fragile, as if I had no fur or hair to protect me from the wind, and the smallest tap would make me shatter into a sniveling, quivering mess. At one point it was like ants were crawling up my skin, up my spine. Those were the longest couple dozen yards of my entire life. But somehow, eventually, I navigated my way through the herd, came up behind him, where I could finally breathe a small, restrained sigh of relief. All I had left to do was to tear him away from Mandarin Orange, who was blathering on about how business was booming on the west coast. Ponies just love citrus over there, she claimed. No useful information, just harmless boasting. Mac was taking it all in with a few good-natured nods. It was hard to tell if he was actually listening. But he had to listen to me. Excuse me, Miss Mandarin? I called, but it came out feeble and choked, so I tried again. Miss Mandarin? Ma'am? They both looked at me, even though I knew they didn't mean it. Their gaze was cold and cutting like ice to the heart, but I took a step back. For all I cared, it may as well have been the whole clan who turned their attention to me. Why, if it isn't Applejack, she declared, as if I were the hidden treasure in one of Rainbow's daring do books. But then her expression changed. There's something wrong, dear. You look like you've seen a ghost. In all honesty, I wish I had. That way, I could have told the truth and used it to distract her. No, nothing you need to worry about, I gracelessly dismissed, waving a hoof. I just need to borrow my brother for a minute. There's something he needs to hear. She quirked an eyebrow. What kind of something? I hesitated for a moment, wondering if I'd heard a suspicious undertone. Maybe she already knew, somehow. Maybe Mac had let something slip. Even if he hardly talked anymore, felt like my throat had seized up. And for that split second, I was afraid I'd never be able to speak again. But then I glanced at him and saw nothing but innocent curiosity and a hint of concern. He wouldn't have said anything. He didn't know. And if he didn't know, she couldn't possibly either. Only I knew. For the time being, I was safe. I switched back to Mandarin with a newfound sense of determination, but I didn't show it, not outwardly. Sisterly something, I said. If I tried to sound touchy, I can't remember. If I did, I failed. Oh, of course, dear. Don't mind me, she giggled to herself. Here I go again, poking my nose in other ponies' business. I'll be over here minding the kids if either of you need me. Kids. Everywhere, kids. The universe couldn't get enough out of the twisting the nail that day. I could only be glad she turned away before I did, or I'm sure her nosiness would have made it even harder for me to worm my way out of there. But as she walked away, blending into the crowd and noise and commotion, I looked at Big Mac. He was already looking at me, and probably had been since I last checked, but he didn't seem to judge or too deeply troubled. I always liked that about him. Where I fussed and fretted, he was the voice of reason, and he's only gotten better with age. But whether he could handle what I needed to get off my chest was yet to be seen. Without a word, I gestured for him to follow me to the barn, and after a brief moment's pause, he fell in line a little ways behind. No pony saw us go, I don't think, and if they did, I'm pretty sure they'd have thought he was just helping me with some supplies and such. Doesn't take a wild imagination to think of any reason a brother and a sister might want some privacy for. We strolled through the open doors, only slightly ajar, and I quietly shut the way behind us. It was dim inside, even with the hatches uncovered, and it smelled of dirt, dust, wood, and fodder. Straw covered the floor, strung up in bales. Hay heaped in piles in the corners in the second story. I stood perfectly still, peering through the dark, listening carefully, trying as much as I could to filter out the hustle and bustle beyond the walls. Nothing. But I had to be extra sure, so I motioned for Mac to stay and began to prowl. I stalked the stalls, searching for any foes who thought it'd be fun to play hide and seek while eavesdropping on other ponies' conversations. I know I did when I was younger. Heard my fair share of embarrassing confessions, which I then blurted out to those concerned. Because being honest was good, and it was fun to see what happened next. And what I had to share was more than a crush, or whichever side of the aisle some pony leaned.
and it couldn't be allowed under any circumstance to be heard by such young ears. With the ground level cleared, I climbed the ladder and checked the piles of hay and extra equipment up there. Still nothing, and with that, my nerves were at least somewhat settled. I was still jittery, of course, but I felt a little more free to do so, to shake and shiver, and not have any pony ask me about it, except for the one pony who needed to know why. I returned to the floor, where Mac was already strolling for the center of the barn, and a few bales resting there. The soft chime of glass bottles and hooves on packed earth and pebbles were the only sound coming from inside. If the reunion hadn't been going on, I'm sure I'd have heard my heartbeat as well. It was that quiet where we were, and the air felt thick and heavy, but dry, uninviting, unpleasant. But I'd come too far to turn back. McIntosh was waiting for me, and if I left, the only option was to face the throng outside, where I'd have surely broken down. So letting myself tremble on whichever step I needed to, I slowly made my way toward him. My head was slumped, my pace reluctant, my ears pinned back and tail clamped, and after my plodding walk of shame was over, I hopped up and sat in the bale opposite his, and he was kind enough as always to give me whatever time I needed, and how I needed it. I must have sat there for, I don't know how long, just staring at my hooves, building what little courage I could, toying with my mane and biting my lip, gently rocking back and forth. I was wasting time. I knew, because if someone came in wondering where we were, I'd have missed my chance, possibly for the whole event. And if I was fit to burst then, who knows what would have happened in an hour's time. I had to do it. I had to tell him. So, I did. I looked him in the eyes. I breathed deeply. And then I told him I was pregnant.
In my heart, I will hold you in my heart, and I will keep you in my thoughts. The land that time forgot.
Chapter 2. Him. Big McIntosh said nothing for a long, long while. He stared at her, lips parting, eyes widening, ears angling back, a deep, cavernous hole opening up within him. What could he say, if not the obvious?
Are you sure?
Applejack held his gaze and nodded slowly. Positive, she answered. Her tone was shaky, but he could tell she was trying her best to sound resolute. There's a stick under the pillow in my bedroom. 99% accurate.
Then you should try again, right? Take another and...
That was the second. I flushed the first. He sat frozen, a chill dancing through him. It can't be wrong, Mac. Not with odds like that. He lowered his gaze and swallowed hard. His throat suddenly felt very, very dry, and there was a curdling in his stomach, the kind he got when he'd had one too many apples. Even as a farmer himself, he had to admit there were limits, and right now, he'd have eaten the whole orchard if it meant getting out of this. Not that he didn't care for her. No, of course he did. but he was pretty sure she was almost thinking the exact same thing.
You haven't, been with any?
I wish I had. The words stung like the crack of a whip. They didn't hurt his pride because Celestia knew it was something neither of them were all that proud of. But the way she said it, so frank and straightforward, that's what stung. She meant it, and she didn't have any reservations about saying it. And the worst part was, he couldn't blame her. If there was another culprit, this would have still been an awkward and troubling situation, but it wouldn't have been as upsetting. And that was putting it extremely mildly. Couple the outcome here with why they'd done it to begin with. He folded his forelegs and looked down at the dirt through the gloom, trying to keep his breathing calm and measured. She'd come all this way to tell him this, and she wouldn't have risked telling him unless she felt she had to, especially with the reunion going on. She was normally so strong, but it seemed this was her breaking point. He had to be brave for her in that case. If only he felt much braver himself.
But I thought, he began, squinting and peered up at her. Weren't you?
She lowered her focus to the ground, eyes flattening against her head and hind legs pulling in a little closer. Her weight shifted, no doubt making room for her tail. Must have come into here early, she meekly said, hugging her stomach. Explains why I encouraged you. His brows creased.
AJ.
I shouldn't have. She stiffly shook her head, eyes half closed in distance. It's my fault. It wasn't right and I knew it, but...
AJ, it's no ponies.
He drifted off, realizing what he was about to say wasn't entirely accurate. He was the one who found her alone on the couch, crying. He was the one who sat down beside her and held her close. He was the one who told her everything would be okay and kissed her forehead. He was the one who didn't resist when she kissed back.
We're both to blame.
But I wanted it, she snapped in anguish, peering up at him again. You didn't make the first move. I did. How could it be your fault if you just sat there and took it? Mac felt a sharp pang of guilt and returned his attention to the floor. They hadn't talked about that night, immediately after or since, and if that's the view she was taking, this talk was long overdue. And following a lengthy pause, he looked her in the eyes once more, emerald like his, but brighter, more lively, even marred by worry. They were still beautiful.
Well,
he murmured uneasily.
Maybe I wanted it too.
Applejack blinked, as if the concept was somehow foreign to her. Her hesitancy borrowed him time to gather his thoughts. He swallowed as he sat a little more upright, hoping to moisten his throat and mouth, then chewed his cheek as he glanced off to the side for a moment.
I didn't mean for it to reach that point, AJ. I just wanted to show I'd always been there for you, even Ma and Pa gone.
She remained silent, her expression unchanged.
But when you did the same...
Max slowly, listlessly shrugged, caught on the memory, and as he did so, he found himself beginning to trace her physique. He quickly lowered his gaze to the dirt, ashamed.
I couldn't help myself.
Still, Applejack said nothing. Perhaps she was realizing what the conversation had shifted to, and was coming to terms with it. But then she took a short breath in and a heavy one out, blinking like she'd been awoken from some kind of trance, and looked away, lips pursed, deep in thought. She wasn't angry or distraught or anything of the sort, just brooding, figuring out what to say and the right way to say it. Mac waited. His teeth chattered faintly, anxiety building like steam in a tea kettle. Nowhere near the point where he'd burst, but noticeable. I don't want to sound like I'm not in control of myself, Applejack mumbled, shaking her head. But something in me that night broke, I guess.
Yup, Max somberly agreed.
I don't know what it was, she shrugged. Grief? Hormones? Did I not want to be alone that badly? He nodded pensively.
Could be all three.
But doesn't that seem wrong at all? She returned to him with furrowed brows and parted lips, equal parts confused and disturbed. We did that because we missed Ma and Pa, not even 3 days after they passed. He licked his lips and gazed up at the wooden wall behind her and thought,
It does.
but we did it anyway.
We did.
Applejack paused for a long while, fixing him with a pleading look. But why? Mac blew a long, deep sigh. His throat was dry again, and after a few moments he looked down to his left, reached over, and picked out a bottle of cranberry cider from the crate beside his bale.
You said it yourself.
He finally answered, popping the lid and taking a sip.
Grief, hormones, not wanting to be alone.
Her expression tightened as she shook her head once more. That still doesn't seem right.
And when would it be?
She hesitated before shrugging yet again. I don't know. Probably never. As he waited for her to continue, Big Mac took a proper swig. It was sweet on the tongue, bubbly as it went down, not strong enough for him to feel the effects from a single glass, but soothing all the same. Granny would have held a field day if she caught him drunk anyhow. It wasn't supposed to happen, any of this. Applejack's gaze shifted right, growing distant, and Max spied the subtle glint of tears forming. But we
needed it.
She returned to him, still a little lost, but at least she was present.
We needed each other.
She frowned to herself as she bit her lip, and then she shook her head for a third time, looking grimly at her stomach. You can say that all you like, Mac, but it doesn't change what's become of it.
Doesn't mean it's not true.
He countered humorlessly, reaching for the crate once more and tossing her a bottle. She caught it just in time with a gasp and a wince, and when she settled down she didn't seem too appreciative, holding the bottle sideways between her forehooves and staring at the glass intently. What her intent was, though, he couldn't tell. Maybe he'd been a bit too presumptuous. Maybe he shouldn't have made that point. Maybe he should have known better and kept his mouth shut like he promised he would. And the longer the silence dragged on, the more unsure of himself he felt. He opened his mouth to say something.
We made a mistake.
And then he slowly closed it, letting her finish. A big, dumb, fun mistake. She broke into a small, mischievous, melancholy smirk, taking a guilty pleasure in savouring the memory. There was a cute look on her, and then the look faded into something less playful as she popped the top off and had a drink. And look where that's gotten us.
Yup.
More silence followed, but it was the comfortable sort, one where they sipped and drank, took everything in. What they now faced, what they could do, what it all meant. And in the background the reunion continued as if nothing out of the ordinary were happening in the slightest. All that stood between them and the every pony else was a couple dozen yards and a few wooden planks. And if the two worlds clashed, there was enough ammunition here for the whole clan to walk away changed forever. Guess there's only one question left, Applejack mused, watching as she swirled the cider about in her half-empty bottle. What do we do now?
Yup.
She peered at him and cocked an eyebrow. That's your new catchphrase, is it? Big Macintosh shrugged. Sighing softly, she looked away and shook her head to herself, slouching with her elbows on her knees. And then, with another deep breath, she returned to him. So, what do you think? Being put in the spotlight wasn't expected. She looked to his advice often, and this time was no different. Except it was. It involved him, and he couldn't back out of this without running off somewhere far, far away, where no pony knew his name. But he wasn't doing that. Never mind the practicalities or lack thereof, or the strain on his moral character. He simply didn't want to go. No way, no how. Applejack was here. Granny was here. His family was here. Whatever happened, he knew where he belonged.
I think it's up to you.
She blinked, confused, drawing her head back slightly and sitting a little more upright. You don't want to have a say in it? He shook his head and took another sip.
I messed up. That's on me. But it's your body, your choice. You do what you think is best for you.
She paused again, angling her head inquisitively. And if I decided not to have it?
Then you'd better do it safely,
he advised, even if part of him felt wrong for saying it so casually.
With professional help, of course. Either way, you'll have to explain yourself to Granny sooner or later.
And in an instant, her newfound strength failed and she sighed. Can't believe I almost forgot about her. She groaned, covering her face with her foreleg and dragging it down. Sweet Celestia, what am I gonna say?
You fooled around like ponies our age usually do.
She flashed him a warning glare.
Hey, you wanted suggestions?
Well, you don't need to be so flippant about it. He cocked an eyebrow.
And what you prefer I sound like?
She rolled her eyes in exasperation. I don't know. Concerned?
Never said I wasn't.
He finished off his cider with a short final swig, and after making sure there was nothing besides the tiny droplets always left over, he set the bottle at his hooves.
But fretting over it ain't gonna do no pony any good. Us least of all, especially you.
Damn it, Mac. Can't you be a little less stoic for once? He lightly shook his head with a sympathetic grin.
You know I can't, AJ. Not while you're like this. Not when you need some pony to talk to.
Applejack held his gaze for a long moment, then cast it down and hugged herself tighter, slouching forward. She stayed like that for a while, gently rocking, silently staring, brows creased as she chewed her cheeks and swung her hind legs, and then she shook her head. I'm scared, Mac.
Me too. He nodded and sighed. Me too.
And if there's one thing I know for certain, it's we're never doing that again. His ear twitched and a mischievous smirk of his own tugged at his mouth.
Well...
Another glare shot his way, and then the smirk was gone.
Of course not,
he assured, a small understanding smile taking its place.
Never again.
Good, she huffed, and after a brief pause to make the point stuck, she turned away from him once more. Sorry, I'm just not in a joking mood right now.
Fair enough.
He nodded soberly and understandingly yet again.
Between us, you definitely have the short end of the stick, no doubt about that.
Applejack downed the rest of her cider as well. Nope.
Can't say I envy you.
I can, she said impassively, watching as she swirled the empty bottle around in the loose grip of her fetlock. First time in my life I found myself wondering what it's like to be a boy.
I bet there's a spell for that.
She snorted and smirked despite herself. Yeah, there'll be a spell for everything soon enough, except the things that count. Mac's smile fell.
Applejack?
I know there's no use fretting. She waved him off and sighed. I just wish things had been different. That we saw more of them, did more with them, not got angry at them when they were in the wrong. That we Big Mac waited. That we were there for them when it mattered.
We were.
She looked up at him.
We always were.
He gave a slow, solemn shrug.
And they were there for us.
Then why doesn't it feel like enough? He paused for a moment, then let out a quiet sigh and sagged.
Maybe it never does.
Another silence, long and heavy. The air was thick with an invisible fog. They'd reached an impasse, where all they needed to say had been said, and pretty much anything from that point on would be redundant. They'd be treading old ground, finding fears they'd already put to rest. And yet, they didn't leave. They didn't want to face the music, the reality. Perhaps if they simply stayed here, everything would be fine. Perhaps no pony would find them, and the world outside would function as normal, never sparing them a second thought. It was a pleasant fantasy, but it wasn't meant to be. Things had happened. Things were going to happen. It was time to face them head on.
Whatever you choose, AJ, I'll be there for you.
Big Mac returned to her and watched her soberly. He didn't smile, he didn't pout, but he wasn't expressionless either. He was encouraging.
Always have, always will be. That's what brothers do.
That's what fathers do too. His breath caught in the back of his throat, but he forced a small sense of panic down and refused to let it show. Instead, he slid off, slowly strolled forward and sat down in front of her, and then he hugged her close, head over her shoulder, hers over his, and he closed his eyes and relished the scent of her mane.
It's what families do.
Another long moment of stillness reigned, and then Applejack nuzzled into his neck and wrapped her forelegs under his, linking them behind his back. Silence again, and the world was at peace, neither wanting to leave the warmth and embrace of the other. But it couldn't last forever. There was one question left, one final obstacle they had to overcome. So, with a heavy heart and a tender squeeze, Big Mac broke the spell.
What are you going to do?
Now the honeymoon's over, it just up and died, but it was good, good, good. All the good times and the bad, the best times I ever had. The choice between happy and sad, all the good times and the bad, bad, bad.
Chapter 3. Us. It was April when I met you. Body yellow coat, bright red mane, eyes like amber and sweet as honey. You were 9 pounds, 13 ounces. A little underweight, but nothing to be concerned about. You were quiet as well, even when the midwife took you away from me. But you also had the most adorable yawn I ever did see. And your hooves were so tiny, and your nose? I could have sat there all day tapping it with the edge of my hoof, listening to you giggle and squirm. You were perfect. Never in all my years have I seen a foal so beautiful. I'm sure every mother can say that about their children, but there was something about you that just made me burst into tears the second I saw your pretty little face. And you were mine, all mine. Big Mac was there, as well as Granny, smiling from either side of the bed as they watched me run a hoop through your hair and trace the outline of your ears. We were in my room, in the house. The midwife, a veterinarian and close friend of the family, had already left. You were bundled up in a lilac towel, gazing back at us, mumbling to yourself and blowing raspberries every so often. "Oh, ain't she a darling?" Granny fawned. She never found out, was too upset I'd let this happen at such a young age to ask who it was with. The sunlight beaming in through the open shutters and framing her grin in a golden halo. Gosh darn cutest thing I've ever seen in close to 15 years.
Yup,
said Mac. I just smiled and nodded. There weren't no need to kick up a fuss, not when I had you cradled in forelegs. Looks just like Pa, don't you think? She leaned in a little closer, squinting. I think you might be right, Applejack, she agreed, her face brightening like the summer sun. Missing its green eyes, though, but a spitting image aside from that. And you were. You are. Every time I look at you, I see him. I see you all the more for it. And I remember promising myself right there and then I'd never let anything happen to you. Because if I did, it'd be like losing him all over again, as well as losing you. You were just too precious, and you were everything I needed.
thought of a name yet?
Mac asked. I shook my head. Of course I hadn't. I just couldn't get over how lovely you were. Now hold your horses, Granny calmly interrupted, sharing a look between me and him. Before we start setting things in stone, let's remind ourselves of something first. We waited expectantly, but we'd both been given the lecture long enough to know what she was on about. As far as Ponyville's concerned, this here youngin's your new baby sister. A pang of regret struck me. I couldn't help it. I knew why we had to keep it a secret, to protect the family name, as well as you and me. And till this day, is the only lie I've been comfortable telling. We'd kept to ourselves since Ma and Pa passed, Mac and Granny only heading into town for essentials, so news of a third child wouldn't have seemed too out of the ordinary, so long as we timed it right. But thing was, I'd never have the chance to be your mother. I'd make believe at home for a time, feed you, change you, bathe and play with you, the way a mother would. Laugh and cry like mothers do, but as soon as you could speak, even make-believe had to end. I was Applejack, AJ, and Big Sis, never Mama, and it was silly of me to hope otherwise. But none of that happened just yet. At the time, I was sad, but I was happy. Happy to be surrounded by ponies who cared for me, and I had you. Nothing could have brought me down after seeing the look in those dear little eyes. I can live with that, I said, and I meant it. Even though my voice was shaky and caught at the back of my throat, I really, genuinely meant it.
Yup,
Mac agreed. Granny nodded slowly, chewing on her bottom lip, and then she lowered her gaze and rubbed her chin.
Now, as for a name,
all our attention turned on you, and you seemed to know it. You tittered and burbled, and looked at all of us so eagerly, as if you knew how glad we were to see you, as if you knew how special you really were.
apple tart, maybe? No, wait. How about, apple seed? Yeah, apple seed.
I shook my head with a smile. That didn't suit you at all. Seeds are stagnant, always waiting for, but never quite living up to their potential. And apple seeds needed very particular conditions to grow, so fussy and high maintenance, even with a farmer's tender hoof. But you? You'd sprout, you'd blossom. You wouldn't care if the soil's too hot or too cold. You'd sink your roots in and make it your own, just like me, just like Mac, and just like Granny. And you'd grow so tall, you'd make lots of friends, and you'd do amazing things together. And you'd be so much more than I could have ever imagined. You'd be a pony the world would come to love. And that's when I had it. I gently leaned down and gave you a soft kiss on the nose. You giggled again and tried to hug my snout. And I couldn't have been happier. Welcome home, Apple Bloom.
I just don't think he's right for you. By Aquaman. Act 1. The Flamingo, located at the corner of Halter Avenue and 2nd Street in what out-of-towners charitably called downtown Ponyville, was not a gay bar. It was also not a lesbian bar, or a trans bar, or even a bisexual but leaning towards whatever makes their parents not look at them like that bar. Not because any creature of any identity was not welcome there, but simply because it was all of those bars at once. The fact was, Ponyville was a properly small town, even with a princess in residence. And there just wasn't a market for multiple iterations of the same core concept, a lesson which the riding crop, the lumber mill, and Switch had all harshly learned in unfortuous years prior. And so rose the Flamingo, an unagalogously phoenix-like from the ashes of economic despair, along with its informal motto, if you're queer, you're here. Frankly, Applejack would have rather been anywhere else at that moment, under a riding crop, being beaten black and blue for instance, or being run through a literal sawmill, but instead she was in a half-moon booth at the Flamingo, both hooves throttling a largely untouched old-fashioned, sitting next to two of her closest platonic friends and staring pointedly across the table at her dear cousin Brayburn, instead of at the stallion next to him, who'd he'd introduced earlier that day as his new boyfriend. So, Rarity said, distractedly swirling the stem of the cherry in her Tom Coltlands, how did you two meet?
Oh, it's just the cutest story,
Brayburn crooned, voice rising from tenor to treble as he threw a foreleg across the broad barrel chest of his boo. That boo, of course, being a hulking, red-horned, midnight black warhorse self-styled as King Sombra, whose hoof alone was the size of an imaginary baby and who Applejack had last seen chaining up an actual living baby.
There I was, carrying a load of apples down the road, and I just stumbled right into him. He was lost, didn't have a place to stay, so I took him home, got him fed and watered, and oh, it was love at first sight, wasn't it, my little stray puppy dog?
Sombra said nothing. Applejack glared at him. Brayburn stared lustily at Sombra's bulging pecs, his hoof slowly creeping underneath them.
And now, instead of apples, I'm more often carrying his...
Oh, how precious, Rarity interrupted in a loud monotone.
And descriptive.
What? Applejack snapped, her glower briefly changing targets to the other unicorn at the table. Gay stallions have sex sometimes, just like straight ones. You got a problem with that?
We're all friends here,
Applejack, was Rarity's even-toned reply, punctuated with a sip of her beverage and a sizzling stare.
Do try to keep that in mind. Rainbow, you had a question for our guest, didn't you?
Yeah, Rainbow Dash said, squinting. She raised a questioning hoop towards Sombra. Didn't you die?
Rainbow Dash!
Sorry, just, thought we killed you. Rarity shut her eyes, sighed and took another sip, the unicorn's attention thus diverted. Applejack went back to glaring daggers, swords and claymores at her cousin's nonplussed partner.
You did,
Sombra said plainly, in a gravelly bass that sent an appropriate shudder down Applejack's spine and, from the looks of it, an entirely inappropriate one down Brayburn's.
Twice. Huh?
Rainbow Dash gestured vaguely with her still extended hoop. So, you got better? That's cool.
Much better,
Brayburn lustily added. Before Applejack could get her objection out, an interjection interrupted her, an excited squeal from the sixth and final member of their bar-going crew. Oh my gosh, this place is so much fun, Twilight gushed, fluttering up over the table so she could land,
bodily in the empty booth seat between Rarity and Applejack, a colourful and umbrella-bedecked cocktail held tightly in her magical aura. Pinky and Fluttershy are really missing out.
Miss Pie is expecting, darling.
Rarity gently reminded her. As a tittering pair who were more pleather than stallion passed their table, her voice dropped a register into something more like a mutter.
And I imagine living with Discord makes this place seem rather quaint.
Well, I think they're missing out, Twilight declared. I sure feel like I have been. I didn't even know Ponyville had a gay bar. We know you didn't, Twilight, Applejack said quickly and sort of accidentally through her teeth. She meant to say the next bit that way though. Rayburn, can we speak privately for a moment?
Sure thing, Sugar Cube,
Rayburn replied, ignoring Applejack's grimace as he craned his neck up and planted a smooch on Sombra's chin. Mwah. Rainbow Dash and Twilight stared after the two family members as they slid out of the booth and headed towards the bar. Once they had gone, the former returned to staring at Sombra, and the latter looked at Rarity.
You know what,
Wait, what does that mean? Twilight asked.
Don't worry about it, Twilight,
Rarity gamely replied. Was I supposed to know about it?
Drink your Mai Tai, Twilight.
Twilight did, and immediately forgot she had been worried at all.
Oh, it's good, Rarity. It's so good.
Through the years, weekend flights and talk all nights, growing closer, sharing fears. I took you to the mountaintop and bent the knee when we got off. You were smiling ear to ear. We had both loved and lost, but we can start again. This time we're different, so now we say,
What's up, cuz?
Rayburn asked once they stopped, practically preening as he propped himself up against the bar. The bouncy club music pumping through the overhead speakers wasn't that much louder here than it had been at their table, but Applejack shouted her response anyway. You know good and well what's up, Rayburn.
Well, you're heckles for one,
came Rayburn's catty reply.
You are in dire need of a stronger beverage, sweetheart. Yoo-hoo! Bartender!
He raised a hoop and gave a dainty wave, leaning towards Applejack and whispering through his toothy grin.
What's the bartender's name?
Candy Corn, Applejack said, before she could think better of it. Don't look at her, she's an ex. Focus on me. Rayburn's gasp could have kept him alive in Sequestria for a fortnight.
She's your ex? He trilled. Well, now I have to meet her.
Rayburn!
What?
He followed Applejack's glare, or with the NC, NC, NC of the music, maybe it could have been a glance, back over towards Sombra.
Ah, hey Jay, relax. You'll love him once you get to know him.
Rayburn, Applejack said, each syllable enunciated with surgical precision. I do know him. He's a monster.
Oh, tell me about it.
I mean a literal monster. The warlord and genocidal kind.
Come on, it was hardly a genocide. Not by the international definition anyway.
Oh, stars above! Applejack groaned for more than one reason. The bartender had finally reached them and regarded Applejack with a look that needed no poetic embellishment.
Hey Applejack,
Candy Corn muttered. Howdy, Candy, Applejack answered, doing her best to hide beneath her hat. Candy's attention turned to the stone who'd summoned her.
What can I do you for? Martini, darling, Rayburn said. Up and dry as my cousin here, if you please.
Tell me about it, Candy said under her breath. Thank you, Candy, that'll be all, Applejack calmly informed her. Candy departed, grabbing a bottle of gin from the nearest well as she went, and Rayburn watched her go with obnoxious fascination.
Oh, I like her,
he said. Why'd you break up?
I made bad choices in high school. We're not talking about it. Applejack quickly replied before bracing herself with a sigh and a foreleg against the bar top. Brayburn, I love and support you, always, no matter what.
And yet I'm sensing a smouldering cigarette butt in that statement.
But I have some concerns, that's all, about things, stuff, your stuff. Brayburn rolled his eyes, his head, and practically his whole body.
Oh, element of honesty, my frog,
he said, daintily bumping Applejack's shoulder with a just-so angled hoop.
Just say what you feel, cousin. Promise I won't be upset.
Okay then, Applejack said with a tight nod. Your boyfriend's a psychopath and I think you should break up with him before we have to kill him a third time. Despite the locale, a pregnant pause followed.
You understand that when ponies tell you to say what you feel, it's usually rhetorical,
Brayburn intoned. Brayburn, I'm serious, Applejack insisted. Sombra's dangerous. He should be on trial for war crimes, not stringing you along until...
Until what?
Brayburn's tone remained smooth and level, but his gaze took on an unsubtle pointed tilt.
Who's been strung along, cousin?
Applejack sighed and backed down. Sorry, she muttered. I worry about you, Brayburn. I want you to be happy and
I am, darling,
Brayburn said, throwing a foreleg around Applejack's stiff shoulders as he giggled.
Gosh, I love that word. Your friend Rarity is a visionary.
Sure, but, Applejack tried to say. Dry martini, Candy Corn interrupted, sliding a stemmed glass her way. Applejack sighed again, took the glass and raised it to her lips. Thank you, Candy. Candy's eyes widened. Applejack felt a towering presence behind her, and a mouthful of gin nearly splattered all over Sombra's chest. Consonant, don't do that, Applejack snarled once she'd finished coughing.
Do what?
Sneak up on ponies. It's rude.
I addressed you 3 times in the last several seconds.
His gaze rose languidly to the bartender.
I wanted to know where the restroom was.
Candy Corn's brow rose, but she stood her ground. Down the hall there, on the left.
You're a doll,
Brayburn told her before his own eyes landed, or rather descended, on Sombra.
And now you could use some company, I think.
Oh, for... Applejack started.
Don't wait up!
Brayburn sang over her. As her cousin dragged Sombra away, Applejack sunk down onto the bar, face in her forelegs, and hat feeling 1,000 pounds heavier on her head. In the blackness around her, she heard some pony click their tongue.
Well, no according for taste,
Candy Corn murmured. Thank you for your input, Candy, Applejack growled without looking up. There was an uncomfortable trip to the convenience store pause.
You still have one of my scars by the way.
Stop talking, Candy.
You're my fireworks every day. Oh yeah, you're my fireworks. Let's never change anything. Let's never change anything.
At your age. Applejack didn't do much talking after that. She tried to apologise a few times to Brayburn and Twilight both, and they both politely accepted her apologies without seeming all too cheered by them. So eventually she just let them go their own ways,
Let Brayburn retreat to some dark corner with Sombra, and Twilight drape herself over Rarity on the dance floor and sway to the soft rhythm of a deep house track. And Rainbow Dash find a group of old acquaintances to swap shots and stories with. And in the meantime, she had gone the way she'd earned herself, to the bar by herself, batting a cocktail straw back and forth inside a gin and tonic that soured more in her mouth with every reluctant sip. It was a good moping drink, a G&T, like a blanket to smother your brain under, and molasses to stick your tongue to your teeth before it could form around exactly the wrong things to say to ponies you were just trying to help. Or was that what she'd been doing? Had she ever really had Brayburn's best interests at heart, or Twilight's, or had she just been annoyed by the kind of silliness she thought they'd all grown past and gotten too drunk about? And on top of that felt inexplicably uncomfortable in a place that used to feel like a second home, and which now felt like an elementary school classroom full of fond memories she was far too far grown to ever truly relive. That was the trouble with going from a dumb teenager to a somehow dumber adult. Not the bills or the work or even the increasingly rough hangovers, but the nagging dread of knowing that you were never really going to get comfortable with where you were at in life. Because now you knew from experience that where you are at now probably wouldn't be where you'd find yourself in a few years. And there was nothing you could really do but be a grown up about it and hope the next version of you was the one who'd finally figure this life thing out. Maybe she just wanted to spare Brayburn all of that. Her goofy, happy-go-unlucky cousin Brayburn, finally living his best life, and maybe hitching that life to some pony who'd steer him towards an even unluckier one. Or maybe she'd turned 30 years old 3 months ago, same as Twilight and Rarity had a few months earlier, and Rainbow Dash would in a few weeks. Maybe her friends all had great grown-up relationships or great grown-up careers, and she was still here in tiny little Ponyville, tilling her tiny little family farm and scrambling to hold on to the tiny sand grains of the life with those friends that she'd only just gotten used to. And I had finally turned into the kind of pony that her past self wouldn't have liked. Could be that. Probably was that. If she was finally being honest with herself, it had been that from the moment Twilight had gone to Canterlot to take Celestia's place and the last candle on her 30th birthday cake had gone out. I'm a bad friend, she mumbled towards her glass. Yes, you are, a booming voice next to her replied. Somehow, Applejack's flailing startle and shout didn't knock over anyone's drink or even attract that much attention from the other patrons. It sure got her heart rate up a tick or 2,000 though, and that was before she had saw who had suddenly spoken up. Luna bless a pig, Sombra, she swore. You ever heard of personal space? There's plenty of space, he said, nodding towards the numerous empty bar stools on either side of Applejack, and then wedged himself into the one directly to her right. That's not what... Don't sit down. We're not friends. I am aware. Then why'd you answer me? And for the record, it wasn't a particularly friendly answer either. You just said we're not friends. Applejack glowered at Sombra, and Sombra gazed impassively back. Oh, go to Tartarus, Applejack growled. What are you drinking? Whiskey, neat. Go figure, Applejack muttered before signaling the bartender. Candy corn, of course, and passing Sombra's order along. The least she could do at this point in the night was cover a tab or two. It may have been a tiny farm, but it was a very productive one. I apologize for startling you, Sombra said once he received his drink. I am unaccustomed to this. To gay bars? To bars. And ponies, generally. Many things. And yet here you are. Applejack couldn't help but grumble, doing who knows what with the sweetest stallion I've ever known. A war criminal, just. She clamped her teeth down on a bottle of blip. Sombra sipped his whiskey. Sorry, Applejack said for the umpteenth time. I don't know why I'm sorry, but I am. You are a monster. I've seen you be one, more than once, and now you just look like...
I don't know what you look like, but you are. Are you any different from what you used to be? Should I pretend none of that stuff happened just because some pony I love seems to like you? Would you like a comforting answer or an honest one? Applejack blinked, then blinked again. She hadn't expected much of anything she'd heard from Sombra tonight, but that outdid all of it and then some. What's the difference? One is comforting, Sombra said plainly. The other is honest. Well, the honest one then. Sombra gave a tight nod. Then you should not pretend everything you said is true. I was a monster. I may still be one, and if you truly believe I will hurt someone you love, you should stop me from doing so by any means necessary. Applejack had to be wasted right now. That was the only way any of this made any sense. What? What the hell am I supposed to do with that? You asked for an honest answer. I gave it to you. And that's supposed to make you feel better? No. He gave her a glance that she could have sworn made him look puzzled. That was what the comforting answer would have done. It was my understanding that... Okay, just... Applejack interrupted, holding up a hoop so Sombra would give her a moment to mesh her thoughts into order. Let's just back up for a second. You said you may still be a monster, as if you don't know. Sombra sipped his whiskey. Do you not know? How could you not know? After a moment, Applejack added the question that had never actually been answered earlier. How are you alive? Something like a smile flickered across Sombra's face, which seemed shrouded in shadows despite the strobes and spotlights flashing from the dance floor. I am not entirely sure that I am, he murmured, nor am I sure you should forgive me for what I was. He sipped his whiskey, swallowed, and continued. When you and your friends first defeated me, I died. My memories are fragmented, to put it charitably, but I remember that. You did kill me. I passed on. To what? To where? I do not know, but it was something other than this. Someplace other than here. And then Discord, or Grogar, as he styled himself then, brought me back. But not all of me. I was different, changed for the worse by whatever I passed on to. Or perhaps there were simply parts of me Discord chose to restore, and parts which, through arrogance or incompetence, he excluded. Either way, I was a monster, worse than before, and you and your friends killed me again. Another sip, and a shudder, maybe from the liquor, maybe not. To directly answer your question, I do not know how I am alive now. I suspect Discord was involved. With what little I know for sure, and for lack of any evidence to the contrary, but the most honest answer I can give you is that I truly do not know. What I do know is that whatever was taken from me when I last returned to this plane of existence is with me now. Or perhaps that was restored with me last time was not this time. Either way, the outcome is the same. I remember what I did, who I was, and it. It hadn't been the liquor. Sombra knocked back the final mouthful of his whiskey like it was water, and set the glass down on the bar top with a clap like the snapping of a whip. I will not ask for your forgiveness, nor your friendship, he said, plain as ever. I have earned neither. I know that. What I do know is why you, among all your friends, despise me the most. I do not begrudge you in your feelings, but I do not understand them either. I would like to understand them, for his sake, if nothing else. Applejack swallowed hard, chased it with a gulp of her drink, and stared down the bar top as she replied. I made bad choices in high school, she murmured. Bad choices after too, with who I strung along and let myself get strung along by. I got hurt, I hurt ponies, and knowing I hurt them made me hurt even more. And Rayburn's done enough hurting in his life already. Enough for 10 lifetimes. And you think I may cause him more pain because of who I was? Who I may still be? Applejack thought about trying to make it sound better than it was, and thought better of it. Yep, she said into her glass. That's the long and short of it. Sombra thought for a moment, then nodded.
I understand. In your position, I expect I would feel the same way.
Then help me feel some different way! Applejack exploded. She was still angry at Sombra, at herself, at life in general, and he was the only pony close enough to inflict herself upon right now. Why him? What do you have in common? What? How could you possibly think you deserve him? Her voice cracked during the long sentence, and she hadn't meant for it to, but it had now, and it was too late to act like it hadn't been how she really felt about all this, especially once she realised that Sombra had flinched at the sound, and the realisation got to her deeper than anything he'd said or done the whole night. Maybe this pony was still a monster. Maybe he'd still hurt Brayburn more than help him. But whoever he was, he wasn't the Sombra she thought she knew. She knew that now like she knew her own name.
I try not to think about what I deserve, Sombra told her, about what I did, because no apology could be strong enough. No work's good enough to undo some past version of me, what I did, and because on some level, I still am that version of me, still inclined towards misanthropy, imprisoned by egotism and inferiority in equal measure. My memories are fragmented, and in the gaps behind them is noise. This cacophony of thoughts I do not want, and feelings I would deny if I knew how. And atop all of it is fear so deep it would drown me if I tried to swim through it alone. I did try in the past, and I failed. And so I wandered the roads of this kingdom in search of something, someone, I could not name or describe. He turned on her, and for the first time Applejack realised that his eyes, which she always assumed to be a dark and evil shade of red, were actually a soft shade of maroonish orange, like sunlight dappled clay. And I found him. I found Brayburn, and he calms me, centres me, helps me float on the high tides and hold my breath through the low ones. I do not need to explain myself to him, and when I try to anyway, he will not let me, and in return, I am the pedestal upon which he stands for the world to see him as he is and should be, the shadow beneath the effervescent light of his life, and it gives me purpose beyond what I thought was capable of doing, of being, and I do not know how long this feeling will last, whether it should last, whether I deserve any of what he's given me or could give me after this, but for the first time what remains of my memory, I feel imperfect, I feel mortal, and it feels good. Applejack blinked again, and kept blinking even though it wasn't doing a damn thing to clear up her vision or stop her from trembling or put the weight she needed into what she said next. Don't you hurt him, she told the worst pony she'd ever met, tears rolling down her flushed cheeks. Don't you dare ever hurt him, Sombra, or I swear on this life and the next I'll make you wish you'd stayed dead. I will not lie to you, Applejack, Sombra softly replied. Never is not a promise I can make. What I will promise is to do right by him, as much as I am able, until and after our paths diverge. Applejack grit her teeth, wiped her eyes, and sighed. Guess that'll have to do. Sombra nodded, and this time he really did smile. And if it does not, he said, history suggests that problem is one you and your friends will know how to solve. Despite herself, Applejack chuckled, and she clinked her half-full glass against Sombra's empty one. Don't tempt me, she started to joke. I'm still... But whatever she still was suddenly didn't matter, because their duo had suddenly become a trio. Brayburn had wandered over and leaned hard into Sombra's side, nestling under his foreleg and twitching his lips up when Sombra's hoof wrapped around his shoulder. Y'all fightin'? He mumbled. No, Sombra said, beating Applejack to the punch. Just talking. Your cousin cares for you a great deal. Yeah, Brayburn murmured, smirking Applejack's way. For better and worse, mostly better. Don't tell her I said that. A thin smile crossed Applejack's face, and Sombra mirrored her, but his expression changed first, smoothing into a tender frown. Are you alright? The beastly warhorse said, soft and sweet as candy floss. Fine, Brayburn sighed. Just tired. Would you like to leave? Just a sec. And that was what Sombra gave him. A squeeze around his shoulder and a body to brace himself against, and a pocket of silence in the middle of a pulsing and pounding nightclub. And finally, Applejack understood. They had nothing in common. They were total opposites in every way, as wrong for each other in theory as two creatures could possibly be. And that was precisely what had drawn them to each other. What had prompted one to save the other on a dusty road somewhere outside Appaloosa, and what drove them to continue saving each other day by exhausting day. This flamboyant, fruity, effervescent was who Brayburn truly was, as Sombra truly was stoic and pensive and compassionate in that way which could turn to cancerous resentment if not carefully managed and maintained. They were both so much more than what they used to be, but neither quite knew yet how to be anything other than what they once were, and so the truth still felt like a performance that would grow less and less taxing with time, and the weight of their old lies still hung heavy on their shoulders, but, day by day, was slowly slogging off. They would keep growing and changing, and maybe someday change into ponies who wouldn't fit together at all. But they fit now, perfectly, like pieces slotted at last long into the correct puzzles instead of the ones they had looked like they should be forced into. Brayburn, Applejack said. I'm sorry. Brayburn made a little noise under Sombra's foreleg. Said that already, cuz. I said I was sorry for what I said, not for what I thought, she continued. I thought I knew what was good for you better than you did. Tried to make you be some pony I wish I'd been. Not who you deserve to be. I'm sorry for that. And you don't need my blessing to be with whoever you want. But for what it's worth, you'll have it. Another little noise, and then Brayburn smiled.
Thanks, AJ, he murmured. Love you.
Love you too, Bray. Sombra didn't say anything, but he didn't need to. He caught Brayburn's eye, carried out a silent conversation through small movements of their heads, and gave Applejack a nod before leaving his stool and heading for the bar's exit. Brayburn right by his side. Applejack watched them go, allowed herself one exhausted sigh, then finally addressed the bartender who'd been eavesdropping on them for several minutes now. I owe you an apology too, Candy, she said as she swiveled around in her seat. Oh, was Candy's initial reaction. Was trying to sneak up on you. You're cute when you're startled. Applejack rolled her eyes and didn't acknowledge what didn't really need to be spoken about. Seriously, I know we didn't leave off on a good note, but it was years ago and we're adults. I should have been an adult about it, and I'm sorry. Candy Corn smirked. Come on, AJ, water under the bridge. It's not like I wasn't a head case back then too. You're way too hard on yourself, you know that? Starting to get that sense, yeah. Still though, apologies. A lot of mares I owe 'em to, I reckon. The bartender's smirk widened. I'll let them know. We have a book club, actually. Call ourselves the Cord Apples. Just gotta assume for my sake that was a joke. Probably for the best, yeah. Applejack's eyes widened, and soon enough landed on a mare who'd approached the bar's far end and landed heavily on a stool, ready to close her tab and see where else the night might take her. Applejack didn't move, just stared at Rainbow Dash, and felt Candy Corn staring at her. Cadence on a bike, AJ. Just ask her out, Candy Corn insisted. Stars know you've spent long enough lying to yourself about it. Applejack couldn't argue with that, and for the first time she could remember, she didn't want to either. Being too scared not to lie, scared of being wrong about how we felt, even more scared of being right. She turned to face her ex. Am I crazy, being afraid of happiness like that? Think being afraid of happiness is the most normal a creature can possibly be, Candy replied. Not joking, though, if you don't ask her out tonight, I'm giving you Twilight's tab, and she's had a lot of jello shots. Thanks for the support, Candy. Applejack grumbled through a grin. Anytime, AJ, and for the record, you can keep the scarf. I'll get a new one. Applejack stayed in her seat for a bit, finishing her tonic and ginning up the courage to do what she should have done years ago,
A few minutes before last call, she finally got up and walked to the other end of the bar, and Rainbow Dash saw her coming and turned in her seat to face her head on, pushing her hoof-stamped receipt away as she did. "Hey," Applejack began. "Howdy," Rainbow Dash replied. They stared at each other. And Applejack felt drunk and tired and impossibly brave. "Wanna dance?" he asked, nodding towards the emptying floor. Rainbow Dash smiled. "Not really." "Wanna get out of here then?" Dash's smile grew, and for a moment Applejack felt giddy, like a school filly who could drink and party all night if she wanted. "Yeah," Rainbow said, "sure." She hopped off her stool, and Applejack followed her towards the exit. On the way there, Rarity saw them leaving, braced her hoof behind Twilight's head so her muzzle stayed buried in her neck, and nodded while rolling her eyes in a way that said, "It's about damn time." It really was, that was the honest truth, and for once, Applejack was truly ready to see where honesty led her. Maybe she hadn't earned it, maybe she didn't need to. Either way, it'd probably feel nice to give it a try.
Run through the fire, out the wire. I would sell everything I own. I'd swim the ocean, dance with the devil. I'd sell my soul to take you home. Run through the fire, out the wire. I would sell everything I own. I'd swim the ocean, dance with the devil. I'd sell my soul to take you home.
Act +1. The night more or less continued how it started. To her credit, Candy Corn made killer martinis, but not even the most celibate monks on the planet could have distilled a gin strong enough to keep Applejack's teeth from grinding at the sight of her cousin, who she loved and supported no matter what. Grinding and bumping, and all but publicly humping on some pony who liked cracking whips over the decidedly unsexy type of slave. She had to put a stop to this, right? That's what family was for. To get you out of messes you'd gotten your damn fool self into. It wasn't Brayburn's fault, really. He hadn't been properly out, drinking or otherwise, for more than a year or so. He just didn't have the kind of experience with ponies that should have taught him to know better than this. To take one look at a stone like King, crystals are a great substitute for basic equine morals, Sombra, and see exactly where even a one-night stand, let alone a relationship, was absolutely inevitably going to end. She had the experience he didn't, that's all. She needed to guide him around the bramble patches she'd sprinted through head first. And more urgently than that, she needed a refill. Applejack swiveled in place to flag down a bartender and found Rainbow Dash next to her, pushing a half-full glass of half-melted ice cubes across the bar top. They exchanged a nod of greeting, and Rainbow Dash's brow shot up at Applejack's deep, involuntary sigh. "Jeez, usually it's the vodka that gets you like that," the Wonderbolt remarked, striking out. "I wish some pony had," Applejack grumbled, nodding towards the impassive black behemoth dominating the dance floor. And, of course, the rakish yellow stallion smeared onto him like butter atop a loaf of pumpernickel. Rainbow gave a commiserating grunt. "Eesh, yeah, be nice if villains would stay defeated for once, huh?" Applejack grunted too, first at Rainbow Dash, then at the stone behind the bar, who asked her if she wanted the same as before. Rainbow ordered a whiskey cola, then turned her gaze back to Brayburn. He's pretty different from when the rest of us first met him, isn't he? The Pegasus mused. Your cousin, that is. Kinda remember him being less, freaky.
Stupid.
Applejack growled. Rainbow Dash said at the same time, wilting a bit as Applejack levelled a stare her way. But, yeah, what you said too. He wasn't fully himself yet when y'all met him, Applejack said after another sigh. Sure, you can guess why not. Dash shrugged and twisted her lips in a way that said she could, and then talked as if she couldn't. So, what? You don't like the new him? At first, all Applejack could do was furiously sputter. I love the new him, she finally managed to spit. You telling me you don't? You got a problem with stoners not being stallion-y enough for you? Rainbow Dash stared at Applejack like she'd grown a second head. Next to Dash, a maroon stallion with electric blue eyeshadow muttered.
Only in the mornings, honey.
Stars, aye, Applejack mumbled, wilting more with each ensuing word. Sorry, I'm on edge. No kidding, Rainbow Dash agreed, though, to her credit, she sounded more concerned than offended. I've seen Mama Bear Applejack before, but sheesh. He's still so new to this, to being who he really is. He spent years being somebody else, lost so much time, and now he ought to get a chance to make up for it. The world owes him that. Applejack's gaze settled back on the dance floor and became a glare again. Owes him better than that. Rainbow Dash considered the dance floor and the dark nucleus around which the ponies on it revolved, then shrugged again. Okay, not that I'm the most qualified pony to say this or anything, she said, but Sombra is hot. What? No, he's not. AJ, from one dyke to another, he's gorgeous. We gotta be real here. He's a psychopath. Yeah, a psychopath with a granite chin and washboard abs. Washboard abs ain't an excuse for war crimes. Rainbow Dash shrugged a third time. Well, they ain't. End of discussion. Fine, whatever, Rainbow Dash muttered into the fresh cocktail she'd just received. Just saying, cock-blocking your cousin's gonna be tough when you're blocking that much. Got it, Rainbow. Thanks. They stood together in silence for a bit, stewing and sipping in equal measure. Then, out of nowhere, Rainbow Dash laughed. Just occurred to me, she said once Applejack looked her way. This is the first time we've been back here in years. Like, us, you, me, and Rarity all together. Yep, Applejack said back. Guess it is. Remember her first time here? She was still all torn up over blue blood, and we were like, come on, you ought to at least try. And then she didn't even tell us that she had tried until like 4 visits later. Classic Rarity. The chasm of silence returned, wider this time. I don't miss it, really, Rainbow Dash mused. Like being a dumb, barely not a kid drinking too much. Situationships, all that. But it was really fun too, despite everything. And it was so casual. No plans, just whoever wanted to go out would. Now I'm touring and Rarity's working. Twilight's Twilight. And we don't get to all see each other a lot anymore, you know? So it's kind of nice. She nodded knowingly towards the dance floor. All that considered and all. Yeah, Applejack distantly replied. Her gaze had lingered on the dance floor. She was glaring again. Sure is. In the corner of her eye, Applejack thought she saw a strange expression flit over Rainbow Dash's face. By the time she had turned her head though, Rainbow was just flashing her the same cocksure grin Applejack had seen 1,000,000 times. And there's classic Applejack, Dash chuckled. Gets her mind set to something and it's game over for everything else. Sorry, Applejack said,
though she wasn't quite sure why she was apologizing. I'm being a bore. You wanna, Nah, Rainbow Dash said, still grinning. I'm a wonder. See what other old heads are still around. Don't start any fights without me. Before Applejack could even think of anything to say to that, let alone say it, Rainbow Dash was gone, drinking hoof, and a wing already raised in greeting to two short-maned mares that Applejack really wished she didn't recognise. She also really wished she didn't spot her wayward cousin heading her way at the same moment, but so far tonight had been full of everything but her best wishes. Phew! Rayburn huffed as he flopped against the bar, occupying the space Rainbow Dash had just vacated.
Haven't sweat like that since Sunday school.
Applejack acknowledged him with a tight-lipped smile. Rayburn looked at her, looked at the Pegasus she'd just been talking with, and put 2 and 2 together to make 3.
Another one of your exes?
No, Applejack grumbled. Suddenly, the mares Rainbow Dash had ambled over to were looking past the Wonderbolt's wings straight at her fellow element of honesty, and Applejack lowered the brim of her hat again as they both chuckled at some inaudible joke. They are, though. Rayburn squinted.
Which one?
Both of them. Now his eyes went from almonds to tickled pink dinner plates.
How many mares round these parts haven't broken up with?
I made bad choices in high school. Applejack said through her teeth.
And you expect me to believe Miss Small, Sleek, and Polychromatic over there wasn't one?
She's just a friend, Applejack insisted. A stubborn and obnoxious one at that.
Well, don't that just remind me of no pony at all.
At this point, Applejack's glares clearly weren't having their intended effect on any pony present, but she gave Rayburn a fresh one anyway, that he answered with an excited tongue. Had enough with Sombra? She grumbled.
Oh, he's just taking a breather, Rayburn replied. He tuckers out easy, the poor thing. All that weight he's carrying around, I suppose. You know, he told me last week that...
Yeah, I bet he's told you all kinds of things, Rayburn. She wasn't sure where the bite in her voice had come from. Why what she had been frustrating all night long had suddenly become infuriating. She didn't feel like taking it back though, even as Rayburn pouted and all her exes laughed and Rainbow wouldn't look back her way, even as she stared or glared or whatever it was right at her. Who was Rainbow to talk about classic Applejack as if she was something other than that now, about old heads, whatever the hell that meant. They weren't old, nothing had changed, everyone was just being stupid. And it was always on her to be the sober, competent mama bear.
Applejack, look!
Rayburn started to say. Applejack, look! Twilight loudly interrupted. She was still in mid-stumble towards them at the bar, Rarity trailing a couple steps behind, wearing a "just humour her, she's having a fun" smile. Her hoop was extended straight in front of her, pointing at a tray of squat plastic cups filled with wobbling red and blue gelatin. Jelly shots! I've never had a jelly shot. Can I have a jelly shot, Rarity?
You may have a jello shot, Twilight,
Rarity told her as she lit her horn and gently prized a mostly full cocktail out of Twilight's magical aura. The alicorn bounced in place for a moment, skipped over to the tray and returned with 4 plastic cups stacked atop one another, already squeezing the gelatin out of the topmost one onto her tongue.
Oh, it's Buzzy,
Twilight said, smacking her lips.
Vodka? Is that vodka? Applejack, tell me if this tastes like vodka.
I'm fine, thanks, Applejack said to the pro-offered shot. And for a moment, she had 2 gratingly pouty faces pointed at her.
They're so good though, moaned the princess. All the drinks in here are so good. Rarity, why can't straight ponies make good cocktails?
One of life's great mysteries, darling, answered Rarity, still smiling. But perhaps a water would be good too.
What? I'm fine. I'm sure. So fine, Rarity. I'd like a water personally. I want a water too. I mean, okay, if you... Yeah. Face scarlet, Twilight slumped over the bar as Rarity signaled the bartender. Applejack closed her own eyes and bit back a sigh. She knew exactly what was coming next, and the thought of it sent consternation rippling through her gut in a way that felt exactly like bone-deep fatigue. I'm sorry, Rarity, Twilight groaned. I'm drunk. I'm straight and I'm drunk at a gay bar. Indeed you are, darling. You're not drunk? Ladies rarely are, darling. Don't worry, baby, I'll pull you out. Pause followed. And then... You're so pretty, Rarity. Rarity chuckled and said, You're very pretty too, Twilight. And Applejack bit her tongue. Here they went again, Twilight getting a few drinks in her, insisting she'd never in her life had an impure thought about any pony without a beard and rancid body odour, and then proceeding to say the gayest things Applejack had ever heard pass through a mare's lips. All my friends are so pretty, Twilight slurred. I've never seen a stallion who was prettier than you, Rarity. Not even here. Like, I get butterflies in my stomach, my wings get flappy, and I'm not even... Not that I'd mind if I was. That'd be great. Stallions can be such jerks sometimes. Lots of times. I get so many love letters, and they're so gross. And you're not gross, Rarity. You're so... It had been an inside joke among their friend group for years. If someone who hadn't figured out their identity yet was an egg, Twilight was a whole bisexual dozen. And Rarity was just chuckling at her now, and even Brayburn was smirking. Even Brayburn could see how obvious it was. And yet, he'd still go home with a monster who'd do nothing but hurt him, and Twilight would sober up and grit her teeth through dates with stones and make miserable puppy dog eyes at Rarity like there was nothing she could do to change her unfortunate lot in life. They'd be so much happier if they just stopped being stupid, if they stopped lying to themselves about who they were, if the music was as good as it used to be and the drinks weren't so heavy and she didn't feel so moon-damn... Ugh, Twilight grumbled. I'm old. Rarity's eyebrows twitched. Applejack just about drew blood from her tongue. Oh, please, Rarity said. You're not. I'm 30, Twilight half wailed. I'm ancient. I wasted my whole 20s studying and saving the world and doing stupid grown-up stuff, and I missed out. This is so much fun. I'm having so much fun. Always wish I was. You know. Ugh. I guess I'm just drunk. Why does being drunk always make me so... Twilight, you're by. Twilight's mouth snapped shut. Rarity pulled her lips tight across her teeth. Even the music seemed to stutter into a lull as Applejack's heart thumped in her ears like the beat of songs she used to know, like a drum she'd spent too long resisting the urge to pound for all it was worth. You like mares, she went on, unsteady on her hooves. Feeling like she was teetering on the edge of a cliff and could no longer fight the urge to fling herself bodily off of it. We know. You might be the only pony in town who doesn't know, and it's fine. Go on and like him. Or don't. And quit carrying on about it like, oh, I wouldn't mind. Oh, wouldn't that be nice? Like it'd be so awful to stop lying to yourself and just do it. Drives me up the moon-damned wall, watching y'all torture yourselves for no good reason, disregarding yourselves for ponies who don't deserve to even... Applejack ran out of breath and grabbed a jelly shot before so she'd have something on her tongue besides the long suppressed truth. By the time she swallowed,
Twilight was blinking rapidly. Rayburn was stone-faced, and Rarity's jaw was clutched so tight Applejack could have checked her pulse from the vein bulging out under her horn. "Oh!" Twilight said, her voice husky at first, and not much improved after she cleared her throat. "I, didn't know you feel so strongly about it. I'm sorry. I should have..."
"Twilight," Rarity started to say.
"No, she's right, Rarity," Twilight dully went on. I've been silly, I guess. Clearly, I should... I'm gonna just... The bathroom's that way, right?"
"Yes," Rarity told her. "Would you like me to..." "I'll show her," Rayburn interrupted, wrapping a hoof around Twilight's shoulder, face still hard as stone. For a second, his gaze lingered on Applejack like he meant it to come off as no, because it was a glare.
Think every pony could use a bit of breathing space right now.
"But, Rayburn, just..." Applejack stammered. I'm just saying..."
Think you've said enough, cousin.
Rayburn coolly replied, and left Applejack gaping in his wake as he led Twilight towards the restrooms. She'd screwed up, she knew that much, she just didn't know how. "Rarity, what?" she started to say, and again she was coldly cut off. "You know, Applejack," Rarity said, razor-sharp stalactites hanging from every word, "I've found many ponies upsetting in my lifetime. Very few of them can infuriate me as comprehensively as you." "I just told her the truth." "Oh, yes, the truth," Rarity seethed. "That bastion of all things moral and good in the world, that perfect binary of noble honesty and contemptible lies. Has it ever occurred to you, my fellow paragon, that the innermost complexities of another living creature may extend ever so slightly beyond what seems to be on the outermost surface to be true?" Well...
No more candid invective for me? No more truth? Well, then allow me to offer some of my own. Identity, who a pony is in their mind and soul, is not a binary matter. There are lies which give comfort to those uncomfortable with themselves, and truths which can stick in the heart like thorns and leave a shell of a pony in their wake. And a substantial component of being a grown adult is learning how to differentiate between the two. But they're just... Doing what? Making mistakes? Suffering unnecessary pain? Dearest darling vexations, Applejack. That is what mortal creatures do. We bumble through life collecting endless ill-advised scars on our bodies and minds and hearts, and then after several decades of that, with noted and limited exceptions, we die. That is what we are. That is the ungainly mess of truths and mistruths from which identity is born. And frankly, the most dishonest thing a mare can tell herself is that it is her place, and no one else's, to interfere in that process without being asked. So she can bludgeon another living creature's identity into a shape she thinks is correct.
Applejack gaped, then grit her teeth, then growled. "Oh, that ain't what I'm doing. Twilight was torturing herself. Sombra's a monster."
Perhaps she was. Perhaps he is. And once you've dragged Twilight and Rayburn away from what might hurt them, what will be left of them to preserve? What will they have learned? How will they have grown into someone who won't make even worse mistakes in the future?
The future is the future. They'll be safe now. They won't the same mistakes that... Rarity's eyes narrowed like a viper's, and her words cut through Applejack like fangs.
That you did? My, oh my, if only you'd had someone to protect you from your younger self. Imagine the misery you could be causing now.
Applejack opened her mouth to retort, and at first nothing came out. Just trying to... She eventually croaked. "I love him. I support him. I want him to be happy."
Is that so? Rarity sniffed. You might try acting like it then.
Then she turned away and stalked towards the restrooms, and Applejack stood alone by the bar as the din of the crowd washed over her.